Hey guys, this is Tarvati. How are you all? Please support subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction, the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter choose to abandon the wizarding world to save everyone. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Haunted by loss and betrayal, Harry makes the ultimate sacrifice walking away from the wizarding world to protect those he loves. But as old enemies and forgotten powers rise once more, he learns that destiny isn't so easily escaped. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. A new life. War. WAR. Three simple letters that when put in the proper order can cause so much damage. War can bring out the best in people, it can bring out the worst in people, and it can make people realize just how precious and short mortal life really is, especially if you are one of the deciding factors of which way the war will end. War forces children to mature too early, facing horrors and pain that the most experienced of adults cringe away from. War also forces one to see that even the smallest of victory comes with a price. That was how Harry James Potter felt. At the age of 15, he had seen more horrors than he cared to remember. His parents had been murdered by the dark wizard Voldemort. He had survived only to spend 12 years at the Dursleys, his only living relatives, as what could only be classified as their servant. His years at Hogwarts had been a mixture of joy and pain. He had finally made friends but had fought for his life nearly every single year. He had faced Voldemort multiple times, saved his best friend's sister from death, fought a basilisk, held back Dementors to save his godfather, witnessed the death of a classmate, and faced a corrupt ministry head-on when a ministry-appointed teacher tried to silence him. However, those events weren't what pushed Harry Potter over the edge, causing him to leave the world he had grown to love despite the trials he had faced over the years. He could handle it all and so much more as long as his family was with him, but it wasn't meant to be. Harry still didn't like to think about that night. He still had nightmares of the night he had been taken from Hogwarts to the Department of Mysteries where he faced off against Death Eaters. Members of the Order of the Phoenix, including his guardians Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, had come to his rescue, led by Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, but that had been one of many mistakes. Harry had once again faced Voldemort, but this time he had been beaten and nearly killed before Professor Dumbledore came to his rescue. The Dark Lord had been detained from the Department of Mysteries, but in the end it wasn't enough. In the end he had lost one of the people who made his life worth living. He had lost Remus. Waking up in the hospital wing at Hogwarts and seeing his fallen guardian was all it took for Harry to realize that he was a danger to those he cared about. Remus was only the first of the long line of people who would die because they were trying to protect one teenager who found trouble like a magnet. He had managed to leave that night with the help of Hogwarts and Fawkes before anyone realized that he had even awakened. To save those he loved, Harry walked away knowing that he was making himself a target for Voldemort. He was magically protected by Fawkes, but that wouldn't stop people who know what the boy who lived looked like to realize that Harry was indeed him. Upon leaving the wizarding world nearly a month ago, Harry had taken up a new identity, Jonathan O'Ryan Evans. He figured that everyone would be looking for a Harry James Potter, or even James Evans, so Harry had used the middle names of his guardians with his mother's maiden name. In addition, Harry had managed to purchase colored contacts that changed his intense green eyes to a deep blue ones. He hated covering up his eyes since they were the only feature he had inherited from his mother, but his eyes were too distinctive. Everyone knew Harry Potter had green eyes. Harry also made an effort to hide his messy black hair and lightning bolt scar at all times. When he was out, he wore a hat. When he was at work, Harry wore a surgeon's cap. Oh yes. Harry's current job was at a local hospital where he worked as an orderly. Obtaining the job had actually been a complete accident on Harry's part. He had just arrived in Muggle London and, being the trouble-attracting person he was, witnessed a severe 5-car accident. Harry didn't hesitate. He hurried to help along with a few others, one of them being a doctor at a nearby hospital. Harry and the doctor worked side by side until help arrived. The tall, middle-aged doctor had been impressed and, after the accident had been cleared, struck up a conversation with Harry, who introduced himself as Jonathan. Harry had admitted that he was an orphan of murdered parents but claimed to be 17 instead of nearly 16. He also admitted that he had hit a spot of trouble lately and had lost someone dear to him. The doctor, Dr. Henry Rowlands, was sympathetic to Harry's story and decided to help him out. As it turned out, £250 didn't last very long. Harry wasn't able to find an apartment he could afford and had to sleep at the hospital. When Dr. Rowlands discovered this, he offered his guest room. Harry had originally declined, but after 2 weeks of pestering from the overprotective doctor, Harry gave in just to shut the man up. He still often slept at the hospital since he was normally paged when he wasn't scheduled to work, but a few hours away from the chaos was always a nice change. Working at the hospital had brought a lot of surprises Harry's way. After a week of working, Harry discovered that he could vaguely sense other people's actual emotions if he concentrated hard enough. It wasn't anything definite, just a faint glimmer of what people were feeling at the moment. It had helped Harry immensely and had slowly become a more reliable ability. It was still faint, but Harry liked it that way. It didn't do well to be bombarded by someone's emotions when you were trying to do your job. Harry's other magical surprise wasn't as welcomed as the first. He was starting to grasp his empathic ability while talking to a sick little girl in the children's ward when all of a sudden his hands started to glow faintly. It was only for a moment, but Harry felt extremely weak afterwards while the girl felt better than she had in a long time. She was still ill, but her road to recovery had taken a jump start. This minor healing ability that he had was difficult to practice since he couldn't make the ability work when he wanted it to. It was more like it worked when it wanted to, leaving Harry to tag along for the ride. The healing ability had come in handy when it worked and when it didn't drain Harry completely, but it was still risky. He had to be extremely discreet since he really couldn't tell anyone that he could heal people. Over the next 2 weeks, Harry had learned how to sense when the ability was coming, which gave him a small warning, but he still had a long way to go to control it completely. He didn't know if these were temporary powers or permanent, but since he hadn't had any sort of outburst since that night at the ministry, Harry was guessing that his magic had finally matured completely into these powers. He knew he should ask someone, but he had no one to turn to. Everyone in the wizarding world believed he had abandoned them. Harry's only connection to the magical world, surprisingly, was Fawkes, Professor Dumbledore's phoenix. The bird usually appeared once a week to check on Harry, dropping off the latest issue of the Daily Prophet, so Harry was kept up to date. It was through that route of information that Harry had learned of the Ministry's formal declaration of Voldemort's return and the appointment of Rufus Scrimgeour as the new Minister of Magic. Harry had also learned that 10 Death Eaters had been arrested that night, including Peter Pettigrew, Barty Crouch Jr., Lucius Malfoy, and one of the Lestrange brothers. Harry couldn't remember which one. They had all been sentenced to Azkaban, but who knew how long they would stay there before Voldemort broke them out again. Harry had also noticed advertisements for Weasley Wizarding Wheezes at number 93, Diagon Alley. It seemed that the Weasley twins had indeed opened the joke shop that they worked so hard inventing products for last year. There had been plenty of reports concerning safety during these dark times, along with several Death Eater attacks that caused several deaths, including Order of the Phoenix member Emmeline Vance. Surprisingly, there also hadn't been any articles about his disappearance, which Harry figured was to ensure that Voldemort didn't find out about it. Too bad that was Harry's entire reason for leaving. Every time Harry saw Fawkes, he would ask 2 questions. How's Sirius? And, how's everyone else? He would always receive the same answer. Fawkes would look at Harry sympathetically before letting out a sad trill as if he was saying, "They're alive but missing you." It took every ounce of self-restraint not to give in and return home to Black Manor, but Harry couldn't. He couldn't risk Sirius meeting the same fate as Remus. So Harry went through the motions of working at the hospital, trying to master his new abilities while training himself any way he could that wasn't magical, since he didn't know how strong Fawkes' protection was. He had no doubt that people were waiting for him to use magic and alert everyone to where he was. Considering what had happened just before he left, Harry figured that there were a lot of people who wanted a word with him. Living as a Muggle did take some adapting on Harry's part. He had gone from a world of magic to a world of technology with very little training. His coworkers found it funny that Harry had never used a computer or a pager before. Thankfully, he was a quick learner since every ward in the hospital quickly learned how good he was with people. It wasn't uncommon for Harry to be in the children's ward 1 minute and the emergency ward the next trying to calm someone down, although it was almost impossible to pull him out of the children's ward between the hours of 7 and 9 o'clock every night. The children had quickly grown to love Harry's bedtime stories of a world of magic with the evil wizard Riddle facing off against the Phoenix Knights. The nurses and doctors in the ward often stood in the background and watched as Harry captivated every child in the room no matter how old they were. Most of the adults felt that Harry had an overactive imagination with the preciseness he used to describe the goblins, trolls, centaurs, and dragons, but didn't voice their opinions since the children were happy. That was usually the way things were with Harry. Dr. Rowlands had discreetly mentioned Harry's difficult life to his fellow doctors, so everyone simply kept an eye on young Orion Evans. John was a rather popular name, so everyone just called Harry Orion, or Ori, for short. They were there for him if he needed him, but Harry usually just forced himself to stay busy. Working at the hospital kept Harry's mind off of everything happening outside the walls of the hospital. Working kept his mind off of the fact that he had just lost a father. Like every day, the sound of Harry's beeping pager would pull him out of his accidental nap in the employee lounge. Opening his eyes, Harry blinked away the cloudiness from sleeping in his contacts before glancing at his watch. It was almost 6 in the evening. Grabbing his pager, Harry suppressed a groan when he saw that he was needed in the emergency ward. He had amazingly slept for 2 hours without a nightmare, but he had hoped for another hour of sleep before his long evening shift. Holding back a yawn, Harry pulled himself to his feet and clipped his pager to the waistband of the hospital-issued pants he wore before leaving the lounge for the emergency ward. That was probably one of the best perks of this job. His attire was provided for. All of the money he made went directly into an account that Dr. Rowlands had helped him open at a nearby bank for Harry to use when needed. It had been difficult since Harry had no form of identification, but luckily Dr. Rowlands knew someone at the bank and had a few strings pulled. Reaching the emergency ward, Harry was almost knocked over by the overwhelming feelings of frustration and fear. He quickly regained his bearings and looked around to see that the entire waiting room was full with people, and it looked like the doctors and nurses were running around frantically. Snapping out of his shock, Harry quickly approached the nurse's station and was instantly grabbed by a long blonde-haired nurse named Anna who was only a few years older than him. A bus collided with a truck, Ori, Anna said quickly. Dr. Rowlands wanted you to assist him. He's in examination room 8. Harry nodded and hurried to small room and looked through the small window to find the tall doctor with graying brown hair talking to a girl in her mid-teens with short blonde hair that was on the examination table. There were 2 adults also in the room seated next to the table who had to be her parents. The mother looked exactly like the daughter, only about 20 years older, while the father had light brown hair and looked like he had put in some serious manual labor for a long period of time. The parents were unmarked, while the girl had a few bumps and scrapes in addition to her right ankle that looked badly swollen. Closing his eyes, Harry concentrated on the occupants of the room and could sense nervousness and fear along with protectiveness. He quickly pushed the feelings aside and knocked on the door. The door opened to reveal a smiling Dr. Rowlands. Ori, he said cheerfully as he stepped aside to let Harry enter. Thanks for coming so fast. Dr. Rowlands closed the door once Harry entered and turned back to his patient. Juliet Swanson, Mr. and Mrs. Swanson, this is Orion Evans. He is going to help me out tonight. I swear that he and I haven't lost a patient yet. Harry looked at Dr. Rowlands with a raised eyebrow. There were sometimes Harry just couldn't understand the doctor's strange sense of humor. You are rather odd, Harry said seriously. You know that, right, Doctor? Dr. Rowlands looked at Harry and smiled. I'm not odd, Orion, he said, sounding like he was gently reminding Harry of something they had discussed before. I am unique. Now, why don't you prepare Juliet while I go search for those X-rays? Harry nodded and moved toward the examination table while Dr. Rowlands left the room. He prepared the table Juliet was on so she was a little more comfortable, aware that the Swanson family was watching his every move. He could felt their curiosity towards him overpowering the rest of their emotions. Glancing at them, Harry forced a patient smile before saying, You can ask your questions. I don't mind. How did you know? Mrs. Swanson asked in surprise. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Because everyone does, he said simply. I get it more when I'm called down here to work than upstairs because up there everyone just thinks I'm a volunteer. I'm not a doctor, just an orderly. Dr. Rollins usually asks for my help because I'm the only one here who can stand his odd sense of humor without taking offense to it. No offense, but you still look rather young even for an orderly, Mr. Swanson said skeptically. You don't look a day older than 16. Harry bit back a smile. At least he was finally looking close to his age. For years everyone thought he looked 2 years younger than his actual age until his long-awaited growth spurt last year. He was finally at an average height for his age, and with the muscle he had put on from training over the past few years was no longer the scrawny little kid that had lived with his aunt and uncle in a cupboard under the stairs. I'm 17, actually, Harry lied smoothly as he pulled up a chair and sat down. I'm told that when I'm 30 I'll be grateful that I look younger than what I am. Mrs. Swanson smiled compassionately. But it's probably extremely annoying right now, she said. So, Orion, that's a rather unique name. Your parents must have a thing for astronomy. Harry shrugged his shoulders noncommittally. My middle name's Orion, he said. First name is actually John. It just became too confusing with so many Johns working here, so everyone started calling me Orion. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry could see Juliet trying desperately not to stare. He winked at her and saw her blush before looking away quickly. Mrs. Swanson noticed the exchange and let out a laugh. Orion, please excuse our daughter, she said. Juliet's a little shy. The door opened as Dr. Rollins entered with the X-rays. Juliet luckily only had a severe sprain. Harry helped Dr. Rollins bandage the injured ankle before retrieving a wheelchair while Dr. Rollins gave the Swanson family some final pointers before declaring them free to go. When Harry returned, he carefully put Juliet in the wheelchair, sending her parents into laughter at the sight of her red face before they wheeled her out. Harry continued helping Dr. Rollins with some more injured people until 7 o'clock arrived and he was forced to leave for his nightly visit to the children's ward. He hurried up 3 flights of stairs before running down hallways until he reached his destination. Sliding into the room, Harry was welcomed by a roar of cheers of excited children. He took his normal spot in the center of the room and waited patiently for everyone to calm down, which surprisingly only took a few moments. Glancing around, Harry noticed that there were a few parents seated off to the side looking on with smiles on their faces. It wasn't uncommon for a few to sit in since their children often talked about Ori's stories. Clearing his throat, Harry turned his attention to the children. Now, where were we? He asked curiously. You were going to tell us about the enchanted lake tonight, Ori, answered a little 6-year-old boy excitedly. Ah, yes, Harry said with a nod. Thank you, David. The enchanted lake in front of the castle holds many secrets known only to those who are brave enough to dive into the darkened depths. Everyone knows of the large squid that likes bask in the sun and even play catch with the stones people throw him from the shore. Everyone knows of the Grindylows and also are extremely aware that they should stay away from them. What are Grindylows, Ori? Asked a 9-year-old boy with short black hair. Harry turned to him and smiled. Grindylows, Jack, are very small water creatures, he said quietly, causing all of the children to lean forward excitedly as if they were learning a bit secret. They are very small when compared to humans, but don't let their size fool you. Harry slowly walked towards Jack and gently wrapped his fingers around Jack's wrists. They are very aggressive and will attack anyone who invades their waters with their long and powerful fingers. Jack gasped as Harry released Jack's wrists and turned to the entire group. If you ever see one, be sure to have fish with you. They certainly prefer that to humans. Relieved sighs filled the air along with a few chuckles from some of the parents. But like I said, everyone knows about them, Harry continued as he moved back to the center of the room and motioned for everyone to be quiet. What they don't know and don't dare to discover is the secret village in the deepest depths of the lake. This village contains beings with their own language that cannot be understood above water. If they were to speak to a human above the surface, it would only sound like screeches and give you a rather painful headache very quickly. Harry thought for a moment before raising his hand and bringing it down as if scratching against an invisible wall. Think of the sound fingernails make on a blackboard. Quite a few shuddered at the description. Underwater, however, their voices hold a sort of melodic tone none of us humans could never have. They have grayish skin with long and wild, dark green hair. Their eyes are yellow and always watching. They are warriors of the water, noble creatures and expert swimmers with their powerful silver tails. Mermaids. A 5-year-old girl with long red hair shouted out. Harry turned to the little girl and smiled. Merpeople, Emma, he corrected gently. Would you all like to hear about them? At everyone's nod, Harry continued explaining about the merpeople and the mysteries of the lake in front of Hogwarts. Of course, he had never given the castle a name or the real reason it was there, since it would cause a lot of problems if the ministry ever found out, but these were kids who didn't know that Harry's fantasy world really existed. He could also sense that for 2 hours every night these kids weren't feeling the woes of their ailments and was just glad that in a small way he was helping them get through these trying times. Once story time was over, Harry helped tuck the children in before leaving the ward. He could see the smiles on their faces as they drifted off to sleep. Seeing them in their beds reminded Harry of the numerous times he had been in the hospital wing at Hogwarts. He remembered waking up and seeing Sirius and Remus there waiting for him. They always waited for him. They had done so much for me and I never got the chance to thank them for it. Walking back to the emergency ward, Harry fought back the tears that threatened to come as everything hit him quickly. He knew he would never deal with Remus' death as long as he stayed here, but this job was only temporary. Every place he went could only be temporary because staying in one place too long would make everyone around him a target. He was determined not to risk anyone else because Voldemort was obsessed with him. In the grand scheme of things, his life really didn't matter. After all, his life had been determined for him before he had even been born. Walking down the empty hospital hallway during the early morning hours, Harry tried to focus on the present, but his mind kept drifting to the past. He couldn't help thinking about the day he had started feeling other people's emotions. He had been in the middle of his shift, helping in the intensive care ward, when all of a sudden he could feel soft waves of pain and confusion. He was confused and frightened at first. Were these emotions coming from Voldemort? He hadn't felt anything from the Dark Lord for quite some time, and even when he had, it wasn't anything like he was feeling now. Voldemort's feelings were always overwhelming. These emotions were more like a gentle breeze around him. Startled, Harry started to look around for the source of the faint emotions and finally found an elder man connected to endless machines in a nearby room. The man had a painful look on his face and was moaning softly. Harry didn't waste any time and ran for help. As it turned out, the patient's sedatives and painkillers were wearing off, causing him to awaken too soon. The patient was once again sedated, and with that, the faint emotions stopped. Harry hadn't felt anything else until that night in the children's ward. It had only lasted a moment, but it had been a sign that it wasn't going to be a one-time occurrence. It had been difficult to work through the strange ability at first, especially since he couldn't tell anyone about it. What could he tell them? They didn't believe in magic, let alone the ability to sense someone else's emotions. He was alone to deal with it, while his own emotions were still so hard to control. Waves of sorrow and pain tended to release the hold he kept on his own feelings towards his guardians, friends, and everything else he had been through, which he had fought so hard to bury. At times it felt like this newfound ability was taunting him, punishing him for leaving the way he did. He always seemed to pick up the negative emotions, but then again, not many were happy about spending time in a hospital. It had taken a lot of patience and a lot of practice with his occlumency studies, but slowly Harry had managed to keep a barrier between his own emotions and everyone else's most of the time. He still had weak moments, but they only came when he was extremely exhausted now. Harry had to admit that he wasn't surprised about his empathy. There had been a few instances over the past few years where Harry had been able to sense things, especially in Care of Magical Creatures class. There had also been the emotional outbursts whenever he grew extremely angry. All in all, it made sense, but it was sort of anticlimactic. The powerful outbursts had been painful at times, but they had helped him face off against Voldemort and Death Eaters. He wouldn't have that luxury anymore. He would be completely on his own. It was hard for Harry to figure out whether he was scared or relieved to know that Of course, Harry couldn't confidently say that the outbursts were indeed gone forever since it had only been a month since he had one, but he had to admit that he actually felt more comfortable with himself than he had in a long time. It was rather ironic that Harry would finally be comfortable with his magical side in Muggle London, a place that could never see that side of him, but perhaps it was for the best. Harry had made the mistake in the past by revealing that he wasn't exactly normal. People had believed that he was evil just because he could speak to snakes. If they discovered what he could do now. Harry let out a sigh as his shoulders slumped forward. He knew it was pointless to wonder about things that could never be. Going back would put everyone in danger again. Replaying the days before he left over in his mind, Harry had to wonder if he had been insane to listen to a voice that sounded like his dead father. He didn't know what pushed him to believe the warnings. He just felt like he had no other choice. After that night, Harry's head had been rather silent. He had heard nothing from his father, and his connection to Voldemort was basically non-existent, not that he was complaining about the latter. He just wished he could find out if he had just imagined the entire thing or not. Or if I'm completely out of my mind. Harry couldn't remember how many letters he had written to Sirius and Professor Dumbledore about what happened that night only to throw them away at the last minute. He just couldn't bring himself to admit to anyone that he had made a life-altering decision based on a voice in his head, no matter how right it felt at the time. Harry had just discovered one of his guardians had died and heard that his other one would die if he stayed. He did what he felt he had to. Hey, Ori. Snapping out of his thoughts, Harry quickly turned around to see a fellow orderly, JJ, running towards him. JJ was one of the many Jonathans working in the hospital. He was a few years older than Harry and a few inches taller. His light brown hair was a bit on the long side and tended to block his bluish-green eyes. JJ was probably one of the most outgoing people Harry had ever met. Everyone had been extremely surprised when JJ had taken Harry under his wing to show him the ropes since their personalities were completely opposite. Where JJ liked to cause a scene, Harry preferred to remain in the shadows. That was probably why they got along so well. Harry didn't try to compete with JJ and JJ took away all the attention that Harry didn't want. I'm surprised you're working the late shift, Harry said with a smile. Aren't you usually still out at some pub around this time? JJ stared at Harry in offense. Orion, why do you always think the worst of me? He asked. I'm never at a pub at. He glanced at his watch. 4 in the morning. My shift normally starts at 6 and I need at least 3 hours of sleep to function. Not all of us are insomniacs like you. I am not an insomniac, Harry said defensively. JJ nodded and patted Harry on the shoulder. Sure kid, he said, clearly not believing Harry at all. Just so you know, Rollins is looking for you, again. I wish you would tell me what you did to him. That guy used to be such a git towards us, me particularly. Now he's like an overprotective father. Harry stiffened at the comment, but JJ didn't seem to notice. Not that I'm complaining or anything. I'm just curious. Harry shrugged his shoulders noncommittally. I didn't do anything, he insisted. He wanted to help me out and I accepted. Maybe he's just grateful that you trained me so he didn't have to. That was a lie. Harry knew that Dr. Rollins was appreciative that the orderlies had kept an eye on him, especially during the first couple of weeks. He had been extremely withdrawn from everyone except the patients in the hospital when he started working. With time, Harry had become more personable, but he still kept a distance between himself and everyone else. He wasn't looking to make friends. Friends always got hurt. JJ stared at Harry skeptically for a moment. Fine. Don't tell me, he said with a shrug. I go out of my way to help you out, allowing you the privilege of learning from my experience, and this is how you repay me. JJ inhaled sharply as he turned away as if he were about to cry but didn't want Harry to see. Harry rolled his eyes and shook his head slowly. JJ would do anything for a laugh. Unfortunately, Harry wasn't really in a laughing mood at the moment. Who would be at 4 in the morning? Overacting a bit, aren't you? He asked as he unfolded his arms across his chest. JJ shot Harry a scowl. You are no fun, Orion, he said, then gave Harry a light shove towards the lift. Come on. Let's go find the good doctor and then we can decide how to waste the time remaining in our shift. Reaching the lift, JJ pushed the down button. You clearly need some cheering up, stat. I think I shall have to prescribe a few hallway games to be administered immediately. Harry decided to remain silent as he rubbed his eyes tiredly. JJ always liked to talk in doctor language when it came to causing trouble. Most of the orderlies found it funny at the number of ailments JJ could solve by means of hallway games. In the early morning hours, working at the hospital was extremely boring. Visiting hours were over and the majority of the patients were asleep. From what Harry had learned, JJ had invented the hallway games in an act of desperation to pass the time. They could be something as stupid as taking a food tray and finding out who could slide longer on the recently mopped floors to wheelchair races through the hallways of one floor. The doors to the lift opened. Harry followed JJ in before leaning against the wall and closing his eyes. He already knew what Dr. Rowlands was going to say. It had been 3 days since Harry had left the hospital, meaning that it had been 3 days since he had slept in an actual bed. Once Harry's shift ended at 8, he would be ordered to go to the Rowlands home and rest until his shift tonight. Well, at least this way I wouldn't disturb anyone with my nightmares. As the lift descended, Harry once again fell into his thoughts of the past month away from the wizarding world. He remembered the panic he had felt when his healing ability had surfaced. For a while he had actually thought that he would never be able to touch any living creature again without draining himself. That didn't stop others from touching him, though. Harry quickly learned that it was only his hands that he had to worry about. It made sense that since his magic had been channeled through them for years with the use of a wand. After a few more healing episodes, Harry had been able to recognize what could only be described as magic in him rushing to his hands moments before his hands faintly glowed. Normally it happened while Harry was in the middle of talking to a patient about their illness. Harry could only assume that this ability worked because of Harry's compassion towards people or something like that. It wasn't exactly a scientific explanation and he wasn't too eager to test it out on everyone in the hospital to find out for certain, so at the present time it would have to do. The sound of the doors opening pulled Harry out of his thoughts. He glanced over at JJ, ignoring the concerned look on his face, and motioned for JJ to lead the way. He was receiving too many of those looks lately. Well, he had always been on the receiving end of concerned looks. People just weren't discreet about it anymore. Harry followed JJ out of the lift to notice that they were approaching the office area of the hospital. Dr. Rowlands must be finally tackling his paperwork. JJ stopped in front of the fourth door on the right and knocked before opening it. Found him wandering the ICU, he said as he entered with Harry following. Dr. Rowlands was sitting behind his desk that was overrun with stacks of papers. He took a long look at Harry before returning his attention to JJ. Thank you, JJ, Rowlands said as he stood up. You may return to your duties. JJ nodded and left without another word, closing the door as he did so. Dr. Rowlands slowly walked around his desk and stood in front of Harry for a moment before letting out a sigh. Forgive me for being blunt, Orion, but you look exhausted. When was the last time you had a decent night's sleep? Harry looked away as he shrugged his shoulders. Truthfully, he hadn't slept well since he had left Hogwarts, but he wasn't about to tell anyone why that was the case. Harry had gone through the nightmare phase last year when Cedric Diggory died. Sirius and Remus had helped him through it then. They understood that he felt guilty and helped Harry realize that he had done everything he could to save Cedric. But had he done everything he could for Remus? Harry would never know for certain. At the time, he had thought he was doing what he needed to in order to ensure that Sirius and Remus were spared from Voldemort's rage. At the time he had believed that Remus would survive the injuries given to him by Peter Pettigrew's silver hand. Dr. Rowlands' voice pulled Harry out of his thoughts. Take a seat, Orion, he said softly and waited until Harry did so. I suspect you know why JJ brought you here. Harry nodded. Orion, John, I know you still feel like you're imposing on me, but I assure you that is just not the case. I enjoy having you around. You're a good kid, everyone here can see that. You have honestly been a godsend since you started working here. You are helping so many people. Why do you feel that you don't deserve the same? Harry opened his mouth to answer when all of a sudden a faint stinging pain flared from his scar. The conversation instantly forgotten, Harry closed his eyes and bowed his head as he quickly ran through all the necessary steps for clearing his mind. The problem was the pain just wouldn't go away. It wasn't extremely painful, but it was more than what he had felt in a long time. He could feel faint touches of anger and annoyance and instantly fought to push them away. Not now. Why am I feeling him now? The emotions slowly faded, but the pain remained. It was then that Harry was aware of the hand resting on his back. Distant hints of worry faded in and out. He opened his eyes and raised his head to see Dr. Rollins with a concerned look on his face. In his haste to push Voldemort out, Harry had completely ignored the fact that he wasn't alone. He had ignored the fact that he was currently in the room with a Muggle doctor of all people. "What's wrong, Orion?" Dr. Rollins asked in his doctor tone. He instantly looked into Harry's eyes before resting a hand against Harry's forehead. "You're burning up. Why didn't you tell me you weren't feeling well? What are your symptoms? Aches, pains, dizziness, nausea? How long has this been going on?" Harry swatted Dr. Rollins' hand away in annoyance. He wasn't about to let his scar headaches become an area of study in a Muggle hospital. "I'm fine, sir," he said firmly. "It's just a minor headache that took me by surprise. It's really nothing to worry about." Dr. Rollins shook his head as walked back to his desk, opened one of the drawers and pulled out his keys. "I'm taking you home," he said firmly. "You need at least a day's rest. You have a fever and you're exhausted." Harry moved to protest, but Dr. Rollins silenced him with a look. "I'm sure JJ can cover for you or the remainder of your shift unless you would like me to admit you and run every single test I can come up with." Harry scowled and looked away. He knew Dr. Rollins would follow through with the threat just to make a point. The man had a stubborn streak to him that could rival anyone Harry had ever met. In some ways, Dr. Rollins reminded Harry of Madame Pomfrey, the Hogwarts Mediwitch that Harry had come to know rather well over the years. The thought made Harry wonder if stubbornness was a requirement for being a doctor or a healer. Dr. Rollins moved to the door and opened it before turning and motioning for Harry to exit first. Letting out a sigh, Harry stood up and walked out of the office. He wasn't surprised to see that JJ was waiting for him. There was no doubt that JJ had actually intended on following through with the hallway games. Dr. Rollins closed the door behind them and rested a hand on Harry's shoulder as his eyes fell on JJ. "Please notify your supervisor that Orion had to leave early due to illness," Dr. Rollins said professionally. JJ looked at Harry worriedly for a moment, then shifted his gaze to Dr. Rollins and nodded. "Will do, Doctor," he said. Dr. Rollins ushered Harry towards the lift and pressed the down button. It took every ounce of self-control for Harry not to move away from the doctor. JJ's comment about Dr. Rollins acting like an overprotective father had made him feel incredibly uneasy. He didn't want a father figure, but he knew JJ was right. Dr. Rollins had changed. Dr. Rollins had grown to care about the teen he had taken in. That would have to change. The ride to Dr. Rollins' home was a quiet one. With his scar still aching, Harry rested his forehead against the cool window. He was still dressed in his hospital attire since Dr. Rollins had insisted that they leave immediately, knowing that Harry would try to find a way out of leaving if given the chance. The sun had yet to rise, which made the temptation to sleep even more inviting. Closing his eyes, Harry let his thoughts drift and was surprised how quickly he was able to relax. Maybe he was more than just a little tired. The car came to a stop, startling Harry out of his partial daze to see that they had reached Dr. Rollins' house. It was a modest 3-bedroom house that reminded Harry a lot of his aunt and uncle's house in Surrey. The major difference was that Harry was actually welcomed at Dr. Rollins' house. He wasn't treated like a freak in a South Avenue. Perhaps that was what felt so wrong among other things. Nothing is as it should be because of Voldemort. I should be home with Sirius and Remus waiting for my owl scores to arrive. Following Dr. Rollins into the house, Harry closed his eyes and focused on the feelings around him and let out the breath he wasn't aware he was holding when he didn't sense any odd emotions nearby. He could feel a hint of tiredness and knew that there were a few people in the neighborhood that were pulling themselves out of bed. Feeling like an intruder, Harry quickly pushed away the feelings and walked up the stairs to the guest room that he currently occupied. He refused to call it his room. His room was at Black Manor just as his home was Black Manor. Mindlessly, Harry entered the guest room and went through the routine he normally followed before crawling into bed. The moment his head hit the pillow, Harry could feel himself drifting off to sleep. He would worry about everything after a few hours of rest when he had a clearer head. He refused to make any more rash decisions. Any more rash decisions could get him killed. Or worse, expelled, as Hermione would say. As Harry fell into darkness, he didn't notice the gentle hands that tucked him in and checked for signs of illness. If he had, Harry would have insisted that he was fine, then insisted that Dr. Rowland's return to work. He knew it was cruel for him to be so cold to someone who had given so much, but it was necessary. Harry could not become attached. The pain that came with caring was too much to handle. It was a mixture of bright sunlight and the feelings of feathers against his face that brought Harry out of his slumber. Opening his eyes, Harry had to smile at the bright red feathers that blocked his vision. It seemed that someone else was catching up on some needed rest. Ever since that night when Fawkes had helped Harry leave the wizarding world, the Phoenix had a tendency of appearing while Harry was sleeping and stayed by Harry's side until he awoke. The long visits made Harry wonder if Professor Dumbledore was at Hogwarts to notice how often his Phoenix was gone for hours at a time. Turning onto his side, Harry gently pet the bird's soft feathers and bit back a laugh at the content trill Fawkes let out. It didn't take much to make Fawkes happy. Just like Hedwig. Just like his family. In the wizarding world, there wasn't a day that passed without Harry hoping that his owl, Hedwig, was all right. He was surprised that he hadn't seen her at all in the past month, but he figured that it was probably better this way. Everyone knew Harry Potter had a snow owl. She was just too easy to track to chance it. Fawkes finally lifted his head and looked at Harry, who smiled before reaching for his glasses. Sliding them on, Harry blinked as everything came into focus, along with Fawkes' sympathetic gaze. Harry let out a sigh as he sat up and once again caressed the bird's feathers. He glanced at the clock on the bedside table and could hardly believe it was early afternoon already. He had slept longer than he thought he would. Returning his attention to Fawkes, Harry fell into the routine that he took whenever Fawkes visited. "How's Sirius?" he asked softly. Fawkes let out a soft gloomy trill as if to say, "He still misses you." Harry nodded as his gaze fell. "And everyone else?" Instead of answering, Fawkes nudged a rolled-up issue of the Daily Prophet towards Harry, who took the hint and unrolled the newspaper and looking at the front page. Harry could hardly hold back his shock at the headline along with a picture of the dark mark underneath it. 33 Muggles dead. WHO cited in Muggle London. Aurors and law enforcement officials were called into action at 4 o'clock this morning as who officially made his presence known. Eyewitnesses claim that he who must not be named personally led the attack on a Muggle neighborhood in London that killed 33 Muggles and injured 12 more. Who and his followers appeared to be moving from house to house searching for something or someone. He was definitely searching for someone, an eyewitness revealed. He told his followers to find him, and was really angry when they didn't find the person. With who's hatred towards Muggles, many believe that who was searching for a witch or a wizard living in that area. The ministry has quickly issued an order for all witches and wizards in or around the attacked area to send word to the Department of Law Enforcement for possible relocation for their own safety. Until we discover who is targeting, we must act to protect those who may be caught in the crossfire, Minister Scrimgeour stated. We realize this may be an inconvenience to many, but we hope that we will find who's intended target quickly. This is the first attack since who lost 10 of his followers in a ministry raid in the Department of Mysteries, including Peter Pettigrew, Lucius Malfoy and Barty Crouch Jr., who everyone believed died in Azkaban years ago. Is this merely a retaliation to send the wizarding world into a panic, or is there something more to who's actions? Is there really someone in Muggle London that who is willing to search every house for? Harry let out a sigh as he set the newspaper down. He should have known Voldemort had been up to something when his scar started hurting. Voldemort's action left a pain in the pit of Harry's stomach. There was a chance that Voldemort was searching for someone else, but if history was any indicator, then that chance was slim to none. It was clear that Voldemort had discovered that Harry Potter was no longer protected by Albus Dumbledore and was currently hiding in Muggle London. The question now was what to do about it. Harry wasn't ready to face him again, but could he really stand by and let people continue to die because of it? No. If working at the hospital had taught Harry anything, it was that every life is precious and worth fighting for, no matter how futile the effort may seem. It didn't matter if the person was a wizard, witch, squib, or muggle. There was no difference. A life was still a life. Muggles were just like witches and wizards. They were simply trying to make it through the day. Harry had to hold back a snort. It seemed that in his effort to not care, he had grown to care more than he had ever imagined. Quiet waves of compassion brushed against Harry, causing him to return his attention to Fawkes. The red and gold bird let out a soft, reassuring trill. Harry let a smile escape as he gently scratched Fawkes' head. "It looks like we've run out of time, Fawkes," he said quietly. "I can't run again. Running would only put more people in danger, but I can't stay either." Fawkes let out another compassionate soft trill. "If Voldemort is looking for me, then I need to be seen somewhere other than Muggle London. I just wish we knew for certain." Fawkes leapt into the air and flew over to windowsill before landing. Pushing off the bedcovers, Harry curiously followed the bird to the window and looked out. He didn't see anything out of the ordinary. He noticed that Mrs. Jansen was tending her garden across the street and a few children were riding bikes nearby. All in all, nothing looked out of the ordinary. By habit, Harry closed his eyes, reached out, and could sense hints of happiness, excitement, tiredness, and irritation. Harry forced himself to relax and reached out once again, and this time felt a touch of anger and hate in addition to the irritation. Opening his eyes, Harry looked out the window again, trying to find where the negative feelings were coming from, but still saw nothing out of the ordinary. He turned to Fawkes, who was watching him intently. "They're here, aren't they?" he asked. "They're here looking for me." Fawkes let out an affirmative trill, sending Harry into motion. There was no time to waste. If Death Eaters were indeed in the neighborhood, then Harry's presence was putting everyone else at risk. He quickly cleaned up and packed what he could in his backpack. He needed to get far away from here. There were plenty of families on this block alone. Harry didn't want to think of them being killed because of him, something he knew Voldemort wouldn't hesitate to do. Was this a rash decision? Most likely, but Harry truly believed that he had no other choice. He knew the children who lived in this neighborhood. He knew the families. They were good people who didn't deserve to be dragged into a war concerning a world they didn't even know about. This neighborhood didn't deserve to be wiped out for any reason, especially one man's obsession. Once he was packed and attached his wand holster that held his Hollywood wand to his right wrist, Harry grabbed some paper and a pen from his bedside table. He knew he couldn't go without leaving some sort of note for Dr. Rollins, no matter how vague it would have to be. It couldn't be the exact truth, but Harry didn't want to completely lie to the doctor either. "Unfortunately, I don't have much of a choice." With not much time to waste, Harry quickly wrote a generic note thanking Dr. Rollins for everything, but something had come up forcing him to leave. With an action that reminded Harry so much of a month ago, Harry left the note on his pillow and grabbed his backpack before approaching the patiently waiting Phoenix. He still wore his glasses, since everyone knew the boy who lived had glasses and looked nearly identical to his father. Harry still looked a lot like James Potter, but there now were differences that set them apart. Other than Harry's green eyes, Harry's hair was shorter and kept somewhat neat with some Muggle products that JJ had introduced him to. He was stockier than James Potter ever was from the physical training he had endured over the past few years, but the Potter genetics still made him lean, not that Harry minded. He had received more than enough attention during his 5th year because he had put on a little muscle. Fawkes let out a soft trill as he took flight and landed on Harry's shoulder. No words needed to be said. In the past month, Fawkes and Harry had in a way reached a silent understanding between them. Fawkes knew what needed to be done and Harry trusted Fawkes' judgment. Closing his eyes, Harry felt a flash of warmth for a moment and knew that he was no longer in Dr. Rollins' home. He opened his eyes and noticed that he was on Charing Cross Road, across the street from the Leaky Cauldron. The weight disappeared from his shoulder as Fawkes took flight before vanishing with a flash of flames. Inhaling deeply, Harry mentally thanked Fawkes before returning his attention to the Leaky Cauldron. Once traffic was clear, Harry crossed the street and, with a deep breath, entered the Leaky Cauldron. The tiny, grubby-looking pub was surprisingly crowded. The place wasn't as full as it normally was, but there were still plenty of people sitting at the tables and standing at the bar. Standing behind the bar was Tom, the old bartender who was rather bald and resembled a toothless walnut. Harry didn't know a lot about the man, only that he was an extremely friendly, especially to Hagrid. All in all, the place hadn't changed at all since he had been here with the Weasleys nearly 4 years ago. Before Sirius and Remus entered my life. He hadn't been to Diagon Alley after that. He had been shielded at Hogwarts after his kidnapping, for the summer before his 3rd year for protection. For the summer before his 4th year, Harry had picked up everything at Hogsmeade. Last summer, Harry hadn't been allowed to even leave Black Manor. It had felt so weird to actually have a parental figure at first, but Harry had quickly grown to welcome the protectiveness Sirius and Remus had for him. In his eyes, Sirius and Remus could do no wrong. Sirius and Remus had been the family he had always wanted. Harry quickly pushed the thoughts out of his head and walked through the pub. Distant waves of nervousness and fear brushed against him. Evidently, the article in the Daily Prophet had left quite a mark on the wizarding community. Unless something else has happened that I don't know about. Harry continued walking, showing no sign that he was aware in the slightest of what others in the room were feeling. Most would feel it was an invasion of privacy. Harry agreed, but, considering what was happening, he needed to be cautious. He walked out of the pub and into a small, walled courtyard. The door closed behind him, blocking the gentle waves of emotions. Harry let out a relieved sigh. There were times when he forgot what it had been like before his empathy had manifested. It had become second nature for him to reach out for confirmation or denial to what his other senses told him. Harry hadn't met a person yet who could hide their emotions completely. Some people were extremely talented in keeping their emotions from surfacing, but Harry could still sense what they were hiding. He would need that talent in order to determine friend from foe, especially in the wizarding world. Flicking his right wrist, Harry grabbed his wand and tapped the wall in a similar fashion that Hagrid had shown him almost 5 years ago. The brick he had touched trembled, then wiggled before a small hole began to appear, growing wider and wider until a large archway stood in place of the wall, revealing a cobbled street that twisted and turned out of sight. He could almost hear Hagrid's voice, welcoming him to Diagon Alley. It felt like a lifetime ago. So much had changed since then. He had changed so much since then. Reholstering his wand, Harry stepped through the archway, aware that it instantly turned back into a solid wall, blocking him from the leaky cauldron. He started towards Gringotts at a casual pace, waiting for someone to shout out his name, but the funny thing was, no one did. No one seemed to even notice him. In fact, Harry finally realized that no one noticed him in the leaky cauldron either. He hadn't thought much of it at the time because everyone had been engaged in their own conversation, but Tom usually greeted everyone that entered. Well, he at least acknowledged when someone entered. Slowing his pace, Harry cautiously reached out again and could feel soft waves of emotion similar to what he had felt in the pub, in addition to impatience. He discreetly stepped out of the crowd and took a good look at the scene in front of him. People were hurrying from store to store, clearly desperate to finish their shopping as soon as possible. Harry had to wonder if there was something going on that he didn't know about. Why were people so worried when Voldemort was attacking Muggle neighborhoods? If anything, Diagon Alley should be considered a safe area. And I'm about to turn it into a battlefield. How thick could I be? Harry suddenly didn't know what to do anymore. He couldn't announce his presence in Muggle London and risk the lives of people who had no idea of Voldemort's existence, but he couldn't risk the lives of witches and wizards either. No one deserved to be caught in the crossfire. Whatever was going to happen, Harry had to make sure that it was someplace secluded, if there was such a place in London. What I really need is someone to talk to, but no one would understand what I'm trying to do, what I have to do. Closing his eyes, Harry turned around and started walking back to the leaky cauldron. He didn't know what to think, especially considering the fact that he was walking down Diagon Alley in broad daylight and no one had noticed. It was almost like he was walking around wearing his father's invisibility cloak that he had left in his trunk, except for the fact that people walked around him. Everyone realized that someone was there, they just weren't aware of who that person actually was. Suddenly, Harry remembered what he had been told the night he left Hogwarts. He is using his own magic to protect you, my child. He is shielding you from being found unless you want to be found. Fawkes' protection was still there, shielding him from recognition. Harry couldn't believe he had forgotten about that in his need to forget everything that happened that night and the night before. At the time, it had been what he needed to do in order to survive. However, Harry didn't have the luxury anymore. I want to be found. I need to be found. A cool, soft breeze caused Harry to shiver slightly as he waited for the archway to reappear. His body was moving on autopilot as he walked through the archway and into the leaky cauldron. Remembering that night brought back so many images that Harry had fought to forget for the last month. He didn't want to remember Remus that way. The kind, gentle and protective man didn't deserve to be remembered as a victim of silver poisoning. Those purple lines all over Remus' face and arms, the visual proof of what effect Pettigrew's silver hand had towards werewolves, made Harry sick to his stomach. No, Harry refused to remember Remus like that. Remus had always been the voice of reason, always managing to find a solution in the chaos. Remus had always been the one to keep Sirius in check, well, except when the situation demanded for Sirius' overprotective nature to take hold. The Remus Lupin Harry wanted to remember was the man who taught him the Patronus charm, the man always offered an ear to listen to whatever had Harry stressed out, and the man who always explained whatever strange behavior Sirius displayed. Unfortunately, Harry couldn't block that final look at his guardian out of his mind. It was permanently imprinted, coming forth whenever Harry thought about Remus and bringing all of the emotions that he felt that night with it. Walking through the leaky cauldron towards the front door, Harry was so immersed in his own thoughts that he didn't notice how the conversations around him slowly came to a halt, or the gasps that seemed oddly loud in the silence. Several people moved closer for a better look at the young man who kept his gaze lowered and his shoulders hunched forward slightly. No word was spoken until the young man who looked remarkably like the boy who lived walked out of the leaky cauldron, but afterwards, Harry just kept walking, trying to decide what he should do. He walked down Charing Cross Road and reflexively kept his body relaxed but aware. Once again he pushed the thought of his family to the back of his mind. He was in Muggle London now and knew he couldn't afford to be caught off guard. He had seen the effects of being caught by surprise while working in the emergency ward at the hospital. The sound of two cracks behind him forced Harry to quickly turn around and reflexively flick his wrist so his wand was in his hand, ready to defend himself if necessary. He knew the sounds most witches and wizards made from apparating all too well. At the moment, Harry would welcome an enemy, but unfortunately what he was facing was something a lot worse. He was facing members of the Order. And Nymphadora Tonks and Kingsley Shacklebolt were probably two of the worst Order members that he could be facing at the moment, other than Sirius, of course. Both were Aurors, which would make any sort of escape extremely difficult, but that wasn't the worst of it. Tonks was a member of the Black family and had proclaimed herself Harry's honorary aunt, always adding humor to Black Manor. She was also horribly stubborn, just like Sirius and Remus. Harry knew he would have to face them eventually, but he had hoped it would be after Voldemort found out that Harry was no longer in Muggle London. Everything depended on it. Timid waves of nervousness and relief washed over Harry, clearly coming from Tonks. Kingsley was a little harder to read. The man seemed to be guarding his emotions rather well, but Harry could still feel a hint of urgency and relief. These were not the emotions he needed to be feeling at the moment. "What are you two doing here?" Harry asked cautiously. Tonks took a step forward but stopped when Harry took a step backwards. "Harry, we need to take you home," she said gently. "You're not safe out here. You know who is looking for you. He has been for weeks. The sooner we return you to headquarters the better." "Sirius is safer this way," Harry interrupted. He was not going to let Tonks play the sympathy card. He already had more than enough guilt on his plate without Tonks adding to it. "I know Voldemort is looking for me. Why do you think I'm here? Shopping. Wasting the day away. Death Eaters are searching through Muggle neighborhoods, killing families, innocent families." Tonks moved to take another step forward but was held back by Shacklebolt. "I don't expect you to understand, but accept that this is the way it has to be." This time Shacklebolt took a small step forward ever so slightly. "Harry, do you really think you can take them all on yourself?" he asked calmly. Such a move is nothing short of suicide. We can't let you do that. You're still a kid, Harry. It's not your job to protect everyone. It is ours to protect you. Harry looked directly at Shacklebolt, his eyes narrowing in anger. At what cost? He asked through his teeth. I'm not a kid. I haven't been one for quite some time. At Tonks and Shacklebolt's sympathetic gazes, Harry bit back the urge to shout at them. Why couldn't they understand that he didn't have the luxury of being just a kid anymore? The cost of people protecting him was just too great. Protecting him had cost Remus his life. The sound of multiple cracks once again from behind forced Harry to quickly turn around, but this time there were nearly a dozen cloaked and masked Death Eaters with their wands at the ready. Harry instantly found himself being pulled backwards as Shacklebolt placed himself in front of Harry while Tonks kept a grip on his arm. The two Aurors had fallen into protect Harry at all costs mode, something that was bound to get them killed. Tonks, take Harry and go, Shacklebolt said quietly as he pulled out his wand. Take him to headquarters. You know our orders. Tonks nodded and pulled Harry close, but nothing happened. I can't apparate, she said anxiously. We're trapped. We have to run for it. Shacklebolt let out a frustrated groan. Just go, he ordered. Before Harry could even protest, he was being pulled by his arm towards the leaky cauldron, leaving Shacklebolt to face the Death Eaters alone. It wasn't long before Harry and Tonks ran face first into an invisible barrier. So much for running for it. Shaking the shock out of his head, Harry didn't have time to think before arms wrapped around him and pulled him to the ground. A curse sailed over their heads. The battle had begun. This is not good, Tonks said as she pulled out her wand and stood up with her free hand still holding onto Harry's arm. Sirius is going to kill me. Shacklebolt was already trying to hold off the Death Eaters as curses and jinxes fired back and forth. Harry had to admit that the man was good. Even though it was 12-1, Shacklebolt fought with a sense of instinct that Harry had never seen before. Shacklebolt moved in a way that allowed him to avoid being hit and being in a position to hit his opponent more effectively. Tonks started to attack the invisible barrier, still trying to find a way out, although Harry had a feeling that she wasn't going to succeed. Not knowing what else to do, Harry pointed his wand at the Death Eaters. He needed to do something. He couldn't just stand aside and watch. Stupefy, he shouted. Protega Maximus. Caught by surprise, the stunning spell hit one of the Death Eaters, who fell to the ground with a thud. The rest of the group appeared to be slightly bewildered by the semi-transparent blue-tinted shield that appeared at the end of Harry's wand, separating them from their prey. Harry instantly focused on pushing all of his strength through his wand and into the shield as he approached Shacklebolt. He knew that the shield wouldn't hold up for long, especially with 11 conscious Death Eaters firing spells and curses. Shacklebolt stared at Harry in amazement for a brief moment before he returned his attention to the obstacle in front of him. The Death Eaters were also surprised at the intense shield, but quickly snapped out of their stupor and resumed firing curses. Each curse sent a quick flash of pain through Harry's body, something that Shacklebolt quickly noticed. The Auror repeated the protection spell, adding his own strength to the shield and sharing the impact of the spells that were quickly increasing in quantity. Even with the additional support, Harry could feel the shield slowly breaking down. If the attack continued, Harry knew the backlash from the shield breaking would most likely render all of them unconscious. Closing his eyes, Harry bowed his head and concentrated on the magic he was pouring through his wand. He needed to alter the collapsing shield. He needed to delay the inevitable for just a moment longer. No one else would die because of him. His life was no more important than Tonks or Shacklebolt's. They were a part of his family along with the rest of the Order, just like Sirius and Remus. Harry let out a gasp as a sudden rush of power coursed through him, similar to his healing episodes. It wasn't anywhere near as powerful as his outbursts, but it would have to do. His eyes quickly opened for him to see the shield thin itself out and wrap around Kingsley, who was staring at the shifting shield in disbelief. A chorus of Crucio filled Harry's ears as Kingsley went flying backwards, leaving Harry to receive the majority of the blast when the shield collapsed. Intense pain flooded his body as the area around him exploded. Harry couldn't bring himself to move, let alone scream, as he landed on the ground with heavy pieces of the street that he had been standing on a moment ago landed on him, burying him. He could vaguely hear someone shouting his name, but it sounded a world away. Distant voices called out spells to alert Harry that the fight was still going on above the Rubel. He tried to move, but the weight on top of him made it impossible. Harry's thoughts instantly shifted to his wand, only for him to realize that it wasn't in his right hand any longer. He could feel a slight warmth against his chest, exactly where the pendants Sirius and Remus gave him for Christmas rested. If Sirius was wearing his, he would now know that Harry was in trouble. Dizziness crept in as Harry fought to maintain consciousness. He could feel the stones on top of him being moved slowly, decreasing the weight that had been placed on his aching body. Voices started to increase in volume, but they were too distorted to make out. Hands roughly grabbed his arms and pulled him out of the debris, causing Harry to cry out as pain screamed through his entire body. He was released and fell to the ground with a thud. The remnants of his backpack was roughly pulled off and tossed aside. That was all it took for Harry to know that he was in the hands of the enemy.
Get Potter out of here. We have our orders. Harry finally forced his eyes to open partially, only to realize that he had lost his glasses, but did notice an overabundance of black to confirm his suspicions. His panic had set in as a Death Eater grabbed him by the shirt and lifted his upper body off the ground. Harry instantly tried to break free and was instantly knocked into a daze, and the Death Eater back-fisted him. The next thing Harry felt was a familiar tug behind his navel, followed by an overabundance of nausea before he was slammed, back first on the hard floor. At that moment Harry was too consumed by pain to acknowledge any more. Exhaustion and pain fought to push him into unconsciousness, but Harry fought back to stay awake. He had to fight back. He had to find some way to escape, even though it would be extremely difficult at this point. Harry could barely move, let alone fight. He had no idea where his wand was, so dueling was certainly out of the question. The sound of someone approaching startled Harry out of his thoughts. What happened? An angry deep voice snarled. You were supposed to bring him back unharmed. The Dark Lord will be furious to find him in this condition. Harry's captor stood up and roughly grabbed the injured teenager by his shirt and started to drag him. We didn't have a choice. The Death Eater snapped back. Dumbledore's order got there first. We had to fight for him. Besides, having the brat half dead is better than not having him at all. The Death Eater slowed his pace before entering a dark and musty room. Bloody Gryffindors. Snape wasn't lying when he said Potter was the worst of them. Stop your complaining, the deeper-voiced Death Eater said in annoyance. The Dark Lord is coming tonight, so I suggest you do something to make him a little more presentable. Call Snape if you have to. I need to adjust the wards so the old fool can't find us. Harry tried to squint in order to make out where he was, but the darkness, in addition to his muddled mind, made it impossible. There was a brief screeching sound before Harry was lifted and tossed like a rag doll, sending screaming pain through his body as he collided with the floor. He heard another screeching noise, then a click. Squinting once again, Harry could only groan when he finally made out that he was in some sort of cell. This was bad, extremely bad. He was trapped without a wand and currently unable to move. At the moment he couldn't think of how this could get any worse. At least everyone else is still safe. It wasn't much of a consolation, but at the moment it was all Harry had. He had no idea if Tonks and Shacklebolt were okay or if anyone else had been injured. He had no idea if Sirius had arrived, only to see Harry disappear with a Death Eater. This was certainly one of your worst ideas ever, Harry mentally scolded himself. Once again he had rushed off without thinking everything through. He never considered what he had to do after he had been spotted. Some things never change. Harry didn't know how long he was trapped in a partial doze before the sound of angry voices echoing brought him back to consciousness. His entire body was throbbing in pain, which made any sort of movement impossible. Breathing had even become somewhat difficult without pain. He could only assume that development was a result of his treatment after the explosion. Harry didn't even want to think about what a few minutes with Voldemort would do to him now. Echoing footsteps quickly alerted Harry that at least two people were coming. He could do nothing but listen as they came closer and closer. His eyes remained closed as the two individuals entered the room. Silence filled the air for what felt like an eternity. Concentrating, Harry could vaguely feel hints of irritation, fear and concern. That was a surprise. Unless they called Professor Snape. Even so, I must look horrible for Professor Snape to actually feel concern. The cell door creaked open. I see you didn't bother handling your cargo with care, A familiar voice drawled. "Are you certain he's even alive?" "He's breathing," answered the impatient voice of his captor. "Just do what you can. The Dark Lord will be here in a few hours. We need to have Potter at least conscious by then." A hand rested on Harry's shoulder, causing him to stiffen slightly and let out a soft moan. Anna's pain sparked from the movement. Harry could hear his kidnapper leaving but remained completely still until the footsteps were too distant to make out clearly. The hand moved from his shoulder and gently rested on his forehead, nearly shocking Harry in how cold the hand was. Hands carefully maneuvered Harry so that he was lying flat on his back. Harry bit his lower lip to hold back the cries of pain that screamed through his body. Why couldn't Snape just leave him alone?
"You've really done it now, Potter," Professor Snape sneered softly as he burrowed an arm underneath Harry's shoulders and carefully propped the teenager into a somewhat upright position, Harry's head naturally tilting backwards slightly as he let out another moan of pain. "Sometimes I wonder if you even have a brain in that thick head of yours." There was a rustle of clothing followed by popping sound. "This is a powerful healing potion, Potter. Try not to waste it by spitting it out."
The potion was poured down Harry's throat with ease. Almost immediately Harry could feel the pain throughout his body slowly decreasing. Everything suddenly felt extremely hazy. A distant voice was talking to him, but he couldn't make out the words. Another potion was poured down his throat before Harry felt himself being lifted off the floor and placed on something firm and warm but was still held somewhat upright. Suddenly his shirt vanished, allowing Harry to feel the chilling air. He opened his eyes partially but couldn't make out anything. "Scourgify," Professor Snape said, breaking through the haze. "Ferula." Harry let out a gasp as bandages wrapped around his ribcage and his wrists. He was then gently lowered completely onto the firm surface and, in the blink of an eye, had a comfortable shirt on. The haze intensified, forcing Harry to close his eyes again and drift off. He barely realized that his legs had been checked over and bandaged before the remnants of his pants were transfigured into a pair of pajama bottoms. His shoes were removed and he was covered with a blanket. All Harry knew was that the pain had finally gone away. The pain seemed to return only a moment later, only this time it was coming from his scar. It didn't take long for Harry to realize what was going on. Voldemort was coming. As difficult as it was, Harry forced himself not to panic. Well, at least not let his panic show. There really was no way to refrain from panicking considering the current situation. Harry knew he wouldn't last long in any sort of fight at the moment. Although the pain wasn't anywhere near what bad as it was before, Harry still had difficulty actually moving his limbs. They felt extremely heavy for some reason. Pain seared from his scar as footsteps filled his ears. Harry focused on his breathing, pushing any sort of thought out of his mind. His chest ached, but at least it didn't actually hurt to breathe anymore. The pain from his scar slowly decreased to more of an annoyance than anything. As the footsteps became more distinct, Harry could feel subtle waves of anger, annoyance and eagerness. He hated that feeling, especially when it came from Voldemort. Harry fought to remain completely still and relaxed as he heard 3 individuals enter the room. The cell door creaked open. A set of footsteps slowly approached Harry, but the 15-year-old remained still, lying on his back with his head turned away. His scar prickled in pain, altering Harry that it was Voldemort who was approaching. He quickly focused on nothing but his breathing, trying desperately to ignore the waves of negative emotions that were pouring from Voldemort. There was so much hate and anger brushing against him. Harry wanted nothing more than to push it away, but he didn't know how. The silence was broken by Voldemort's high-pitched voice. "I assume Potter refused to come quietly," he hissed as he turned and looked at the 2 Death Eaters standing outside the cell. "I trust this is your handiwork, Severus." "Yes, my lord," Professor Snape said obediently. "You made it clear that you wanted Potter physically unharmed when he was captured. Was I wrong to tend to his wounds?" There was a brief silence. "No, Severus," Voldemort said firmly. "I do want him physically capable of defending himself. I want everyone seeing me defeat a healthy Harry Potter. However, I will need you to prepare a magic suppressing potion as soon as possible. The boy has a rather annoying habit of escaping my clutches. I trust the old fool is calling in every favor at the moment. Does he suspect anything, Severus?" "No, Master," Professor Snape answered. "The old fool still believes that you are trying to recruit Potter." Voldemort let out a hiss. If Potter wasn't so stubborn I would be, he spat. The boy is too devoted to his precious guardians. Is the blood traitor still confined? Yes, my lord, Snape sneered. Dumbledore seems to believe keeping the mud under lock and key is the only way to ensure Potter's return. A hand tightly gripped Harry's shoulder in a manner that he hadn't felt in years.
Harry quickly sat up, ignoring the pain that shot through his body as he looked straight ahead at nothing in particular. His mind worked quickly to cover for the reflexive action. He had only one chance. He just hoped that Voldemort would believe it. "I'm up, Uncle," Harry said groggily. He shakily pulled back the blanket and moved to slide off of the cot. "I'm sorry for oversleeping. I'll make breakfast and start my chores. I promise."
A hand grabbed his chin and slowly tilted Harry's head upwards. Harry quickly forced himself to think of his life at the Dursleys and nothing else. Green eyes met red for a moment before Harry's eyes rolled backwards and he collapsed back on the cot.
"Interesting," Voldemort hissed as he stepped back. "Severus, I want to know the full extent of his injuries as soon as possible, especially any head injuries. Memory problems could work in our favor. Also, I want him guarded. No one, other than you, Severus, is to enter this cell without my permission. Truden, you will take the first watch. If any harm comes to Potter, you will be punished severely. Do you understand?" "Why, yes, master," came a fearful reply. Voldemort walked out of the cell, then out of the room without another word.
Tension filled the air as Professor Snape slowly entered the cell and moved directly for the cot in the corner. Hands gently checked Harry's wounds before he was given 2 more foul-tasting potions. Waves of hate and anger were replaced with waves of concern and fear. Harry turned his head towards where his potions teacher was kneeling. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know if it was wise to say anything. "What was all that about?" Truden asked in annoyance. "Since when are prisoners treated like royalty?" "I highly doubt Potter will be treated like royalty, Truden," Professor Snape sneered as he rose to his feet and walked out of the cell. "It would be wise to remember your place. Those who question the Dark Lord find that they don't live for very long. If the Dark Lord wants Potter to remain untouched, then we have no choice but to obey." The cell door closed as Truden let out a huff. "I can't believe this," he spat. "I'm stuck playing babysitter to a pampered Gryffindor." At the sound of Professor Snape leaving the room, Harry listened to Truden grumble for nearly another hour before drifting off. He didn't know if Voldemort actually believed the act, but that was only one of his many problems. He didn't like the thought of a magic-suppressing potion. He had read about them while studying for his owls and knew that they could be dangerous if the dosage wasn't exact. Whatever Voldemort had in mind, Harry knew it wasn't going to be pleasant. In a way, he wished Voldemort was still adamant to convince him to turn. At least then Harry knew what to do. He knew what to expect. It was clear that Voldemort had not been as inactive as what the Daily Prophet had implied. He had just been extremely discreet on what he had been up to. Harry had a feeling that he would come face to face to exactly what that was extremely soon.
In the hands of the enemy. The sensation of something pricking his right arm quickly pulled Harry out of his slumber. He instantly opened his eyes to see a somewhat blurry woman with long blonde hair leaning over him. Confusion quickly set in his clouded mind. He tried to move but found that his wrists and ankles were held in some sort of restraints. Panic quickly overruled any other thought as Harry frantically tried to pull himself free. What was going on? Why was he bound like this?
A hand grabbed his right arm to hold it in place, only increasing Harry's panic. He continued to fight against the restraints and quickly found himself trapped in a full body bind. Harry could do nothing but stare as the woman's attention returned to his right arm. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry noticed that there was something attached to his arm that was slowly changing color to red. His weeks at the hospital instantly came back to him. He recognized what was being done to him. This woman was drawing blood for some reason. Closing his eyes, Harry tried to calm himself down, but it was rather difficult. He couldn't move whatsoever. He was completely helpless, something that Harry hated. His frustration got the better of him as Harry opened his eyes to see the woman pulling the needle out of his arm and walking over to the far side of the cell and setting the syringe down on something that Harry assumed was a small table since he really couldn't make it out. The woman walked back to Harry, pulled out her wand and with a swish, healed the slightly bleeding mark on his arm. There now, The woman said shortly, "Was that really so bad?" Harry doubted she expected a reply since she hadn't removed the body bind. She wrapped her fingers around his wrist and checked his pulse for a moment before letting out an irritated sigh. "I can see that you're not going to make this easy on yourself, Potter. No matter. I can finish my work with you in a body bind. The Dark Lord isn't a patient person and he wants these results as soon as possible." Results? What results? Harry could only watch as the woman waved her wand over him, causing a subtle greenish-silver mist to form. The woman walked over to the table and grabbed a few items before returning to Harry's side. Harry could barely make out that the woman had a quill in one hand and a clipboard with a piece of parchment attached to it in the other. She stared at the mist for a long moment before she started taking notes. The only sound that could be heard was her quill striking against parchment. "How odd," the woman said softly. "Magical levels in the normal range." She placed her quill in her mouth, then grabbed her wand, waved it again and watched as the mist slowly expanded until it completely surrounded Harry. After a few moments, she pocketed her wand and grabbed her quill out of her mouth to continue taking notes. "Now that is interesting. It appears that the Dark Lord was right about you, Potter. There is actually something odd here." Odd? Odd wasn't a good thing. Harry had wanted to hide his empathy for as long as humanly possible, especially from Voldemort. The last thing he wanted was for his new abilities to be used against him, or worse, against the Order of the Phoenix. Against Sirius. No, Harry would rather die than betray his family. No matter what Voldemort had in mind, Harry wouldn't give in regardless of what it cost him. The woman banished the mist, then returned to taking more notes before she turned away and walked back to the table. At the moment, Harry really wished he had his glasses so he could see what she was doing. He could hear soft clinking noises of glass hitting against glass. Closing his eyes, Harry tried to make any part of his body move despite the fact that his body was still bound physically and magically. He needed to escape before anyone discovered anything else. The sound of echoing footsteps quickly snapped Harry out of his thoughts. Opening his eyes, Harry could only listen as the footsteps intensified in volume. His scar wasn't hurting any more than what it had been, which meant it wasn't Voldemort who was coming. Forcing his eyes closed, Harry fought to calm himself down as he tentatively reached out with his senses and felt faint hints of curiosity, impatience and annoyance. Anger and frustration slowly started to creep in. Whoever was coming certainly wasn't going to be in the best of moods. The footsteps slowed as the individual reached the room and entered. Harry forced himself to keep his eyes closed for the time being. He figured it was the safest option at the moment. "Master is demanding an update," a deep voice ordered. "He wants to move ahead with his plans." "You may inform the Dark Lord that I am still running tests," the woman shot back. "I told him it would take at least 2 hours to run the necessary tests. If he wants to know what is so special about the Potter brat, then he needs to be patient. I have found an oddity and I'm currently looking into it. You may tell him that." "It's your funeral, McDaniels," the man huffed, then left, his footsteps once again echoing loudly. The sound of something slamming against the table startled Harry into opening his eyes quickly. "Blast it all!" McDaniels cried in frustration. "How am I supposed to work if he doesn't give me the time to run the tests?" She turned around and pointed her wand at Harry. "Finite incantatum." Harry felt his body relax and turned his head to look at the somewhat blurry Death Eater. "Better," she said with a nod. "Now that you're not in the middle of a panic attack, perhaps you can answer a few questions." Yeah, right. Having a causal discussion about his magical anomalies with a Death Eater was certainly not on his list of things to do. There were times when Harry had to wonder if any of these people actually had a brain. These people were holding him prisoner for the very person who was behind the majority of the hardships Harry had faced in his life. How could they think he would willingly tell them anything? McDaniels approached Harry, her wand firmly pointed at his head. "There are ways to make you comply, Potter," she said casually. "The Dark Lord doesn't want you touched to keep your overall mind intact, but there are methods that can cause intense pain without pushing one into insanity. I assure you that they are extremely painful." A cruel smile appeared on her face as she moved her wand down to his chest. "Tell me how you were able to control your magic so well, Potter." Harry stared at the woman for a long moment before he turned his head away and stared at the blurry bars of the cell. There was absolutely no way he was saying anything. Truthfully, he really didn't believe he could control his magic at all. If his outbursts were any indication, it was his magic that controlled him, not the other way around. Even now, Harry still didn't have any actual control on when his healing ability decided to kick in. For the past few years, uncontrollable magic had been the norm for him. Intense pain suddenly overruled his body, causing him to convulse regardless of the restraints that were holding him in place. Harry was too shocked to scream or do anything but succumb to the pain. It felt like his entire body was being completely torn apart. The pain was so intense Harry didn't even realize that the pendant he was wearing was extremely warm against his chest. What felt like an eternity was actually only a few minutes before the intense pain suddenly vanished, leaving an exhausted and heavily breathing teenager. His entire body ached too much to even consider moving. McDaniels pocketed her wand. "Think about it, Potter," she said coldly. "I would sincerely hate to make your stay with us even more unpleasant than it's bound to be." Without another word, she turned and walked back to the table and continued running her tests on Harry's blood. Closing his eyes, Harry could do nothing but listen to the clinking noises made from across the cell. That was the last thing he knew before darkness quickly consumed him. Intense pain from his scar quickly brought Harry out of his dreamless sleep. It took him a moment to realize that he was still bound to the cot in a cell in a hideout for Voldemort. His entire body was aching and his mind felt extremely sluggish. It took Harry a moment to realize that the rapid pounding he was hearing was in fact the footsteps of two people were approaching. By the increasing pain of his scar, Harry could only assume who one of the individuals was. Closing his eyes, Harry tried to think about anything but the pain. He tried to clear his mind and concentrate on his occlumency lessons, but even that didn't work. Intense anger and impatience flooded in so quickly that Harry felt like he was being suffocated. He hadn't felt anything like this from Voldemort since before he started occlumency. Why was this happening now? How was this possible? Don't panic. Focus on breathing and only breathing. As difficult as it was, Harry forced himself to concentrate completely on breathing, but the constant echoing footsteps and the increasing pain made it incredibly difficult. He needed to mentally be someplace else. It was the only option he had. He remembered the times in the Marauder quarters he would spend with Sirius and Remus just staring at the fire in the fireplace. He felt completely safe there, knowing that Sirius and Remus were there sitting beside him. That was where Harry longed to be. A distant high-pitched and annoyed voice pulled Harry's attention away from the flames. "I have given you more than enough time, Audrey. Tell me what you found." A frightened female voice answered as calmly as humanly possible. "My lord, I apologize for the delay, but it was necessary. I came across some abnormalities that I wanted to re-examine. Most of them I still don't understand. I trust you are aware of the magical reserves that are present in every magical being, human and otherwise?" The high-pitched voice was even more irritated now. "Get on with it." There was a moment of silence before the woman's voice spoke again. "My lord, I'm trying to explain. On the surface, Potter is completely normal. It wasn't until I performed more in-depth scans on his magic that I found an oddity. It seems that Potter is able to tap into his reserves at will to make his spells stronger. It would explain how Potter has managed to suffer from magical exhaustion so often, if what Snape has told you is correct. Also, several scans revealed that Potter seems to have more active magic than the normal witch or wizard. I can't explain it. This active magic is being constantly used, but I can't determine what for. I've never seen anything like it before." Harry didn't know whether to be nervous or relieved by this news. They had discovered that something wasn't normal, but they hadn't discovered what that actually was. Just because they haven't figured it out yet doesn't mean they won't. Dread flooded in, and before Harry knew it, the Marauder quarters were dissolving into nothingness. The pain from his scar returned, but it wasn't as intense as it had been moments ago. The voices were clearer now. "I see," Voldemort said thoughtfully. "And this justified disobeying my orders?" "Master, silence!" Voldemort roared. Harry's body instantly tensed, although the motion went unnoticed by those in the room. "Because of your impatience, you may have jeopardized everything. My plans do not revolve around your discoveries." Voldemort lowered his tone so it was nothing more than an icy whisper. "You have overestimated your importance to me. You will be punished for your insolence. Leave us. I will deal with you shortly." Harry opened his eyes a bit as the cell door creaked open for McDaniels to hurry out of the cell and out of the room. He could see two somewhat blurry figures enter and knew this was bad, extremely bad. Closing his eyes again, Harry concentrated completely on his restraints. He wasn't going to let them do anything to him without a fight. He wasn't going to let Voldemort succeed no matter what it cost him. Alohomora, Alohomora, Alohomora. A rush of warmth brushed against him as Harry felt the pressure against his wrists and ankles disappear. Without his glasses, Harry knew he would have to rely mainly on his other senses. He quickly pushed all thought out of his mind as he simply acted. He heard someone approaching, and the moment they were close enough, Harry punched the Death Eater in the face with as much strength as he could gather with his right, and while his left instantly reached for their right hand and pulled the wand out of the Death Eater's hand. The Death Eater stumbled back a few steps, which gave Harry the perfect opportunity to stun them. The Death Eater fell to the ground with a thud as Harry pointed his wand to the blur that was Voldemort. Harry slowly slid off the cot and stood, his bare feet coming in contact with the cold floor. His entire body was on alert, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Eagerness and anticipation filled the air. That certainly wasn't what Harry was expecting. It was almost as if Voldemort had been waiting for this to happen. "It appears I have quite the advantage, Harry," Voldemort said casually. "You can't even see me. How are you supposed to fight me?" "I'll manage," Harry said as he took a small step towards the cell door. "Is that so?" Voldemort asked simply as he pulled out his own wand but didn't point it at Harry. "Is that what your father is telling you now? You seem willing to do anything, even abandon your current family for him, for their protection of course, but you still abandoned them. If he told you to join me, would you obey?"
Harry stared at Voldemort in horror. There was only one way Voldemort could know about that. "That was you?" he asked softly. Harry couldn't believe it. Occlumency hadn't worked after all. Voldemort had never been blocked from his mind. All of the support had been part of a plot to gain the trust of a distressed teenager in order to remove him from any sort of protection whatsoever. "And I blindly accepted it all. I must be the thickest person on the planet." Voldemort slowly twirled his wand between his fingers. "Wormtail has been extremely helpful in providing information about your late father and precious guardians," he said, his pride seeping into his voice. "I must say that I probably know them better than you do, especially your father." Harry tightened his grip on the wand in his hand as he fought to keep his emotions under control. He couldn't allow himself to make any mistakes at the moment. "I highly doubt that," Harry said through his teeth. He wasn't about to get into a discussion about his father with Voldemort. Thinking of a possible escape was a higher priority, followed by a way to confront Sirius with everything that had happened. Without any sort of warning, Harry found himself lifted off the ground and slammed into the bars to the left, his shoulder making the initial contact. Pain shot down his arm and back, stunning Harry as he was then flew backwards into the bars, his head and back receiving the majority of the contact. His mind was a clouded mess as he fell onto the cot, bounced slightly and rolled onto the floor, dropping the wand in the process. The pendants against his chest heated slightly. Harry could feel a tear fall. Sirius would know that something had happened and would be helpless to do anything about it. Voldemort flicked his wand at the Death Eater, who started to stir. "Did you really think you had a chance against me, Harry?" he asked casually. "I have underestimated you in the past, but not anymore." The Death Eater glanced around in confusion before he quickly stood up. "Your defiance is admirable. One has to wonder what the Muggle-loving fool ever did to win such loyalty." Voldemort looked directly at the Death Eater. "Administer the potion." The Death Eater reached into his robes and pulled out a small object before he knelt down in front of Harry, who was still too dazed to do anything but watch. A hand roughly turned Harry's face away a moment before Harry felt something pierce his neck. He tried to fight back, but he was quickly overwhelmed by nausea and dizziness. His body started to convulse as he struggled to breathe. He felt like he was suffocating. It was as if something he had relied on for his very survival was being harshly ripped away. Pain flooded his body as the convulsions lessened. Exhaustion quickly set in, making it extremely difficult for Harry to hang on to consciousness. There was a void around him where the soft waves of emotions should have been. He felt absolutely nothing for the first time in a month. Harry gasped for breath as he realized that his empathy and most likely his magic were gone. He was completely defenseless now. "Well?" Voldemort asked impatiently. "Potter's magic is suppressed, Master," answered the quiet voice of Professor Snape.
He will need to be monitored for the next 48 hours for any signs of allergic reaction. His initial reaction was more severe than I had anticipated, unless you want him die from suffocation, my lord. Harry felt himself being carelessly lifted off the floor and levitated to the back wall. Chains appeared out of thin air, connected to the wall and attached themselves to Harry's wrists. Everything else was banished from the cell as Harry fell to the floor with a thud. He let out a painful moan. Anna's pain shot through his body. With extreme effort, Harry managed to even out his breathing, but the simple action had pushed him past his limit. Voices became too distorted to understand. He blacked out. A small crowd of cloaked figures stood before him, fear radiating off of each of them. It was pitiful that these were all that remained of his elite at the moment. These were whom he was forced to trust with his most important of plans, all because a certain teenager continued to be a thorn in his side. Not anymore, he reminded himself. That thorn was now locked away and deemed harmless. Something that the entire wizarding world would soon witness for themselves. The room was barely lit, just like the rest of the abandoned manor. Regardless of the precautions taken, he wouldn't risk his plans ruined because someone happened to notice a light on. The old fool's order and the ministry were bound to be searching high and low for their savior. Harry Potter's abduction had caused a massive hysteria throughout the wizarding world. Many had already declared him dead, since there had been plenty of witnesses to pass on the state they saw Potter in before he vanished. The time has come for all of you to prove yourselves as a member of the inner circle, he said coolly. Harry Potter is no longer a threat. All that remains is destroying his connection to the muggle-loving fool and his sanity. My spies tell me that the blood traitor Sirius Black has been leading the search for his precious godson. He has left the security of his home. I want Black brought to me alive and coherent. I want Potter to watch his beloved godfather die. The crowd of Death Eaters stood proudly now, eager to fulfill their assignment. Sirius Black was an enemy to many of them, especially Bellatrix Lestrange, since Sirius was actually her cousin. No one said a word, though. Ever since Audrey McDaniels, everyone treaded carefully when they stepped foot in the manor. Nothing less than total obedience was accepted, which meant that Harry Potter was certainly off limits. The figure before them pulled out his wand and all lapse in attention vanished. I want the blood traitor here by tomorrow evening, he continued. Do not fail me. There have been too many failures as of late. Harry Potter was brought here by a stroke of luck on your part and stupidity on Potter's. Black won't be as easy. Go. The Death Eaters hurried out of the room like the scared animals that they were. Now alone in the large room, he walked to the fireplace and sat down in a nearby chair. He stared at the dying fire for a moment before a smirk formed on his face. Hello, Harry, he said softly. I know you saw everything. Don't worry. Your godfather will be joining us soon. I'm sure he's simply dying to see you. Harry woke up with a gasp followed by a wince when he realized that his scar was burning in pain. Closing his eyes tightly, he tried to focus on anything but the pain until it decreased to a more manageable annoyance. It was then that Harry realized that his back was aching badly and his left shoulder was throbbing. Sitting up and resting against the wall was a challenge. Any movement only made his pain increase. The restraints connected to his wrists had enough leeway so that he could sit up or lie down, but nothing more than that. Tilting his head backwards against the wall, Harry couldn't believe how empty and alone he felt now. The gentle and reassuring waves of emotions that he had become so dependent on for reassurance in the past month were now gone. Suddenly everything felt a lot more frightening. He would no longer know if anyone entering was being truthful or not. He could no longer trust anything but his instincts, which wasn't exactly comforting. His instincts had gotten him in this mess to begin with. Slowly, Harry opened his eyes but couldn't make out anything in the darkness. He couldn't push away the overwhelming dread at the thought of Sirius being in danger. Closing his eyes again, Harry didn't bother fighting the stinging sensation that always came before tears. He didn't hold back as the tears began to fall. This was his fault. He had no one to blame but himself. If he had only spoken to someone about the voices before running off, if only he had thought things through, if only he hadn't run away, if only. Voldemort was right. Sirius would be heavily involved in the search because Harry would do the same if Sirius had been captured. Sirius would put himself at risk and would sacrifice his life if it were necessary. Without Remus, Sirius was bound to do something rash. Just like I did. Just like I always do. Harry bowed his head as the tears fell freely, not caring if anyone was nearby to see him. The thought of Sirius facing the same fate as Remus was just too much to bear. Dad, Mum, Remus, please keep Midnight safe. I can't lose him too. He's all I have left. A thought suddenly hit him. Could this be a trick? This was just the thing that Voldemort would pull. He had learned the hard way never to believe anything when Voldemort was concerned. This was something that Voldemort would do. He would leave Harry in suspense until it was too late for anything to be done about it. Unless I try to find some way to warn the Order, Harry just wished he knew how. Concentrating, he tried to silently call Fawkes, but the Phoenix never arrived. Harry figured it had to do with his magic being suppressed and tried to focus on other ways of escape. As much as he wanted to dwell on the current situation, he knew that wasn't going to solve anything. Remus and Sirius had always told him that it was important to keep your wits about you in a crisis. Sooner or later, someone's bound to make a mistake. Personally, Harry was hoping for sooner rather than later, but he couldn't just wait around for the opportunity to present itself. Voldemort certainly wouldn't. Patience wasn't exactly a quality that Dark Lords had. Regardless of what happened, Voldemort wanted Harry dead. Breaking him was just a perk, something to brag about to a world that put their faith of survival in a teenager. Of course, no one actually said that the wizarding world contained those gifted with logical sense. Releasing a shaky breath, Harry tried to regain his focus. He was currently chained up in a cell with no possible access to his magic. That meant two things. 1. It was going to be significantly more difficult for him to get free. 2. Chances were that Voldemort's followers wouldn't consider him much of a threat anymore. He would be underestimated. He would need to be if he stood a chance against Death Eaters. Focus on what you can control. Sirius and Remus had worked so hard to make Harry concentrate on the current problem in order to think clearly. As much as Harry hated it, he couldn't do anything about Voldemort's plan to capture Sirius until he found a way to escape. He couldn't risk passing on a warning to Professor Snape since he had no idea if anyone was listening in. No, he wouldn't risk Professor Snape's position like that. Unless I make myself out to be someone who is completely out of their mind and pass the message that way. The sound of echoing footsteps quickly pulled Harry out of his thoughts. He instantly began to calm his breathing and relaxed his body as if he were sleeping. The footsteps grew louder and the echoes decreased. There was only one coming, which meant this was probably a checkup to make sure that their prisoner hadn't died yet. More than likely they don't want to miss out on a chance to avenge their master, and, more importantly, avenge themselves. The footsteps abruptly stopped just before the individual reached the room Harry was in. Muffled voices could be heard for a split second before the door opened. Harry remained perfectly still, listening as the Death Eater opened the door, slowly entered the room, unlocked the cell door and opened it. Keeping his breathing even was a struggle for Harry. He really hated not knowing what was coming. He hated that his abilities had been stripped away when he needed them the most. Still out of it, muttered the deep voice of the Death Eater as he approached. It would be so easy to kill you, Potter, but the Dark Lord demands that you remain alive. The Death Eater crouched down in front of Harry, grabbed Harry by the chin and raised it upwards to see Harry's face. It's absolutely amazing how so many can fear one so young, even when you are completely defenseless. The Death Eater released Harry's chin and watched as the boy's head fell forward before standing back up. Don't worry, Potter. You should have company by this evening. Then the real fun begins. Harry felt something that felt strangely like a pair of glasses being slid on his face. The Dark Lord wants you to see the Blood Trader's death with your own eyes. From what I hear, it should be quite a sight. It took every ounce of self-control Harry had to prevent himself from reacting to the news. They expected to have Sirius by tonight. That meant a few things. First, it wasn't nighttime yet, which gave him at least some sort of time frame. Second, he would have to find a way to escape as soon as possible. Time was no longer on his side. In fact, time was his enemy. The longer he took, the more at risk Sirius was. Unless this is another trick to make me do something incredibly stupid. Unfortunately, Harry couldn't afford to take the risk. As much as he wanted to make his guardians proud, Harry knew that he would have to act first and think later. It was no longer a question of how he could escape without anyone noticing. It was a question of what would he be willing to do to save someone he loved. How far would anyone go? Harry already knew the answer. He would do whatever he could to protect Sirius. He couldn't bear to lose another guardian. Harry let out a gasp as he fell to the floor and started to convulse. Pain flared from his wrists every time he moved them. The sound of his chains moving was the only sound for what felt like an eternity before Harry suddenly found himself in a full body bind, something he hadn't prepared himself for. It took an enormous amount of self-control for Harry to keep his eyes closed and listen. The Death Eater once again crouched down and placed a hand on Harry's chest. A moment later Harry felt the restraints removed from his wrists and heard them fall to the floor with a clank. The body bind was removed, allowing the Death Eater to take a closer look at Harry's wrists. He wasn't going to get another chance at this. As quickly as possible, Harry kicked at the Death Eater's head while manually disarming him. The glasses he was wearing quickly adjusted to his prescription, allowing Harry to actually see his target. Adrenaline poured through his veins as Harry pulled his hand free and punched the Death Eater in the solar plexus and kicked him once again in the head as hard as he possibly could. The Death Eater fell to the ground in a daze as he struggled to breathe. Harry silently thanked Sirius and Remus for teaching him about pressure points in the human body. It certainly would make this a lot easier. With a few well-placed punches, the Death Eater was unconscious and Harry moved as quickly as he could. He changed clothes with the man, pocketed the wand and slipped on the Death Eater's cloak. The man was slightly taller than him and had brown-colored hair instead of black, but turned the right way. The Death Eater could give him the chance he needed to escape. Harry quickly repositioned his decoy so any distinguishing characteristics were hidden. He ripped off a portion of the Death Eater's shirt and gagged the man, then attached the restraints onto the limp wrists. He would have to move quickly yet discreetly. I will also have to find a way out of here without looking like I'm trying to leave. Rising to his feet, Harry pulled the hood of the cloak he was now wearing to hide his face in darkness. He inhaled deeply, gathering his courage, and walked out of the cell. Adrenaline was still coursing through his body, silencing any sign of pain. It was probably the only thing that kept him moving at the moment. As soon as this is over with, I can worry about any injuries I may have. Walking out of the room, Harry noticed the Death Eater guard who was reading the Daily Prophet, apparently bored out of his mind. "You didn't do anything noticeable, right?" the guard asked, although he sounded like he cared in the slightest.
The brat started to panic like a frightened animal, Harry growled, trying to make his voice sound like his decoys. "Don't worry, he's only stunned."
The guard nodded and returned to reading. Harry held in a relieved sigh as he turned to the left and walked down the hallway at a casual yet brisk pace. His entire body was on alert, ready to strike at a moment's notice. His head remained still, but his eyes were continuously moving to locate any sort of exit. He saw another hallway on the left and instantly turned to move out of the Death Eater's line of sight. Harry let out a brief sigh of relief and started to check each door, but only found small empty rooms. Harry was about to turn around when he opened the last door on the right and stopped short at the sight of what could only be described as a large weapons closet. Stepping inside, Harry didn't hesitate in grabbing what he could. He quickly removed his cloak and strapped on a belt that would hold a sword and a chest harness that could hold a few knives just in case. Once he had all of the weapons in their correct places, Harry quickly put the black cloak back on and hurried to find a way out. The hallway veered to the right. Harry could barely hold back his excitement when he saw a window at the end of the hallway. It wasn't the most preferred way out, but it was still a way out. He just hoped that this wasn't a multiple floor abode. He really wasn't looking forward to jumping out a window only to break a leg. That would certainly put a quick halt to his escape and any hope to warning Sirius or the Order. Harry continued checking doors but only found empty rooms. He was nearly halfway to the window when the sound of footsteps made him stop in his tracks. As quickly and quietly as possible, Harry hid in a nearby room and remained completely still. He closed his eyes and covered his mouth as the footsteps grew louder, competing with his thundering heartbeat in his ears. Calm down. Panicking will solve nothing. Breathing deeply, Harry tried to calm himself as he listened to the footsteps walking past his hiding place. He could feel his hands shaking as he waited for the footsteps to fade into nothing. It's now or never. As quietly as possible, Harry opened the door and peeked out into the hallway only to see no one. He couldn't risk being cautious anymore and hurried to the window. He had to escape now or he never would. After a moment of searching, Harry found the latch to unlock it and opened the window to see that he was on the second level. Certainly not as bad as it could be. He carefully crawled onto the windowsill, ignoring the sparks of pain from his wrists. With a final breath, Harry jumped out the window and landed on the ground in a crouched position.
His ankles throbbed on impact, causing Harry to wince. He let out a shaky breath before he stood up and ran as fast as he could. Reaching in his robes, Harry pulled out the stolen wand and tossed it into some hedges nearby. He really had no use for it and couldn't take the chance of anyone tracking it. He didn't know where he was going, but at the moment, anywhere was better than where he had just been. Harry didn't know how long he ran until he came across a dirt road, but from the appearance of the setting sun, it had been quite a while.
He was extremely tired, sore, hungry and thirsty, but he had forced himself to keep moving. The added weight of his weapons had only made the task more difficult. He didn't know how long he had been held captive, but considering how weak his body was feeling, Harry could only assume that it had been at least a few days since he had eaten anything. Deep down, Harry knew he wouldn't last too much longer before dizziness started to set in. If working at a hospital for a month taught him anything, it was how to recognize the signs of exhaustion.
He also knew it wouldn't be long before someone realized that the person in the cell wasn't Harry Potter. Once that happened, Voldemort was bound to retaliate, and Harry certainly wasn't looking forward to that headache. Harry now knew that his occlumency training hadn't actually stopped Voldemort at all. It had simply been a ploy to catch Harry at the right moment, a moment when Harry hadn't been thinking about anything other than the death of one guardian and the possible death of another. So much could have been avoided if I had talked to someone. Why did I trust a voice in my head rather than logic? I let Voldemort take my grief and twist it to suit his own purpose. I really must be the thickest person on the planet. Shaking the thought out of his head, Harry stuck out his wand arm and prayed that it would work. Sirius and Remus had told him once about an emergency transport service for witches and wizards. Would it still work if someone's magic had been suppressed? Harry could only hope, because he didn't think he would be able to make it home on foot. He didn't even know if he had been going in the right direction. A deafening bang was Harry's answer. Jumping backwards, Harry saw a violently purple, triple-decker bus had appeared out of thin air in front of him. There was gold lettering over the windshield that spelled, "The Night Bus." The thing was positively huge. Harry had never seen a bus like it before, but quickly snapped out of his thoughts and reminded himself that Voldemort's lair wasn't too far away. A thin and pimply young man wearing a purple uniform jumped down onto the dirt road. "Welcome to the night bus," he said loudly. Harry instantly reacted, grabbing the conductor by the uniform and shoving him back on the bus. "Hey!" the conductor cried. "Get off. Get the bus moving," Harry ordered through his teeth. "Unless you want to come face to face with Voldemort's finest, of course." The conductor winced at the mention of Voldemort's name before paling and hurrying to the driver, an elderly wizard wearing very thick glasses. Harry followed the conductor into the bus only to notice that there were no seats. Instead, there were 6 brass bedsteads that were placed next to curtained windows. Burning candles were in brackets next to each bed. This was absolutely the strangest bus Harry had ever seen. Thankfully, all of the beds were empty at the moment. There was another loud bang, and Harry quickly grabbed hold of the nearest bed to prevent himself from landing flat on his back as the night bus took off. Looking towards the driver, Harry saw the conductor staring at him fearfully. "He must think I'm a Death Eater." Letting out a sigh, Harry sat down on the bed and pulled back the hood of his cloak to reveal his face. He knew it was the only way for the conductor to believe that he wasn't an enemy. The conductor gasped in shock as he took a few steps forward as if to get a better look. "Blimey," he said softly. "You're Harry Potter." It's Harry Potter." Harry could only shake his head in exasperation. "Look, I don't know what's been going on, but I need to get far from where we just were," he said tiredly. The conductor had apparently recovered from his shock and approached. "Where do you need to go, Mr. Potter?" he asked eagerly. "You're our only customer at the moment, so we don't have any other stops to make. I'm Stan Shunpike, by the way, and the driver is Ernie Prang." Harry saw Ernie looking at him and nodded a hello, which earned him a nod from Ernie in return. "I can't believe it," Stan continued in an amazed tone. "Harry Potter. The entire ministry has been searching for you for the past 3 days, you know." Harry closed his eyes and let out a sigh. "Well, At least he knew how long he had been there now. He didn't know why, but he had thought it had been longer even though he had been unconscious for most of the time. 3 days? He asked quietly. It's only been 3 days. Stan rested a hand on Harry's shoulder. Should we take you to St. Mungo's, Mr. Potter? He asked gently. If you're hurt. It doesn't matter, Harry interrupted. It won't be long before Voldemort knows I'm gone. Where are we exactly? Nearing London, Stan said carefully. But if you're injured. No, Harry said firmly. He wasn't about to put the lives of everyone in St. Mungo's in danger because of this. Besides, going to St. Mungo's would only waste time that he didn't have. Making sure Sirius was safe was all that mattered. His injuries could wait. I'll be all right. If you could drop me off at King's Cross Station, I'd appreciate it. Harry took off his glasses and tried to rub the oncoming exhaustion out of his eyes. Oh, I'm afraid I don't have any money, so if I could have an address to send it to. Don't worry about it, Mr. Potter, Stan said, leaving no room for argument. It's the least we can do, but I don't like leaving you in the middle of London with the current state of things. What about Sirius Black or even Dumbledore? They're in charge of the search for you. They would want to know you've escaped. Harry slid his glasses back on his face and met Stan's gaze. Would you return home if it meant putting your family in danger? He asked. Until I know I'm not being followed, I can't take the risk. Actually, Harry was worried that Voldemort was still in his head and would discover where Order headquarters was, but he wasn't about to reveal that. The more he thought about it, the more Harry realized that his original plan to run home and warn Sirius wouldn't work. All he had to do was to keep a lookout and make sure Sirius was still at home and not in Voldemort's clutches. After tonight, Harry would find some way to approach his guardian in a neutral setting, a setting that wouldn't give anything away to Voldemort. There had been many things about his capture that didn't make sense to Harry. Voldemort had the perfect chance to dive into Harry's mind for information, but he didn't. He could have discovered so much, but the Dark Lord kept his distance and let some sort of medical researcher search for information that he could have learned in a fraction of the time. Why? What was Voldemort playing at? Did he already know, and this was just another way to mess with a teenager's mind? It was now a constant fear. Was Voldemort in some corner of his mind? His scar had hurt continuously throughout the past few days, but Harry had assumed that it had been because he had been near Voldemort for so long. So many mistakes have already been made because of assumptions, and here I am making more. Harry really didn't know what to do. What do you do when you can't even trust your own mind anymore? Stan took a step back and studied Harry for a moment before he shook his head sadly. I still don't like it, Mr. Potter, he said. Couldn't we drop you off at the Ministry instead? There's bound to be someone there who could help you out. There's also bound to be spies working for Voldemort there, Harry countered. The further I stay from the magical world, the better at the moment. It's too hard to tell whether someone is a friend or an enemy. Glancing at his wrists, Harry noticed blood and quickly hid them in his cloak. He could feel the tiredness seeping in and fought to keep it at bay. I can take care of myself, he said softly. Trust me. There was nothing more to say. Harry wasn't going to give in no matter what was said. He knew he really didn't stand a chance against Voldemort or the Death Eaters with his magic suppressed. He had handled one Death Eater by catching him by surprise, but Death Eaters rarely traveled alone. Their safety was guaranteed in numbers. It was a human trait that Harry had learned long ago. Attackers attacked when they were certain they would succeed. Defenders acted when they were certain the attackers could be defeated. Fear was definitely a powerful motivator. There was very little sunlight left when the bus had come to a stop. As he rose to his feet, Harry pulled the hood of his cloak over his head to hide his face. He didn't have much of a choice. The face of Harry Potter was too recognizable. Harry had a feeling that Muggles were probably aware of his disappearance by now, making it increasingly difficult to remain anonymous. Just stay in the shadows. That's really all I can do. King's Cross Station, Mr. Potter, Stan said quietly. Thank you, Stan, Harry said politely, and he walked over to the doors. Thanks for everything. Before Stan or Ernie could say anything, Harry stepped off the bus and took in his surroundings. The train station was extremely crowded, forcing Harry to quickly blend into the lines of traffic. With a loud bang, the night bus vanished from sight, but Harry seemed to be the only one to notice. I guess that means there are no other witches or wizards in the area. Harry kept his posture relaxed but alert as he stepped out of the main crowd and veered left. It was about a 20-minute walk if you used the main streets, but Harry couldn't exactly take that route. There were too many people who would notice a cloaked figure walking down the sidewalk. Merlin forbid any child see me and run away screaming. That would put an end to this little task real quick. Just what I need is someone alerting the Muggle authorities and causing a ruckus. I might as well put up a flashy sign saying, "Find Harry Potter here." Luckily, the number of people outdoors decreased dramatically once Harry was far enough away from the train station. Soon, Harry had no difficulty staying out of the light provided by the street lamps and retreated to darkness and shadows provided by large trees and shrubs when it was absolutely necessary. So far, there had been no sign of any witch or wizard whatsoever. Harry didn't know whether that was a good or bad sign. What if no one was at the house? What if they were somewhere that wasn't nearly as protected, leaving Sirius vulnerable? Harry was nearly halfway there when a searing pain erupted from his scar. Harry bit back a cry as he hurried for cover in a grouping of large shrubs and sank to his knees. Grabbing his forehead, Harry was barely aware that he was rocking back and forth as the pain slowly increased. Anger flooded his entire body. He felt the intense desire to hurt, to kill. No. Get out of my head. I don't want to hurt anyone. His world suddenly dissolved into a dimly lit room large enough to fit an army. He was standing in front of nearly 24 kneeling Death Eaters. 2 of them were holding a man whose face was hidden by what could only be described as a cloth bag. The prisoner was trying to stand bravely, but it was easy to see that he was trembling in fear. Absolute silence filled the room. No one dared moving in fear of being subjected to the wrath of their leader. All of you are here tonight because while you were here, Harry Potter managed to escape, Harry hissed. A teenager was walking around and no one noticed anything. The majority of the Death Eaters flinched in fear. You were supposed to be the cunning and the sly, but you were outsmarted by a bloody Gryffindor that was nothing more than a muggle. All of you will be punished for your failure. Harry turned his attention to the prisoner. As for you, I had hoped that your precious godson would be able to physically witness your death, but this will have to do. He spat as he pulled out his wand. He approached the prisoner and pulled the bag off to reveal the fear-filled face of Sirius Black. It's such a shame that the boy who lived must become an orphan once again, he said mockingly. I'll be sure to tell your godson. Hello, for you. Sirius tried to break free from the 2 Death Eaters and was instantly hit with a Cruciatus curse. Pain coursed through Harry's body, but no screams reached his ears. Both Sirius and Harry seemed to be using every bit of strength they had to remain silent. Harry was barely aware of the warmth against his chest coming from the pendants he had received from his birthday. He wanted to hold it but couldn't bring his body to move. Finally, the wand was lowered and the pain lessened dramatically. Sirius looked up and glared hatefully. There were a few bruises on his face and his bottom lip was bleeding. Whatever happened, Harry knew Sirius had put up a fight. Harry knew what was coming as the U-wand with a phoenix feather core rose and pointed at Sirius' head. He wanted to stop this. He needed to stop this somehow, but he was too exhausted and in too much pain to do anything but watch. He wanted to tell Sirius to run for it, but the words were stuck in his throat. He had never felt so helpless in his entire life. It was just like Remus all over again. He was too late for Sirius, just like he was too late for Remus. The pain from his forehead started to decrease, but not before Harry heard Avada Kedavra, but this time it was Voldemort's hateful voice who said it and not his own. Green light flooded in, followed quickly by darkness. Opening his eyes, Harry found himself surrounded by shrubs once again and couldn't hold back the despair that consumed him. This was not supposed to be happening. None of this was supposed to be happening. Sirius was supposed to be safe at home, not captured by Voldemort. At that moment, Harry wanted nothing more than to die. The pain in his heart was excruciating. Sirius and Remus had been his entire life. What was he supposed to do without them? How was he supposed to survive without them? He could still see the fear in Sirius' eyes. Fear that he had never remembered seeing before. Fear that he never knew existed. Wait a minute. Was it possible? Was this just another trick? Could he dare to hope? Could Sirius actually be alive and this was just a ploy to make Harry do something incredibly stupid, again? Harry didn't know what to do. He really didn't think he could take any more pain. This was so much worse than the Cruciatus curse. Nothing could compare to the pain that losing your family. Was this what Sirius and Remus had felt when the Potters had been killed? How in the world had they managed to keep going? Several soft cracking noises quickly pulled Harry out of his thoughts. He knew that sound. It was the sound of apparating. Reaching in his robes, Harry wrapped his fingers around the sword resting by his left hip. It no longer mattered who had arrived. Harry's mind had retreated to the basic instinct of survive and protect. "You there?" a familiar voice called out. "What are you doing here?" Harry slowly rose to his feet, ignoring the sparks of pain that came from the movement, and turned to see 4 individuals standing a safe distance away from him with their wands out. He couldn't make out their faces in the darkness, but he could tell that there were 3 wizards and 1 witch. The witch was thin but not overly so. The 3 wizards were lean but had enough muscle on them to make them appear intimidating. "What I am doing here is my business," Harry said coolly. "It would be best if you let me be." One of the wizards took a step forward and raised his wand to point at Harry's chest. "It would be best if you identified yourself," he said. "We will not hesitate to use force if necessary." "And neither will I." Harry knew he had heard that voice before, but he couldn't remember from where. "That's easy for you to say considering that it's 4 against 1, Harry countered. "Perhaps you should introduce yourselves first." "Maybe they should just stun him," one of the wizards said quietly. "If he could help us find Harry." Harry's eyes widened. He definitely knew that voice. There was no mistaking the voice of a fellow former champion. "Victor?" he asked cautiously as he took a step forward. He couldn't believe it. What was Victor Krum doing in London? Victor Krum. With shaky hands, Harry released his hold on his sword, lifted his hands up and pushed back his hood to reveal his face. Victor raised his wand and light filled the alley. Harry raised his hand to shield his eyes from the light, but before he succeeded he found himself pulled into a fierce embrace. Pain screamed through his body, causing Harry to cry out. He was instantly released and fell to his knees, gasping for breath. Lights flashed in front of his eyes, but after blinking for a few moments, everything returned to normal. Someone knelt down in front of him and rested a gentle hand on his shoulder. Looking up, Harry paled at the sight of Sirius' concerned face before pulling out his sword and positioning it in front of Sirius' neck. Sirius stared at Harry in shock before nervously looking down at the sword. "Harry, what are you doing?" he asked. "It's me. It's midnight. Don't you remember?" Harry's hands were shaking as he tried to keep the sword in place. Why did the sword feel so heavy all of a sudden? "In the past 3 days I have had my entire world ripped out from under my feet," he said in a shaky voice. "I just saw you die by Voldemort's hand, so forgive me if I don't take anything on face value. If you're really Sirius Black, then you'll have no problem proving it." Sirius nodded slightly, and with a pop, a large, shaggy black dog was sitting where Sirius had been. That was all it took for Harry to drop the sword and wrap his arms around the dog's neck. Tears filled his eyes as the realization of everything hit him at full force. Sirius was still alive. Voldemort had failed. It really had been a lie, a trick to make Harry do something stupid. It wasn't real. That look on Sirius' face wasn't real. With another pop, Sirius was back and carefully wrapped his arms around Harry. "Thank Merlin you're okay," he said as he buried his face in Harry's messy hair. "How did you escape? What were you thinking? Where have you been? Do you have any idea what it's been like not knowing whether you were alive or dead for the past month? How could you leave like that?" "I'm sorry," Harry said weakly. His arms relaxed as he felt the rest of his strength leaving him. After so long, he was too tired to do anything. He just wanted to sleep, but he feared that if he did, he would wake up to find this all a dream. The last thing he wanted was to be back as Voldemort's prisoner. "I'm so sorry. I was just trying to protect you." "Protect me?" Sirius asked in confusion. "Harry, I'm supposed to be protecting you. I'm the adult here. If something had been wrong, you should have said something and we would have faced it together with the Order as backup if it was necessary." Sirius let out a shaky breath. "We've always faced problems as a team. Why couldn't you trust us this time?" A hand rested on Sirius' shoulder as the witch knelt down, her face and short purple hair finally being revealed. Sirius, we should get Harry back to headquarters, interrupted Tonks as she picked up the sword Harry dropped. Harry needs a healer and Dumbledore needs to be notified. There will be plenty of time to ask questions later. No, Harry protested as he tried to break free of Sirius' hold but failed. I can't go back there. Please. Sirius carefully repositioned Harry so their eyes could meet. The confusion on Sirius' face was undeniable. Harry, we need to keep you safe, he said firmly. Headquarters is the only place that Voldemort can't reach you. Harry shook his head as he desperately grabbed hold of Sirius' shirt. You don't understand, he said painfully as his gaze fell to the ground. Voldemort, he's in my head. He's always been in my head. Occlumency never worked. He's been there the entire time waiting, and then after Remus, Harry couldn't stop the tears from falling. How could he convince them on something he couldn't even explain? He'll find out about headquarters. He'll know. I can't go back there. Please, I just wanted to make sure you were safe and not captured. Well, there's nothing we can do about it now, Harry, Sirius said, leaving no room for argument. I'm not leaving you to fend for yourself, so you have no choice but to come home. Right now, healing your injuries is what's important. If I have to stun you and charm the house to keep you there, I will. Sirius glanced at Tonks, who nodded in agreement. Now, can you walk, Harry? Harry nodded reluctantly and was slowly helped to his feet by Sirius and Tonks. Sirius wrapped an arm around Harry's waist while Tonks held onto Harry's left arm. All right, just close your eyes, Harry. Harry did as he was told, and suddenly everything went black. He felt like he was being pressed very hard from all directions. He could not breathe. There were iron bands tightening around his chest. His eyeballs were being forced back into his head. His eardrums were being pushed deeper into his skull. A split second later it was over and Harry was ushered forward by Sirius and Tonks. He was still consumed with fear about returning to headquarters. The pain from his scar had decreased significantly, but there was still enough pain to make Harry nervous. Everything about this made him nervous. He really wished he knew for certain if Voldemort was still in his head or not. He hated not knowing whether he was a danger to others or not. We're almost there, Harry, Sirius said reassuringly as they stepped on the worn stone steps of number 12, Grimmauld Place, with Charlie Weasley leading the way. Charlie pulled out his wand and tapped on the door once. Several loud, metallic clicks were heard before the door creaked open. Charlie hurried in, followed by Sirius and Tonks, who helped Harry inside, with Victor bringing up the rear. The door was closed as quietly as possible to prevent Mrs. Black from waking. Silence was maintained as they passed Mrs. Black's covered portrait and continued towards the kitchen. Charlie, use the fire to call Dumbledore and Poppy, Sirius said quietly as he and Tonks half-carried Harry into the kitchen. Victor, grab the first aid kit. The two wizards nodded and did as they were told while Sirius and Tonks carefully removed the Death Eater robe Harry was wearing. Harry couldn't bring himself to protest even if he wanted to. Haziness had set in along with sparks of dizziness. He felt like he was trapped in a fog of his own dread. He knew he would have to face everyone and also knew that they could never understand why. How could they understand what it had been like to lose a guardian only to hear the voice of someone long gone telling you that your remaining guardian would die if you stayed? They would never understand how important family was to Harry. Family was everything. Those moments when he had thought Sirius had been killed. Just hang on, Harry, Sirius said gently as he removed the chest harness. Merlin, you certainly were prepared for a fight. I guess we were lucky you recognized Victor's voice. Receiving no response whatsoever, Sirius glanced nervously at Tonks before he pulled out a chair and helped Harry sit down. He bit his lower lip as he knelt down in front of Harry and carefully removed Harry's shirt in order to see what damage had been done. Snape told us everything, Harry, he continued, eager to fill the silence. We know that Voldemort tricked you by pretending to be James that night, and we know that he had your magic suppressed. Victor hurried into the kitchen with the first aid kit and gasped. What did they do to him? He asked. He's covered with bruises. Sirius carefully checked if any ribs were broken as he looked into Harry's clouded eyes for any sort of recognition. There was none. Harry just stared straight ahead at nothing in particular. Victor, hand me the smelling salts, Sirius said nervously. Victor did as he was told. Sirius opened the small bottle and placed it under Harry's nose. This time there was a reaction. Harry flinched away and would have fallen out of the chair if Tonks hadn't caught him. Sirius set the smelling salts on the table as he looked away. Tonks, Victor, could you two give us a moment? He asked in a wavering voice. Victor nodded and left, but Tonks hesitated. Sirius knew why. The past month hadn't been easy for any of them, but it had been the hardest on Sirius. Tonks, please just trust me, he pleaded. This time Tonks nodded and left the room. Rubbing his eyes, Sirius pulled up a chair and sat down so that he was facing his godson. Harry, please look at me. Slowly, Harry's gaze shifted until green met blue. Pain met pain. Regret met regret. Both godfather and godson knew there was so much to say, but neither of them could bring themselves to speak. Harry knew that any apology would be meaningless, and Sirius knew that any sort of lecture would only increase the guilt that Harry already felt. The lecture would certainly come, and Harry would probably be apologizing for a long time to come. Listen, Harry, I know we have a lot to talk about, Sirius said at last as he grabbed his wand and waved it over Harry's wrists, banishing the dried-on blood. He then pulled out a roll of gauze from the first aid kit. Running away like you did was probably the worst thing you could have done, but I guess I understand why you felt you had to leave. Sirius gently wrapped the gauze around Harry's left wrist and hands until it was nearly impossible to move. You've always felt like it was up to you to protect everyone, but you have to understand that your father left you in my care. Sirius moved on to Harry's right wrist. He would never ask you to put yourself in danger because of me. Harry bowed his head in shame. He didn't know why, but he felt extremely uncomfortable with how compassionate Sirius was being. A part of him wanted Sirius to be angry because he knew he deserved it. Harry deserved whatever punishment Sirius gave him for causing as much worry as he did. He has done so much for me, and all I do is cause problems. All I do is put people in danger. All I do is get people killed. A soft knock on the door ended the conversation. Sirius? Tonks asked as she opened the door partially and poked her head through the opening. Dumbledore and Poppy are here. Sirius nodded as he looked over his shoulder at Tonks. Let them in, he said as he sealed the gauze, put the access back in the first aid kit. Harry kept his head bowed as the door opened completely. He heard several people enter and gasp. Realistically, Harry didn't think that his injuries were that bad. Yes, he was in pain, but it was nothing like what he had been in before. The pain from his scar was only a minor annoyance now, which was a blessing. He didn't know how much longer he could have handled the constant headache. Madame Pomfrey was instantly at Harry's side, waving her wand for a diagnosis as she placed her medical bag on the table. Bruised ribs, minor concussion, exhaustion, dehydration, magical suppression, and strained muscles in the left shoulder, she announced before she lowered her wand and opened her bag. I suppose considering where you were, we should be grateful you were even alive, Mr. Potter. Harry's afraid that Voldemort is in his mind, Dumbledore, Sirius said as Madame Pomfrey reached in her bag and pulled out 4 vials of different colored potions. He says that occlumency never actually worked. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand again and the chair Harry was sitting in transformed into a reclining chair. Sit back, Mr. Potter, she ordered and waited for Harry to obey. She handed him potion after potion which Harry downed obediently, trying his best to ignore the awful taste of each one. After the third one, Harry had to work extremely hard not to lose his stomach. After the fourth potion, Harry desperately wanted someone to knock him out. He felt extremely woozy and downright ill. Sirius' voice quickly pulled Harry back to the realization that there were at least 3 other people in the room. Are you sure this should be done now? He asked worriedly. Aren't there side effects when someone's magic is unsuppressed? Harry slowly looked up and saw Professor Dumbledore looking at him sympathetically before looking directly at Sirius. His magic may be unstable for a few days, but it would give him more protection than he currently has, Dumbledore said patiently. Harry's magic has always acted as defense mechanism, especially when Harry was in danger. If Voldemort were to attempt to enter Harry's mind, his magic is really the only protection he has. He's just too exhausted to physically fight a mental attack at the moment. Sirius let out a sigh. Poppy, he asked desperately. Normally I would be against such an action with a patient in Mr. Potter's state, but these aren't normal circumstances, Madame Pomfrey answered sincerely. I can only say that a mental attack from you-know-who is the last thing Mr. Potter needs at the moment. As a matter of fact, any stress whatsoever is the last thing Mr. Potter needs. Harry didn't like where this conversation was going. Unstable magic. What would that mean for his empathic ability? Having the ability had been trying at times but manageable when he only felt a hint of other people's emotions. If he were overpowered by them, Harry shuddered at the thought. There was also the possibility of his outbursts returning. That wasn't a favorable option either. He definitely didn't want to hurt anyone. I don't like this, Sirius said hesitantly. You're talking about how exhausted he is, but you want to add on unstable magic in addition to what he's already going through. If Voldemort was going to attack him, wouldn't it have happened by now? Voldemort would wait until Harry is the most vulnerable and unable to retaliate before it was too late, Professor Dumbledore answered. He's most likely waiting until Harry falls asleep. That makes sense. The majority of Harry's visions had taken place when he was sleeping. That was why he was always told to clear his mind at night. The problem was that it hadn't worked then with his magic. Why would it work now? Harry didn't know what to think. He didn't know what to believe. He didn't know what to do. At the current moment, Harry had absolutely no confidence in making any sort of decision. A hand waved in front of his face, pulling Harry out of his thoughts to see Sirius, Professor Dumbledore, Madame Pomfrey, and Tonks looking at him worriedly. Unable to think of anything to say, Harry could only look away. What was he supposed to say? I don't think restoring my magic would be a good idea since I recently discovered that I'm empathic and I'm afraid the overabundance of emotions would drive me insane. That would go over well. Professor Dumbledore, however, seemed to pick up on Harry's uncertainty. Is there anything you wish to tell us, Harry? He asked tenderly. Harry shook his head. In the Muggle world, keeping secrets had been mandatory. No one believed in magic, let alone the ability to sense someone else's emotions and the ability to heal. Would it have to be the same in the wizarding world? He had never heard of anyone with any kind of specific abilities like this before. This sort of thing wasn't normal, that much was clear. How would people react? How would Sirius react? Sirius pulled up a chair and sat down next to Harry. No words were said as Sirius wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders and pulled him close. It was a simple action that made Harry crumble instantly. He had never been so confused in his entire life. He just didn't know what to do anymore about anything. He barely felt someone taking his left arm, placing it on the table and holding it in place. All that he was actually aware of was the fact that his godfather, the man who had every reason to hate him, was at his side, comforting him. Just so you know, I'm only allowing this because Harry's petrified of Voldemort being in his head, Sirius said protectively. You better hope there are no complications with this, Dumbledore. I didn't get my godson back just to lose him again. And I will do everything in my power to ensure that doesn't happen, Professor Dumbledore insisted. I know you still blame me for what Harry has faced, but I give you my word I only want the best for him. Keeping Harry safe and helping him recover are my sole concerns. Whatever side effects Harry may have from this pale in comparison to the alternative. Madame Pomfrey pulled out a syringe from her bag and checked to make sure there were no air bubbles. This may sting a little, Mr. Potter, she said sympathetically. Try to remain still. Receiving any less than a full dose could be dangerous. Harry felt Sirius tighten his hold moments before he felt a prick in his left arm. Almost instantly, Harry started to feel what could only be described as a tingling sensation starting in his left arm and quickly passing through his entire body. The sensation quickly changed to pain as Harry felt his senses heighten. It was like a door had opened suddenly, allowing everything in that had been blocked out. Harry was vaguely aware that his body was shaking as emotions hit him at full force. They weren't like gentle waves anymore. They were more like blasts of wind that couldn't be ignored. He was instantly overwhelmed with feelings of concern, sympathy, nervousness, and even fear. Instincts overrode any sort of logical thought. Getting away from the overpowering emotions was all that mattered. Everything around him felt too alive to make any sense. Pushing Sirius away, Harry turned so quickly that he lost his balance and fell backwards out of the chair. He could vaguely hear someone cry out, but he couldn't tell who it was. Pulling himself up to all fours, Harry could only wait as magic pulsed through him along with the foreign emotions. He was just too tired to even try to fight it. Slowly, the madness started to calm down, alerting Harry to how quiet it actually was. He raised his head to see that there were several more people in the kitchen and it was significantly brighter. He couldn't make out who they were, but at the moment it didn't matter. They were causing him pain that made them the enemy. He was in survival mode right now. Deep down he didn't want to hurt anyone, but he needed to stop the pain. A figure tentatively moved closer, increasing the sensations of concern and bringing a new emotion, protectiveness. This person didn't want to harm him, but he was nevertheless. Harry quickly backed away from the figure and pushed out his hand in a defensive gesture, begging the man to stay away. Instantly, the blasts of foreign emotions vanished. He felt incredibly empty as everything came into focus. The room had returned to its natural lighting for Harry to see Sirius, Professor Dumbledore, Madame Pomfrey, Tonks, Charlie Weasley, Professor McGonagall, and Victor Crumb through a semi-transparent blue-tinted barrier staring at him in shock. Harry's eyes widened in horror. What was going on? He started to pull his hand back when Dumbledore's voice stopped him. Harry, lower the shield, Professor Dumbledore said calmly. We won't hurt you. You are safe now. Do you understand? Harry was too preoccupied with the blue-tinted shield that flickered every time he moved a finger to answer. This was certainly a new development. His shock had dissolved into curiosity. This shield was actually blocking everyone's emotions from reaching him. Harry could feel himself weakening, but he didn't dare attempt to lower the shield. He didn't think he could handle being bombarded by all of the emotions again. As rational thought returned, questions started to filter in Harry's mind. How was he doing this, without a wand? This wasn't summoning a wand or even minor healing. This was a powerful shield that was normally difficult to create with a wand. He knew he was in the middle of a magical outburst, but he still shouldn't be able to do this. What did it mean? Was this related to the oddity that Death Eater, McDaniels, had discovered? No, it can't be. Reluctantly, Harry lowered his hand and watched as the shield vanished. Emotions quickly washed over him, but it wasn't as forceful as before. The emotions had dimmed slightly, allowing Harry to actually focus on those who were currently watching him, but he knew he wouldn't be able to withstand it for long. The sooner he could find some solitude, the better, although he had a feeling that solitude was the last thing he was going to be granted. Arms wrapped around him, pulling Harry into a firm chest. He didn't have to look to know who was holding him. Burying his face in Sirius' chest, Harry closed his eyes and tried to ignore the concern, protectiveness and love that were pulsating off of the man. Any thought that Sirius would hate him for what had happened was forgotten. That acknowledgement allowed Harry to do something he hadn't done in a long time: relax. The pain from his scar was lessening to only an annoyance, which was a relief. He was too tired to even attempt to fight off a mental attack at the moment. Slowly the emotions faded until they were once again gentle waves that served as a comfort rather than a headache. It didn't matter that there were people in the room talking about him. All that mattered was that he felt safe and protected for the first time in a long time. He couldn't bring himself to worry what tomorrow would bring, because at the moment he was at the one place he had so desperately wanted to be at. He was home. Darkness was everywhere, suffocating and absolutely frightening. There was no fighting it, no escaping it. Harry couldn't move, he couldn't breathe. The darkness had entered his lungs, freezing them with fear. It was almost like it was alive, attacking anyone who dare oppose it. It was impossible to fight back. How do you fight something you can't see? How do fight when you can't even move? Pain coursed in the darkness, making it impossible to feel anything else. His limbs were on fire, his chest was screaming, and his scar felt like it was tearing at the seams. Harry wanted to cry out, wanted to scream as loud as he could, but his vocal cords refused to work. He tried to move, but something was holding his arms and legs in place. He wanted to fight. He tried to fight, but he couldn't break free. He was trapped. Harry Potter, a familiar high-pitched voice hissed evilly. Did you honestly think you could escape me? There is no escape for you. I will always be here, in your mind, waiting for the one piece of information that will destroy Dumbledore's little order. You will be my spy, and there's nothing you can do about it. No. I would rather die than help you. I won't betray them. They're my family. Harry started to panic. His greatest fear had become a reality. He was a danger to those he cared about. He didn't know how Voldemort pulled it off, but it didn't matter. They were better off without him. You misunderstand, Harry, Voldemort said casually. You will die. There is no question about that. If you had only accepted my offer, this could all have been avoided. I would have spared them, but now I shall enjoy the pain that their deaths will cause you. Enjoy your freedom while you can, Harry. No, you won't take them from me. Panic had shifted into desperation. He didn't care what it cost him personally. He wasn't going to let Voldemort take anyone else. The pain was pushed away and replaced with intense warmth that filled his entire body. His lungs thawed, allowing him to breathe. Light started to crack through the darkness like a sheet of dark glass that was slowly breaking to allow the sunlight to finally shine through. No, Voldemort shouted angrily. You can't fight it. It's impossible to fight. Harry struggled to calm himself down and clear his mind of thought. Occlumency may have failed to keep Voldemort out completely, but it had kept the Dark Lord from learning anything of importance. I seem to have a habit of defying the impossible. Get out of my mind, Tom, and stay out. The remaining darkness quickly dissolved as light completely surrounded Harry. Voldemort's high-pitched shriek could be heard as it faded into nothingness. Distant voices could be heard, but Harry couldn't make out what was being said. The light slowly faded into darkness, but this time there was no pain. It was a comfortable darkness. His body relaxed and his limbs were released from whatever had been holding them in place. He felt someone take hold of his hand as fingers ran through his hair in a soothing manner that only two people had ever managed to accomplish. Soft waves of nervousness and concern brushed against him, followed by a comforting warmth. Opening his eyes as much as possible, Harry saw the somewhat blurry figure of his godfather staring at him. He blinked tiredly, unable to find the strength to do anything else. He felt like he had just finished an intense training session with Sirius after working a double shift at the hospital. Fingers continued to run through his hair, causing Harry to reflexively close his eyes again. He couldn't bring himself to question what had just happened. He couldn't even bring himself to speak. It's all right, Harry, Sirius said softly as he tightened his hold on Harry's hand. Everything's okay now. Poppy's confident the potion Voldemort gave you is out of your system now. Harry forced his eyes to open partially and stared at Sirius with a confused look on his face. It was a potion that would slowly weaken your mental defenses until you were nothing more than a puppet. Harry inhaled as sharply as he could. But you don't have to worry anymore. Poppy gave you the antidote, Harry. It's over. This entire mess is finally over. Harry couldn't believe what he was hearing. Occlumency hadn't failed after all. It had all been because of a potion. Struggling to stay awake, Harry could only wonder what else had been done to him when he had been unconscious. Was it really over, or was this only just the beginning? Please let it be over. Let this entire nightmare be over. I don't know how much more I can take. Rest, Harry, Sirius said, breaking the silence. We can talk about everything later when you're feeling better. Poppy said that sleep is the best thing for you. She was rather upset at how much weight you've lost. I think we may need to borrow Dobby for the rest of the summer, or maybe I should offer him to work for us instead of Dumbledore. Merlin knows he would probably be happier here, although he might get bored from time to time. Sirius, Harry mumbled in a scratchy voice as his eyes slowly closed. You're babbling. Sirius let out a chuckle. Yes, I am, he admitted as he released his hold on Harry's hand and pulled the bedcovers up to Harry's chin. You just gave me a scare, kiddo. We couldn't wake you and you were in so much pain. Well, I've never actually witnessed one of your scar headaches, so it was sort of an eye-opener. Sirius let out a sigh as he carefully wiped the perspiration from Harry's forehead. Go to sleep, Harry. I'll be right here, I promise. That was all it took for Harry to give in and fall into a peaceful sleep for the first time in a long time. He didn't have to sleep with his wand under his pillow or worry any noise that was made during the night. He was home, in his own bed, and Sirius was there. He was safe. A cool draft brushed against his chest, pulling Harry reluctantly out of his dreamless sleep. He was still so tired, but the cold air wouldn't go away. It kept teasing him, urging him to wake up. Groggily, Harry reached for his bedcovers but couldn't find any. He let out a groan in protest as a gentle hand rested on his shoulder to hold him in place. Fingers started to run through his hair, serving as a distraction as a cold substance was rubbed on his chest. As his mind started to clear, Harry was able to notice the subtle waves of concern and sympathy. Whoever was in the room clearly meant him no harm. Hands rubbed a sore spot near his ribs, causing Harry to inhale sharply. When the motions abruptly stopped, Harry slowly opened his eyes to see the somewhat blurry figure of Madame Pomfrey leaning over him. He blinked at her in confusion before shifting his gaze to see that there were two other people in the sunlight-filled room. One person was sitting at his bedside while the other was standing at the foot of his bed. "I apologize, Mr. Potter," Madame Pomfrey said as she waved her wand over Harry. A tingling sensation spread throughout Harry's chest, banishing the pain. "It seems the pain-relieving potion has worn off sooner than expected. I'm afraid it will be at least an hour until you can have another dose. The majority of your injuries are completely healed. Your wrists are still a little tender and your ribs are obviously still mending. They will probably be sore for some time, so I suggest that you take it easy." Harry watched through partially opened eyes as Madame Pomfrey returned to rubbing the cream-like substance on his chest. Thankfully, there was no pain this time, allowing Harry to close his eyes and concentrate on the emotions everyone in the room were sending out. The waves were comforting, soothing. He didn't know what it was, but it was definitely something he wanted to hold on to. It was almost intoxicating, which started to frighten Harry. This had never happened before. Why was it happening now? Your system has been clean of the mind-linking potion for the past 24 hours with no side effects, Madame Pomfrey continued as she pulled the bedcovers over Harry's chest. You will still need to be monitored for a few more days, but I truly believe there will be no lasting effects from the potion. Your magic has also stabilized over the past 2 days, so there should be no more episodes. In other words, you're still recovering, so you have to stay in bed until Poppy declares you healthy, Sirius clarified from his place at Harry's bedside. Harry slowly opened his eyes again and stared up at the ceiling. He knew Sirius well enough to know there was a lot he wasn't saying. Resting wouldn't be the only thing he would be doing for the next few days, and he didn't know how he felt about that. Yes, Sirius deserved an explanation and so much more, but Harry really didn't have a decent explanation for his actions. In his grief over the loss of one guardian, he had abandoned the other, who was probably experiencing pain similar if not worse than his own. Harry may have loved Remus like a father, but Sirius had lost a brother and best friend, his only remaining friend from his childhood. That realization was too much. Closing his eyes, Harry couldn't stop the tears that started to fall. He had put his godfather through hell and he had no one to blame but himself. "I'm sorry," Harry said quietly. There was so much he had to apologize for, he really didn't know where to begin. "Will just leave you two alone then," Victor said from the foot of the bed. "If you need anything." "Thank you, Victor," Sirius said sincerely. "Poppy, I'll let you know if there are any complications." Victor and Madame Pomfrey left the room without saying another word. Once the door closed, an uncomfortable silence filled the room. Both of them knew there was so much to say but couldn't find the words. "Please tell me what happened, Harry," Sirius said at last, his voice pleading. "All of it. How you left Hogwarts, where you've been, how we were unable to detect you, what happened when you were taken." Harry let out a sigh as he opened his eyes. "Might as well get it over with. When I saw Remus," he began softly, I couldn't take it. It was like a part of me died. All I could think was that if it wasn't for me, it wouldn't have happened." Sirius grabbed Harry's hand but remained silent. "That was when I heard him confirming everything I had feared for so long. The only memory I have of my dad was when he was telling Mum to take me and run from Voldemort, but I'll never forget his voice. At first I suspected it was Voldemort, but he was so understanding and comforting. He told me it wasn't my fault and that Remus didn't blame me. Harry, I know it was stupid to believe a voice in my head," Harry continued in a shaky voice. I know it was equally stupid to believe him when he told me that I had to protect you, that I had to leave. I didn't want to, but he was so convincing." Harry slowly turned his head so his tear-filled eyes looked at Sirius' somewhat blurry face. Sirius gently brushed away the tears before resting his hand against Harry's cheek. I couldn't lose you too, so I asked for help. The voice. Sirius asked in confusion. Harry shook his head. Hogwarts, he said softly. I asked her for help. She called for Fawkes, who took me to my dorm so I could pack a few things. Before we left Hogwarts, Fawkes did something strange. Hogwarts told me that he was using his magic to protect me and make me undetectable. After that, Fawkes took me to Gringotts so I could take out some money, then transported me to a vacant hotel room. We managed to catch a few hours of sleep before we had to leave. Fawkes returned to Hogwarts and I stayed in Muggle London. So, let me get this straight, Sirius said in amazement. You managed to escape a place that Dumbledore had charmed like a fortress with the help of a castle and Dumbledore's own pet. At Harry's tentative nod, Sirius let out a laugh. Oh, this is unbelievable. We never suspected Fawkes was involved even though all the signs were there. He was conveniently out hunting when we discovered you were missing. He has been hanging around here an awful lot and he wasn't too cooperative whenever we asked him to try to find you. Dumbledore just thought that he was being difficult. Sirius shook his head in disbelief and squeezed Harry's hand again. Sorry, kiddo, he said sincerely. You were saying. Harry closed his eyes and let out a tired sigh. He was entering dangerous territory. Should he tell Sirius or not? Should he reveal everything or should he keep it to himself? There's really nothing much to say, Harry answered softly. I changed my name to Jonathan O'Ryan Evans and got a job as an orderly in a hospital. I kept my head down and my ears open. I learned some things about myself that I'm still trying to work out. Like what? Sirius asked curiously. Opening his eyes, Harry decided that keeping secrets from Sirius was only going to cause more problems in the long run. He needed to be completely honest or Sirius would never trust him again. Concentrating on the waves around him, Harry could pick up curiosity, nervousness and a subtle hint of fear. Please don't be afraid of me. I'm empathic, Sirius, he said at last. I can feel other people's emotions. That's why I reacted like I did when my magic was restored. Everyone's emotions were overpowering me. Sirius was silent for a long moment before he pulled Harry into his arms and held him tightly. Oh Harry, he said compassionately. I can't say that I'm not surprised. Your outbursts have always seemed to be related to your emotions. I guess I just never thought it would surface so soon. Carefully, Sirius loosened his hold and let Harry lie back down. He took hold of Harry's hands and held them tightly. Is it painful? Harry shook his head. Sirius was certainly taking it better than Harry thought he would. Most of the time it feels like a soft breeze, he said truthfully. If I'm paying attention, I'm aware of it, but if I'm preoccupied with something else, then it doesn't bother me. If I'm around a lot of people, then it's hard to make out which person has a certain emotion, but it's really not so bad. Harry looked at Sirius, his eyes pleading. You're okay with this, right? I know it's not normal. Of course I'm okay with this, Sirius said firmly. Having an ability doesn't change who you are and what you mean to me. I'll help you with this any way I can. Did you really think that I would turn my back on you, Harry? Harry looked away shamefully, giving Sirius his answer. Sirius reached over to the bedside table, picked up Harry's glasses and slid them on Harry's face. Look at me, Harry. Nervous green met determined blue. I will never abandon you. You know that. We've told you this countless times. Tears filled his eyes as he looked away. Remus had told him something similar to that not too long ago. He was relieved that Sirius didn't think he was a freak, but he was still scared that something would happen to Sirius just like it had Remus. He was afraid to be alone again, an orphan without a family. How could he go back to the way everything had been with Dursleys after having Sirius and Remus as guardians? Harry, what's wrong? Sirius asked worriedly. What did I say? Harry couldn't bring himself to speak. He tried to pull away, but Sirius wouldn't release his hold on Harry's hands. Too weak and tired to fight any longer, Harry finally gave in to his frustrations. Remus said he'd never leave too. He cried as he pulled away from a stunned Sirius. He promised. Harry curled into a ball, ignoring the sparks of pain coming from his ribs. Everything that he had forced himself to bury was coming to the surface, especially everything about that night at the Ministry and finding Remus the way he did. Why did he have to die? He whispered. Why? At that moment, Harry didn't care if he was being childish. Nothing made sense. Remus was gone and Sirius was being sensible. Sirius was never sensible. Sirius was unpredictable and headstrong. This wasn't right. None of this was right. Why wasn't anything the way it was supposed to be? What was next? Professor Snape waking through the door with a smile on his face and declaring his love for all Gryffindors. "Oh Merlin," Sirius said in shock. "Oh Merlin. Of course. It all makes sense. I can't believe we were so stupid. What else were you supposed to think?" Sirius moved so he was sitting on the edge of Harry's bed and gently pulled the shaking teenager in his arms once again. "I'm so sorry, Harry," he said sincerely. "I never thought you would interpret it like that. I should have been there. Someone should have been there to explain everything." Harry was trying to piece together what Sirius had said as he felt Sirius release him and move so they were sitting face to face. What did he mean? Interpret. What was there to explain? Harry was starting to wonder if he had been hit with a Confundus charm or something because absolutely nothing was making sense. People who are alive breathe. People who are alive are not as still as Remus had been. "Harry, look at me," Sirius said firmly and waited until Harry obeyed. "Harry, I understand this may come as a bit of a shock, but Remus didn't die that night. He was severely injured and would have died if Poppy hadn't put him in an enchanted sleep. She basically had to put his body into a stasis to stop the poison from spreading. It was the only way." Harry stared at Sirius in utter shock. Tears rolled down his face as breathing became difficult. He couldn't believe it. It took every ounce of strength for Harry to try to grasp the possibility that Remus was alive. Whatever Sirius was saying went in one ear and out the other while Harry heard Sirius' words repeat over and over again in his mind. Remus didn't die that night. How was it possible? Remus didn't die that night. If it were true, where was Remus now? Remus didn't die that night. Was he okay? "He's alive," Harry asked quietly. "Moony's alive." "Yes, Harry," Sirius said slowly. "Moony's alive. He's in his room right now, still in the enchanted sleep. We have to give him the antidote in small doses since he's a werewolf. Their systems don't tolerate some of the ingredients all too well. We're slowly making progress. Poppy predicts that he will be able to wake up near the end of August if there are no complications. We're doing all we can for him, Harry. I promise." Harry swallowed nervously. He couldn't help but wonder if there wasn't something he could do to help out. He had helped people at the hospital. Why couldn't he help Remus? He knew he wouldn't be able to heal Remus, but if he could speed the recovery up a bit, then wasn't it worth a try? "Can I see him?" Harry asked hopefully. Sirius gave Harry a compassionate look. "When you're feeling better, kiddo," he said as he ruffled Harry's messy hair. "I know that isn't what you want to hear, but as soon as you have recovered, then we can take care of Moony together, all right?" Harry nodded reluctantly. It would probably be better to be completely healthy. He knew he would have to tell Sirius about his other ability, but he really didn't want to get Sirius' hopes up. What if he couldn't help Remus? He couldn't control the ability yet, it still controlled him. What if it wouldn't let him heal Remus? Not heal. It's not actual healing. It's only helping people recover. That's all I've ever been able to do. "We can talk about the rest later," Sirius said as he stood up, pulled off Harry's glasses and set them down on the bedside table. "I've already kept you awake longer than I should have." Harry could hardly believe what he was hearing. How could he sleep after the bombshell Sirius had just dropped on him? Harry was tired, but hearing about Remus' recovery was more important than sleep. "But, Harry," Sirius warned, "do you really want Poppy mad at you?" Harry shook his head as straightened himself out and pulled the bedcovers up to his neck to hide his bare, bruised chest. He really didn't want to be stuck in bed any longer than necessary and knew that following Madame Pomfrey's orders was the only way to prevent that. "I'm really sorry for causing so much trouble," Harry said sincerely. Sirius smiled softly as he picked up a vial from Harry's bedside table. "I know, Pronglet," he said gently as he removed the cork from the vial. "Just so you know, you are grounded and we will be having a few talks about your tendency to shield everyone from what you're going through. I'm the guardian here, not the other way around. I'm supposed to be protecting you. That was what your father would have wanted, all right?" Harry nodded obediently. Logically, it made sense, but in his heart, Harry wanted to protect his family. He didn't know why he couldn't just trust Sirius to handle everything. Why did he feel like he had to be the one to stand against the dark forces of the world? Because everyone expects me to be their savior since I'm the boy who lived. It was as simple as that. The moment Harry had entered the wizarding world, he had become what everyone wanted him to be. Even at the age of 11, no one had told him stopping Quirrell had been wrong. No one had scolded him for facing off against a basilisk, a 16-year-old Tom Riddle, and even Dementors. Harry was a protector, and he didn't know if he could let that go so easily. Harry, Sirius asked in a concerned tone. What's wrong? Letting out a sigh, Harry just shrugged his shoulders. This was going to be difficult. I just don't know how to be both, he said softly as he sat up and stared at Sirius, begging him to understand. Everyone wants me to be the boy who lived, and you want me to be a kid. I wish I knew what it was like to be normal. I only know that when Remus and you entered my life, I was happy. I had a family who loved me for who I was, and I couldn't bear losing it. Biting his lower lip, Harry let out a long breath in an attempt to keep his emotions under control. He really didn't want to break down anymore. I just can't help it. Sirius sat down at Harry's bedside and let out a long breath. Harry, what do you want to be? He asked gently. You have to stop trying to satisfy everyone, because that is impossible to accomplish. Trust me, I know. I realize that you will never be able to be a normal teenager, and I blame your relatives and Dumbledore for that. Being thrown into the wizarding world like you were was a mistake. I honestly don't know what Dumbledore was thinking, if he was at all. I understand this is hard, but you have to stop thinking that everyone else is more important than you. Your parents thought your life was worth enough to die for, and so do I. This is what I choose, Harry. I'm aware of the danger, but I keep on fighting. That is my choice. If I didn't want this, I wouldn't be doing it. It was what Harry needed to hear, even if he didn't want to believe it. He understood that Sirius and Remus had the right to make their own choices, just like they had been for years. Harry couldn't take that away from them any more than they could take it away from him. It was a simple fact that was still so hard to accept. He had no control over other people's decisions. He had forgotten one of the first theories Sirius and Remus had taught him: focus on what you can control. It was amazing how hard it was to accept the theory when ones you care about were involved. Sirius rested a hand on Harry's shoulder and gently urged him to lie back down. Just think about it, all right? He asked softly. Now, Poppy left a calming draft to help you relax. With your recent vision, we don't want to give you any sleeping potions. It's easier to wake you if it's a natural sleep. Sirius raised the vial to Harry's lips. Just a sip, kiddo. Harry obediently took a sip of the potion and could feel the effects instantly. His body relaxed and everything felt so hazy. He blinked tiredly as Sirius tucked him in and ran a hand through his hair. Leaning into the touch, Harry let out a content sigh and closed his eyes. The pull to dreamland was too strong to fight, so Harry did the only thing he could. He succumbed to the darkness. Whispering voices were what woke Harry hours later. He was lying partially on his side with his head turned away from the door. Surprisingly, there was significantly less pain from his ribs, which made Harry wonder how long he had slept. His mind slowly cleared, allowing him to pick up on hints of concern, eagerness, and nervousness. Rolling completely on his back, Harry tried to concentrate on the voices, but they were too soft for him to make out anything. Someone was gently took hold of his hand, rubbing their thumb over the back of it in a soothing motion. Harry slowly turned his head towards the person who was holding his hand and partially opened his eyes. He was surprised to see Tonk's spiky, purple hair clearly visible even in the dimly lit room. His movement didn't go unnoticed as the whispers abruptly stopped. With her free hand, Tonks reached over to Harry's bedside table, grabbed his glasses and slid them on his face. Everything came into focus, allowing Harry to see that Tonks had been talking to Viktor Krum, who was sitting on the foot of the bed. Tonks rested her free hand on Harry's forehead for a long moment before pulling it away. How are you feeling? She asked gently. You're still a little pale and a little warmer than normal, but after everything that's happened, I guess we should be grateful. Harry slowly blinked at her. With the lighting, he couldn't see her completely, but he could see enough to see the worried look on her injury-free face. He couldn't help mentally cursing himself for not thinking about her state before now. She had been one of the people who had faced off against the Death Eaters because of him. You weren't hurt, were you? Harry asked in a scratchy voice. Did the shield work? Tonks lightly slapped Harry on the arm. After all you've been through, you're worried about that? She asked in disbelief. We have to seriously work on your priorities, little one. Harry scowled at Tonks' nickname for him. He really wasn't little anymore. We also need to have a serious talk about your disregard for authority. Kingsley and I are the trained Aurors, not you. Why did you feel the need to protect us from something we were trained to do? Harry let out a sigh as he closed his eyes. I don't know, he said truthfully. I just wanted to keep my family safe. I didn't want anyone else to die because Voldemort is obsessed with me. Mum, Dad and Cedric were killed, Remus is now in an enchanted sleep, and that Muggle neighborhood was attacked all because of me. Harry, Tonks scolded. You are not to blame for what you know who has done. You have done everything you could, do you hear me? Harry turned his face away, forcing Tonks to gently turn his face back. Look at me, Harry, she said firmly and waited until Harry obeyed. Yes, you know whose actions seem to form around you, but you're not to blame for his obsession. You have always done everything in your power to stop him. Sometimes it isn't enough, but at least you try. That is more than a lot of people in this world. But it still hurts when I fail. It still feels like I let everyone down. Tonks let out an annoyed sigh and slammed her head into the mattress. I don't believe this, she cried in frustration as she raised her head and looked at Victor. Help me out here. He obviously won't listen to me. Victor shrugged his shoulders helplessly. How can you be surprised? He countered. I could have told you during the tournament that Harry Vass extremely protective of those he cares for. He made that very clear when I Vass interested in courting Hermione. It is obvious that nothing has changed since then. Vith Butts happened to Mr. Lupin, can you blame him for acting this way? I've old too if my family Vass in danger. That clearly wasn't what Tonks wanted to hear. Victor, she scolded. You're supposed to be on my side here. Victor shrugged again. I'm not saying he's right, he said truthfully. I'm just saying I understand where he's coming from. Wouldn't you do the same if he was in danger? Wouldn't you risk everything to protect him? After what he's seen, how can you just expect him to be a child like everyone else? Tonks folded her arms across her chest and sulked. Stupid men always ganging up on me, she muttered irritably. Of course, Victor said as he shot Harry a grin. They men must stand together in times of need. Besides, I believe it is Mr. Black's place to scold Harry, not ours. How bold you feel if everyone was constantly yelling at you for mistakes you've made. We're here to help Harry, not make him feel worse. Too late for that. Harry was grateful for Victor's support, but he couldn't help feeling that he deserved whatever Tonks, Sirius, Professor Dumbledore and the rest of the Order threw at him. He had made so many mistakes lately that he had lost count. Sirius and Tonks were right. He did have a problem with allowing others to take on the fight that so many believed was his own. His talk with Sirius had pointed that out. Perhaps Sirius was right. Perhaps his years with the Dursleys had left scars that he had yet to acknowledge. Closing his eyes, Harry pulled himself into a sitting position and waited as a slight wave of dizziness made him feel a little woozy. He felt a hand rub his arm gently as the wooziness slowly passed. Soft waves of concern washed over him, reminding Harry that there were two people in the room who were no longer bickering with each other. He let out a long sigh as he opened his eyes. Please don't argue, Harry pleaded. I know I'm going to be yelled at for months to come and I deserve it. I endangered so many people because I can't bring myself to trust others to do what the entire wizarding world has claimed to be my responsibility. Harry was engulfed in a fierce embrace before he could continue. He had a feeling that he would also be in this position quite a lot in the near future. Out of all of the girls he knew, Tonks was the least likely to openly display emotions. She often took serious root and hid behind humor to ease tense situations. Harry took this as a sign that Hermione, Ginny and especially Mrs. Weasley were going to be extremely emotional. He didn't know whether to be touched that there were people who cared about him or to dread their arrival. Ever since his abilities had surfaced, he had refrained from physical contact as much as possible. I'm sorry, Harry, Tonks said gently as she continued to hold him protectively. I'm so sorry. Victor's right. We should be helping, not hurting you. We'll work through this. We'll help you see that you're not alone, no matter what it takes. Tonks pulled back and looked into Harry's eyes. Do you hear me? You are not alone. We're all in this together. The wizarding world can go AK themselves for pushing their problems off on a teenager. Sooner or later they're gonna have to stand up for themselves, and I prefer sooner. I'm sure Charlie'll love to hear all about this later, Victor said in an amused tone, then smiled at Harry. He said you bold act like his mother when Harry Vass found. Tonks glared at Victor. And how do you know how Molly acts? She asked defensively. You've met her once. Victor simply shrugged his shoulders and he rose to his feet. Charlie and Bill told me all about her, he said casually. Now, would you like to answer any questions Harry has, or should I? Tonks rolled her eyes and shook her head. I was getting to it. She shot back. Would it be possible for you to let me talk to my nephew without you constantly interrupting? If I wanted your input, I would ask for it. Harry felt like he was in the middle of chaser practice, watching the quaffle as it was tossed from one teammate to another. To say he was confused was an understatement. When did Tonks and Victor turn into Ron and Hermione? I hate to interrupt this, but what is going on here? Harry asked nervously. I thought Charlie was in Romania and you, Victor, should be in Bulgaria. Isn't it in the middle of Quidditch season? Victor and Tonks shared a look before they returned their attention to Harry. Well, I'm currently on personal leave, Victor explained. When my letter to you came back, I contacted Mr. Black. He told me you're veer missing. I offered to help and I've been here ever since. Harry moved to protest, but Victor raised his hand and silenced him. Harry, you veer missing and captured by you know where else would I be? My team wasn't too happy, but some things are more important than a game. Harry couldn't help but smile. Don't let Ron hear you say that, he said in a joking manner. To him nothing is more important than Quidditch. Tonks ran a hand through Harry's hair. Oh, I don't think he'll agree with that, she said knowingly. The entire Weasley family has been worried about you. They're rather angry with Sirius for blocking the flow and demanding that no one visit until you're ready. Tonks grinned at Harry's relieved sigh. Just so you know, Harry, we found your wand. It was a little charred, but Ollivander claims he can have it as good as new in a week. It would be sooner, but there is the slight problem of no one but you being able to touch it. Harry let out another relieved sigh. He was particularly fond of his wand and didn't want to replace it. Looking down at his bare right wrist, Harry bit his lower lip nervously. Did you find anything else? He asked softly. Tonks and Victor shared a glance before Tonks reached over to Harry's bedside table and picked up a familiar-looking watch. Sirius mentioned that you would be looking for this, she said as she put it on his wrist. We also found your Gringotts key, which Sirius has vowed to keep hidden until your 17th birthday. Of course, Sirius has also claimed that you are never leaving the house again. I think he may actually mean it this time. Harry closed his eyes as he held his right wrist to his chest and leaned back against the pillows. He had always treasured every gift he had received from his guardians, not matter how small. He had left so much behind in his haste to leave that night, but his watch from Remus had never left his wrist. Harry knew that Sirius had every right to take away privileges. It honestly didn't bother him. For the first time, Harry wasn't eager to return to Hogwarts. He wanted to spend as much time with his guardians as he could. He wanted to help with Remus' recovery. He needed to work through his habit of rushing off into trouble. Tonks gently ushered Harry to lie down completely before tucking him in. Get some sleep, Harry, she said as she pulled off his glasses and set them on the bedside table. Poppy will be here in a few hours for your next batch of potions and probably a list of food you are allowed to eat. You've been on nutrient potions for the past few days to help your body recover. Tonks picked up a vial from the bedside table, uncorked it and placed it at Harry's lips. Just a sip, Harry. Harry scowled but did as he was told. He really didn't want to sleep but figured that it was better to listen rather than protest. They know best. I have to trust them. His eyes slowly closed as his grip on his right wrist loosened. I've already put them through so much. He could feel fingers pressed against the side of his neck as he slowly drifted to unconsciousness. No more pain. I won't cause them any more pain. Darkness took him once again. The next time Harry awoke, Sirius was at his bedside with breakfast. Of course it was only porridge, but it was certainly better than nothing. Sirius wasn't pleased when Harry could only eat half of it, but considering the past week, it wasn't a surprise that Harry couldn't eat much. Serving meals hadn't exactly been high on the Death Eater's priority list, in addition to the fact that Harry's appetite had been slim to none at best over the past month. He had been too worried about everything around him, including Voldemort, Sirius, his abilities and his job. As it turned out, Madame Pomfrey had stopped by when he had been sleeping and had given Sirius a handful of potions to help with the final stages of recovery. Swallowing them hadn't been easy though. After the third, Harry suddenly felt extremely ill and was forced to lie back down as Sirius placed a damp cloth over his forehead. His stomach slowly settled, allowing him to quickly take the remaining 2 potions. Why no one could manage to make potions to taste something other than horrible was beyond Harry's comprehension. More like it's something Snape would do just to annoy me. After checking for any side effects, Sirius grabbed a change of clothes and helped Harry out of bed before ushering him to the bathroom. Harry ignored the subtle waves of dizziness in his head along with the waves of protectiveness around him as he cleaned up and changed. He had to sit down on the edge of the bath a few times when his vision swam, but he managed on his own. Looking into the mirror, Harry noticed how pale he was and how thin his face had become in the last week. There was also a faint scar that started at the edge of the right side of Harry's jaw and traveled down his neck. Harry ran his fingers over the mark, trying to remember where it had come from. Most likely the explosion. There was a soft knock on the door before it opened slowly. Sirius poked his head in before entering completely. The waves of protectiveness increased and were joined with waves of concern. Sirius gently pulled Harry's hand away from the scar. Just be grateful that's all you have, Pronglet, he said gently. Snape said you were a mess after the explosion. We tried to find you, but Voldemort had so many wards around that place. No one could do any sort of magic without him knowing it. Please believe me, Harry. I never would have left you there. Harry stared at his godfather with tears in his eyes. How could he not believe that Sirius would do anything other than moving heaven and earth to find him? His doubts had never concerned Sirius' ability to protect him. They had rested solely on Harry's own fears and failures. Raising a shaky hand, Harry gently touched Sirius' face and was instantly overwhelmed by bursts of guilt and despair. He quickly pulled his hand away as he swayed, only to be caught by Sirius. Harry, what is it? Sirius asked worriedly while trying to help Harry out of the bathroom. Blinking the confusion away, Harry looked around to see that Sirius was helping him back to his room. The guilt and despair were now at the same level of Sirius' other emotions. It was acting up again, he said as he rubbed his forehead. I couldn't block it out. Although, it's never happened by touch before. Sirius abruptly stopped in his tracks. Is it still happening? He asked worriedly. Am I causing you pain? Harry carefully touched Sirius' hand that was resting on his shoulder and let out a sigh of relief when nothing changed. No, he said with a smile. Maybe it was just a one-time thing. Or maybe your magic is still fluctuating, Sirius countered as he continued walking with Harry to Harry's room. Honestly, I'm really out of my league here. Being an actual empath without relying on spells is extremely rare. There are also different types of empaths. Some rely on touch, some rely on scent similar to a werewolf, and there are the rarest that can just sense emotions. Unfortunately, there aren't many books on the topic in the Black family library. My ancestors seem to be more interested in learning dark magic. Harry looked up at Sirius' concerned face and bit his lower lip. He could still sense Sirius' guilt and felt awful that he was making his godfather feel that way. I know you did everything you could, Sirius, Harry said as his gaze fell to the ground. You have nothing to feel guilty for. It was my own fault. A Death Eater was scouting in the neighborhood I was staying. There were families there, children. I didn't want them to be killed, so I asked Fox to take me to Diagon Alley. I thought if I was spotted in some place other than Muggle London, then the attacks would be called off. Sirius wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders and pulled him close. I suppose being able to feel their emotions didn't help either, he said thoughtfully. Tonks and Kingsley told the Order about your confrontation with them near the Leaky Cauldron. You do realize that Voldemort was expecting you to do something like that, right? There had been spies all throughout London waiting for you to appear. Several of the captured Death Eaters admitted it. Harry nodded regretfully. It makes sense, he said softly. They were extremely prepared. Staring straight ahead, Harry couldn't help thinking about the past month. So much had happened and the majority of it could have been avoided. I can't believe I fell for it all. I should have known the moment I heard Dad's voice at the ministry that something was really wrong. Voldemort has fooled a lot of people, Harry, Sirius said truthfully. He is a master of manipulation. I can't imagine what I would have done in your place. I probably would have listened to James too. Mistakes were made by a lot of people that night, not just you. People interfered who should have left us alone and people broke promises. What's important is that we don't make these mistakes again. Harry desperately wanted to ask who Sirius was talking about but figured that Sirius was being vague for a reason. Something else had happened the night Harry left Hogwarts or shortly after it, something that still angered Sirius whenever he thought about it. He'll tell me when he's ready. I know he will. Entering his room, Harry held back a groan as Sirius helped him back into bed. The next few weeks were certainly going to be a challenge. Sirius was going to be extremely overprotective and wouldn't stand for the independent Harry who had spent a month technically living on his own and having a full-time job. Harry knew Sirius had every right to act that way. He knew it was the way Sirius was. But if that was the case, then why did he feel the need to yell at Sirius to knock it off? Probably because that was what I always said to Dr. Rowlands when he tried to act overprotective. I have to remember that Sirius has a right to be overprotective. He has every right after what I've put him through. Harry, Sirius asked, pulling Harry out of his thoughts. What's wrong? Nothing. Everything. Just thinking, Harry said with a shrug. Change the topic, Harry. So, I guess you want to know the rest, right? Not exactly the ideal change of topic, but certainly one that would keep everything away from the contradicting urges coursing through his head. Sirius ran a hand through his hair as he sat down at Harry's bedside. Only if you're up for it, he said. I won't pressure you, but eventually you will have to talk about it. The Ministry has been hounding Dumbledore for the past few days for a meeting to learn what happened after you had been taken. So far you've been the only one to actually be at Voldemort's hideout. Harry couldn't help groaning as he buried his face in his hands. The last thing Harry wanted to do was to be involved with the Ministry. He didn't care who the minister was. The only thing anyone from that place saw was the boy who lived, not Harry. But I don't know anything, Harry protested. I wasn't exactly in the best of conditions when I arrived, and when I left I was more concerned about running for my life than taking in my surroundings. The place was in the middle of nowhere. It took me hours just to find a road to call the night bus. You took the night bus dressed as a Death Eater? Sirius asked in surprise. Harry shrugged helplessly. I really didn't have much of a choice, he said matter-of-factly. A Death Eater came into my cell to gloat about how they were so close to capturing you and I would have to watch you die. What was I supposed to do? I thought Remus was dead. I wasn't about to lose you too. Turning his head away, Harry fought to calm himself down, but it wasn't working. Why wasn't it working? Sirius ran his hand over his face in frustration. I'm sorry, kiddo, he said sincerely. I didn't mean it to come out like it did. I guess I'm just surprised. With the current state of things, I'm surprised they let you on the bus. I didn't give them much of a choice, Harry admitted softly. Once I was on the bus, I revealed who I was and they were eager to do just about anything. Sirius snorted at the comment. Of course they did, he muttered as he sat back in his chair. You're the chosen one. Harry stared at Sirius in confusion. He suddenly had a feeling that he had missed more than he originally thought. What had been printed in the issues of the Daily Prophet that he missed? Was there a reason Fawkes brought the issues he did? The what? Harry asked uncomfortably. Sirius silently cursed himself. Nothing, Harry, he said quickly. Just the wizarding world being its usual self-serving self. We can talk about it later, when you're stronger. It really isn't that important. I promise I'll explain everything, but I think what you've been through takes precedence. Taking the hint, Harry inhaled deeply and told the rest of his story. He told Sirius about Dr. Rowlands, his job at the hospital, and the people he met. He explained a few of his duties, including story time in the children's ward. Harry couldn't help smiling at the memories of the children hanging on his every word. That part of the day had always been what he looked forward to. It was amazing how satisfying bringing joy to others was. Snapping back to the present, Harry continued on, explaining how he realized his empathic ability and how he used his position at the hospital to test it. He was still hesitant to tell Sirius about his ability to help people to heal. I'll tell him after I try to help Remus, I swear. Harry revealed his weekly meeting with Fawkes and how he learned about the attacks on Muggle neighborhoods. He then moved on to the difficult topic of his imprisonment at Voldemort's hideout. He told Sirius what he could remember and noticed the nervous look on Sirius' face when he revealed what McDaniels discovered. Although he didn't know whether he was nervous, it was concerning what was learned or that Voldemort knew about it. After 3 hours of talking, Harry was surprised when Sirius called for Dobby. The Hogwarts house elf quickly appeared and instantly started jumping up and down, telling Harry how happy he was that the great Harry Potter was safe and home with his wolf and dog. Sirius quickly put an end to Dobby's proclamations that Harry was the greatest wizard of all time by asking for the elf to bring lunch. Dobby vanished with a pop only to reappear a moment later with 2 trays. Sirius was given a 3-course meal while Harry had a variety of bland dishes to choose from. Harry and Sirius ate in silence, both deep in though about what Hay had learned in the past few days. The need to see Remus was becoming unbearable. Did he look the same? Would he still appear to be dead? What would he be like when he woke? Would he still be the same Remus, or had the poisoning been more than just physical? That was a frightening thought. Remus had always been so kind that it was easy to forget about the wolf. Eating his soup, Harry didn't notice the occasional glances he was receiving from Sirius. He didn't suspect anything until his bowl of soup was half empty. Everything was starting to feel hazy and the simple action of holding a spoon was difficult. Blinking tiredly, Harry barely noticed Sirius gently pulling the spoon out of Harry's hand and setting the tray aside. When his eyes started to droop, Harry realized that something strong had been put in his soup. Cheater. Sirius, Harry said sleepily as Sirius repositioned him so he was lying down completely. I know, kiddo, Sirius said, running a hand through Harry's damp hair. I know you don't want to, but you're still recovering. Poppy said sleep is the best thing for you. It's just for a few hours and then we can see Moony, all right. Unable to fight the call to sleep anymore, Harry closed his eyes and quickly drifted off. He was so out of it that he didn't notice the monitoring spells Sirius cast around his bed before leaving in a hurry. Darkness surrounded him. In the darkness rested cold, hate and anger. To a normal person, the situation would be frightening, but to him, it was home. It had been home for years. He was feared and well known, but it wasn't enough to compete with a 16-year-old boy with a scar on his forehead in the shape of a lightning bolt. He had attacked towns and killed countless people, yet Harry Potter still covered the front page of the Daily Prophet. Because Harry Potter had escaped, the entire wizarding world was optimistic. Because Harry Potter had escaped, he had to abandon a perfectly hidden lair and retire several Death Eaters for their incompetence. It was pitiful how much the wizarding world depended on a mere teenager. After the Charing Cross Road attack, all the Daily Prophet could report about were possible locations of where the Chosen One may be. Kill a town of people and you strike fear into the population. Abduct the boy who lived and everything comes to a halt. He knew he should have killed the boy immediately, but he had taken the boy's immobility for granted. He left the boy alone for far too long. Harry Potter was certainly an enigma. For someone who had faced so much pain, Potter had a remarkable strength of will. He would have been an asset if he could have been turned. Now he would have to be killed. It was such a waste of talent, but his fate had been sealed. Harry Potter proved he could outsmart the Death Eaters and had an annoying habit of surviving life and death situations. There was also the small fact that Harry Potter was the beacon of hope for the hypocritical wizarding world. Killing the mascot would be the first step to ensuring victory. It was almost comical how daft people were. Ever since Potter's escape had been announced, the Daily Prophet had kept a daily report of Potter's status, notifying everyone, including his enemies, just how fragile the boy was. Apparently, Potter's recovery has been progressing slower than expected. The Ministry had yet to hear from him, and Dumbledore wasn't revealing anything. That would raise his suspicions if Severus Snape hadn't revealed that Black was preventing everyone from visiting the teenager. No one was allowed to enter the hidden home other than the Blood Traitor's cousin, Nymphadora Tonks, and the Hogwarts Medi-Witch. That had been another oversight. He should have known the Blood Traitor would have only called who he trusted to help Harry Potter recover, and Poppy Pomfrey was the only Medi-Witch who was aware that Potter was indeed unique. After all, she hadn't revealed any of her discoveries to anyone. Harry Potter's medical file was the most protected file at Hogwarts, according to Snape. No one was allowed to see the contents without Pomfrey and a guardian consenting to it, something that made it impossible for Snape to discover Potter's secrets. Those secrets were the final piece of information he needed to properly plan Potter's defeat. Once Potter reappears, his death will be slow and painful. He will beg for death in the end. A sadistic smile slowly appeared on his face at the possibilities. He knew the boy's ultimate weakness and had every intention of exploiting it. Sirius. Sitting up quickly, Harry looked around his dimly lit room only to find that he was alone. He was breathing heavily as if he had just run a kilometer as fast as he possibly could. His shirt was soaked with sweat and clinging to him like a second skin. Panic coursed through him as he quickly pushed the bedcovers away and jumped out of bed, grabbing his glasses off the bedside table in the process. Something was wrong. He knew it, and it had something to do with Sirius. Ignoring the slight wave of dizziness, Harry hurried to the door and pulled it open. He had to find Sirius quickly. He didn't know why, nor did he care. All he knew was that he wouldn't feel at ease until he saw that Sirius was safe. Harry grabbed the wall and waited for the dizziness to pass before he stepped out into the dimly lit hallway. The only sound was Harry's own anxious breathing. It was too quiet here. Harry didn't like quiet. The quiet reminded Harry of being in the cell. The quiet reminded Harry of the early mornings at the hospital where there was nothing to do but think of the past that haunted him. With silence, your imagination had a tendency to get the better of you. The sound of someone hurrying up the stairs only increased Harry's panic. Logic had no place in his mind. At that point, it didn't matter how secure Black Manor was. All Harry could think about was that an intruder had done something to Sirius and was now coming for him. He wasn't strong enough to face an attacker. He could barely stand without his head swimming. Reverting to survival mode, Harry backed into the shadows, praying that he wouldn't be noticed. All of the fear quickly vanished at the sight of Sirius entering the hallway in a run. Relaxing slightly, Harry stepped out of the shadows and was instantly checked over by Sirius. "Harry, what's wrong?" Sirius asked frantically. "Is your scar acting up? Your magic nightmare?" Harry shakily shook his head. "Just a feeling," he said softly. It sounded stupid now, but it had felt so real. It had been nothing more than a knowledge that Sirius was in immediate danger. Someone wanted to harm Sirius, but he didn't know who. It was both embarrassing and nerve-wracking. He was nearly 16 and he was acting like a child, acting out because of a dream or nightmare. Why was he such an emotional wreck? Sirius let out a sigh of relief before wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulders. "It's all right, kiddo," he said with a reassuring smile. "We're safe here, okay? No one can enter without permission, not even Dumbledore. Tonks thought that we would need some time alone tonight and decided to drag Victor off to some pub. Truthfully, I think they just wanted a different environment to fight in. Those two can't agree on anything." Harry could only nod in agreement as Sirius ushered him back to his room. It still felt odd that Victor and Tonks were so close considering that they had only met a few weeks ago. Then again, it took me even less time to warm up to Tonks. Harry's self-proclaimed aunt certainly had a way with people. She was like a female Sirius but clumsy. "Are they dating?" Harry asked as he sat down on the edge of the bed. Sirius looked at Harry for a moment before he burst out laughing. "Victor and Tonks?" he asked as he sat down on the chair at Harry's bedside. "I think they would kill each other first. They get along as well as they do because they have to." Victor believes Tonks is annoying and Tonks thinks Victor is too serious all the time. Also, they are both friends with Charlie Weasley, so they have to put up with each other. Sirius ruffled Harry's hair, then sat back in his chair. Thanks for the laugh, kiddo. I really needed that. His smile slowly vanished as he stared at Harry. Do you want to talk about it? Harry shrugged his shoulders as he rubbed the back of his neck nervously. I just had a feeling that you were in danger and I panicked, he said sheepishly. It was so quiet and it sort of reminded me of when you were being held prisoner. Sirius offered. Harry nodded, his gaze falling to the floor. Harry, it's understandable that you would be a little jumpy after what's happened. I'm sorry I wasn't here when you woke. Molly Fire called. Apparently, Ron, Hermione and Ginny are driving her mad. They want to see you, if you're up for it. Harry bit his lower lip. Was he ready to face his friends? Not really. Was he ready to tell them what he had been through? Certainly not. Was he ready to reveal the secrets that he had been keeping for years? I'll never be ready for that. Maybe after I see Remus. Harry asked hopefully. We can do that, Sirius said as he rose to his feet and extended his hand to Harry. Are you up for a short journey? Harry nodded while taking Sirius' hand and was quickly pulled to a standing position. His vision swam for a moment, forcing Harry to blink repeatedly and wait for the slight dizziness to pass. This was already becoming annoying and it had only happened a few times. Harry didn't know why it was taking him so long to recover from this. Well, you've never had your magic suppressed before. This is probably normal. Sorry about that, Sirius said sincerely. I keep forgetting that occasional dizziness is a common side effect with the majority of the potions Poppy has been giving you. Are you all right or do you need to sit back down? Harry shook his head, willing for everything to return to its rightful place. I'm not going to lose my stomach. I'm not going to pass out when I'm so close to seeing Remus. I'm okay, Harry insisted. How much longer do I have to take that stuff? Sirius loosely grabbed Harry underneath the right arm for support. Poppy refused to give me an answer to that question when I asked her, he said as they slowly walked out of the room. I guess the time frame varies from person to person depending how magically strong you are. Poppy was also upset at your weight loss, so she has been giving you nutrient potions twice a day. I didn't lose that much weight, Harry protested, walking towards Remus' closed door. Sirius looked at Harry with a raised eyebrow. Harry, you lost half a stone in a month, he said in disbelief, stopping at Remus' door. For someone who didn't really have any extra weight to lose, that is a cause for alarm. Did you even eat at all? Harry shrugged his shoulders helplessly. I wasn't hungry, he said softly. With everything going on, how could he worry about food? Sirius shook his head as he turned the knob and pushed the door open. Well, Poppy's not too happy and neither am I, he said firmly. Remember how much you loved Dumbledore and Poppy being on your case during the tournament. Harry couldn't help groaning in annoyance. He had hated the ultimatum then and he was going to hate it now, especially if Madame Pomfrey was involved. The woman was so persistent that Harry always found himself doing what she wanted just so she would leave him alone. Thinking back, Harry realized that Madame Pomfrey's overprotective nature towards him actually started before his 3rd year. That was really when everyone's attitude towards him had changed. It had been a shock to learn that the pampered savior of the wizarding world was nothing more than an abused child. If Sirius hadn't rescued me, I would have probably died in that house. That night had been the turning point in Harry's life. Because Harry had formed a friendship with Midnight, he had sought the dog out at Hogwarts and demanded answers. Because Midnight helped a boy in need, Harry formed a father-son relationship with Remus Lupin. Harry didn't want to think what his life would have been like if he was still living with the Dursleys. That life seemed so long ago. He had been a completely different person then, independent and naive. Harry still had the independence in him, but emotionally he was completely dependent on his family. That was why he still couldn't believe that he had left it behind like he had left Sirius behind. Letting out a frustrated sigh, Harry followed Sirius into the room and instantly moved to the bed. He couldn't bring himself to blink as he stared at the figure that appeared to be frozen in time. The trademark light brown hair was still flecked with gray, showing how much stress the wolf had caused him. Kneeling down at the bedside, Harry tentatively ran his fingers over the extremely thin face that still bore signs of silver poisoning. The purple lines that had been so distinct before had faded to simply tinting the skin slightly. Remus still felt so cold. If Harry didn't know better, he would have believed his guardian was indeed dead. Sirius pulled up a chair and motioned for Harry to sit down. "I'll call Molly and tell her Ron, Hermione and Ginny can visit," he said as he rested a hand on Harry's shoulder. "I know it's hard seeing Moony like this. Just remember he'll be up in no time, yelling at us for doing something stupid." Sirius squeezed Harry's shoulder before moving towards the doorway to leave Harry and Remus alone. "Sirius," Harry said as he looked over his shoulder as his godfather stopped and looked at Harry curiously. "Thank you. Thank you for understanding. Thank you for being serious." Sirius grinned and winked at Harry. "Don't mention it, kiddo," he said. "Take all the time you need." Harry watched Sirius leave and close the door before turning back to Remus. Nervousness quickly crept in as Harry took hold of Remus' right hand with his own and placed his left on Remus' forehead. Closing his eyes, Harry concentrated on his memories of Remus. He remembered meeting him in the hospital wing and talking about being dark. He remembered when Remus became his temporary guardian. Harry had put Remus through so much that year, yet Remus never abandoned him. Remus had treated Harry like a son. Memories of the summer following that hectic school year entered Harry's mind. The duo had become a trio and a unique family had been created. Remus finally had the friend he had needed the past 12 years, and Harry had two parents. Harry remembered the World Cup and the numerous times he had simply watched his guardians act like the immature pranksters they used to be. Christmas and the snowball fight. The Yule Ball. The aftermath of the second task when Harry had broken down because he didn't feel like he could live up to everyone's expectations. Then there was the aftermath of the third task. Harry didn't know what he would have done if Sirius and Remus hadn't been there to help him every step of the way. Last year at Hogwarts had been nothing short of a disaster. Harry knew he had put his guardians through so much with the attack on the train, Malfoy's attacks, Umbridge, his visions, the hearing at the Ministry, his outbursts, the DA, studying for his OWLs, and the battle in the Department of Mysteries. Harry couldn't prevent the tears from falling as he remembered the sight of Remus being attacked by Pettigrew. The pain Remus must have felt as the poison ran through his body, and to be completely helpless. Harry gasped in surprise as intense warmth filled him and flowed towards his hands. It was almost like the dam had finally been lowered and nothing would stop the energy from reaching its target. It was amazing and alarming. It wasn't like his outbursts that completely overwhelmed him. This was powerful magic that had a purpose and wouldn't stop until it was completed, regardless of the consequences. Fighting to maintain his focus, Harry allowed the energy to flow through him and he concentrated on his love for his adoptive father. "Come back to us, Moony. We need you." Sweat began to form on Harry's forehead. His muscles started to scream in pain. His breathing became labored. Harry could feel his body weakening but ignored it. Remus' hands were now warm in his own. It was working. Harry's head started to pound but it didn't matter. It was actually working. Pain started to overpower the warming sensation the flowing magic was providing. Harry bit his lower lip to keep himself from crying out. He wanted to stop but this was Remus. "Just a little more. I can do this for Remus. I know I can." Dizziness quickly crept in, forcing Harry to rest his head on Remus' chest. He tried to hold on but he was lost in a sea of confusion. His left arm fell to his side as the warmth that had flooded his body vanished, leaving pain and emptiness. Harry couldn't bring himself to move. He was so tired, too tired. Sleep came quickly. The door slowly creaked open far enough for a certain animagus to poke his head in and smile at the sigh of Harry resting his head on Remus' chest. He had left Harry an hour ago and had figured that Harry would have fallen asleep by now. Whatever Harry had said to Remus must have worn him out. Not many actually knew how close Harry was to Remus Lupin since Remus was such a private person. Sirius was well aware of the long talks that Harry and Remus had concerning serious matters. Remus was the serious parent and Sirius was the fun parent. At the moment, Harry needed the serious parent to help him through his problems. That was the main reason why Sirius had taken it upon himself to act a little more like Remus. Opening the door open completely, Sirius quietly entered the room and knelt down beside his godson. He gently placed a hand on Harry's shoulder only to pull it back quickly when he noticed that the shirt was completely soaked with sweat. Cautiously, Sirius rested his hand on the back of Harry's neck and nearly cried out in shock. The boy was burning up. When had this happened? Harry had been fine only an hour ago. Sirius carefully gathered Harry into his arms and lowered the boy to the floor. It was then that Sirius actually noticed that a fever was the least of his worries. Harry's face was flushed, his breathing was uneven and his body convulsed periodically. Not knowing what to do, Sirius looked towards the doorway and saw 3 figures staring at him in shock. Harry's never going to forgive me for this. Time certainly wasn't on his side as Sirius jumped to his feet. You 3 stay here with him, he ordered. I have to call Poppy. If anything happens, come and get me immediately. Hermione Granger and Ginny Weasley hurried to Harry's side, taking one of his hands into their own. Ronald Weasley remained in the doorway, his eyes wide at the sight of his best friend lying helpless on the floor. Knowing that at least Hermione and Ginny had heard him, Sirius ran out of the room as fast as he could. Not a word was said as the seconds slowly passed. Hermione ran her fingers through Harry's damp hair while Ginny gently ran her fingers down the side of Harry's face, both holding some hope that their actions would be enough to wake Harry. Ron finally snapped out of his wits and managed to approach. He had been warned, just like Hermione and Ginny, that Harry was still recovering, but he had allowed himself to believe that Sirius was just being overprotective again. He knew that Harry had been caught in an explosion only to be captured by Death Eaters for you-know-who. It had been a long 3 days waiting while the majority of his family aided in the search. It had been a welcome surprise when Charlie stepped out of the fireplace and announced that Harry had been found. Ron, Hermione and Ginny had immediately asked when they could see their friend only to learn that Sirius had forbidden visitors. Harry was recovering from injuries sustained during his capture, exhaustion and magical suppression. It was a lot to overcome, but this was Harry. Harry always bounced back from his injuries before. He could do it again, right? Sitting down on the edge of the bed, Ron watched as Hermione and Ginny stared worriedly at Harry while touching his face and hair. He was about to tell them to stop it when something brushed against his arm, causing him to cry out in alarm and jump to his feet. Turning around, Ron stared, wide-eyed at the sight of Remus Lupin breathing heavily as he weakly reached out. The werewolf's eyes were still closed and he didn't appear to actually be aware of his surroundings. However, when Remus spoke, there was no denying what was on his mind. Harry, Remus pleaded weakly before falling back into a deep sleep. Ron, Hermione and Ginny stared at Remus for a long moment before they subconsciously agreed on the same course of action. Sirius. They all screamed. Everything felt so warm and peaceful but strange at the same time. He was lying in a comfortable bed, yet he couldn't move for some reason. Why couldn't he move? His mind was a clouded mess and pounding in pain. When did this happen? He didn't remember doing anything that would cause this much pain, physically or mentally. Groaning, Harry moved the only part of his body that would obey, his head, and even that was painful. He didn't know what was going on and he didn't care. He just wanted the pain to stop. Gentle fingers ran through his hair, distracting him as something pierced his arm. Harry tried to protest, but the sudden dampening of pain put a quick stop to it. Everything slowly cleared, allowing Harry to remember what he had tried to do and how hard it had been. That must be why I feel so awful now. Slowly, Harry opened his eyes to see several somewhat blurry faces staring down at him. He instantly recognized Madame Pomfrey and Sirius. It was the third face he was having problems with. There was something familiar about the man, but Harry couldn't put a finger on what it was. Closing his eyes, Harry forced himself to relax and felt subtle waves of concern, nervousness and fear mixed with relief. He let out a sigh and opened his eyes again. This was certainly going to be difficult. What happened? Harry asked in a scratchy voice. That's what we would like to know, Cub, a familiar voice said gently. Padfoot's been beside himself with worry when he found you unconscious in here yesterday. Harry gasped in surprise. It couldn't be, could it? Moony. He asked hopefully. That's right, Remus said as he rested his hand against the side of Harry's face. With both of us restricted to bed rest, Poppy felt that it was best to keep you in here. That way we can keep an eye on each other. He moved his hand up so it rested on Harry's forehead. We also have a lot to talk about. Harry couldn't take his eyes off of Remus as Madame Pomfrey started to check him over for any signs of lingering illness. But you're okay, right? He asked. The poison. I'm still healing, Harry, Remus said truthfully as he ran fingers through Harry's hair, ignoring the whispers between Sirius and Madame Pomfrey. I don't know what you did or how you did it. Poppy says my recovery has moved ahead an entire 3 months. I will still tire easily from time to time and I still need to take a potion twice a day, but at least I don't have to stay in stasis anymore. You, on the other hand, are suffering from magical exhaustion, again. That's quite an accomplishment from someone who's still recovering from magical suppression. Harry bit his lower lip nervously. How much has Sirius told you? He asked. He was torn. A part of him wanted Remus to know everything so Harry could avoid retelling it all, while another part of him wished that Remus didn't know of all of the mistakes Harry had made by acting without thinking things through. Remus smiled in understanding. I've been given a brief overview, he reveled. All I can say is that I'm sorry, Cub. If I hadn't let my guard down, none of this would have happened. Harry moved to protest. No, Harry, I think we all have to accept a part of the blame. We all made mistakes. What's important is that we learn from them and don't repeat them. That's really all we can do. Madame Pomfrey cleared her throat. Well, Mr. Potter, she said sternly. Would you care to explain what happened? Harry had to do some quickly thinking. Revealing his ability to Sirius and Remus was one thing, but letting Madame Pomfrey know meant letting others know too. That was something he just wasn't ready for. I just wanted him to recover, Harry said as he looked away. It's the truth, just missing some of the details. Sirius sat down on the edge of the bed as he picked up a pair of glasses on the bedside table and slid them on Harry's face, making everything come into focus. Harry blinked a few times for his eyes to adjust as Sirius took Harry's hand in his own. Harry, Poppy knows, Sirius said candidly. I had to tell her. She was already suspicious when her tests kept revealing that your magic was more active than it should be. Harry closed his eyes as he let out a long breath. He couldn't believe that Sirius would do that. It was his secret to keep or tell. It was also something he wanted to keep to himself. He didn't want people treating him like a freak or a science experiment. Not everyone was simply going to accept him like Sirius had. Sirius didn't have a choice, Harry, Remus said gently. We can understand that you don't want everyone knowing about this, but Poppy is, to put it bluntly, your healer. She has to know in order to help you to the best of her ability. Sirius told us that your ability has been acting up ever since your magic was returned to you. What if it were to act up again but was similar to when your magic had been restored? We would need medical help to restrain it. We would need Poppy's help. You also need to be monitored, Mr. Potter, Madame Pomfrey added. You may be able to handle a small group of people, but what about when you return to Hogwarts? Harry's not going to Hogwarts, Sirius said firmly as he quickly rose to his feet and glared at Madame Pomfrey. He's staying here, where it's safe. We can teach him what he needs to know. I don't care what Dumbledore says. Last year was all the proof I needed to know that Harry isn't safe at Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey took a step towards Sirius as she pulled herself up to full height. Sirius was still taller, but the Mediwitch made it clear that she wasn't afraid of him. Sirius Black, Pomfrey scolded. You can't possibly believe that denying Mr. Potter's education is the right decision. Secluding Mr. Potter won't help him adjust with his new ability. He needs to be around people to train himself, or else he won't be able to be in a crowd without going mad. Is that what you want for your godson? Remus let out a sigh and lowered himself to lie next to Harry. This is going to take a while, he said quietly. We might as well get comfortable. Both of them are extremely stubborn. I think Harry's safety comes first, Sirius said frankly. What's the point in learning if you're dead? Harry turned his head and took a good look at Remus, who was closing his eyes and getting comfortable. The man looked exhausted, but he wasn't anywhere near as pale as he was before. Hesitantly, he reached over and carefully touched Remus' face. It was still hard for him to believe that it had actually worked. Remus was actually awake and their family was whole again. It didn't matter that Harry was stuck in bed or that Sirius was forbidding him from returning to Hogwarts. From the subtle waves of happiness that were rolling off of Remus, Harry knew that his guardian felt the same way. Remus wrapped his fingers around Harry's hand and held it loosely. "You still haven't told me how you did it, cub," he said tiredly. "How did you heal me?" Harry glanced over at Sirius and Madame Pomfrey, who were now watching them instead of arguing. Closing his eyes, Harry knew there was no escaping it. They wouldn't stop asking until he told, and a part of him was glad for it. No more secrets. "Empathy isn't my only ability," Harry admitted reluctantly. He kept his eyes closed and didn't see Remus' eyes opening quickly at the revelation. "I can sort of help people heal by touch," Madame Pomfrey gasped in shock. "When it feels like working." "So this has happened before?" Sirius asked in alarm. "Harry, why didn't you tell me?" Harry slowly opened his eyes to see Sirius' panicked face. Slowly, Harry sat up and met Sirius' gaze, his eyes begging for his godfather to understand. "Because I didn't want to disappoint you if it didn't work," he said shakily. "I can't control it. It controls me. I just never held on for that long before." Harry bowed his head and stared at his hand that was still being held by Remus. He never wanted to hold on for that long again. The pain he felt, the emptiness he felt afterwards made him shudder. It had almost felt like a Dementor had been nearby. "How do you know it's working?" Remus asked worriedly as he loosened his grip on Harry's hand. Harry looked up at Remus and gave him a reassuring smile while tightening his own grip on Remus' hand. "I feel it before it starts," he said truthfully. "It feels like what my outbursts used to feel like, but on a smaller scale. It really doesn't happen often." Sirius ran his hand over his face as he turned to Madame Pomfrey. "What does this all mean?" he asked grimly. Madame Pomfrey sat down at the foot of the bed and looked up at Sirius with a guarded look on her face. "I can't give you a definite answer without running some tests," she said truthfully. "In my opinion, Mr. Potter's outbursts have transformed into these abilities, and I find that unsettling. Those outbursts had been powerful enough to nearly kill him at times. If his empathy were to reach that magnitude, it could drive him mad. It is essential that he learns to control these abilities sooner rather than later. The healing is another story. Mr. Potter can't afford to keep draining himself magically. His empathy is most likely fueling his healing, but I just don't know." Remus squeezed Harry's hand reassuringly. "I think it would be best if you ran your tests, Poppy," he said tiredly. "The sooner we know more about this, the sooner we can help Harry learn to control it. Now, if you don't mind, I think Harry and I could use some rest." "What about Dumbledore?" Madame Pomfrey asked as she rose to her feet. "We will tell Dumbledore about this when Harry's ready," Sirius answered for Remus, then motioned for her to lead the way out of the room. Just as he reached the door, Sirius turned and winked at Remus and Harry. "No talking, you two, or I'll have to separate you." Harry and Remus groaned in annoyance as Sirius closed the door. It was clear that Sirius was going to have a lot of fun with the situation now that Remus was in better health. "I swear your godfather has finally lost whatever remained of his sanity," Remus said seriously. "Is there anything else I should know about? It's rather disconcerting to wake up and be told an entire month has passed." Harry shook his head as he took his glasses off and set them on the bedside table. "It's nothing, Moony," he said as he slowly leaned backwards until his head hit the pillow. He didn't know how much Sirius had revealed and wasn't about to say something that would keep Remus awake for hours. "It doesn't matter anymore. Just concentrate on getting better." Remus looked at Harry skeptically for a long moment. "Why does it sound that you're trying to convince yourself more than me?" he asked. "Probably because I am. At the moment, it was easier to simply forget what the past month had been like than to retell the entire story again." It wasn't that Harry wanted to hide anything from Remus. It was more of the fact that the more he thought about it, the more Harry realized how stupid his decisions had been. All of the training, all of the talks about thinking logically, and I just pushed it all away. How could I have been so thick? An arm burrowed underneath Harry's shoulder and pulled him to Remus' chest. "I know, cub," Remus said as he wrapped an arm around him. "I know. You've been through a lot and it's going to take time to work through it all. I won't force you to talk about it if you don't want to. I'm sure Dumbledore would even let us borrow his pensieve if you would rather let us see your memories. Just know that ignoring the problem doesn't make it go away. I know, Harry said softly as he closed his eyes and listened to Remus' heartbeat, gently lulling him to sleep. A pensieve wasn't a bad idea. There were so many things that needed to be seen rather than explained. Seeing makes everything feel more real. Something wet and rough ran over Harry's face, bringing him quickly out of slumber. Groaning in protest, Harry wiped the wetness off of his face and looked up to see a large blur of black fur with a large tongue hanging out of its mouth. A soft chuckle filled his ears, causing the surface underneath his head to rumble slightly. The pain throughout his body had returned, but it wasn't anywhere near as bad as it was before. Now Harry could actually move his limbs without aid of a potion and, to him, that was an accomplishment. It meant that he wouldn't be restricted to bed rest for long. A hand gently rubbed his back, reminding Harry that there was a man and a very impatient dog waiting for him to acknowledge their presence. Slowly, Harry rolled away from Remus and pulled the bedcovers to his chin, his back now facing his guardians. The room was dimly lit, making Harry wonder what time it actually was or even what day. So much had happened since the day Harry left the Rowlands' home that afternoon on July the 21st. So much has changed since then. I think we should postpone today's events, Padfoot, Remus said amusingly. It seems that Harry's too tired to celebrate his 16th birthday. Harry turned and looked at Remus and Midnight in surprise. It was his birthday. Well, that tells me how much time has passed. We really don't have to celebrate anything, said Harry. Truthfully, he didn't think he deserved to have a celebration considering that two members of the family were recovering from injuries. Maybe we could contact Dumbledore, though. I think you were right about the pensieve, Remus. Remus smiled and slowly sat up as Midnight lied down on the bed and let out a growl. That's enough, Padfoot, he said in exasperation. I know you have problems with Dumbledore, but he has the means to help us help Harry through this. I'm willing to put any differences aside and ask for help, are you? Midnight let out a snort before jumping off the bed and leaving the room. Harry couldn't help wondering if it had been a mistake to bring up Dumbledore in Sirius' presence. This scenario was certainly becoming a pattern. Harry would get hurt and Sirius would blame Dumbledore. Why did Sirius always believe that everything was Dumbledore's fault? It wasn't like Professor Dumbledore could have foreseen Vernon Dursley's abrupt turn to physical abuse, Harry becoming the fourth champion, the magical outbursts, the attack near Hagrid's hut, Voldemort's rebirth, the attack on the Hogwarts Express, Umbridge, the visions, the hearing at the Ministry, and even Harry's abduction from Hogwarts. Thinking back, Harry was surprised that he was still a Hogwarts student with as much trouble as he had been in. Don't worry about Sirius, Harry, Remus said gently. He'll come around in time. He just needs someone to shout his frustrations at, and he believes I'm too fragile to handle it. I think that now everything's returning to normal, he's allowing himself to actually feel everything that he's been ignoring for the past month. My running away didn't help matters either, Harry said remorsefully as he sat up and moved so he was leaning against the headboard. Sirius says he understands, but I don't know if he's just saying that to make me feel better. Remus looked at Harry compassionately. I'm sure a part of him does understand because he would do the same thing if he felt he was a danger to you, he said. I would too. I'm still worried about being around you, especially near the full moon. The wolf recognizes you as my cub and it scares me to think of what the wolf would do to protect you. Harry looked at Remus in confusion. This was the first time he had ever heard any worries about the wolf. He had always been told that as long as Remus took the wolfsbane potion, there was nothing to worry about. Had that been a lie? What would Moony do? Harry asked nervously. Remus closed his eyes and ran a hand over his face, trying to hide his discomfort. Moony could possibly attempt to turn you so that you would actually be my cub, he admitted. I don't mean to scare you, Harry. I'm just trying to tell you that you're not the only one who fears that they are a danger to those they love. It would have been easier if I had left when Sirius had been declared innocent, but I stayed and fought the wolf because you were worth fighting for. I have no regrets for taking you in, and I know Sirius doesn't either. Whatever the future may bring, remember that. Closing his eyes, Harry concentrated on the soft waves of emotions around him. He could feel worry, protectiveness along with a hint of something that Harry couldn't place. It was primal, instinctual, and it was a little frightening. Reaching deeper, Harry felt the emotions wrap around him, suffocating him. He let out a gasp as he finally realized what the unknown emotion actually was. It was loneliness. Moony was lonely. Harry, Remus asked in a concerned tone as he rested a hand on Harry's arm. What's wrong? Harry opened his and looked at Remus sympathetically. I'm sorry, he said sincerely. I didn't know. Remus smiled softly. Not many do, he said with a shrug. I don't think even Sirius is aware of Moony's feelings, and he's spent many full moons with him. You have a gift, Harry. Your empathy allows you to have a stronger connection with others, but it comes with a price. I have no doubt you can actually sense the wolf, and now you have to live with that knowledge. People don't always say what they are feeling, and they don't appreciate their feelings being revealed to the masses. You will have to keep many discoveries to yourself because the I have a feeling excuse will only go so far. Are you sure you can handle that? Harry bit his lip nervously. Was he really ready to live like that? Working at the hospital had been different. Harry had never made the effort to probe deeper into the emotions he felt because he didn't want to become emotionally attached. Keeping himself at arm's length had been a matter of survival. He didn't have that luxury anymore. He would be surrounded with people he had known for years. Would he be able to resist the temptation to probe their emotions? What if he found something that changed everything? Harry didn't know if he could live with the knowledge that someone had ill intentions and was forced to remain silent about it. I don't know, Harry said truthfully. I didn't mean to pry. I know you didn't, Remus said reassuringly. Believe me, I understand that there is an upside and downside to everything. I may have extremely sharp senses, but I have to spend the full moon as a dangerous wolf. Of course, not many would look at the positive side of being a werewolf. They only see the beast. People fear me, and they will fear you too, Harry. I just want to prepare you for what's to come and let you know that if you need to talk, I'll listen. It was a lot to think about, but Harry couldn't ignore that Remus was revealing a lot to prove that Harry wasn't alone. There were others who may not know exactly what Harry was experiencing, but they knew what it was like to be different. Thanks, Moony, Harry said sincerely. I guess it's just hard to accept that my uncle was right all along. I'm not normal. Remus moved to object, but Harry held up a hand to stop him. It's the truth, isn't it? It's not normal to feel everyone's emotions. It wasn't normal to experience magical outbursts like I have for the past 3 years. I've never been normal, and I think I'm finally accepting that. I think you always accepted it, Harry, Remus said gently. You've always wanted to be normal, ignoring the talent that you've always had. There's a difference. It seems that you have finally given up on the hope to be ordinary and accepted that you are indeed extraordinary. Harry looked at Remus in disbelief. He couldn't believe Remus had just said that. No more comas for you, okay, said Harry. You're starting to sound like Dumbledore, and one of him with his vague comments is more than enough. Remus looked offended. Harry, I'm hurt, he said, sounding sincere. I spent hours thinking that up. Really? Harry asked guardedly. Remus grinned as he pulled Harry close and ruffled Harry's messy hair. No, not really, he said truthfully and wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders. However, I believe every word. You're a good person, Harry. I don't know many who could live through what you've been through and still believe that they are nothing of importance. You are important to me, Padfoot, Tonks, your friends, the Weasleys, and the Order, who I hear have been giving Sirius a rather hard time since he banned all visitors. That's partially the reason we're celebrating today. Sirius thinks that by letting a few people see that you're still alive, they'll back off for the rest of the summer. Harry shuddered at the thought of being in a room full of people demanding answers, or worse, pitying him because he had been captured by Voldemort. What was he supposed to say to them? He wasn't ready for the truth. He wasn't ready to reveal everything yet. He wasn't even certain he would tell any of them anything, including his empathy and healing. How in the world is this going to work if Sirius doesn't want Dumbledore to know yet? Remus seemed to know what Harry was thinking. Everyone has been warned to leave you alone, Harry, he said gently. Besides, Padfoot and I will be there at your side. We'll never leave your side, Sirius said from the doorway, startling Harry and Remus. Grinning, he entered the room and collapsed at the foot of the bed. Dumbledore will be coming by this afternoon to drop off his pensieve, but he had one request. Sirius turned on his side and looked directly at Harry. He asked if you could put your duel with Voldemort in it. The Ministry has been on his case to find out what happened that night, and he feels that seeing it would be better so you weren't bombarded by difficult questions. Harry grimaced at the through of being surrounded by Ministry members and reporters. So am I in trouble for what happened at the Ministry? He asked nervously. Sirius sat up, suddenly looking uncomfortable. Well, you're not in trouble, he said carefully, but the press got wind that you were there fighting Death Eaters and Voldemort, and that a prophecy was involved. No one actually knows what the prophecy said since the record they had of it was destroyed, but they know it concerns you and Voldemort. The Prophet is having a grand old time with this. They're calling you the Chosen One. Harry stared at Sirius, completely horrified. This wasn't happening. Any hope that he had for a normal existence had vanished. He didn't miss the sarcastic tone in Sirius' voice when he said, the Chosen One, and knew that Sirius wasn't happy with this development. That makes two of us. How could they do this? How could they put even more pressure on him to be something he wasn't? Why couldn't they just leave him alone? Harry, calm down, Remus said soothingly as he gently rubbed Harry's back. This was bound to happen. We can't do anything to change it, but we're not going to let it affect anything we do or any decisions we may make. Harry nodded slowly as he tried to calm himself. Remus turned his attention to Sirius. So the Ministry wants Harry to be their poster boy, he concluded. Is there anything else we should know? Sirius shrugged. Just the new minister, Rufus Scrimgeour, he said, rolling his eyes in annoyance. He used to be the head of the Auror office. He's certainly doing all he can to get things moving, but he's too focused on asking Dumbledore for a meeting with Harry. For some reason, Scrimgeour doesn't believe I wouldn't allow him to see my godson. Imagine that, Remus said with a grin. I've heard of Scrimgeour. He should certainly surpass Fudge as minister, but I'm surprised that Amelia Bones wasn't elected. Sirius shrugged his shoulders. I guess having Voldemort and Death Eaters invade the Ministry while you're acting minister is frowned upon, he said. She actually didn't seem to be too upset with Scrimgeour's election, not that I blame her. I wouldn't want to be minister during a time like this. No matter what you do, someone's bound to complain. Sirius, that's the way it is every day for the Minister of Magic, war or no war, Remus countered as he glanced over at Harry, who still seemed to be in a state of shock. He's not handling this well. I think the pressure is finally getting to him. Perhaps we should call off the birthday dinner tonight. Sirius moved so that he was sitting at Harry's left and wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders. I'm sorry, Pronglet, he said sincerely. I didn't mean to upset you, but I thought you needed to know in case someone was to bring it up tonight. Remember what we've told you. Focus on what you can control. People are going to believe what they want to believe. That is their right. As long as you stick to your beliefs, that's all that matters. Harry nodded slowly. He knew Sirius and Remus were right. This was bound to happen, but that didn't mean he liked the fact that everyone was placing the responsibility of victory on him when there were others who had more training and mountains of knowledge that would provide more help to this war than he ever could. I suppose my knack for surviving impossible situations doesn't help matters either. Dobby appeared with an early lunch which was eaten in silence. Harry was grateful that Sirius and Remus didn't push him to talk. He had a lot to think about. It had been easy to retain his focus when the wizarding world thought he was a helpless child 2 years ago and mad last year. He had grown accustomed to people badmouthing him. It was the praise and admiration that he was bound to receive now. Harry knew he was different, but that didn't mean he wanted everyone to think he was special. While Remus slept, Sirius helped Harry out of bed and to the bathroom. Harry was feeling a lot stronger than the day before, but he still suffered from dizzying spells which made walking difficult. Once Harry had cleaned up and changed clothes, he was helped downstairs to the living room where 2 armchairs on opposite sides of the fireplace had been transfigured into comfortable sofa couches. There were also tables, covered with red fabric, lined up against the wall, which Harry assumed were for dinner. Lie here while I help Moony, Sirius said as Harry sat down on the sofa couch to the right of the fireplace. Tonks is in the kitchen trying to help Dobby and Creature. Victor's in there too having a good laugh at her. If you need anything, just call for Dobby or Creature, all right. Harry nodded as he repositioned himself so his back was propped up against the arm of the sofa couch. A hand ran through his hair gently. The action had become so frequent the past week that Harry was having a hard time thinking of how he had lasted a month without the reassuring gesture. Looking up at Sirius, Harry smiled softly and Sirius smiled back. Gentle waves of compassion and protectiveness brushed against Harry, soothing him as Sirius turned and walked to the staircase. It'll be all right as long as Sirius and Remus are there. It always has been. Staring into the fire, Harry pushed all thought from his mind and focused solely on breathing. Perhaps his entire problem was being hit with so much at once. In the Muggle world, all Harry had to concentrate on was his job and keeping a lookout for any Voldemort supporters. He was J. Orion Evans there, not Harry Potter. He didn't have a reputation to live up to anything or have a society to disappoint. It had been easy there. Easy but not right. Running away is never the right thing to do. As Harry Potter, though, he had everything to lose. The fire in the fireplace suddenly turned green and roared to life, catching Harry by surprise. Crying out, Harry rolled off the sofa couch and shakily pulled himself as far from the fireplace as possible. The kitchen door flew open as Tonks and Victor ran into the living room with their wands out. Two cracks were heard as Dobby and Creature appeared in front of Harry, blocking the intruder from reaching him. Footsteps thundered down the stairs as Sirius came running, taking 2 or even 3 stairs at a time with his wand out. 3 wands and 2 protective house elves were all focused on one very surprised Professor Dumbledore, who slowly raised his hands in a sign of surrender. I assure you all I mean you no harm, Professor Dumbledore said pleasantly, then turned his attention completely to Harry. I apologize for startling you, my boy. I should have warned you before stepping through. Are you all right? Looking up at the Hogwarts headmaster, Harry tried to calm himself down while nodding. He subconsciously reached out for the emotions around him but could only sense an overwhelming protectiveness and concern. He could sense no ill will, but he was also surrounded by people and creatures that would do anything to protect him. I'm fine, sir, Harry said as he glanced at Sirius and nodded to show that everything was all right. Sirius lowered his wand and motioned for Tonks and Victor to do the same. Tonks, if you could help Harry, he said as he gave her a strong look. I need to assure Moony that everything's all right. Merlin knows he's probably panicking by now. Tonks nodded and hurried to Harry's side while Sirius ran up the stairs. Dobby, Creature, you can return to the kitchen, she said kindly. Harry's in no danger. Dobby and Creature remained where they were. Look, Victor and I will stay with Harry, all right. Harry Potter's Tonks protect Harry Potter, Dobby said firmly, then looked at Harry. Harry Potter call Dobby for help. Dobby protect Harry Potter, even from Harry Potter's friends. Young Master call Creature too, Creature added. Young Master needs Creature. Harry gave the 2 house elves a grateful smile. Thank you Dobby and Creature, he said sincerely. I will call you if I need you. Dobby and Creature nodded before vanishing with a loud crack, allowing Tonks and Victor to help Harry to his feet. Harry swayed as a strong wave of dizziness hit him hard, but Tonks and Victor held him tightly. Before Harry knew it, he was sitting on the sofa couch again with 3 sets of eyes looking at him worriedly. Do you need anything, Harry? Tonks asked as she rested her hand against Harry's face. You look pale. Harry shook his head. The dizziness was already beginning to pass just like it always did. I'm fine, thanks though, he said sincerely, then looked at Professor Dumbledore nervously. I'm sorry for reacting like that, Professor. I've been a little jumpy lately. Dumbledore nodded sympathetically as he sat down in a chair nearby. That is completely understandable, my boy, he said. If I can be of any service to aid you through this, please let me know. You are not the first to be taken prisoner by Lord Voldemort and probably won't be the last. I can understand if you would rather confide in Sirius and Remus. I just want to remind you that there are others who are willing to listen. At Harry's nod, Dumbledore continued. That being said, how are you feeling? Poppy informed me that your magic is still fluctuating. I can only assume that this was what allowed you to aid in Remus' recovery. Harry nodded again, well aware that he was partially lying. Yes, his empathy, which was a part of his magic, was unstable, and that combined with his healing ability, allowed him to help Remus recover. Harry didn't like misleading Dumbledore, but he needed to talk to Sirius and Remus first before breaking the news. Sirius clearly had problems trusting Professor Dumbledore at the moment, and Harry wasn't about to make it worse. What it boiled down to was that Harry trusted Sirius and Remus more than anyone else. Whatever they decided, Harry would follow. I must say that is impressive, Harry, Dumbledore said as he sat back in his chair and unfolded his long fingers. Not many wizards, even fully trained ones, could accomplish such a task. I can only imagine how exhausted you must have felt. How are you recovering? Poppy has only given me a few details, and from my understanding it has been anything but easy. Nervously rubbing the back of his neck, Harry tried to think of something to say. Honestly, sir, I have been sleeping most of the time, he said truthfully. Is this normal after someone's had their magic restored? Dumbledore's gaze turned sympathetic. I'm afraid it is, Harry, he said tenderly. It is particularly difficult on teenagers and children because their magic is still growing. It is naturally fluctuating, but not enough for you to notice. Think of a barrier that is being slowly broken down. When magic is suppressed, that barrier is suddenly reformed, blocking you completely from what your body has accepted as a natural supply of energy. Restoring magic causes that barrier to suddenly break to the state it had been before the suppression. The fluctuating of magic you are feeling is your barrier adjusting, breaking off more to accommodate to the level you are currently at. With as temperamental as your magic has been in the past, I can only gather that your barrier is weaker than most your age. How long will my magic be unstable? Harry asked nervously. Silence filled the room as Professor Dumbledore seemed to be pondering what to say. I wish I could give you an honest answer, Harry, he said gently. The magical fluctuations vary from wizard to wizard. There are so many variables to take into account. Age, magical ability, physical state, and emotional state, to name a few. I trust you haven't had any fluctuations since your relapse. Harry shook his head. No, sir, he said, but I've spent most of the time sleeping since then. Professor Dumbledore nodded. Ah, yes, he said thoughtfully. That would prevent you from noticing. However, I believe listening to your body is more important at the moment. The sound of footsteps against the stairs made everyone turn to see Sirius helping Remus down the stairs. Victor hurried to the staircase and, once they reached the bottom, helped Sirius nearly carry Remus to the vacant sofa couch. Remus let out a sigh of relief as he lowered himself to a more comfortable position. By the fire, it was shocking to see how pale and worn Remus' face actually was. Everyone could see how worried Sirius was over his best friend, and, to be honest, Harry couldn't blame him. Victor, Remus' potions are in the kitchen, Sirius said quietly. He could use a few of them right about now. Right away, Mr. Black, Victor said with a nod before hurrying into the kitchen, only to return a moment later with 4 different colored vials in his hands. Vic, ones do you need? Sirius took 2 of the 4 vials, removed the corks and handed them over to Remus. It would have been hilarious to watch Remus shudder at the awful taste if he hadn't needed them so badly. Remus' color instantly improved, and it appeared that the tiredness that marred his face vanished. Tonks moved from Harry's side to Sirius, where she placed a reassuring hand on Sirius' arm and whispered into his ear. Sirius glanced over his shoulder at Harry, then nodded to Tonks. There was a seriousness about the both of them that just seemed wrong. Tonks moved first, sitting down on the vacant end of the sofa couch and patting Remus on the leg. Sirius took that as his cue to move to Harry's side. Harry couldn't hold back a smile as Sirius sat down beside him and wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders. Victor appeared to be unsure whether he should stay or leave until Tonks motioned for Victor to take a seat. Harry really didn't mind. Considering everything, Victor had a right to be there. Dumbledore, Sirius said stiffly. Professor Dumbledore let out a sigh. Sirius, I know you are still rather upset with me, but I assure you that I want the same as you, he said sincerely. I only want to help in Harry's recovery. He reached in his cloak and pulled out a small box with one hand and his wand with the other. With a tap of the wand, the box enlarged and opened to reveal Dumbledore's pensieve. Whenever you're ready. Harry stared at the shallow stone basin with odd carvings around the edge. The bright, whitish-silver substance swirled smoothly in the non-existent breeze. His only experience with Dumbledore's pensieve had been during Christmas break last year when proof of Delirious Umbridge's illegal detentions with a blood quill. It felt like a lifetime ago, but looking at the pensieve, Harry couldn't help thinking that situation was so similar to this one. Once again his memories were needed to provide information. Sirius pulled out his wand. Only a few memories, kiddo, he said reassuringly. Harry nodded and closed his eyes as he leaned against Sirius. He felt a wand gently pressed against his temple and prepared himself to focus completely on whatever memory Sirius requested. Memories only had the power to hurt if you let them. Harry knew this. He had been through this before and he would most likely go through it again. He just had to remember that his past horrors had no hold on the present. First one, your duel against Voldemort at the Ministry, Sirius said gently. Harry focused completely on his duel with Voldemort that night. He could remember the desperation he felt in trying to stand his ground against someone who could have easily killed him. He remembered Voldemort trying to convince him that Dumbledore was afraid of him and the insane justifications Voldemort gave for his homicidal actions. Harry remembered the tiring sword fight that was mixed into the duel. He remembered knowing that he was weakening and certain that he was going to die that night. He had lost the duel and would have been killed if Dumbledore hadn't shown up. Good, Harry, Sirius said, breaking into Harry's thoughts. Next one, the night you left Hogwarts. Harry quickly opened his eyes, stared at Sirius in horror. I know it's a painful memory, Pronglet, but I think some people, Sirius nodded to Dumbledore, should see how the protections set into place had failed that night. I promise that no one other than Moony, Dumbledore, myself and possibly Tonks will ever see it, all right. Harry reluctantly closed his eyes and focused on that night he woke and caught sight of his guardian. He remembered the voice slowly convincing him that he had to leave. He remembered Hogwarts, Fawkes, his letter to Sirius, Griphook at Gringotts Wizarding Bank at Diagon Alley, and his arrival in the hotel room. Despite the situation, Harry couldn't help remembering how Fawkes had acted that night. The Phoenix had almost acted human. More memories were added to the pensieve. There were a few from his time at the hospital, but nothing that would reveal his new abilities. What took the most time was adding everything Harry could remember of his time as Voldemort's prisoner, including the escape. Once Harry was done, he could barely keep his eyes open. The entire process had been too long and exhausting. He barely noticed Sirius helping him lie down before covering him up with a blanket and removing his glasses. Muffled voices grew distant. Darkness claimed his vision. Sleep came easily. Whispers washed over him, too distorted to possibly make out what was being said. Ignoring the pull to consciousness, Harry pulled the blanket tighter and pressed himself into the sofa couch more. His body felt so heavy and sleep was too inviting to pass up. He didn't know why he had the feeling that he was being watched, but he didn't have the energy to worry about it. Concern and nervousness brushed against him, but there was no sign of danger. Whoever was nearby clearly meant him no harm. A hand rested on his back before it started to move in soothing motions. Groaning softly, Harry rolled onto his back to stop the hand that was trying to keep him from his peaceful slumber. Nightmare-free slumber had been a rarity for Harry unless he was completely exhausted, at least until he returned home, where he was normally given a potion before falling asleep. Drugged sleep is probably better than no sleep. I would leave him alone if I were you. Let him sleep. How is he doing, Victor? He was doing better until his relapse, Mrs. Weasley. They are right back where they started, only he's not apologizing for everything anymore. I really don't know anymore. You will have to ask Mr. Black or Mr. Lupin. No one besides them and Madame Pomfrey actually know how Harry's doing. But Victor, no, hear me, Anne. If our friendship means anything, don't ask me anymore. I will not betray Harry or Mr. Black because you can't wait. Harry groaned in annoyance as he pulled his blanket over his head. He really didn't want to play 20 questions with Hermione and the Weasleys right now. He knew they deserved an explanation. He had just hoped that it wouldn't be tonight. It doesn't look like I'll have much of a choice though. Knowing that he was only delaying the inevitable, Harry slowly opened his eyes, pushed the blanket off his face and turned his head to see a crowd of redheads, one bushy-haired girl and a dark-haired man, which was clearly Victor. Their faces were too blurry to make out, but Harry knew their features well enough to know who was where. Mrs. and Mr. Weasley were standing near the fireplace. Ron and Hermione were on their kneeling in front of the sofa couch, and Ginny was sitting on the sofa couch across from him with Fred and George. Complete silence filled the room. Blinking tiredly, Harry was saved from saying anything when he suddenly found himself in a fierce embrace and a face full of bushy hair. He was so surprised by the motion that Harry instantly tensed until Hermione was pried away off of him. A hand rested on his shoulder as a pair of glasses was slid on his face, making everything come into focus. Looking up, Harry saw Mr. Weasley's sympathetic gaze. "Are you trying to suffocate him, Hermione?" Ron asked loudly. "Bloody hell. You know he's still recovering." "Ronald Weasley." Mrs. Weasley scolded. "Watch your language." She let out a long breath before approaching Harry and resting a hand on his forehead. "How are you feeling, Harry, dear? We didn't mean to wake you. Some of us are just a little eager to see how you are." "It's okay," Harry said softly as he moved to sit up and instantly found himself being helped by Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Sitting upright, Harry quickly closed his eyes as a wave of dizziness hit him, forcing him to grab onto Mrs. Weasley for support. Protectiveness, concern and sympathy washed over him, followed by hints of fear. Once the dizziness passed, Harry released his hold on Mrs. Weasley and leaned back against the arm of the sofa couch. He opened his eyes and let out a long breath, trying to ignore the worried glances he was getting. "So," Ron began uncomfortably. "How are you feeling?" Everyone stared at Ron incredulously except Harry, who smiled. Trust Ron to break the ice with such a blunt question. That sort of normalcy was something that Harry craved at the moment. "I've been better," Harry said honestly. "I'll be grateful when the tiredness and dizziness passes." Hermione was now sitting on a chair with her arms enfolded across her chest. Victor, who had been the one to pull her away, walked over to a small nearby table, picked up a vial with a whitish-colored vial and handed it over to Harry. "Mr. Black said to take this one Vun Uvake," said Victor. Harry obediently drank the potion, cringing at the awful taste. "By the time I'm off of these potions I won't have any taste buds left," he said as he handed the empty vial back to Victor. "Where are Sirius and Remus?" Mr. Weasley asked curiously. Victor and Harry shared a look for a moment before Harry shrugged and returned his attention to the Weasleys and Hermione. "They're going through some of my memories in Dumbledore's Pensieve," he said as he rubbed the back of his neck. "I guess the new minister wants to see what happened with Voldemort at the ministry." Mr. and Mrs. Weasley shared a look before Mrs. Weasley pulled up a chair and sat down. "I trust you've been told about him, dear?" she asked gently as she took hold of Harry's hand. Harry nodded. "Well, he is certainly doing more to prepare us for the war, but at the moment he's so worried about fixing the ministry's image. Fudge left behind quite a mess and an even worse public image, even with everything that Amelia Bones tried to do for the months she was acting minister. Scrimgeour believes that by repairing the ministry's relationship with you he will repair the public's opinion of the ministry," Mr. Weasley added. "I've even been cornered in the last week along with Tonks, Shacklebolt and Moody. Everyone's been looking for you ever since." "Arthur," Mrs. Weasley scolded as she shot him a warning look. "Now is not the time to speak of that." Harry knew that Mrs. Weasley was trying to protect him from hearing something that could possibly upset him. The problem was he already knew what Mr. Weasley had almost revealed. "I suppose you're talking about the Chosen One." "Rubbish," Harry said while rubbing his eyes underneath his glasses. Mr. Weasley looked nervous as Mrs. Weasley glared at him. "Sirius told me," Harry added nonchalantly. "I guess now that everyone doesn't believe I'm out of my mind they feel it's necessary to place the entire war on my shoulders." An uncomfortable silence filled the air. There was really no way to respond to the bluntness or the truthfulness of the statement. The entire wizarding world, even friends and classmates, had always held Harry at a higher standard than any normal wizard should be held at. Harry didn't blame them for thinking that way. He had survived repeatedly in situations where most fully trained wizards would fail. Unfortunately, merely surviving wasn't enough anymore. "Well, we don't think that, dear," Mrs. Weasley said gently. No one in their right mind should push their problems off on a child. So, it's not true? Ron asked tentatively. Harry sighed and shook his head. The last thing he wanted was his friends to treat him differently because of an article in the Daily Prophet. They had rarely printed the truth when it concerned him, and this time wasn't any different. The only thing I'm chosen for is to be number one on Voldemort's want to kill list, he said. The Weasleys flinched at Voldemort's name. Harry bit back the annoyance that was rising in him. He would have thought that they would be used to hearing the Dark Lord's name by now. So how have all of you been? Worried about you, Hermione answered immediately. We tried to send messages to you with Hedwig, but she kept coming back looking frustrated. No one could track you. How in the world did you manage to be undetectable? We're not allowed to do magic outside of school, you know. Harry looked at Hermione quickly at the mention of his owl. Is Hedwig all right? He asked. She's fine, Ginny said reassuringly. She's been spending a lot of time in my room. Been a lifesaver, really. It's been nice having someone to talk to, especially with our guest. Ron rolled his eyes while Fred and George snickered. Harry looked at the twins with a raised eyebrow and finally noticed that they were rather well dressed. They both wore jackets that appeared to be made out of dragon skin, and their boots, made out of the same material, looked relatively new. Apparently, business was doing better than Harry originally thought. She's really not that bad, Ginny, Ron said irritably. Just because Dean is spending time with his own family. This has nothing to do with Dean. Ginny shot back as she quickly rose to her feet. You always defend her. Harry looked at Mr. and Mrs. Weasley helplessly, only to find them shaking their heads in exasperation. What was going on here? When did Ginny start dating Dean Thomas? Who is this mystery girl that Ron seems to be the only one to approve of? Harry suddenly understood how Ron and Hermione had felt the past few years when he had kept them out of the loop. He felt a new level of respect for his friends. He didn't know how they had managed to handle it for so long. Green flames erupted from the fireplace, startling everyone in the room. Everyone who had a wand, besides Mrs. Weasley, who had used her body to shield Harry, instantly pulled it out and pointed it at the figures that stepped out of the flames. Listening carefully, Harry could hear 3 people stumbling out of the fireplace, then silence. No words were said and no curses were thrown. Whoever had entered clearly wasn't an enemy, but then why was everyone so quiet? You can all put them away. You know, a familiar voice said in an amused tone. Everyone put their wands away while Mrs. Weasley slowly released Harry and sat back down. Looking at the newcomers, Harry couldn't help but smile at the sight of Bill, Charlie, and a tall, cloaked woman brushing off their robes. Once all of the soot was off, the woman pulled back her hood to reveal long blonde hair that seemed to radiate a faint, silvery glow. If the hair wasn't a giveaway, the beautiful face was. Ari! Fleur Delacour exclaimed as she rushed to Harry's side, a key at him on each cheek. Oh, we've been so worried about you, Ari. How are you feeling? Harry smiled at her as waves of devotion, happiness, and admiration surrounded him. He had never felt such strong emotions from a person before and had a strong feeling that they weren't focused on him. Cautiously, Harry glanced over at Bill and saw the long-haired redhead stared at Fleur with a strange look in his eyes. His gaze shifted between Fleur and Bill before his smile widened. So this was the secret Ron and Ginny had been arguing about. Grinning, Harry grasped Fleur's hand and looked into her intoxicating eyes. Congratulations, he said sincerely. I hope you two are very happy together. The majority of the mouths in the room dropped as Fleur squealed and wrapped her arms around Harry, only to be gently pulled back by Bill a moment later. Thank you so much, Ari. Fleur exclaimed, then looked at him seriously. Z's is not Z time for me. It is your birthday and you're still recovering. We can talk about Z's later. Bill stepped forward and grasped Harry's shoulder with a wink and a grin. It's good to see you back with us, Harry, he said, and happy birthday. How does it feel to finally be 16? Harry shrugged his shoulders. The same as last year when I turned 15, he said honestly. That was a partial lie. Although Harry didn't feel any different today than he did yesterday, much had changed since last year. So much has changed since last year. Wait a minute, Ron shouted in confusion. Harry, how did you know Bill and Fleur are engaged? None of us told you. Harry shrugged his shoulders again. It was rather obvious, he said vaguely to Ron. You just have to look at Bill and Fleur to see how much they care for each other. That sort of happiness can't be manufactured. It can only come from the heart. Bill and Fleur smiled happily as if they had finally found someone who understood them while everyone else was staring at Harry in disbelief. Inwardly, Harry cringed as realization hit him. His words had the same effect as having a sign over his head with the word, empathic, written in large, bold letters. He would need to be more discreet until he talked with Sirius and Remus about possibly revealing one of his new abilities. Harry was quickly discovering that his knack for keeping secrets needed to come to an end. The kitchen door opened, causing everyone to turn and see Remus being helped into the room by Sirius and Tonks. With as weak as Remus looked, Ginny and the twins immediately jumped to their feet and moved out of the way. Harry couldn't help but feel slightly guilty for the state Remus was in, since it had been his memories that had been viewed. Professor Dumbledore was the last to leave the kitchen, but he didn't follow the group. He approached Harry and rested a hand on Harry's shoulder. Looking over his shoulder, Harry noticed how worn the headmaster's face looked. It seemed that Remus wasn't the only person affected by the memories. We will talk later, Harry, Professor Dumbledore said gently. Enjoy your birthday and take care of yourself. Looking into the headmaster's blue eyes, Harry couldn't ignore the sadness that was present instead of the usual twinkling. Had the memories really affected everyone so much, or was it something else? Yes, sir, Harry said with a smile. I will. Professor Dumbledore gave Harry's shoulder a reassuring squeeze before moving to the fireplace, throwing a pinch of flow powder in the flames and vanishing with an eruption of green flames. Once again, Harry couldn't help but feeling that something else was going on here, something that had started a while ago and was far from being resolved. He understood that Dumbledore was a busy man, but no one left that quickly unless they were trying to avoid a confrontation. Once Remus was settled, Sirius checked Harry over before calling for Dobby and Creature to bring out dinner. With a snap of the house elves' fingers, the tables against the wall filled with food and 2 trays appeared for Harry and Remus. Sirius sat down beside Remus while Mrs. Weasley remained by Harry. Conversations broke out as everyone ate. With Sirius and Remus present, all thought of talking about when Harry had been missing was forgotten. No one wanted to risk being thrown out by Sirius, not that Harry blamed them. It was halfway through dinner when a few members of the Order arrived. Moody, Shacklebolt and Professor McGonagall stopped by to check on Harry and drop off a large present before leaving the family gathering. Like Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall seemed to be incredibly uneasy. Harry was surprised by the strong waves of anxiety and discomfort that were coming from her. He normally couldn't single out someone's distinct emotion, but Professor McGonagall's were too strong to ignore. After a spot of birthday cake, everyone eagerly gathered around and watched as Harry slowly opened his presents. Tonks, Victor and Charlie had gotten together on a new wand holster that was charmed to be invisible when it was attached to the wrist. Putting it on, Harry couldn't believe how light it was. He could barely feel that anything was actually on his wrist. Bill and Fleur had given Harry a journal that was charmed to be endless, something that Harry had a feeling that he would be using frequently. Fred and George gathered the most popular of their stock from Weasley Wizarding Wheezes for their financial backer to try out. Ron and Ginny had even volunteered themselves as test subjects for a few of the items, which brought about a lot of laughs. Ron, Hermione and Ginny had pooled their funds to give Harry 2 books. Quidditch, everything you need to know about the game, and new and improved defenses, charms, curses and hexes created in the past century. Harry thanked them repeatedly, even though he could hear Ron muttering, "I can't believe we gave him books of all things." Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had given Harry a quilt made by Mrs. Weasley with a wolf, dog, stag, and lily embroidered in the center of it. The various shades of blue were patched together in an intricate pattern, making the quilt look like a piece of art. Harry had held himself together rather well until Mrs. Weasley told him that now he would always have his 4 parents close. He hated to show weakness in front of everyone, but the comment had reminded Harry of the night he had run away. He had called Sirius and Remus Dad, then only to abandon them. Never again. No matter how much it hurts, I won't abandon them again. The large gift from the order ended up being a trunk that had charmed dividers to protect breakables, keep valuables safe, and automatically shrink items to fit. Harry had never seen anything like it before and silently hoped that he would have a chance to use it. Sirius and Remus, although Harry had no idea when they had the time, had given Harry 2 presents. The first was a set of jaws, Harry's preferred weapon in martial arts training, that were charmed with the ability to shrink in order to fit in the hidden pockets of the belt that came with them. The second present was surprisingly a pensieve. It was smaller than Professor Dumbledore's, but it still looked magnificent. With Remus nearly asleep, Sirius helped his best friend upstairs while people started to clean up. Ron and Hermione took the opportunity to sit down on either side of Harry, something that Harry could tell they had wanted to do all night. Leaning back against the sofa couch, Harry could feel the long evening catching up with him as Hermione took hold of his right hand and caressed the back of it. He closed his eyes and subconsciously leaned to the right until his head was resting on Hermione's shoulder. "So, if you don't mind, Harry," Ron began uncomfortably. "Where were you hiding?" "Muggle London," Harry muttered sleepily. His mind was drifting so much he didn't even realize he had answered. All of the excitement had finally caught up with him. "What were you doing, Harry?" Hermione prodded gently. Harry shifted his body to be a little more comfortable and felt his upper body being lowered to a firm surface. "Hospital," he murmured. "Job." Ron and Hermione shared a startled glance. "You were working in a hospital?" asked Ron. "How in the world did you remain undetected?" "All of the hospitals in England were searched." Fingers ran through his hair, sending Harry further into darkness. If he answered Ron's question, Harry never knew for sure. All he knew was that sleep was too inviting of a concept to ignore. He would sort out everything in the morning, including what to say to his friends. Once again Harry slowly woke to the sound of whispering voices. Lying on his stomach, Harry turned his head towards the voices and slowly opened his eyes. He was surprised to find that he was once again in Remus' room, only this time it was brightly lit. Remus was sitting up with his back resting against the headboard and a tray on his lap. There were 2 somewhat blurry figures sitting beside the bed. From the red hair of the tall bloke and the bushy brown hair of the shorter girl, Harry knew that Ron and Hermione were the ones who had been talking to Remus. Questions immediately entered his mind. What had Remus told them? Had he told them what he saw in Professor Dumbledore's pensieve? Had he mentioned how Harry could sense emotions? No. No, Remus would never do that. Neither Sirius nor Remus would tell anyone anything like that without asking me first. Closing his eyes, Harry could sense concern and nervousness. Those emotions were the most common these days. It seemed that everyone was worried about him and uncertain of what to say or how to act. Harry could relate. Although the Weasleys had done all they could to make the atmosphere comfortable last night, Harry had still felt uneasy and he knew it was his fault for feeling that way. "But I'll make it better. I'll make the effort to confide in them more. I promise." The bed shifted and, before Harry could even react, a wet and rough surface ran over his face. He groaned in annoyance as he pushed the large furry dog away and wiped the slobber off of his face. He hated it when midnight woke him up that way, although it was the only way to wake Harry up quickly without scaring him half to death. Rolling onto his back, Harry was instantly bombarded with another dose of Midnight's large tongue before the dog lied down between Harry and Remus. Big blue eyes stared at Harry as Midnight let out a pitiful whine. Harry let out another groan and started to scratch behind Midnight's ears. A hand ruffled Harry's hair, causing Harry to look over at Remus and smile, knowing that his guardian was smiling at Midnight's antics. "We have company, Cub," Remus said with a grin. "Apparently, Hogwarts letters arrived today and your friends couldn't wait to talk to you about them." Harry rubbed the remaining tiredness out of his eyes and slowly sat up to avoid any dizziness. "Hogwarts letters?" he asked quizzically as he leaned against the headboard for support and grabbed his glasses off the bedside table. "But I haven't even seen my OWL results yet," and Sirius said. "Never mind what Sirius said," Remus interrupted gently. "What do you want, Harry? Do you want to go back to school with what happened in June?" Harry shrugged his shoulders. He really didn't know what he wanted other than to make Sirius and Remus happy. Hogwarts had been the first place he had called home, but now he had an actual home and an actual family. He loved living at Black Manor, but could he honestly turn his back on Hogwarts, even with what had happened? Could he never enter her walls again only because he was afraid of possible dangers? It's so much easier when the decision is made for me. That was the heart of the problem. Harry didn't trust himself to make decisions anymore. Harry, Hermione cried in shock. You have to come back to school. You have to finish your education. With a pop, Sirius had appeared and was glaring at Hermione. What's the point in finishing an education if he's dead? He shot back. Harry has been nearly killed every year he's been at Hogwarts. If staying here keeps him alive, then that is what he will do. But it should be his choice. Sirius, Remus interjected firmly. Poppy made a valid point when she was here. Secluding Harry won't help him. He needs to be around people. Harry bowed his head, his shoulders slumping forward. Both Sirius and Remus had valid points. Harry had been in danger ever since he had entered the wizarding world at age 11, but staying away from people would only hinder his empathic ability. He couldn't help shuddering at the thought of being overwhelmed with emotions like he had the night his magic had been restored. Was the risk of danger worth it? Harry just didn't know. Sirius and Remus noticed Harry's dejected demeanor and dropped the argument. Remus reached over to the bedside table and picked up 2 envelopes. Here, Harry, Remus said, handing over one of the envelopes. I believe this has been here for a while. Why don't you open it? Harry nervously took the envelope, and after a nervous glance at Sirius, he slid it open and unfolded the parchment inside. Ordinary wizarding level results. Pass grades. Outstanding O. Exceeds expectations E. Acceptable A. Fail grades. Poor P. Dreadful D. Troll T. Harry James Potter has achieved. Astronomy E. Care of magical creatures O. Charms O. Defense against the dark arts O. Divination A. Herbology O. History of magic E. Potions E. Transfiguration O. Harry couldn't believe his eyes. How in the world had he managed 5 outstanding marks? How had he managed an acceptable in divination? He read through his grades several times before he actually noticed his potions mark. Exceeds expectations would have been a remarkable accomplishment if Harry hadn't known that he needed an outstanding to take the NEWT class, a class that was required for the career paths he had discussed with Professor McGonagall. Well, Sirius asked anxiously. How did you do, Harry? Harry reluctantly handed over his results and waited until Sirius cried out in shock. Harry, these are amazing. 5 outstandings. How in the world did you accomplish that? Exceeds expectations. In potions and history of magic. What? Remus shouted as he grabbed the parchment from Sirius and looked it over. He smiled widely and pulled Harry into a one-armed embrace. I'm so proud of you, cub. 9 OWLs. You passed everything, even divination. Hermione now had the parchment and was reading through it with Ron looking over her shoulder. These are amazing, Harry, she said as she looked up at him and smiled sympathetically. It's too bad about potions though. Professor Snape was quite clear that he wouldn't accept anything other than outstanding on an OWL. The happiness in the room died instantly. Sirius and Remus looked at Harry compassionately, now understanding completely why Harry was so quiet. Who wouldn't be when they just discovered their dreams had just died? I'm sorry, kiddo, Sirius said gently. I know you were seriously thinking of being a healer. Harry shrugged his shoulders helplessly as he avoided making eye contact with anyone. The compassion and pity was so thick that Harry felt like he was suffocating. He hated when people felt sorry for him. It's just that when I worked at the hospital, I helped people, Harry said softly. For the first time in my life, I could actually see myself doing something after Hogwarts that wasn't related to Voldemort. I actually thought I could have a future. Remus tightened his hold on Harry. Then hang on to that dream, he said firmly. If Severus won't take you as a student, then we'll tutor you privately and find a way for you to take your exam. Sirius shot Remus a warning glare. That is, of course, if you want to return to Hogwarts and if we can remind your godfather that he had been a teenager once. I seem to remember that Sirius also ran away from home. That is completely different, Sirius protested. I suppose, Remus said nonchalantly. You left because you couldn't stand your family. Harry left to protect his family. Sirius moved to protest again. I'm not saying Harry was right to do what he did, Sirius. I agree with you that he should be grounded, but keeping him in this house against his will during the school term isn't the answer. When we were teenagers, we made mistakes too. Rather severe mistakes, wouldn't you think? Sirius winced at the comment and ran a shaky hand through his hair. I know you have a point, Moony, but this is Harry, he insisted, although everyone could see that his firmness was wavering. Slowly, Sirius shifted his gaze so blue eyes met green. I know you felt like you had no other choice, Harry. I saw your memory. I heard that voice, and for a moment, I thought it was James too. I saw what happened in that cell. Can you blame me for wanting to protect you from that? Harry shook his head. I'm grateful that you care, Sirius, he said truthfully, then glanced at Remus before shrugging his shoulders. It's really not a big deal. If you don't want me to go to Hogwarts, I don't have to. Ron and Hermione stared at Harry in shock. But what about your education? Hermione asked in horror. You've worked so hard. You can't just give it up now. What about Quidditch? Ron added, earning a smack on the back of the head from Hermione. I mean, you can't, he said quickly as he rubbed the back of his head. Hogwarts won't be the same without you. What about the DA? Remus and Sirius shared a look, both of them well aware that Harry would follow through with responsibilities rather than doing what he wanted. Well, we still have a month to make a decision, Remus said diplomatically as he handed Harry the second letter. Go ahead and open it. Let's see what interesting titles the instructors selected for this year. Opening his Hogwarts letter, Harry was surprised to see that there had been more than a letter and book list. There was a badge similar to a prefect badge, except there was a large C, where a large P should have been. Harry could hardly believe his eyes. He had been made Quidditch captain. Cautiously, Harry looked up at Sirius and Remus to see mixed reactions. Remus was smiling brightly while Sirius looked like he was trying desperately to keep his temper under control but failing regardless. Congratulations, Harry, Hermione exclaimed happily. You now have equal status with prefects. You are even allowed to use our special bathroom. Remus ruffled Harry's hair before shifting to be more comfortable. I'm proud of you, Cub, he said sincerely. You worked hard for that, although, now you will have to keep the stunts to a minimum. Can't have the captain in the hospital wing all the time now, can we? It's brilliant, Harry, Ron said with a bright smile. Now you have to come back. We can't have a team without the captain. That certainly was the wrong thing to say and everyone knew it. Ah, Ron, Hermione, why don't you two help Harry to his room so you three can talk, Remus said casually. It appears that Sirius and I need to discuss a few things. Ron and Hermione nodded nervously as they stood and walked around the bed to Harry's side. Anger was radiating off of Sirius. Harry didn't have to be empathic to know that and instantly felt extremely guilty for being the reason of Sirius' anger. After casting an uneasy glacé at both of his guardians, Harry sighed in defeat before sliding to the edge of the bed where Ron and Hermione helped him stand up. He closed his eyes tightly as a wave of dizziness hit him. It passed after a moment and Harry let Ron and Hermione usher him out of the room. The moment they entered the hallway, the door closed behind them, signaling that his guardians were most likely going to shout at each other. It didn't happen often. In fact, Harry could count the number of times Sirius and Remus argued this badly on one hand, and they normally covered the same topic: Sirius' overprotective nature. Harry knew that Remus was just as worried as Sirius, but Remus seemed to understand that locking someone up wasn't the answer. It had happened a couple of times last summer while Harry had been recovering from his duel with Voldemort, and it looked like it would be happening again, although Sirius now had more ammunition to throw at Remus. Sirius had more proof that keeping Harry at number 12, Grimmauld Place, was the only way to keep him safe. As they entered Harry's bedroom, Hermione hurried ahead and pulled back the bedcovers for Harry. Ron took a firm grip of Harry's arms and supported Harry as he slowly sat down on the bed. Harry bit back his frustration as Hermione pulled the bedcovers over his lower body. He hated that he couldn't even walk to his own room without assistance. He hated that he was taking so long to recover from this. Ron was the first to move and sat down at the foot of the bed while Hermione sat down on the chair at Harry's bedside. Sorry, Harry, Ron said uncomfortably. I didn't mean to make Sirius so upset. I just thought that with you being Captain, Sirius would realize that you belong at Hogwarts. Or, Sirius will think that Harry was made captain so he would return to Hogwarts, Hermione countered. With as upset as Sirius is with Professor Dumbledore, I can understand why Sirius is acting this way. I can only imagine what the school year would be like for you, Harry. Harry looked at Hermione with a blank look on his face. Why should it be any different than any other year? He asked. I haven't changed. But you have, Harry, Hermione interrupted. You've grown quite a bit over the past year, and even though you have lost some weight, you still are built better than most of the boys at Hogwarts. Add in what you have accomplished and, well, I'll just say that you probably won't have a problem finding a girl who's interested in you. Harry leaned back against his pillows as he took everything Hermione said in. He knew it was normal to date, but he had avoided it in the past. It always seemed that there were more important matters to worry about. Like staying alive. But how many of them are only interested in being seen with the boy who lived? Harry asked rhetorically. Maybe I should just go back to being Orion and forget that Harry Potter ever existed. Ron and Hermione shared an uneasy look. I take it. Orion was the name you used when you ran away? Hermione asked gently. Harry nodded. Jonathan Orion Evans was my name, but everyone at the hospital just called me Orion, he said. It was kind of nice being normal for once. I wasn't hated or adored for something I had no control over. But you were living a lie, Hermione said softly. You're not Orion. You're Harry and everything that comes with being Harry, that includes being a wizard. How did you do it, Harry? Ron asked bluntly. How did you manage to escape from Hogwarts? We were told Friday morning that extra wards had been placed around the grounds to prevent anyone from entering or leaving Hogwarts. We didn't find out until later that it was because Death Eaters had managed to sneak in and take you to the Ministry the night before. Harry let out a sigh before he told Ron and Hermione how he managed to leave the castle, Fox. He told them everything about that night except for being able to talk to Hogwarts. Ron and Hermione listened eagerly as Harry told them about meeting Dr. Rollins and working at the hospital. Once Harry started, he found it difficult to stop. He told them about his weekly meetings with Fox and how he learned about Voldemort searching for him. Ron and Hermione were horrified to hear Harry's account of the Charing Cross Road attack and what happened afterwards. He didn't say much about his time as Voldemort's prisoner. Harry knew Ron and Hermione were eager for details, but some things were too painful to speak about yet. Instead, Harry figured it was time to tell Ron and Hermione something else that he could only hope they were compassionate enough to hear. There's something else, he began. Last night, I realized what you two most likely have been feeling ever since Sirius and Remus entered my life. I learned what it felt like to be in the dark. I didn't know Ginny was dating Dean or that Bill was engaged to Fleur, and I felt like I was missing out on something. Ron and Hermione leaned in eagerly. I haven't been very forthcoming for some time now because I was afraid of how you would react, Harry continued, his voice shaking slightly. In ways, I'm still afraid. I know what I went through wasn't normal. He let out a nervous sigh as he ran his fingers through his messy hair. This wasn't as easy to talk about. Do you two remember the training I went through before our third year? Ron and Hermione nodded. It was to teach you how to defend yourself from Sirius, Hermione said matter-of-factly. Harry nodded. Well, you see, Dumbledore believes that's what triggered everything, he said softly. It started when I was practicing the Patronus charm with Remus. I sort of overcharged my spells, occasionally. It didn't happen often, so as long as I was careful I didn't think it was anything to worry about, but it changed during the summer before our fourth year. The overcharges started happening on their own. The World Cup, Ron exclaimed. You collapsed in the box. That's what it was. Harry nodded again. The overcharges transformed into magical outbursts, he said as he stared down at his hands enfolded in his lap. They were powerful and extremely painful. They didn't happen often, but when they did I felt like I was going mad. I had no control, so Dumbledore gave me a suppression necklace to wear. It worked most of the time. The only time it actually failed was during the second task when I had two outbursts while underwater. Hermione gasped. It was too much for the necklace to absorb, so I had to find some way to use it to free myself from the Grindylows. What about after the third task? Hermione asked. Didn't it fail then too? Harry shook his head. Voldemort discovered the necklace and pulled it off before we dueled, he said with a slight shudder as the memory came back at full force. I was hit with 3 outbursts that night. They had been what saved me, but they had also what nearly killed me. My body couldn't handle the strain. My lungs collapsed and my heart weakened to the point that any stress could send it into shock. That was why I was monitored so closely here last summer. We had to worry about outbursts affecting my heart. The outbursts still came, but they weren't as strong as before, so I was able to live through them with no further complications. Hermione took hold of Harry's hand as she stared at him, desperately wanting him to continue. Ron, on the other hand, had a look of apprehension on his face, almost like he was nervous to where this conversation was going. Harry knew that, of the two, Ron would be the one who would most likely have a problem with this, since Ron had been raised in the wizarding world to know what was accepted and what wasn't. Well, the outbursts didn't happen often last year, Harry continued with a shrug. They only seemed to manifest when I absolutely needed them, and I was able to use them to get out of a few sticky situations. He looked at them for a moment, biting his lower lip nervously. Here goes nothing. But I don't have them anymore. At least I don't think so. When I was in London, I noticed that something in me had changed. I found that I could feel emotions from those around me. Hermione's eyes widened as Ron's jaw dropped. So, you know what we're feeling now? Hermione asked in awe. Harry let out a long breath as he closed his eyes and concentrated. Curiosity filled the air along with disbelief and fear. Harry's shoulders slumped forward in defeat. You're afraid of me, he said softly. If this is too much for you to handle, I'll understand. I just thought it was time you knew the truth. I'm tired of keeping secrets. I'm just so tired of it all. Hermione stood up and sat down on the edge of Harry's bed as she wrapped her arms around him. It's a little scary, I'll admit, she said honestly, but you're our best friend, Harry. It doesn't matter what you can do. Is this what Remus was talking about when he said that it was better if you were around people? Harry nodded as he wrapped his arms around Hermione, relieved that she wouldn't desert him. Looking at Ron, Harry could see that his other best friend seemed to be having a mental debate with himself. This worried Harry. The fact that Ron had to think of whether he wanted to remain friends with Harry shattered the faith Harry had in their friendship. Finally, Ron looked at Harry nervously. What are you going to do? He asked. If the ministry finds out about this, they're going to take you away. They'll claim that it's for your own safety, but they really want you to help them. They'll force you to help them. The last known empath was over 100 years ago, and she ended up killing herself because the ministry held her prisoner and wouldn't let her be with the man she loved. Hermione pulled away and looked at Ron in confusion. I've never heard of that, she said as she repositioned herself so she was sitting next to Harry. Are you sure this isn't just some story you heard somewhere? Ron rolled his eyes in exasperation. Hermione, everyone who grew up in the wizarding world knows the story of Sylvia Sinclair, he said. She was engaged to marry a wizard before the ministry discovered her abilities. It is said that the ministry even threatened her with her fiancé's life so she would cooperate. After 2 years of helping the ministry, it became too much for her, so she and her fiancé killed themselves. It was a rather large scandal. Everyone believed that the ministry had gone too far in trying to control her. Oh, Hermione said softly. It sounds too much like Romeo and Juliet if you ask me. Are you sure this actually happened? Ron shrugged his shoulders. All I know is that Ginny loved the story when she was younger, he said, then looked directly at Harry. You're not going to let the ministry know about this, are you? Harry let out a snort, but internally he was overjoyed. Ron's hesitation had been out of concern, not fear. Sure, Harry said sarcastically. I'm sure they'd love to hear that their precious, chosen one, can feel that they're all a bunch of spineless cowards who want a teenager to fight their war for them. I'm not telling anyone unless Sirius and Remus think I should. We haven't even told Dumbledore. We may tell Tonks, though. She is a member of the family. It's probably good that not many know, Hermione said matter-of-factly, then looked at Harry and smiled. Thank you for trusting us with this, Harry, although I can't believe you actually thought we would turn away from you just because you're different. You've always been different. You're just finally realizing it. Harry had to admit that Hermione had a point. The only thing that had really changed was Harry's acceptance of who he was and what he wasn't. He wasn't normal or a freak. He was just different, like Remus. It had been only 2 days after his birthday when Harry had woken one morning to find something on his bedside table that hadn't been there the night before. Sitting by his glasses, Harry instantly recognized the holly wand that he had used for the past 5 years. He slipped on his glasses before slowly wrapping his fingers around the wand. It felt warm and comforting, and on closer inspection, Harry noticed that there were several marks around the handle that resembled flames. He didn't know what it meant, but he had to admit he sort of liked it. The flames reminded him of Fawkes and all the Phoenix had done for him in the past. Hedwig had also finally returned from the burrow and made no effort to hide her displeasure with Harry. For nearly 2 days, Hedwig kept her back facing Harry while occasionally looking over her shoulder to make sure he was still there. Harry had apologized to her repeatedly, telling her how much he missed her and how much he thought about her when he had been away. Sirius and Remus found the entire situation completely hilarious, especially when Hedwig would let them pet her without protest. The next week passed slowly. Sirius had finally agreed to let Harry choose on returning to Hogwarts, but that didn't mean Sirius kept his opinions to himself. During the week, Harry had heard more tales of how unsafe Hogwarts was than he had ever wanted to hear. It didn't help that Sirius included Harry's past exploits to only make his point of view even stronger. Harry ended up being so frustrated that he told Sirius to stop with the stories or he would go to Hogwarts just to have a moment of peace. The threat worked. Sirius immediately backed off, allowing Harry to read in peace. Tonks had taken the liberty of picking up his books for him earlier in the week, which gave him something to read other than the books in the Black family library. Harry had a feeling that Remus had something to do with it, but he kept his thoughts to himself. It was easy to see that even though Tonks didn't want Harry to leave, she agreed with Remus that it should be Harry's choice. Harry didn't know whether to be grateful or not. There was still a part of him that didn't want to make the choice out of fear that something may happen. Tonks had taken the revelation that Harry was empathic rather well and had agreed with Ron that the Ministry shouldn't know. She had heard the same story Ron had mentioned, although Sirius and Remus insisted that the story of Sylvia Sinclair was just a tale mothers told their children about the lengths people will go for love. In retaliation, Tonks charmed Sirius' hair green, which was the start of a prank war. Harry and Remus made every effort to stay out of the way of the fighting cousins. If last summer was any indication, the pranks were bound to be humiliating. The only drastic change during the week was that Ron and Hermione visited every day, with Ginny accompanying them occasionally. He had learned that Hermione had passed all of her OWL exams with 10 outstanding marks and 1 exceeds expectations mark in Defense Against the Dark Arts. Ron received 7 OWLs and seemed rather proud that he had earned more OWLs than Fred and George combined. Harry also learned that the Weasleys and Hermione had gone to Diagon Alley only to realize the affect the war was already having on the place. Florine Fortescue, the man who ran the ice cream place, was missing and Ollivander was gone too. Ron went into excruciating detail of their encounter with Draco Malfoy at Madame Malkin's. Harry didn't miss the exasperated look on Hermione's face when Ron went on and on about how arrogant Malfoy was by making fun of Harry's capture. "So how has Perfect Potter been? I heard he screams like a little girl." Draco Malfoy always knew exactly how to ignite Ron's temper, and after listening to Ron, Harry could see that Malfoy had succeeded in his task. Harry would be lying if he said the comments didn't hurt, but he knew Malfoy too well. The Slytherin student had always relied on words and empty threats to make himself feel more powerful than he actually was. The highlight of that visit was when Ron, Hermione and Ginny told Harry about their visit to Weasley Wizarding Wheezes. Harry couldn't believe the vast range of products the twins were now selling. There were skiving snack boxes, patented daydream charms, edible dark marks, shield cloaks, shield gloves, instant darkness powder, decoy detonators, love potions, pygmy puffs, and even self-inking, spell checking and smart answer quills. Ginny had brought her purple pygmy puff, Arnold, and the round ball of fluff instantly took a liking to Harry, letting out a high-pitched squeak whenever anyone tried to take him away. The most uncomfortable subject discussed was Bill's engagement to Fleur, or Flem, according to Ginny. Apparently, Fleur couldn't say enough of Harry Potter and was trying to persuade Bill to agree to Harry standing up at the wedding because he openly supported the union. Hermione and Ginny made no point in hiding their dislike for Fleur and also revealed that Mrs. Weasley didn't approve of the union either. Harry just shook his head sadly. Bill and Fleur obviously loved each other. Why couldn't everyone else see it? Madame Pomfrey had kept up her scheduled visits, checking on Harry and Remus every 2 days. Harry's recovery was certainly progressing at a faster pace than Remus. His need for sleep had dampened throughout the week, so he was able to stay awake the entire day and even walk around for a short period of time without feeling tiredness or dizziness. Harry was now told to begin light physical activity to regain his strength. Sirius immediately took up the task and worked with Harry on martial art forms similar to what Harry had learned during previous summers. It was slow and non-strenuous, but it also worked the muscles that Harry hadn't been using for the past 2 weeks. Remus, on the other hand, was another story. Everyone knew that Remus' recovery was going to be slow even with Harry's help to push it along. It was difficult for Remus to stay awake for more than 5 hours at a time, and, when he was awake, he was so bored that Harry and Sirius were doing everything they could to keep him busy. Harry normally discussed any questions he had concerning something he had read in his textbooks, while Sirius worked with Remus on order matters and any problems that concerned Harry. Neither Sirius nor Remus were attending order meetings and had to rely on Tonks for updates and research assignments. The most consistent problem was the Ministry. Rufus Scrimgeour was beginning to become more and more persistent in scheduling a meeting, even after showing Harry's memory of the duel with Voldemort. As former head of the Auror office, Scrimgeour knew talent when he saw it, and he wanted Harry Potter. Sirius had nearly hit the roof when Dumbledore relayed that onto Harry's guardians. None of them wanted Harry to be coerced into anything. As the sun slowly set on the Wednesday after his birthday, Harry retreated to his favorite sofa couch in front of the fire with his Defense Against the Dark Arts book while Sirius and Remus discussed order matters upstairs. He was fascinated with the concept of nonverbal spells and was eager to read everything he could on the subject. During their duel at the Ministry, Voldemort had cast many nonverbal spells which had left Harry at a disadvantage, a place Harry didn't want to be in again. Without the magical outbursts to fall back on, Harry knew he would need to throw himself into learning more common used means of defending himself. He couldn't afford for Voldemort to win again. Opening his book, Harry forced himself to concentrate on what he was reading. The theory behind using nonverbal spells was rather simple, it was actually using them was where it became difficult. Concentration and mind power are needed to basically force the spell out. Not everyone could accomplish casting spells nonverbally, but Harry was determined to do all that he could in order to succeed. He needed the element of surprise. His only history with nonverbal spells was when he was underwater during the second task and when he had been Voldemort's prisoner. In both instances he had been in a state of emotional distress. He needed to be able to use them when he needed to, not only when he was panicking. An eruption of green flames caused Harry to jump back in surprise. With a flick of the wrist, Harry had his wand in hand as a familiar figure stepped out of the fireplace. The long white hair and beard was unmistakable along with the colorful blue robes. Harry instantly felt soft waves of concern and nervousness, which were the normal emotions he received from Dumbledore these days. He knew that Professor Dumbledore was trying to repair the strained relationship with Sirius and wasn't having much success. Sometimes Sirius was just too stubborn. Harry let out a sigh of relief as he put his wand away and closed his book after marking the page. Rising to his feet, Harry set his book down and turned his complete attention to Dumbledore's twinkling blue eyes. "Good evening, sir," Harry said politely. "Are you here to see Sirius?" Professor Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment before smiling. "I'm actually here to speak to you, Harry," he said pleasantly. "I'm afraid this discussion is long overdue. Perhaps it would be for the best if you sat down." Harry sat back down on the sofa couch, slightly nervous. His first thought was that Dumbledore wanted to talk about his time in Muggle London and as Voldemort's prisoner. That brought up a mountain of questions. What was he supposed to say? After Ron's reaction, Harry had told Sirius and Remus that he didn't want anyone knowing about his abilities. He didn't want to risk anyone letting it slip accidentally. Professor Dumbledore sat down in a comfortable chair to Harry's left and pulled out a small box from his robes. He placed it on a nearby table, then returned his attention to Harry. First off, I want to apologize for making an old man's mistake, Dumbledore said sincerely. I know your guardians told you that a prophecy concerning you and Lord Voldemort existed last Christmas against my wishes. I wasn't trying to hide anything from you, my boy. I just thought you were too young to burden yourself with its contents. I didn't realize until it was too late that if your guardians hadn't said something, events could have turned out more disastrous than they had been. Harry didn't know what to say. He really couldn't imagine last term ending any worse than it had. Well, that wasn't necessarily true. Remus could have died. Sirius could have died. Voldemort could have succeeded in retrieving the prophecy. But, sir, Harry began uncertainly, if Voldemort could manipulate my dreams and pretend to be my dad like he did, then you had every right not to tell me. I told Sirius and Remus not to tell me for that very reason. Dumbledore smiled softly. You were too forgiving, Harry, he said gently. Nevertheless, I believe it is time that I was honest with you concerning the reason Voldemort sought you out all those years ago. Voldemort had been told that a prophecy had been made concerning him and a child that would be born soon. He didn't know its full contents but believed that by killing that child he would be fulfilling the terms of the prophecy and bring him one step closer to victory, a decision that backfired on him. You, Harry, survived. Harry couldn't stop the dread that filled his stomach. He had a feeling that he was about to learn more than he ever wanted to know. For 10 years Voldemort heard nothing about the child who left him so weak, Dumbledore continued. Then he encountered you when you were only 11 and his interest returned. Voldemort believed you had special powers because no normal child could ever stand up to him and win. His theory was strengthened when he faced you the night he returned to his body. You fought off unforgivables and left him in a coma for months, yet you were still only a child. That was the start of Voldemort's obsession to recruit you while trying to find out what the entire prophecy was. He was certain that the prophecy would contain the knowledge of how to guarantee your allegiance or, if necessary, the means of how to destroy you. He figured that the prophecy pertained more towards you than to him. Harry closed his eyes as he let out a long breath. In a way, he had always suspected something like this ever since he had heard that a prophecy existed, but actually hearing it was a shock to the system. It made everything feel more real. He couldn't believe this was all because of some fortune teller, someone who left some vague prediction that could mean any number of things. The glass orb that was destroyed in the Department of Mysteries was merely a record of the actual prophecy, Professor Dumbledore said slowly as he pulled out his wand. I heard the actual prophecy from an applicant for the post of divination teacher. This applicant was a descendant of a very famous and gifted seer, but it seemed she had no trace of the gift herself. I told her she would not be suitable for the post and turned to leave when I heard it. With a tap of the wand, the box enlarged and opened to reveal Dumbledore's pensieve once again. I believe it is time for you to hear the prophecy, Harry, Dumbledore said gently. If you would prefer for Sirius to be here for support, I can retrieve him for you. Harry stared at the large pensieve for a long moment, unsure of what to say or do. A part of him desperately wanted to know what the prophecy said, while another part berated him for even considering it. He didn't believe in prophecies, right? They were just used to mess with people's minds. His life wasn't destined. There was no such thing as destiny or even fate. He chose his own path. His life was his to lead, not for someone else to dictate. It had to be. It just had to be. A hand rested on Harry's shoulder, causing Harry to jump and see Sirius' sympathetic eyes. I'm here, kiddo, Sirius said as he sat down beside Harry and wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders. Do you want to hear the prophecy or would you like to wait? Harry opened his mouth to speak, but he didn't know what to say. Did he want to know? Certainly not. Did he need to know? Possibly. He couldn't move past the fact that in the pensieve was the answers he had wanted for as long as he could remember, but what if the answers only brought more questions? What if this knowledge brought something into light that Harry really didn't want to know? I know it's difficult, Harry, Sirius said quietly, but I think it would be better to get it over with. Knowing what the prophecy says changes nothing. You still have to recover. Help me with Moony and you're still grounded. Harry nodded slowly, knowing that Sirius was right. Knowing what the prophecy said only changed everything if he let it. He wouldn't let this change his life. What if others don't react the same way? Suddenly, he remembered one very important fact that had affected the majority of his decisions for the past year. Voldemort. Are you sure Voldemort's out of my head? Harry asked softly. It may be better if I didn't know. Sirius let out a long sigh as he ran his fingers through Harry's hair to calm him. Has your scar been hurting? He asked. Harry shook his head. Then I think we're safe. That potion is out of your system, you haven't been having any nightmares and you've been practicing your occlumency. Professor Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and unfolded his long fingers. I do believe that Voldemort won't be a significant problem in that way anymore, Harry, he said serenely. With the failure of his latest plot, Voldemort has moved on to creating as much havoc as he can. Voldemort had expected that you would try to escape from his clutches and, with the aid of the mind-linking potion, plan to control you by having you kill those around you. What he didn't foresee was your strength of will. You, Harry, refused to give in, which gave Sirius and Poppy enough time to provide an antidote. You are currently in hiding and far from his grasp. As infuriating as it is for him, Voldemort has no choice but to focus on other means. Harry looked at Dumbledore in horror. He was going to have me kill all of you? He asked fearfully. Voldemort was going to try, Dumbledore corrected. You see, Harry, Voldemort made a severe misjudgment in his planning. He didn't even consider your devotion to your family. He overlooked the very reason you ran away. You would rather sacrifice yourself to protect those you care about than to see them die. Voldemort does not understand this emotion that you have an overabundance of or anything remotely similar to it. He doesn't know what it's like to love someone so much that you are willing to risk everything for them. Harry let out a shaky breath as he rubbed his eyes underneath his glasses. I just don't know how much more of this I can take, he said softly. He's driving me mad. I hate that I can't trust myself anymore. I hate that I'm constantly second-guessing myself, wondering if my thoughts are actually mine. It is only natural for you to doubt yourself with the recent events, Professor Dumbledore said gently. Start slow, Harry. If you can't make a decision, I'm sure Sirius and Remus could help you out. Just remember, your first instinct is usually the right one. From your memories that we witnessed, your first instinct that night you ran away was to stay with Sirius. Your first instinct when you escaped from Voldemort was to find Sirius. You were right on both instances, my boy. Harry looked over at the pensieve thoughtfully. Perhaps Dumbledore had a point. His instincts had told him to reveal the truth to Ron and Hermione. He didn't regret the decision, and it had even brought them closer than they had been for the past 2 years. Dumbledore raised his wand to his own temple and withdrew silvery, gossamer fine strands of thought that were clinging to his wand and deposited them into the pensieve. The silvery substance swirled continuously as Dumbledore looked at Sirius and Harry. You can be trusted with this information, Harry, he said confidently. We trust you even if you do not trust yourself. Are you ready? Harry felt Sirius squeeze his shoulder reassuringly as he slowly nodded. Dumbledore returned the nod before prodding the silvery substance with the tip of his wand. A figure slowly rose out of the substance. She was draped in shawls, her eyes were magnified to an enormous size behind her glasses, and she revolved slowly with her feet in the basin. Harry's eyes widened in shock. It was Sybil Trelawney, his divination teacher. She opened her mouth to speak, but the voice was not her own. It was harsh and hoarse like the one Harry had heard once before. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have the power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The slowly revolving Professor Trelawney sank back into the silver mass below and vanished. Harry stared at the pensieve, unable to move for a long moment before he slowly turned his head and looked at Professor Dumbledore skeptically. You expect me to believe one of Professor Trelawney's predictions? He asked in disbelief. She's been predicting my death for years. She couldn't make an actual prediction if her life depended on it. I will admit that Sybil's actual predictions are extremely rare, but I assure you this is an actual prediction, Professor Dumbledore said calmly. Remember Sybil's prediction concerning Peter Pettigrew. Aspects of this prophecy have already come to pass. The person who has the only chance of conquering Lord Voldemort for good was born at the end of July over 16 years ago. This boy was born to parent who had already defied Voldemort 3 times and would be marked by Lord Voldemort. Harry slowly closed his eyes and he subconsciously reached up and ran his fingers over his scar. In a way he wasn't surprised considering his history with the Dark Lord, but hearing it confirmed just made it all feel more real. You're sure it's me? Harry asked meekly. There's absolutely no one else. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment through his glasses. Yes, Harry, he said softly. I'm afraid you are the only one in that criteria. There was another boy who had been born on the same day as you to parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times, but he wasn't marked. He was Neville Longbottom. Harry let out a long breath as he rose to his feet and walked over to the fire. Staring into the flames, he tried to wrap his head around it all. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. This was why Voldemort wanted him so badly. This was why his parents were dead. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. Harry knew he was marked in more ways than one. Because of those stupid outbursts. Voldemort saw Harry as a worthy opponent and would do everything in his power to kill him. But he will have the power the Dark Lord knows not. What could this mean? It couldn't be his empathy or even his healing. Those weren't powers that could be used in the middle of a duel, right? And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. In other words, he would have to kill Voldemort or die at Voldemort's hand. He would be murdered or a murderer. Harry, Sirius asked hesitantly. I know it's a lot to take in, but remember, it doesn't change anything. No, Sirius. It changes everything. Closing his eyes, Harry reached out and could instantly feel waves of protectiveness, compassion, love, nervousness, and fear. He opened his eyes again and fought to calm the overwhelming dread that had consumed him. The prophecy only had power over him if he allowed it to. He wasn't ready to face Voldemort again, but with a lot of hard work, he could be in at the moment that would have to be enough. With a hand resting against the wall for support, Harry focused completely on his breathing and could feel the concern overwhelming the rest of the emotions in the room. Sirius and Professor Dumbledore were worried by his silence. There was just so much to consider, so much to work through. Letting out a sigh, Harry knew that Dumbledore was taking a risk in trusting him with this information. Perhaps he should return the favor. Thank you for your honesty, Professor, Harry said softly, but you aren't the only one keeping secrets. Harry. No, Sirius, Harry interrupted softly, his gaze still locked on the fire. He couldn't bring himself to look at Sirius' face because he knew he would do whatever those stern blue eyes wanted him to. He has a right to know. This is war. We can't afford to keep the secrets that should be shared with those we trust. Inhaling deeply, Harry turned his head so he was looking into Professor Dumbledore's eyes. Your concern and fear are overwhelming at the moment, Professor. I assure you I will be fine once I have time to digest everything. Professor Dumbledore's eyes widened as he stared at Harry, completely taken aback. You're empathic, he breathed as he sat back in his chair. He sat there for a few minutes in silence, appearing to be thinking hard. I take it Poppy knows about this. She's Harry's healer, Sirius said evenly. She needed to know why Harry was constantly using magic unintentionally. Professor Dumbledore nodded at the point. Yes, it seems this is the anomaly Audrey McDaniels was trying to uncover for Lord Voldemort, he said thoughtfully. It is an interesting development, although not entirely surprising. Your emotions have always seemed to give you a slight boost, Harry. I can see why Poppy is so adamant for you to return to Hogwarts. Being around a variety of people would help you control and adapt this new ability. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Sirius, who was glaring at the headmaster. Of course, not much is known about empaths, he said as he returned his attention to Harry. I shall look through the library at Hogwarts as well as my own personal collection for any information that you may find useful. Harry moved away from the fireplace, his eyes never leaving Dumbledore's. I would appreciate it, sir, he said sincerely. Most of my knowledge about this ability has been through trial and error at the hospital. He walked over to the table near the sofa couch and picked up his defense book, knowing that both Sirius and Professor Dumbledore were watching his every move. Well, if you don't mind, I think I need to be alone for a while. Are you sure, kiddo? Sirius asked. If you want to talk. Harry shook his head. I just have a lot to sort out, he said with a shrug, then nodded to Dumbledore. Professor, thanks for being so understanding. Not a problem, my boy, Professor Dumbledore said sincerely. There is one more matter I need to discuss with you, Harry. Audrey McDaniel's findings were indeed correct. You do have an unusual ability to tap into your magical reserves to strengthen your spells. We have seen it before as well as the after effects. As difficult as it may be, Harry, you cannot continue to strain your reserves. It may lead to problems later in life. Harry nodded, then excused himself before hurrying upstairs. His mind felt like it was on overload. He not only had the prophecy to worry about, but his oddity of tapping into his magical reserves to worry about. There wasn't anything he could do about the prophecy, but that didn't erase the sense of foreboding he felt everything he thought about it. Becoming a healer suddenly felt more of a dream than a reality. How could he focus on a career when it was quite possible that he wouldn't have one? He had no intention of going down without a fight, but could he really kill someone? Could he really become a murderer? Stop thinking about it. Stop worrying about the future and focus on the present. Yes, that was something he would have to do from now on. He would do as much as he could in the present to ensure a future, but he couldn't afford to sit and wallow about what may or may not happen. Entering his room, Harry stopped in his tracks at the sight of a familiar phoenix resting on his bed. He couldn't help smiling softly as he entered and sat down on his bed. A talk with Fawkes was exactly what he needed right now. It's been a while, hey? Harry asked as he reached out and slowly pet the phoenix. I've missed you, Fawkes. I've missed talking with you. Fawkes let out a soft trill as if to say, I missed you too. I never thanked you for everything you've done for me. You've really been a great friend, you know that. Fawkes let out a confident trill, passing on that he already knew that. Harry laughed. Arrogant little chicken. Fawkes squawked at him and tried to bite his hand. What? Harry asked innocently with a grin before he turned somber. All joking aside, I just wanted to say thanks and I'm sorry if you got in trouble for helping me. Fawkes instantly mellowed and let out a calming trill. Harry felt his eyes closing as he leaned back against his pillows. He suddenly felt his worries falling away as Fawkes continued to sing. His mind began to drift as his head lolled to the side. Harry was so wrapped up in the peaceful song of the phoenix that he didn't even notice Sirius entering his room and putting him to bed. All he knew was that his problems were a world away. Harry woke early the following morning to a dark room and a growling stomach. Fawkes was gone and he was dressed in a pair of pajamas which consisted of a pair of gray pajama pants and a white short-sleeved shirt. Groaning in annoyance, he grabbed his glasses, pulled himself out of bed and staggered out of his room for the kitchen. Stupid bird, always thinking he knows best. Harry knew he would never fall back asleep with his stomach acting up like this and really didn't want to bother Dobby and Creature this early in the morning. He knew the two house elves too well. Both of them would do everything in their power to make Harry happy no matter what time it was. Slipping on his glasses, Harry crept down the stairs, hoping not to wake anyone up. Remus could hear a pin drop with his werewolf hearing, which was extremely annoying since Remus was the one who needed his rest. He entered the dark kitchen and had to blink a few times when the lights automatically turned on. Sirius had always had a late-night snack problem. After a few nights of hearing Sirius curse because he walked into something last summer, Remus charmed the kitchen to automatically light up when someone entered. Tonks and Remus had a good laugh at Sirius' clumsiness, which Sirius had his revenge by charming their alarm clocks to go off 3 hours early no matter what Tonks and Remus did to them. Harry's nighttime stroll quickly turned out to be just as eventful as Sirius. Before Harry could step towards the ice box, the two very house elves Harry was trying to be quiet for appeared with a crack, asking what they could do to help Harry. Harry reluctantly asked them to prepare a snack, which quickly turned into a fight between elves because they both wanted to outdo the other. Soon enough, Harry was sitting in front of an entire kitchen table full of food and was forced to order Dobby and Creature to go back to bed, which they did grudgingly. For the next hour, Harry slowly ate while his thoughts drifted from topic to topic. He didn't want to go against Sirius' wishes, but it appeared that he had no choice. He couldn't hide out here for the rest of his life knowing what he knew now. Sirius and Remus were excellent teachers in their areas of expertise, but Remus was really in no shape to teach and Sirius had so much on his plate already. How could he even consider putting more pressure on his guardians? Harry didn't know what to do. A part of him wanted to stay here, away from the stares and whispers. Last year had been a nightmare, and that was when half of the school thought he was out of his mind. Harry didn't want to think what this year would be like. Everyone would want to know what happened with Voldemort, why he left the way he did, and if he was indeed the chosen one. He was going to be even more of target for Malfoy and his gang because some of their parents are now in Azkaban. He was also unprotected from the Ministry and reporters. There were so many reasons not to go back to Hogwarts, but were they more important than the reasons to go back? Letting out a long and frustrated sigh, Harry left the kitchen and took the memorized journey to his bedroom. Every reason for staying was personal. He didn't want to face the people who immortalized him, despised him, or wanted something from him. The fans he could handle as long as his friends didn't fall into that category. The bullying from the Slytherins was nothing new. The press had never left him alone, and ever since the hearing last Christmas, the Ministry seemed to have a problem doing that too. Returning to Hogwarts, on the other hand, would help others out. Sirius could concentrate on order matters and help Remus recover. Remus could finally worry about himself for once. He wouldn't be abandoning his friends or the teachers that had already done so much for him. Most of all, Harry wouldn't be abandoning Hogwarts. He couldn't explain it, but there was just a need deep down to enter the school again. It wasn't a conscious thought, just a feeling. Entering his room, Harry walked past his bed and collapsed in the comfortable chair by his window. Dawn was still a few hours away, although the mist that seemed to be never-ending made it nearly impossible to tell for certain. He had seen the mist before while working at the hospital but hadn't paid any attention to it. The few times he had been outdoors he had been too exhausted to notice anything. He just remembered Dr. Rowlands complaining about it once or twice. Staring out into the mist, Harry repositioned himself at a more comfortable angle and just let his mind drift. He wished he could see the stars, specifically the stars named after his parents, because at the moment Harry didn't know what to do. He had to choose between what Sirius wanted and what everyone needed, what he needed. Logically, it wasn't much of a choice, but choosing the right one would mean hurting someone who has already been through so much. Harry let out a slow breath as he closed his eyes and rested his head against the back of the chair. This constant fear of making the wrong decision was really maddening. He hated that so much depended on making the right choice. It had been so much simpler when he had been on his own. Work, stay in the shadows and don't get killed. Did he want to go back to that? Not at all, although he did miss Dr. Rowlands, JJ, and the children he told stories to. Did Dr. Rowlands feel betrayed now that the boy he had taken in was gone? Had JJ found someone else to drag into hallway games? Did the children hate him now because he left without saying goodbye? A distant whispering filled his ears, slowly pulling Harry out of a clouded mind. Waves of concern and uncertainty brushed against him. A hand rested on his shoulder and squeezed gently. Grudgingly, Harry opened his eyes partially and turned his head to see the faces of Hermione, Ron, and Ginny through his crooked glasses. Realizing that he must have fallen asleep, Harry shifted his body so he was facing them and rubbed his aching neck. "G-morning," Harry said as he straightened his glasses and tried to stretch his neck out. "What time is it?" "Early," Ron said as he flopped down on Harry's bed. "Why were you sleeping in the chair? You aren't having nightmares again, are you?" Harry shook his head. He really didn't want to discuss what he learned from Dumbledore yesterday until he had more time to work through it. There was also the problem that Ginny was present. She didn't know anything about his empathic abilities or the prophecy, and Harry wasn't sure he wanted to bring her into it all. "Just a lot on my mind," Harry said as he stood up and twisted his upper body. "So how long can you three stay?" Ginny shrugged as she sat down beside Ron. "Mum really didn't say," she said. She seemed more eager to get rid of us than anything. Maybe she was going to finally give Flem a piece of her mind. I would have liked to see that. Harry shook his head slowly as he walked to his wardrobe and pulled out a clean set of clothes. I don't know why you're determined to hate Fleur, Ginny, he said softly. She may be a little selfish, annoying, inconsiderate. Ginny offered. Unaccustomed to a family such as yours, Harry said patiently, earning a glare from Ginny. Look, I know when I first met you all I was intimidated. I had never seen a family act like yours before. All of you are friends in addition to being siblings. You tell each other your secrets, stand up for each other and, if necessary, are willing to sacrifice yourself for each other. The only downside is that, for an outsider, it is really hard not to feel like an intruder. But you're not an intruder, Harry, Ron said instantly. You're one of us. We've been saying that for years. Ron's right, Ginny added. You're completely different than Flem. You don't try to force your opinions on us or make us feel like we're 3 years old. Harry just shrugged his shoulders. He couldn't think of anything to say since he had never seen Fleur act that way and really hadn't spoken to her without the Weasley clan present. All he knew was that Fleur was a good person and was deeply in love with Bill Weasley. Harry also knew it was something Ginny and Mrs. Weasley would have to witness for themselves. Well, I'll just go and clean up, he said softly. I shouldn't be long. Ron and Ginny looked like they were about to protest, so Harry hurried out of his room towards the bathroom. He didn't know if he had been wrong to speak on Fleur's behalf before talking with her. There was a chance that Fleur didn't feel like an intruder. It was possible that she was everything that Ginny claimed, but, deep down, he didn't believe it. He didn't want to believe it. Why would someone who was so in love with their fiancé not want to do everything in their power to get along with the family they were marrying into? Then again, my parents didn't get along with Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. Harry was deep in thought the entire time he cleaned up and changed clothes. What could he do about it anyways? He wasn't even directly involved, so why was he worrying about it? Because Ginny always brings it up when she visits. Hermione and Ron rarely discussed life at the Burrow since their main concern was Harry's empathy and Remus' recovery. Ginny, on the other hand, seemed to need an outlet to take her frustrations out on, something that couldn't be done at the Burrow. Walking back to his room, Harry focused on his calming techniques and pushed the topic of Fleur out of his mind. The only thing he could get from participating in this argument was a headache. Ginny was free to have her own opinion, and that was that. He entered his room, disposed of his pajamas, and turned to see Ron, Hermione, and Ginny sitting on his bed, watching him. Something wrong? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. You don't feel like an intruder, do you, Harry? Ron asked pleadingly. Hermione said that she felt the same way when she first spent time at the Burrow. Harry glanced at Hermione, who had a sympathetic look on her face. He rubbed his eyes underneath his glasses in frustration. He never meant for this to be a matter for discussion. Not anymore, Harry said truthfully. Ron, I know your family and I do consider them an extension of my own. All I'm saying is that, considering who I grew up with, a family like yours was a little overwhelming. It's not a bad thing. Most people wish to have a family like yours. Ron and Ginny shared a glance and shrugged helplessly. I guess we never thought about it, Ginny said sincerely. I'm sorry if I got a bit cross with you, Harry. Flem just makes me so mad. She doesn't treat me like she treats you. If it really bothers you, I won't bring it up anymore. Fleur really does treat you differently than everyone else, Harry, Hermione said bluntly. I don't know whether it is because of who you are or if it's because of everything that's happened. Maybe it's because you're the first person to actually give them your blessing without any hesitation. If you think about it, it really isn't surprising that Fleur is acting this way towards you. You're really the only person other than Bill she knows. Harry shrugged, unable to think of anything to say to that. So, what do you three want to do today? He asked as he walked to his bedside table, picked up his watch and put it on. He was surprised that it is only 8:30. They really did arrive early. I have training with Sirius in an hour. Maybe he'll let you three join us. Hermione was instantly on her feet. What are you doing? She asked eagerly. Is it your physical training? Harry nodded. We're not sparring or doing anything extremely difficult yet, he said. Madame Pomfrey wants us to go slow, so we're basically back to what we were doing last summer before Sirius felt that I was healthy enough to try anything more strenuous. Ron looked at Harry skeptically. I don't know, he said uncertainly. I've seen what you can do. Won't we be holding you back? Actually, I think it would be fascinating to see, Hermione said matter-of-factly. We've only seen Harry train alone. Maybe if Sirius has time he can show us some simple moves we can use in order to defend ourselves. Ginny jumped off the bed with a large smile. I'm up for it, she said excitedly. It would be good to know what to do if Malfoy acts like a prat this year. That was all that was needed to change Ron's opinion. For the next hour, all Ron could talk about was possible ways to take out revenge on Malfoy with Ginny while eating breakfast that Dobby and Kreacher provided. Harry and Hermione quietly discussed material they had read in their defense books. It was another one of their endless debates of book knowledge versus instinctual knowledge. Hermione was the theoretical learner while Harry was the practical. It wasn't long before Sirius made an appearance and clearly wasn't expecting visitors. Sirius was like he was every morning when he crawled out of bed, half asleep and ready to hex anyone who tried to strike a conversation with him. Knowing what his godfather needed more than anything, Harry instantly moved to pour Sirius a cup of coffee when he felt a hand on his shoulder. The hand squeezed gently before Sirius sat down beside Harry. How are you, kiddo? Sirius asked softly and slightly groggily. Harry looked at Sirius and gave him a reassuring smile. I'll be okay, he said sincerely as he handed over the cup of coffee. It's just a lot to take in. I never expected the Daily Prophet to actually be right for once. Sirius sighed as he ruffled Harry's hair. He took a sip of his coffee and set the cup down. Don't put that sort of pressure on yourself, he said quietly. We're not going to let this change our lives. We all want revenge against Voldemort. We all want him to pay for what he's taken from us. We will be with you when the time comes to finally take him out, Harry. Remember that. Harry nodded with a relieved smile on his face. He knew he couldn't go back, only forward, and that had to be one step at a time. He felt a swell of confidence that, no matter what, Sirius and Remus would be with him throughout the journey, guiding him. At the present time, that was what Harry needed the most, perhaps more now than ever before. For the next 2 weeks, Harry fell into the pattern of training, reading, talking with his guardians, training, talking with his friends, reading, and, finally, sleeping. His strength had returned, allowing his training to increase a few levels, but it still remained easier than what he was capable of. The topic of returning to school hadn't been brought up often, and Sirius had made an effort of being less hostile when it had been. It was now more of a reluctant acceptance. The three of them knew Harry would have to return to Hogwarts, they just didn't voice their thoughts. Remus' recovery was still slow, but he was now able to stay awake for nearly an entire day without needed sleep. Any sort of physical activity still drained him though, which was frustrating since Remus insisted on being present for Harry's training sessions. Harry didn't mind. Remus always seemed to notice the little things and point them out rather than let Sirius have Harry learn through trial and error, something that annoyed Sirius to no end. Everything had seemed to fall back to normal, which was odd considering everything that had happened. Harry knew he was grounded, but, so far, nothing had been said to what the grounding would entail. He wasn't allowed to go anywhere, but that wasn't anything new. That was the way it had been last summer, and it was more for his protection than punishment. His friends were allowed to visit every few days, which kept Harry up to date with all of the happenings at the Burrow. Harry was also informed on the happenings at the Ministry from Ron and Hermione, who had a tendency to eavesdrop on Mr. and Mrs. Weasley late at night. Evidently, the minister still desperately wanted to meet with Harry, which wasn't anything new. From what he had learned about Rufus Scrimgeour, Harry knew the man only wanted to use him for the ministry's gain, and he wasn't going to be a part of that. Harry had also learned quite a bit about wartime in the wizarding world. He had learned about Inferi, which were corpses that had been bewitched to do a dark wizard's bidding. Voldemort had used them in the last war and was bound to use them in this one. He had also learned that the Dementors had left Azkaban, joined Voldemort, and were currently breeding, something he really could have lived without knowing. That was just disgusting to even think about. Harry had also been given a purple leaflet which was the Ministry's guide to protection against dark forces, although it should have been called Wartime for Dummies. There was really nothing helpful in the leaflet. It could have been summarized on one page by saying, if you notice something isn't right, run for your life and call for help. Sirius and Remus had a good laugh when Harry voiced his opinion. They didn't think the leaflet was helpful either. That had been one of the more humorous of discussions. Truthfully, Harry didn't know what he would have done without Sirius and Remus insisting he talk about everything on his mind, including the prophecy. It had been those talks with Sirius and Remus that had helped Harry the most. His self-doubt was slowly fading, which was noticed by everyone. He was slowly turning back to the Harry Potter that they had known before the end of the previous term. With only 10 days until the start of the term, the entire wizarding world was growing anxious. There were articles every day in the Daily Prophet concerning the Chosen One's recovery and the reasoning for his seclusion from the public eye. Some claimed that Voldemort had tortured Harry into insanity, while others believed that Harry had been physically disfigured and was too ashamed to show his face. Sirius and Remus did what they could to keep Harry from reading the Daily Prophet, but that didn't stop Harry from overhearing Sirius ranting about nosy reporters and selfish politicians. The time the three of them had been dreading came that evening at dinner when Professor Dumbledore arrived. No one had to say anything. They just shared a look and knew it was no use debating it. However, Sirius and Remus had a few requests to ensure Harry's safety. To start off, Harry wouldn't be riding on the Hogwarts Express on September 1st, and the public would know that to avoid another attack on the train. Second, until Remus recovered completely, Sirius would take Remus place as Hogwarts counselor, and Remus would come to Hogwarts since he was still under Madame Pomfrey's care. Thirdly, if danger were to arise, Harry would have means to escape. Harry's legacy pendants would be made into a portkey that was password activated to bring Harry to Black Manor. Dumbledore agreed to provide an additional portkey that would transport Harry to the headmaster's office. Lastly, Sirius and Remus were to be consulted regarding any decision that involved Harry, whether it involved a punishment, the Ministry, or the press. Professor Dumbledore agreed to all of the demands and assured the three wizards that a portkey would be delivered on August 31st to take them to Hogwarts. He also asked if he could take a more active role in Harry's education with some extra lessons. Sirius was hesitant, while Remus said it was all right as long as they knew what was going to be covered in order to help if Harry needed it. Dumbledore agreed once again. When Dumbledore left, silence filled the kitchen before Sirius looked at Harry with a stern gaze. "You do realize you're still grounded, right?" he asked as the corner of his mouth twitched. Harry bit his lower lip nervously. He knew that his punishment was going to be addressed. Sirius glanced at Remus before returning his attention to Harry. "When we go to Hogwarts, you will be restricted to the grounds," he said firmly. "The evenings you don't have Quidditch you will spend in the Marauder quarters, working on schoolwork or whatever we give you to study unless you need to be somewhere else. Also, there will be no Hogsmeade visits until we say otherwise." Harry nodded in acceptance. He had actually expected worse. It would probably be better for him to spend his free time in the Marauder quarters anyways to avoid the staring and whispers. He could also live without going to Hogsmeade since that was Rita Skeeter's favorite place to hide out and wait for him. "Sirius, I think it also wouldn't hurt for Harry to spend some time helping Poppy in the hospital wing as repayment for everything she had done for him," Remus added with a grin. "I'm sure she would welcome Harry's assistance and maybe even give him a few pointers." "An excellent idea, Moony," Sirius exclaimed. "We can speak to her during her next visit." And so it was decided. Tonks was a little disappointed that Harry, Sirius and Remus were going to Hogwarts since Victor had returned to Bulgaria and Charlie had returned to Romania. With the high demand on the Aurors, Tonks had been working so hard she really hadn't spent much time at Black Manor lately. She visited every few days, usually bringing something she had picked out for Harry at a clothing store. Harry was actually grateful for the new attire. He had grown over the past year, and any clothes he had purchased were either at Dr. Rowland's home, the hospital, or destroyed in the explosion. Harry had tentatively asked if it would be possible for him to visit Dr. Rowland's and the hospital to say goodbye, but Sirius and Remus said it was too dangerous. Instead, Tonks had gone to the hospital with several letters from Harry to hand out and to collect his things. She had returned with quite a few letters and 2 bags of belongings, including his brown-tinted contacts. Sirius, Remus and Tonks had been amazed at the difference when Harry had put them in. However, Tonks demanded they be transfigured to clear contacts since it was a crime for Harry to hide his bright green eyes, something Sirius did immediately just to shut her up. Reading through the letters had been difficult. Dr. Rowlands had scolded Orion for running off and demanded to know what happened, how Orion was being treated, and if Orion was taking care of himself. Dr. Rowlands also wanted to know why Orion was now in protective custody. I knew you had been hiding something from me, but if I had known it was this serious, I would have kept a closer eye on you. That statement left Harry a little nervous. Dr. Rowlands knew and still took him in. Why hadn't he said anything? JJ's letter had been completely different. JJ had expressed his sympathies that Orion had to miss out on all the fun during the graveyard shifts and the hallway games that came with them. JJ also scolded Orion for leaving because now he was stuck working with a middle-aged man who had no sense of humor and even less tolerance for young, adventure-seeking individuals such as themselves. He actually wants me to work. Can you believe it? Why couldn't they assign someone close to our age that would appreciate the effort I put into enjoying my job? The children's letters had been the most painful to read. Most of them sent drawings of characters from Harry's stories with the words, "Miss you Ori," written at the bottom. According to Tonks, all of the children had spent an hour making up their pictures while asking questions about Ori. The older children seemed to understand that there was a bad man who wanted to hurt Ori. So, Ori had to go away, but the younger ones just wanted to know when Ori would be back. Harry didn't say much for the rest of the night. As much as he didn't want to admit it to Sirius and Remus, his missed Dr. Rowlands, JJ and the kids he saw every night. Dr. Rowlands and JJ had done so much for him, and the children had relied on him for a moment of joy in their difficult lives. He wondered if David was still having problems sleeping with his heart monitor on, if Emma was still so weak, if Jack's spine was any better, and if Bonnie's kidney transplant was still going smoothly. Those children had faced so much at such a young age and they never gave up. I'll never give up either. It's the least I can do for them. They don't deserve to be victims of Voldemort's madness. From that day on, Harry wore his contacts rather than glasses. It took some time to get used to putting them in again, since he had never really been able to put them in on the first couple of tries. Ron was horrified to hear what Muggles would do to avoid wearing glasses without the aid of magic, while Hermione and Ginny approved of the change, claiming that the contacts made Harry's eyes appear even brighter than they usually were. With a week left of the holidays, Sirius finally allowed for order meetings to resume at Black Manor, which meant that a lot of people were seeing Harry for the first time since the events at the Ministry in June. Many were relieved to see for themselves that the rumors weren't true and that other than a scar on his neck, Harry had escaped relatively unscathed. The meeting had centered mainly on the security at Hogwarts, which, according to Sirius, would be a long one since Sirius and Remus wanted to make sure that Harry would be safe. After the meeting, Professor Dumbledore had given Harry a small box, instructing Harry that it was to be worn at all times. Harry opened the box to see a gold ring with a phoenix engraved into it. "This is my emergency portkey for you, Harry," Dumbledore said as he took the ring and slid it onto the fourth finger of Harry's right hand. "It will bring you directly to my office." He pulled his hands away and smiled. "The activation word is refuge. If you are ever in any danger, don't hesitate to use it." Harry nodded as he stared at the ring that had resized itself to fit his finger. It looked more like a family heirloom than a portkey. The phoenix's body wrapped around the ring, its wings spread wide as if it were in flight. Harry slowly looked up only to see Dumbledore's twinkling blue eyes. "Sir, this is too much," he said. "I can't accept. I really must insist, Harry," Professor Dumbledore said pleasantly. "This ring has been in the Dumbledore family for generations and only passed down to one who shows the rare qualities of a phoenix. It was passed on to me by my grandfather and I am passing it on to you. You may not be my grandchild, Harry, but I can't think of anyone else who has shown more bravery, loyalty, strength, desire to help those who are in need." Please accept this, for me. Harry let out a long sigh before he nodded. He really didn't think he deserved such a gift, but he knew it was pointless to argue. Thank you, sir, he said sincerely. I'll take care of it, I promise. Dumbledore smiled. I wouldn't expect anything less, he said. Now, my boy, Sirius asked me to make your second portkey, so, if you wouldn't mind. Harry pulled out the legacy pendant still attached to the chain around his neck. He watched as Professor Dumbledore took out his wand, gently tapped the pendants with his wand while saying, Portus. After a moment, Dumbledore put his wand away and smiled reassuringly as he sat back in his chair. This portkey will bring you here in the rare chance that the environment at Hogwarts is too dangerous for you to remain there. The activation word is sanctuary. Thank you, sir, Harry said as he tucked the pendants underneath his shirt. Looking at the headmaster, Harry could see that although Dumbledore appeared to be his natural pleasant self, there just seemed to be something different. He reached out and could sense waves of protectiveness, anxiety and regret. Harry knew something was going on, but he really didn't know what to say, if he should say anything. I really appreciate everything you've done for me, Professor. I know I've really made your life difficult lately. Dumbledore raised a hand to silence Harry. Nonsense, my boy, he said with a smile. I cannot imagine having to face what you did when I was your age. If I had, I imagine I would have reacted the same way. Family is important, Harry. It keeps us going, fighting when we would normally give up. However, I do hope that in the future you will talk to someone if you are feeling overwhelmed. I realize you have spoken to Sirius and Remus about your exploits. Am I correct to assume you have discussed your imprisonment? Harry shrugged. There really wasn't much to say, he said truthfully. You all saw my memories. I was unconscious for most of the time. It could have been worse. Harry closed his eyes and let out a long breath as he turned his face away. That was the small fact that helped him sleep at night. Those days had been a nightmare, but most of it had been his thoughts and fears getting the better of him. Voldemort had known Harry's greatest fear and had used it against him. Yes, Dumbledore said slowly. It could have been worse, although that doesn't change the traumatic events you had to experience. Having one's magic suppressed is a traumatizing experience, but I suspect it was even more for you than any normal wizard. You had something other than the ability to cast spells ripped away without warning. I must admit that I have never actually experienced something like that for myself, but I would be willing to listen if you needed someone to confide in. Harry looked at Professor Dumbledore nervously. He understood that Dumbledore was believed Harry was simply ignoring what happened like he had with so many other problems in the past. Sir, I appreciate the offer, but I just want to move on, Harry said softly. It's over with. Was I scared? Yes. Did I panic? Of course. Do I want to relive it again? Of course not. Harry. Professor. Harry interrupted calmly as he rubbed his forehead subconsciously. I know you're just trying to help, but I would rather focus on what I need to do so something like that doesn't happen again. I don't want to be used like that ever again. Dumbledore stared at Harry for a long moment before he nodded. Very well, he said. I won't pressure you, my boy, but if you need to talk about anything at all and cannot speak to your guardians about it, you know where my office is. Harry smiled softly as Dumbledore rose to his feet and bid farewell. As he watched the headmaster leave, Harry couldn't stop himself from thinking that this was going to be another difficult year. It seemed that everyone was determined to make Harry talk about his past horrors now more than ever before. Every time Harry was lost in his thoughts, he was asked what was troubling him. Sometimes Harry just wanted to scream at them to leave him alone and let him have some privacy, but he didn't want to upset everyone. They were just trying to help. He knew that. He accepted it. But why, then, did it feel like he was being smothered? The end of the summer holidays brought both relief and dread to Harry. He was relieved for the change of scenery and a break from the never-ending questions from his guardians, but was worried about the fact that he was leaving one headache only to enter another. At home, he could lock himself in his room if he were frustrated. At school, sanctuary was nearly impossible since so many knew his normal hideouts. His friends and the entire DA knew about the room of requirement, the Quidditch pitch and the astronomy tower. Sirius and Remus knew about the kitchens and the Marauder quarters. It also didn't help that Sirius, Remus, Ron and Hermione knew about the Marauders map. Sirius and Remus had discusses the Hogwarts situation repeatedly with Harry over the past few days. They had talked about what to say in order to stop people from asking uncomfortable questions, and the solution had ended up relying on Ron, Hermione and Ginny. Since Harry wasn't going to be riding on the train, his friends would pass on that Harry has recovered from his injuries but wasn't allowed to talk about it, something that Ron, Hermione and Ginny were more than willing to do. The topic of classes had also been brought up along with whether Harry should bring the advanced potions book Tonks had picked up for him. Harry was hesitant to bring it along since he knew it was pointless to even bother asking Professor Snape if he could enroll in the class. He also didn't want to cause problems by studying potions privately right under Snape's nose. He had always been against receiving special treatment, yet here he was doing just that. In the end, Harry decided to put the advanced potions textbook in the bottom of his new trunk. Maybe he would read it at nights he couldn't sleep. The Order's present had ended up being a lifesaver. He had more clothes than he had ever owned in his life thanks to Tonks, who had insisted that it was better to bring too many clothes rather than not enough. He also had his invisibility cloak, the Marauder's map, his textbooks, extra defense and Quidditch books, his contact supplies, quilt from Mrs. Weasley, pensieve, robes, journal, and his firebolt which had shrunken to fit and protected from harm. He wore his belt containing his shrunken and hidden sai and his new charmed wand holster that hid his repaired wand perfectly. Harry actually felt like a weapons chest. In addition to his hidden sai and wand, he had 2 portkeys, with one of them being a link to his guardians so they would still know if Harry was ever in any sort of duress. On the night of August 31st, Harry had once again been pulled into a lengthy discussion with Sirius and Remus, who was finally able to walk unassisted for short periods of time. The topic had once again been Hogwarts, but this time it had been concerning what would be happening the following day and the days after that. The portkey was scheduled to activate at 10 in the morning and take them directly to the hospital wing where Madame Pomfrey would be waiting for Remus. While Remus was going over his recovery with the Medi-Witch, Sirius and Harry would be meeting with Professor Dumbledore, the staff members who weren't riding on the train and the Aurors who would be protecting the school. After lunch, Harry would help Sirius and Remus settle in and then would meet with Madame Pomfrey to discuss his punishment that was to be served in the hospital wing. When the evening arrived, Harry and Sirius would be assisting the Aurors at the Hogsmeade station to ensure there were no problems. It wasn't that Dumbledore was expecting anything to happen. Sirius grudgingly told Harry that Dumbledore had asked for Harry's assistance to feel out which students could pose a possible threat. Personally, Harry thought the request made sense, but it was clear that Sirius and Remus were uneasy about Harry being any place that was vulnerable for an attack. The following morning arrived quickly. Harry and Sirius were out of bed early, finishing some last-minute packing, cleaning and securing the house from possible intruders. Sirius had increased the wards to keep any unwelcomed relatives out along with anyone else who might try to enter, especially Mundungus Fletcher, whose eyes always seemed to browse over the expensive black heirlooms that he could possibly sell. Dobby returned to Hogwarts with their trunks, leaving a gloomy-looking creature who kept mumbling how it wasn't safe for young Master to leave his mistress' house. Harry tried to reassure Creature that he would be fine at Hogwarts, but the elderly house elf wouldn't listen. Creature just vanished with a pop, leaving Harry and Sirius to helplessly shrug at each other. Everyone was ready and everything was secure with minutes to spare. Standing in front of the fireplace, which Sirius had once again closed off to require a password for entry, Sirius, Remus and Harry each had at least a finger resting on the old shoe that Dumbledore had sent as the portkey, waiting patiently until they all felt a tug behind their navel and saw a swirl of colors before they landed shakily in the bright Hogwarts hospital wing. Waves of joy and relief bombarded Harry before he had time to even regain his footing. Falling to all fours, Harry tried to push away the overpowering sensations that wrapped around him like a glove. He couldn't think. He couldn't breathe. The emotions were meant to be soothing, but the intensity was making them maddening. Grabbing his throbbing head, Harry could feel his entire body shaking as he silently begged for the pain to stop. It stopped. Dizziness flooded in as Harry collapsed. The overwhelming emotions had diminished to their normal peaceful waves. Harry suddenly felt extremely exhausted as he was carefully rolled onto his back and propped up so a few horrible tasting potions could be poured down his throat. The dizziness vanished, allowing Harry to actually focus on the worried faces of Sirius, Remus and Madame Pomfrey. What happened, kiddo? Sirius asked anxiously. Harry slowly sat up and shook any remaining weariness out of his head. I think Hogwarts was a little overexcited to see me, he said candidly. She's pulled back so it isn't so overwhelming anymore. Soft waves of remorse washed over Harry, making him smile. Perhaps this year would be an adventure after all. You're forgiven, he said softly and smiled when the waves of remorse were replaced with waves of relief. Mr. Potter. Madame Pomfrey exclaimed in shock. Are you telling me you can actually feel Hogwarts? Sirius glared at her as he helped Harry to his feet. It's happened before, Poppy, he said firmly. You know that. Sirius looked at Harry critically, resting a hand on Harry's forehead to check for fever and even checking Harry's pulse. Is everything back to normal, Harry? Harry nodded as he rubbed the back of his neck nervously. We really should get moving, he said uncomfortably. He really didn't want to be stuck in the hospital wing any longer than necessary at the moment. Dumbledore's waiting for us. Harry's right, Remus said calmly as he sat down on the nearest bed. You two have a meeting to attend. If this happens again, think of something and come back here. We don't need any Aurors to witness this and pass the information on to Scrimgeour. Sirius winced at the thought. Good point, Moony, he said. We'll be back before lunch to fill you in. Come on, Pronglet. It's time for the most boring 2 hours you've ever experienced in your entire life. Harry waved farewell to Remus before turning and walking with Sirius out of the hospital wing. He really didn't think it could be that bad, could it? It wasn't like it was going to be a history class with Professor Binns who tended to drone on and on about the Goblin Wars. This was actually something of importance. This was the security of Hogwarts and the safety of her students. Maybe it was just that Harry was excited about being included in actually doing something rather than being left behind with the rest of the teenagers. Maybe, once again, there was something else going on that Harry wasn't aware of. They reached the gargoyle entrance to Professor Dumbledore's office in no time. Thankfully Sirius already knew the password so they didn't have to waste any time guessing what sweet Dumbledore had recently discovered. The gargoyle sprang to life and moved out of the way. The wall split to reveal a stone staircase that was moving upward in a spiral motion. Harry and Sirius shared a glance before they began walking up the stairs. Neither of them said a word. They didn't need to. They had talked enough about this already to know that Harry should remain silent unless he was directly asked a question. There was no need to draw any more attention to him than there already was. They reached the polished wood door with a griffin brass knocker on it. Harry let out a long, calming breath as Sirius rapped the knocker 3 times. They didn't have to wait long before hearing Dumbledore's voice say, "Enter." Sirius placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder and squeezed before he opened the door and walked into the room with Harry following him, closing the door behind him. Harry took the opportunity to quickly scan the room as well as the inhabitants. Nothing had changed. The portraits of the former headmasters and headmistresses decorated the walls. Fox was on his perch and let out a soft trill when he saw Harry, and all the baubles were just as shiny and attention-grabbing as they always were. As far as the people present, Professor Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, a pleasant smile on his face. Professors McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick and Sprout were present and sitting in front of Dumbledore's desk. McGonagall smiled at him. Flitwick and Sprout stared at Harry with raised eyebrows while Snape had his ever-present sneer firmly in place. Standing behind the heads of houses were 4 Aurors and Tonks was one of them. She smiled widely and waved at Harry and Sirius, forgetting any sort of professionalism or just ignoring it. Harry also took the opportunity to reach out in the waves of emotions that were just out of grasp. He could sense nervousness, impatience, devotion and a slight hint of fear. None of the emotions he felt surprised him. With the current state of the wizarding world, who would be nervous or afraid for the safety of all the children coming here today? He could also understand the impatience since everyone had probably been waiting for them and the devotion most likely came from the members of the staff since they were faithful to Dumbledore. Ah, Professor Dumbledore said pleasantly. The final 2 participants have arrived. We were just discussing any final steps that would make the school as secure as possible. Argus has already searched through the school for any dark objects, and the heads of houses have checked their respectable houses thoroughly. Extra wards have been placed around the school and the grounds. What about the secret passages out of the castle? Sirius interrupted. If I remember correctly, there are 7 in total, and Peter Pettigrew knows about most of them. Then they should be sealed immediately, Dumbledore said firmly. As soon as this meeting is over, I will leave the task up to you, Sirius. I am certain Auror, Tonks and Harry will be able to provide all the help you need. Harry didn't miss the annoyed looks that passed on the faces of the 3 male Aurors. With the announcement that Harry Potter would not be on the Hogwarts Express, the chance to actually speak to the boy who lived about recent events was becoming more and more difficult. Sirius and Remus had known what they were doing when they requested that Harry come directly to Hogwarts. Dumbledore also knew what he was doing by keeping Harry away from the 3 Aurors who were not members of the Order. The meeting had lasted just over an hour and focused on the arrival of the students this evening. Harry and Sirius would not be interfering with the Aurors' duty, but would offer assistance and even information if it was needed. Harry and Sirius would also be present to keep the students from panicking, since the majority of the students were fond of the 2 of them. On the other hand, if there were any problems involving Harry's safety, Sirius was instructed to remove Harry from the situation while the Aurors focused on the problem. Harry was not allowed to participate. Harry and Sirius would be positioned by the Thestral-drawn carriages while the Aurors were more widely spread out. Hagrid would be helping the first years into the boats, and the new teacher, Professor Slughorn, would also be there if it was necessary. Harry's attention had peaked at the first mention of the latest attempt at a defense teacher, but nothing else had been said about him. He wanted to know if Slughorn could be trusted or not, and, more importantly, if he was a decent teacher. With the war, having a teacher who would actually teach defense like Sirius did last year was more important than ever. When the meeting was over, Harry, Sirius and Tonks were off to seal the secret passages. Harry tried to find out more about Professor Slughorn, but all he found out was that Slughorn's first name was Horace and that he was a former teacher who Dumbledore had coaxed out of retirement. Well, at least he knows what he's teaching. That was a little reassuring. Let's just hope this new teacher isn't a spy for the Ministry or for Voldemort. Sirius and Tonks performed most of the charms on the secret passages while explaining exactly what they were doing for Harry's sake. Each secret passage was sealed on both ends and charmed to emit an alarm if anything breached the barriers. Different charms were used depending on how accessible the secret passage was. Those that weren't blocked had significantly stronger and more complicated charms. Just by watching his godfather and aunt, Harry realized that there was so much more he needed to learn. Once everything was sealed, Harry and Sirius met up with Remus, who was still in his hospital wing. Tonks grudgingly had to return to her fellow Aurors to check the grounds once again. She made no effort to hide her dislike of her coworkers and the fact that Scrimgeour had asked them to find out whatever they could about Harry. Scrimgeour doesn't trust me, of course, because I refused to tell him anything, Tonks had said. The only reason I actually know is because I overheard them plotting on how to get you alone, Harry. The only reason I'm here is because Dumbledore asked for me. Remus had listened carefully to everything Sirius and Harry had told him what they had learned. None of it surprised him, although Tonks' revelation that she wasn't trusted unsettled him. At the moment, there weren't many Aurors that were willing to stand against the Ministry. Tonks and Shacklebolt were really the only Aurors that the Order trusted completely. The problem was Shacklebolt was currently away on assignment for the Ministry, making it nearly impossible for the Order to learn anything. After a quiet lunch, Harry met with Madame Pomfrey and scheduled training with her for Sunday mornings, with the possibility of adding a day during the week if his schedule allowed it. They would be covering basic remedies and antidotes to start off with. Harry wouldn't necessarily be given any homework, but he would be given research materials that would be beneficial if he read them. Madame Pomfrey was aware that Harry already had a busy schedule and wasn't about to push him to exhaustion. With the conclusion of all business in the hospital wing, Harry helped Sirius and Remus settle in. There was a lot of rearranging that needed to be done to make the place more accessible for Remus. Rooms needed to be swapped so Remus was the closest to the bathroom, furniture needed to be moved, and precautions needed to be set in case Remus needed help. Sirius wanted to be prepared for anything and he told Remus as much. I lost you two once, he said in his defense. I'm not going to lose you two again. They were nearly finished when a knock at the door caused all three of them to jump. Open up, Sirius. Tonks called out. We need to talk. Sirius let out a groan as he opened the door and stepped aside for Tonks to enter with Professor Dumbledore following her. Is there a problem? He asked guardedly as he closed the door. Not a problem, Professor Dumbledore said pleasantly. I just wanted to clarify a few details concerning tonight and concerning Harry in general. Sirius glanced over at Harry, who was sitting beside Remus, before returning his gaze to Dumbledore. Nervousness and protectiveness filled the air. Harry instantly knew this wasn't going to be a pleasant discussion. Sirius was already taking the defensive position, which meant he wasn't going to listen to anything Dumbledore had to say. An arm wrapped around his shoulders, causing Harry to jump and look into Remus' understanding gaze. It seemed he wasn't the only one to see the upcoming argument. Professor Dumbledore looked at Sirius for a long moment before he let out a tired sigh. Sirius, I know you are still uncomfortable with Harry being at the train station this evening. I give you my word. Harry will be protected. I just didn't want the Aurors to focus on anything other than their duty to protect the students. Sirius blinked at Dumbledore in surprise. You thought they would use tonight to question Harry? He asked. I know they will do whatever they need to do in order to follow through with their orders, Dumbledore said gravely, then looked directly at Harry. This is why, Harry, I want you to carry your invisibility cloak with you at all times. It also wouldn't hurt to refrain from walking around alone. Sirius ran a hand over his face as he sat down in a nearby chair. All of the tension had suddenly vanished and was replaced with a quiet acceptance. The four adults in the room clearly wanted the same thing and were willing to do whatever was necessary to make sure it happened. Is there anyone we can trust besides Tonks? Sirius asked. Not with what we know now, Sirius, Professor Dumbledore said evenly, then looked back at Harry. That is the reason I suggest you keep any discoveries to yourself, Harry. If you learn anything, come to my office after the feast. If you sense something that cannot wait, please do not hesitate to tell Sirius. Harry nodded. It was all really self-explanatory. If he wanted to keep this a secret, drawing attention was the last thing he could afford to do. The only problem he could think of would be if his empathy were to act up like it had earlier. Do you really expect a problem tonight, sir? Asked Harry. It does not hurt to be prepared, Harry, Professor Dumbledore said evasively. The students are bound to be nervous coming to school with the wizarding world at war. With the presence of Aurors, hopefully they will feel reassured that they are indeed safe at Hogwarts. With a smile, Dumbledore turned to address the entire group. And now on to the other matter that brought me here. I believe something should be said to the staff to prepare them if Harry's empathy were to overpower him. Absolutely not, Sirius exclaimed as he jumped to his feet. Sirius, don't, Remus said strongly as he shakily stood up. Dumbledore didn't say we had to tell them Harry's empathic. If Slughorn found out, the entire ministry would know within a day. Everyone knows Voldemort had Harry's magic suppressed. All we have to say is Harry is still experiencing magical fluctuations. The only person who would possibly question it excuse would be Severus, and he won't say anything. Sirius, you saw what happened this morning. It could happen. Sirius rubbed his eyes as he shook his head, clearly not liking the idea. Harry, go change into your robes, he said tiredly. With a nervous glance, Harry left for his room. He really hated that he was causing so much trouble, but Dumbledore and Remus had a point. He couldn't afford the questions that would be asked if his empathy was to act up again. He couldn't bear the looks that would come with the revelations. Ron and Hermione had accepted him, but that didn't mean everyone else would. Even in the wizarding world, people don't always accept those who are different. Harry had always kept a set of everything in his room just in case, including school robes. Once he had changed, Harry subconsciously checked to make sure the legacy pendants were still around his neck and Dumbledore's phoenix ring was still on his finger. His wand was still hidden in his wand holster and his sai were secure in his belt. Harry could only think of one thing that was missing. Dobby, he called out. There was a loud crack and Dobby appeared in front of Harry. Harry Potter, sir, call Dobby. Dobby asked eagerly. Harry nodded. I need my trunk. Dobby, he said patiently. Could you? Dobby snapped his fingers and the trunk was in front of Harry's feet. Thanks, he said, opening the trunk and pulling out his invisibility cloak. The question now was where to put it. With a flick of the wrist, Harry had his wand in hand and created a pocket in his cloak that would hold the invisibility cloak safely. He closed the trunk and before he could say anything to Dobby, the trunk was gone. Dobby do anything more for Harry Potter, sir? Dobby asked eagerly. Harry couldn't help smiling at the house elf as he reholstered his wand. Dobby was just so eager to please. That'll be all, Dobby, he said. Thanks. I don't know what I'd do without you. Dobby stared at Harry with wide eyes that began to fill with tears before he vanished with a loud crack. Harry could only let out a sigh before leaving his room. Any sort of compliment always left the house elf in tears. Sometimes Harry wondered what the Malfoys had actually done to Dobby when he had still been their servant. Entering the common room, Harry quickly noticed that Dumbledore was gone. Remus was back to sitting on the sofa couch in front of the fireplace while Sirius and Tonks were standing off to the side, as if they were impatiently waiting. Harry desperately wanted to ask what had happened but fought to keep his mouth shut. The tension in the room was back and the frustration he was currently senses only strengthened his decision. He knew Sirius and Remus wouldn't hide anything important from him. They had promised and they never broke their promises. They just need to calm down. That has to be it. We should go, Sirius said as he turned to the door. We don't want to be late. Just a moment, Sirius, Remus said firmly. Harry deserves to know why he was sent out of the room. He turned to face Harry with a compassionate look on his face. We're not trying to hide anything from you, cub. Right now all we have are a bunch of suspicions, but as soon as anything is confirmed we'll let you know, all right? That was understandable. It had been the same reasoning Sirius and Remus had used last year. They didn't want to worry Harry on matters that may turn out to be false. The only problem with that reasoning was the fact that they still felt that Harry couldn't determine for himself what he should worry about or not. Probably because I usually worry about everything. You do realize that in a year I will be old enough to make my own decisions, right? Harry asked with a sigh. I know you want to protect me, but the truth of it all is that you won't always be there to tell me what to do. Remus reached out and took hold of Harry's hand. We know that, cub, he said gently. We know you're not a little boy anymore, but we also know that assumptions and rumors can create a lot of problems or even create a false sense of security. It is better if you were not put in that position. Just stay on guard and tell someone if you sense anything out of the ordinary, all right? Harry let out a long breath and nodded. How could he argue with that? With a grateful smile, Harry bid farewell and left with Sirius and Tonks. Not much was said the entire way to the entrance hall where the other three Aurors were waiting for them. All three men were tall and lean, giving off waves of impatience and anger as they scowled at Harry. Clearly they weren't happy about a teenager accompanying them. This is going to be a long night. I can just feel it. Sirius must have noticed the looks because he placed a protective hand on Harry's shoulder and steered him out of the entrance hall, down the stairs into the waiting carriage that was being pulled by a Thestral. The strange horse-like creatures were still intimidating. They were incredibly thin with heads that resembled ones that belonged to dragons, pupil-less eyes, and black, leathery wings that resembled ones found on bats. This was the first time Harry had actually seen the creatures pulling the carriages, bringing back the reason why Harry could see them. Only those who had seen death could actually see the creatures. The murder of Cedric Diggory after the third task of the Triwizard Tournament had been the start of it all in so many ways. Letting out a sigh, Harry stepped up into the carriage that smelled of mold and straw. That night felt like an entire lifetime ago when it was actually just over a year ago. So much had happened since then. So much had changed since then. Harry barely noticed everyone else climbing into the carriage and squeezing to fit. He stared out at the lake which was reflecting the sun in its final stage in setting. The purple and red sky would soon be replaced with darkness. Closing his eyes, Harry reached out and still felt the waves of impatience and anger, but there were waves of concern, nervousness and protectiveness with it. He could only imagine the glares Sirius was giving the Aurors at the moment. The thought made Harry smile. Even though he didn't want to be shielded from everything, it was still nice to have someone who was always willing to stick up for you. When they finally reached the Hogsmeade station, darkness had fallen completely and the faint sound of a train approaching could be heard. Tonks gave Harry a wink as she climbed out of the carriage and followed her fellow Aurors by spreading out along the platform. Harry and Sirius followed suit and took their positions near the first couple of carriages. Looking to his right, Harry could see Hagrid waiting by the boats with his lantern in hand. The giant of a man looked exactly the same with his long, shaggy mane of hair and wild, tangled beard. He was intimidating at first sight, but he was actually one of the nicest people Harry knew. Hagrid noticed Harry and waved, earning a wave from Harry in return. "So what were you and Remus arguing about?" Harry asked softly as he looked at his godfather. Sirius suddenly looked uncomfortable. "Ah well, you know, just an old topic that we differ on opinion," he said, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Moony thinks I'm overreacting, but he wasn't there when you were missing. He wasn't there when you had been taken to Voldemort. You were there for 3 days having Merlin knows what done to you while. This is about Snape, isn't it?" Harry interrupted in a hushed voice so the Aurors wouldn't overhear. Sirius quickly looked at Harry with a protective gaze. "He could have gotten you out," he said just as quietly. "He could have given you a portkey, placed a tracking spell on you, or even snuck you out himself. But no, he had to leave you there and tell us in excruciating detail what Voldemort was doing to you. I don't trust him, Harry. I never have." Harry couldn't block the strong waves of protectiveness that were rushing over him. He could tell there was more to Sirius' defense, but wondered whether it related to the present or the past. Sirius could certainly hold a grudge better than anyone Harry knew. He had seen it with Kreacher, Professor Dumbledore, the Ministry, and now Professor Snape. "He's a spy, Sirius," Harry said at last. "Did you really expect him to sacrifice everything because of my thick-headedness? He healed me. I'm glad he was there rather than someone else who wouldn't have been as honorable as he had been." Sirius winced at the comment and looked away. They had never discussed what could have happened to Harry. It had been one of those forbidden topics that no one could gather the courage to bring up. "But he left you there completely defenseless," he said softly. "Yet I still escaped," Harry countered. The light from the train could be seen clearly now. They only had a few minutes before the platform was filled with students. "Look, we all have our opinions on Snape. Would I be willing to spend my free time with him? Not unless I had no other choice. Do I trust him not to kill me? Yes. He was the one who taught me occlumency last term. Can you imagine what would have happened if I fell for Voldemort's trap and believed those dreams he was giving me? We all know what happened when I believed he was my father." Sirius let out a long sigh and wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders. "I know, Pronglet," he said wearily. "I know. Dumbledore trusts him. Moony trusts him, and even you trust him, to an extent. I just can't. There's too much history between us. The way he's treated you because of James." Harry leaned into the one-armed embrace and grinned. "Well, I never said he wasn't a bitter old git now, did I?" he asked. Sirius let out a bark-like laugh and pulled Harry closer. "No, you didn't," he said with a large smile. "At least I'm not alone in that aspect. We just won't tell Moony, all right?" Harry nodded, relieved that he had steered the conversation away from the ghosts of the past. They had a job to do and they needed to focus on the present. Regardless of what Sirius believed, Harry knew he should be grateful for what Snape had done for him when he was prisoner. If Snape hadn't acted when he did, Harry knew he would have more scars than the one on his neck. Snape had no choice. He couldn't risk his position to do anything else. He couldn't let Voldemort suspect anything. The sound of the train whistle pulled Harry out of his thoughts. Sirius pulled away and lost his smile. He stood tall, looking like the rest of the Aurors, serious and professional. Harry suddenly realized this was what Sirius' life had been before Azkaban. This was what Sirius' life would be like if the Ministry had given him a trial all those years ago. Sirius would be an Auror, but would he be faithful to the Ministry or to Dumbledore? Dumbledore. Sirius was a part of the Order and still is. Harry watched as the color steam engine slowly came to a stop at the platform. Closing his eyes, he focused on his breathing while reminding himself to focus. He could do this. It was just like the hospital. Concentrate and follow your instincts. The doors on the train slid open. Harry watched as students started to exit the train. Chatter broke out as students started to walk towards the carriages. Relaxing, Harry reached out and felt subtle waves of excitement mixed with fear and nervousness. Nothing out of the ordinary. Furs years. Furs. Years over here. Hagrid called out, his voice thundering over all of the chatter. First year's students separated from the rest and walked towards Hagrid. Harry reached out once again and felt an overabundance of nervousness. He could relate. He remembered how nervous he had been when he had arrived here 6 years ago, afraid that he would be sent home. Harry. Before Harry could respond, he felt something run into him and arms wrap around him. His vision was blurred by bushy hair, alerting Harry that Hermione was currently hugging him. He returned the embrace before gently pushing her away. Hermione, we saw each other a few days ago, he said with a smile. There's no way you could have missed me that much. Hermione blushed as Ron and Ginny approached with the rest of the Gryffindor 6th years following them, all of them trying to get a good look at Harry. Well, the train ride wasn't the same without you, she said. Oh, just to warn you, Professor Slughorn is apparently looking for you. He kept asking about you during his little lunch date, Ginny said as she rolled her eyes in annoyance. He wanted to know everything about you. Harry sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to push away the annoyance that was rising in him. Great. Just great. Thanks for the warning, he said sincerely. You better get moving. You're holding up the line. Ron and Hermione looked at Harry for a moment before they both nodded. Hermione stepped into the carriage followed by Ginny and Dean while Ron took a step closer to Harry. Be careful, he said quietly. Malfoy's been talking about avenging his father by making you pay. Not that I expected anything else from Malfoy. I'll keep my guard up, Harry said just as softly. Thanks for the warning. With a nod, Ron stepped into the carriage and it took off for Hogwarts. Neville and Seamus gave Harry a smile as they passed and entered the next carriage which Harry returned. Waves of relief and admiration rolled off them, leaving Harry slightly uncomfortable. He didn't want to be admired. He really hadn't done anything that could be considered admirable, at least in his opinion. Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil winked and giggled at Harry as they passed him to step into the carriage. Harry couldn't describe the emotion he felt when they passed, but it did make him extremely uncomfortable. For the next half hour, Harry was hit by a wide variety of emotions along with several bone-crunching embraces. Cho Chang, Luna Lovegood and Hannah Abbott, who had been members of the council for the DA, could barely hide their excitement for seeing Harry alive and healthy. Most of the students had been surprised to see Harry without his glasses and some had even walked past him without a second glance. There were others, though, who Harry wished hadn't noticed him. A group of fourth-year Gryffindor girls were nearly drooling when they caught sight of Harry, who had been helping a small second year into the carriage at the time. Once again Harry had been hit with a strong wave of an indescribable emotion that made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He had been extremely relieved when their carriage was out of sight. Just like he promised Ron, Harry kept himself alert for any sign of danger from Malfoy. When he had finally caught sight of the sixth-year Slytherin, he wasn't surprised to see him surrounded by his fellow Slytherins. Intense anger and hate pushed away every other emotion as the Slytherins passed him for the carriages, but additional feelings poked in when Malfoy passed. Waves of dread, nervousness and intense fear nearly blew Harry off his feet. These weren't emotions he was expecting from Draco Malfoy. What could have possibly happened to Malfoy over the summer to cause such a change? Harry also met Professor Slughorn, who seemed almost gleeful to finally meet the boy who lived. The enormously fat, bald, old man with a shiny bald head and great silvery mustache reminded Harry of a walrus. The new teacher wore a velvet robes that seemed to make his large belly stand out all the more. It had taken every ounce of self-control for Harry not to hex the man who sprouted off question after question. Sirius, however, was not as controlled and nearly growled when he ordered Slughorn to get in a carriage since he was holding everyone up. When the final group of students had entered their carriage, Harry turned to Sirius, who finally relaxed and wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders. You did well, kiddo. I'm proud of you, he said softly. Did you sense anything? Harry nodded. All right. I'll tell Dumbledore we'll meet with him after the feast. No problems on our end, Tonks said as she approached. You two better get up to the castle. The sorting is probably going to start soon. We'll finish up with a final sweep. Sirius nodded as he ushered Harry to a waiting carriage. Don't let them give you a hard time, Tonks, he said with a grin. A few hexes could also shut them up real quick. Tonks rolled her eyes. I would, but I prefer to be employed in the morning, she said dryly. Sirius shrugged his shoulders and followed Harry into the carriage. The carriage moved quickly to the gates, which were slowly closing. Harry watched as the gates slowly moved, creaking loudly every time it moved. The carriage continued at its pace, not caring that the gates were nearly closed. Harry quickly looked at Sirius only to see his godfather looking at him amusingly. Sirius grinned as he ruffled Harry's hair. Don't worry, Pronglet, he said. We'll get there. Harry tried to relax as the carriage passed the gates just before they closed. The carriage continued on its brisk pace towards the castle. The lake was lost in the darkness now along with the rest of the grounds. All that could be seen were the lights from the castle herself. The darkness seemed to be everywhere, except Hogwarts, but this darkness was different from any normal darkness. This darkness was calming, soothing. Closing his eyes, Harry let his worries leave him. He didn't know if it was Hogwarts reaching out to him again or not. All he knew was he felt at peace, at home. The carriage pulled up to the front doors that were completely absent of people. Sirius jumped out and waited as Harry climbed out carefully. Together, they walked up the stairs into the castle, not stopping as they passed Argus Filch, the caretaker. They hurried up the stairs to the partially opened doors and slid into the great hall. The 4 house tables were filled with students. Silence filled the hall as the sorting hat was placed on the head of a nervous dark-haired boy. Harry and Sirius remained by the doors, in the shadows. Neither of them wanted to interrupt. Gryffindor. The sorting hat shouted. Cheers broke out at the Gryffindor table as the final first year jumped off the stool and ran to his house table. Chatter broke out as Professor McGonagall put the stool and sorting hat aside. Sirius and Harry took the opportunity to move to their designated spots. Sirius walked briskly to the head table while Harry moved to the open spot between Ron and Hermione. Ron and Hermione opened their mouths to say something but stopped when the chatter suddenly died. Everyone turned to the head table as Professor Dumbledore rose to his feet. No one missed Sirius stopping at Dumbledore's side, whispering a few words before moving to his seat next to Hagrid. It surprised Harry to see that the Professor Trelawney, the divination teacher, was sitting on Sirius' other side. She rarely attended any of the meals before. Why now? The eccentric woman looked just as odd as Harry remembered her. She seemed to be covered with beads and trailing shawls. Her eyes were magnified to an enormous size by her large spectacles. Remembering the number of times she had predicted his death, Harry was glad he had no intention of continuing divination. Professor Dumbledore cleared his throat as he looked out at the students and smiled, showing no sign of whether Sirius' news was upsetting or relieving. To our newcomers, he said as he stretched his arms out wide, welcome. To our returning students, welcome back. Now, I know all of you are famished, so tuck in. There was an outbreak of applause as Dumbledore sat down. Food appeared out of nowhere on the 5 long tables which were now groaning under the weight. Everyone instantly started piling food onto their plates. Taking a quick glance around, Harry was glad that his entrance hadn't caused as much of a distraction as Sirius. No one seemed to be paying any attention to him. Cautiously reaching out, Harry picked up soft hints of excitement, eagerness and contentment. That was reassuring. At least no one would be causing problems during dinner. A nudge at Harry's right snapped him out of his thoughts as he quickly turned to see Hermione looking at him. Is everything all right, Harry? She asked as quietly as she could but loud enough for Harry to hear her. Did something happen on the platform? Harry leaned in and smiled. Everything's fine, he said sincerely. Just a quick check. Hermione's worry changed to understanding. Harry had told her and Ron in one of their long discussions how dependent he had become with his empathy to check for danger nearby. You know me. I'm nearly as paranoid as Moody. Hermione smiled as she patted his arm. I really don't think that's possible, Harry, she said. You still trust the house elves not to poison you. That's because I have Dobby looking out for me, Harry said with a shrug. He's nearly as overprotective as Sirius and Remus, maybe even more so considering the amount of fights he and Creature were in the past month. So Harry, Seamus said from across the table. What were you and Professor Black doing on the platform? Did Dumbledore really expect an attack? The conversation around them quickly ceased as everyone awaited Harry to answer. Harry let out a long breath. This is going to be a really long night. No, Seamus, Harry said truthfully. Professor Dumbledore didn't expect an attack, but it doesn't hurt to be prepared. Sirius and I have a better knowledge of the students than the Aurors. We knew who to keep an eye on to prevent any problems. Seamus' eyes widened in understanding. Oh, he said thoughtfully. That makes sense once you think about it. Everyone nodded in agreement. Harry held back a sigh of relief. It hadn't exactly been a lie, but it certainly hadn't been the truth either. He had to wonder how often he would have to rely on half-truths this year to prevent everyone from finding out the truth. Looks like nothing's changed. Harry quickly banished the thought. It was different this time. Ron and Hermione knew. They promised they would help when they could. How are you, Harry? Asked Parvati with a dreamy smile. Ron and Hermione wouldn't tell us much. Hermione moved to say something. We're only worried, Hermione, Parvati insisted. Harry's our friend too. All we know is what's been published in the Daily Prophet. Which is normally rubbish, Harry said firmly. Yes, I was Voldemort's. Harry had to bite back his frustration when people around him gasped and flinched. Prisoner, and yes, he suppressed my magic so I couldn't fight back magically. What I went through is really no one's business but my own. Having your magic suppressed isn't a picnic, and having it restored is even worse. That's all I'll tell you. Harry felt a hand on his right shoulder and another on his left arm. He knew Ron and Hermione were reminding him that they were there if he needed them. Waves of sympathy, concern and protectiveness wrapped around him. No one spoke for a long time, but slowly, they all returned to eating their dinner. When it was clear that everyone would really leave Harry alone, Ron and Hermione returned to their dinner. Nothing was really said throughout the rest of the meal except for when nearly headless Nick floated by for a visit, asking how Harry was doing. Harry was polite and friendly, but it was obvious that nearly headless Nick also wanted to know if the rumors were true. When the conversation suddenly diminished, Harry looked towards the head table to see Professor Dumbledore standing. Now that everyone is fed and watered, he said pleasantly, the very best of evenings to you all. A few start of the term notices. Mr. Filch, out caretaker, has asked me to inform you all that there is a complete ban on any joke items bought at the shop called Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Those of you who wish to play for your house Quidditch teams should give your name to your head of house as usual. We are also looking for new Quidditch commentators, who should also do likewise. A wave of chatter filled the room only to die as quickly as it began. We are pleased to welcome a new member to our staff this year, Professor Dumbledore continued. Professor Slughorn. Slughorn rose to his feet, smiling proudly. A former colleague of mine has agreed to resume his old post of potions master. Harry's eyes widened at the statement as another round of chatter broke out. Potions. But that meant, no, it wasn't possible. Dumbledore wouldn't. Would he? Dumbledore raised his hands and the chatter died once again. Professor Snape, meanwhile, will be taking the positions of defense against the dark arts teacher, he said, then paused as gasps and chatter once again broke out. He would. Harry didn't know what he was feeling at the moment. Why didn't someone tell him? Why didn't Sirius or Remus warn him? At least I know why Sirius is so reluctant to believe that Snape is anything but evil. I can't believe this, Ron muttered in disgust. Just when I thought I didn't have to deal with the greasy git again. Well, at least we know it's his final year here, said Dean, causing everyone to look at him in confusion. The job's jinxed. No one's lasted more than a year. But if Snape's the defense teacher, then what's Professor Black doing up there? Dumbledore cleared his throat once again and the loud chatter slowly decreased, although there were people still whispering to each other. One other change, he said pleasantly. Many of you recognize the presence of Sirius Black, the defense instructor for the second half of last year. Due to injuries sustained recently, Remus Lupin is currently unable to continue as your advisor. Sirius Black has agreed to substitute in his absence. For those of you new to Hogwarts, the student advisor is here to listen to any concerns or problems you may have, whether it is personal or school related. Anything you say to Mr. Black is completely confidential. A round of applause erupted, for Sirius smiled and waved. Once the applause ended, Dumbledore continued. Now, as everyone is aware, Lord Voldemort and his followers are once more at large, he said seriously. They are gaining strength by the day, so I cannot stress enough how dangerous the current situation is. We all must remain vigilant for our safety and the safety of those around us. The castle's magical defenses have been strengthened over the summer, however, we all must refrain from carelessness. There are new security restrictions which I urge all of you to abide, in particular, the rule that you are not to be out after hours. If you notice anything strange or suspicions, report it to a member of the staff immediately. I implore you all to conduct yourselves with the utmost regard for your own safety and the safety of others. There was a deafening silence that filled the hall. After giving everyone a moment to digest the warnings, Dumbledore continued once again. Now, however, your beds await you, he said pleasantly. I am aware that a good night's rest is a top priority for the majority of you for your lessons tomorrow. Therefore, let us say good night. Everyone slowly rose to their feet and made their way out of the great hall. Harry hesitated. Staring at the head table, he met Sirius' stare and caught a discreet nod, Harry's signal to do what they had arranged rather than what Professor Dumbledore had told everyone to do. Harry, are you coming? Hermione asked, causing everyone around them to stop and listen. Harry shook his head. I have a meeting with Professor Dumbledore and Sirius, he said. I won't be long, I promise. Hermione nodded reluctantly and gave Harry the password to the Gryffindor Tower before leaving with the first years. Ron seemed to be a little more hesitant but eventually left with Neville and Seamus, clearly trying to stay away from Ginny and Dean, who were holding hands. Once the crowd had lessened somewhat, Harry made his way to the head table where Sirius was waiting for them. Sirius didn't waste any time before wrapping an arm about Harry's shoulders and pulling Harry close. I knew I should have warned you, Sirius said sincerely as he steered Harry out of the teacher's exit. I'm sorry, kiddo. I was shocked to hear it too. Harry barely paid attention as Sirius took the quickest route to Dumbledore's office. You realize that people are already saying Snape won't last more than a year, right? He asked quietly. What are we going to do? What about the DA? Professor Snape never approved of it. Slow down, Harry, Sirius said reassuringly. I've already talked to Dumbledore about your training. He agrees that we should continue and promised to talk to Snape about it. As far as the DA goes, were you actually planning on continuing? Harry shrugged his shoulders. I haven't talked about it with the council or any of the other members, but I wanted to keep the option open, he said truthfully. I mean, no one else really has done what you and Moony have done over the years. We're at war and the entire school is filled with children who would be killed in a heartbeat because they can't defend themselves properly. They think of a duel with rules. You've taught me to think outside the box, to use whatever I can to win. That was what saved me that night at the ministry. Sirius abruptly stopped walking and turned Harry so they were face to face. Blue eyes met green. No, Harry, Sirius said firmly. You saved yourself that night. No amount of skill can help you if your heart isn't in it. I watched that duel. Believe me when I tell you, I can see why Scrimgeour is interested in you. You could be an amazing Auror if that was what you wanted. Very few Aurors focus as much as we have on Muggle fighting. Your duel with Voldemort proved what an asset it could be. Harry shrugged his shoulders, not really knowing what to say. Sirius, it's really not that big of a deal, he said uncomfortably. I didn't even think about what I was doing. I never do. I always react and just do what I can to stay alive. Sirius smiled and ruffled Harry's hair. I know, kiddo, I know, he said, then looked over Harry's shoulder. Come on. Dumbledore's waiting for us. Harry nodded and followed Sirius the rest of the way to Professor Dumbledore's office. He was starting to feel the effects of the long day and hoped that the meeting wouldn't be a long one. They reached the gargoyle statue in no time, with Sirius saying the password as they approached. The statue moved to reveal the revolving staircase, which allowed Harry and Sirius to step on and walk up the stairs without stopping. Soon enough, they reached the door to Dumbledore's office. Sirius knocked 3 times and barely waiting for Dumbledore's voice saying, "Enter," before he opened the door and stepped inside. "Ah," Dumbledore said pleasantly from behind his desk. "Just the two I was expecting. Please, have a seat." Harry and Sirius sat down in the chairs in front of Dumbledore's desk. "I understand that you were successful tonight, Harry. Would you please tell me what you felt?" Harry rubbed the back of his neck nervously. He really hoped that he wasn't about to cause a lot of problems. "Well, there were a few people that caught my attention," he said carefully. "Malfoy was certainly the most overwhelming. I've never felt such fear, dread, nervousness, anger, you name it. There wasn't one good emotion coming off of him. It was almost like he's projecting every bad emotion out there." Dumbledore sat back in his chair and looked at Harry thoughtfully. "I see," he said softly. "That is most unsettling. I will speak to Professor Snape. I highly doubt Draco will seek you out, Sirius, considering what has happened recently. I have no doubt Draco has quite a bit of anger towards you, Harry, so I must insist that you keep your distance for the time being." Harry nodded in acceptance. He had no problem staying far away from Malfoy. It was usually Malfoy that had a problem staying away from him. In the past, it had been Malfoy's jealousy that had driven him to numerous detentions and even being suspended from the Slytherin Quidditch team. The only thing Malfoy had left was his prefect status. Was he really willing to risk that too because of a stupid rivalry? "Very well," Professor Dumbledore said with a smile. "Was there anyone else, Harry?" Harry thought for a moment. How much did Dumbledore really want to know? "Well, the Slytherins who were with Malfoy were projecting a lot of hate and anger, but I don't know if it was just because I was there or not," he said uncertainly. "That's probably the biggest problem. I can sense what people are feeling, but I don't know what they're feeling the emotion towards." Dumbledore smiled as he leaned forward and unfolded his long fingers. "Exactly, Harry," he said proudly. "As far as you know, those students may have been thinking about Voldemort or even me. It is imperative not to make assumptions. Many people assume you are the chosen one, because of one article the Daily Prophet published and because what you have survived. These emotions you are sensing are disconcerting but not surprising. Anything else?" Harry shrugged helplessly. "There really wasn't anything else," he said uncomfortably. "Nothing worth mentioning anyways." Unfortunately, his unconvincing tone was noticed by both Dumbledore and Sirius. "Harry," Sirius warned, "if you felt something, it would be better if you told us." Harry could feel his face heat as he covered his face with his hands, trying to cover his embarrassment. "This would only happen to me. There were just several groups of girls who gave me a weird feeling," he said, his voice partially muffled through his hands. Slowly, Harry lowered his hands to see twinkling in Dumbledore's eyes and Sirius trying to keep himself from laughing. Anger quickly pushed any embarrassment away. "I didn't like it all right," Harry said defensively. "Whatever they were projecting, it made me feel uncomfortable." Sirius couldn't hold it in any longer and busted out laughing. Harry couldn't believe it. His hands balled into tight fists as his anger increased. How could Sirius find this funny? How could Sirius be laughing at him? Not wanting to start a fight in front of Dumbledore, Harry stood up and went for the door. He knew he never should have said anything. Sirius' laughter died at the sight of Harry's tense stature. "Harry, wait," he called out as Harry reached for the doorknob. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh. I just. Save it," Harry said through his teeth as he turned around and glared at Sirius. "I know I'm hopeless. You don't have to rub it in. I'm sorry if I'm completely clueless, but let me remind you of something. I grew up with the Dursleys, who taught me I was nothing more than an ungrateful freak. I have an insane murderer after me because of some prophecies some crackpot made years ago. My life is constantly in danger, so excuse me for not finding the time to understand anything that a normal teenager would understand. I am telling you what I felt from some stupid ability that I never asked for and never wanted. If you think you can do any better, you're welcome to try." Without waiting for a response, Harry turned, opened the door and left. He didn't care that Sirius was calling for him to come back. He didn't care that he was walking alone, something he had been told not to do. At the moment, Harry was too angry to think about anything other than getting as far from Sirius as possible. It was another one of the forbidden topics that Sirius refused to discuss, so how could he be expected to know anything? Subtle waves of compassion and sympathy washed over Harry, nearly making him lose his footing. As he walked up the moving staircases, Harry brushed his hand against the walls, only to have the feelings intensify. Soothing waves slowly calmed him with each step. By the time Harry reached the Fat Lady portrait to the Gryffindor Tower, his anger had faded, but the hurt of Sirius' actions remained. He knew he probably overreacted, but the long day, in addition to his own frustration and irritation, forced him to take offense that Sirius didn't understand this was something no one had ever talked to him about. What was the point of learning about relationships when Voldemort was trying to kill you? Harry told the Fat Lady the password and watched as the portrait swung open. Closing his eyes, Harry sent his thanks to Hogwarts for calming him before he entered the Gryffindor Tower. He wasn't going to think about it anymore tonight. He knew Sirius would probably corner him tomorrow, apologize and make a joke so that all was forgotten. It still didn't change the fact that Harry was 16 years old and had absolutely no idea what he should and shouldn't be feeling from people. Harry had left the Gryffindor Tower extremely early the following morning. He had gone straight to bed last night, claiming exhaustion. Whether Ron and Hermione actually believed him, Harry didn't know. They didn't question him. They just let him go. Harry had been extremely grateful. He didn't think he could stand to relay what happened in Professor Dumbledore's office. He didn't think he could handle someone else laughing at him. Out of desperation, Harry hurried towards the Marauder quarters. Sirius would still be sleeping for some time yet, which would give Harry plenty of time to talk to the one person who had always been serious with him, no matter how embarrassing the topic had been. He needed to talk to Remus. Remus would explain everything. He always did. In no time, Harry had reached the Marauder quarters, whispered the password, and quietly entered. The place was completely dark as Harry maneuvered his way to Remus' bedroom. The door was partially opened, allowing Harry to poke his head in and see Remus sleeping peacefully. There was a slight amount of sunlight that was coming through the window on the far end of the room, allowing Harry to see without difficulty. As quietly as possible, Harry entered the room, pulled up a chair and sat down at Remus' bedside. He knew he had some time to think of something to say that wouldn't make him sound like an idiot. Chances were Sirius and already mentioned the situation, so Remus had an idea what was going on. Leaning forward in his chair, Harry held his head in his hands as he tried to think. How do you tell someone that you have no idea what you're feeling from others without sounding like an idiot? The more he thought about it, Harry didn't really care that he was severely lacking in the relationship department. What bothered him were these uncomfortable emotions he was sensing that were directed at him. He didn't like being thought of that way. At the rustling of bedcovers, Harry quickly looked up to see Remus slowly opening his eyes before inhaling deeply and turning his head to see Harry. "Good morning, Cub," Remus said, his voice still rather thick with sleep. "You could have woken me, you know." Harry shook his head. "You need your sleep," he said quietly. "Madame Pomfrey is extremely overprotective when it comes to us," Remus said with a smile as he slowly sat up and ran a hand through his hair. "You know that more than anyone." He cast a long look at Harry before moving over slightly and patting on the bed. "Come on, Harry. I think this talk is long overdue." Harry sat down on the edge of bed, still fidgeting slightly. "I spoke with Sirius last night and believe me, did he get an earful," Remus said with a smirk. "This is new territory for us as well as you. It's one thing to feel your own emotions, but to put them into words, especially when some of them are emotions you would rather not discuss, well, let's just say I understand why you were so uncomfortable." Harry's gaze fell as he let out a sigh. Remus had a point. How do you put actual emotions into words? "So I'm not hopeless?" Harry asked softly. "No, Harry," Remus said sincerely. "You are anything but hopeless. I have a feeling those girls last night were feeling some sort of attraction towards you." Harry covered his face with his hand to hide his embarrassment. There are a number of emotions that coincide with attraction: adoration, infatuation, love, lust. Harry quickly looked up at Remus with wide eyes. He did not just hear that. "Remus, these girls were 14 years old." He protested. "There's no way. Different people mature at different times, Cub," Remus said patiently. "You said what you felt made you feel uncomfortable. Harry nodded. Well, it was most likely an infatuation or even a strong crush. I highly doubt 14-year-olds would know what lust is, but you never know. I believe Hermione warned you about what you would possibly be facing this year. Harry nodded again. Those girls find you appealing, Harry. That is what you are sensing. You have always been a private person, so I can understand why you would feel uncomfortable with that. Harry couldn't help groaning in frustration. This was exactly what he didn't want. They don't find me appealing, he protested. They find the boy who lived, the chosen one, appealing. Remus looked at Harry sympathetically as he rested a hand on Harry's shoulder. I know, Cub, he said softly as he squeezed Harry's shoulder gently. I know this must be hard for you. Finding someone is hard enough on its own without adding in your status and your empathy into the mix. This is where you are so different from your father. James knew girls found him attractive. He liked the attention. I think that is what Sirius found funny. You are attracting the same sort of attention your father did. How could he like this? Harry asked in disgust. James wasn't empathic, Harry, Remus said with a smile. He wasn't raised like you were or had to face all that you have when he was your age. James also wasn't forced to live in seclusion for his own safety. James was raised to be a proper pureblood wizard that was faithful to the light. You wouldn't believe all of the functions he had to attend with his parents. He was raised to be polite in the public eye, which is probably why he became such a prankster here. You, Harry, don't have that luxury. Your facade has to remain in place wherever you go. That was certainly the truth. Harry really didn't know how to respond to that, or even if there was a response. The more he heard about his father, the more he realized how different he was from the man. So what do I do? Asked Harry. It's not like I can shut this off. How do I act normal when everything is telling me to run as far away as I possibly can? Remus looked thoughtful for a long moment before he let out a sigh and ran his fingers through his hair. I wish I could give you an answer, he said truthfully. I'll talk to Poppy and see if there is some way to research empaths. Merlin knows I need something to do other than order research. I guess the only advice I can give you is that if these emotions really do make you uncomfortable, then trust yourself. Have you ever felt uncomfortable around Hermione and Ginny? Harry thought for a long moment before shaking his head. But they're my friends, he said with a shrug. They've never thought of me that way. Ginny is like a sister and Hermione's one of my best friends. You trust them, Remus said with a smile. Harry didn't have to think about it. Yes, I trust them, he said. It was hard to hide his confusion. Why would that matter? What are you getting at? Remus bit his lower lip, trying to keep a smile from escaping. You told me that you have to actually reach out in order to feel the emotions around you unless they're too overwhelming to ignore, right? He asked. Harry nodded. You use your empathy for reassurance, Harry. It's another line of defense for you, but you don't need that when you are around those you trust. Last night you were asked to dig deeper into the emotions of others than you usually do. I'm not surprised you felt what you did. I just wish we would have prepared you for the possibility. In some strange way, that actually made sense. So if I don't rely on it as much. I'm not saying that, Harry, Remus said quickly. You shouldn't ignore this ability just because you don't like some of the results. All I'm saying is that you should experiment a little bit. Try to tone it down bit by bit until you have more control. This is why Poppy wanted you to be around people. You need to learn how to adapt, and the only way of figuring out how is from trial and error. Maybe you can use a section in your journal for this to keep a record of everything you try. Think of it as your own little research project. Harry scowled at Remus. You couldn't help yourself, he said in disappointment. You had to give me homework. Remus let out a laugh as he squeezed Harry's shoulder again. What can I say? He asked helplessly. Once a teacher, always a teacher. Just be careful and pace yourself. We don't want a repeat of what happened yesterday morning. That was completely different, Harry protested. Hogwarts was just a little overexcited. She apologized for that. Remus looked at Harry incredulously. Well, she did, Harry said with a shrug. She helped me calm down last night too. I don't know what's going on, but it's nice to be able to sense her. It's almost like she's an actual person looking out for me. Remus rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Once again, I really don't know what to say, he said, dumbfounded. I don't recall Hogwarts actually communicating to someone before like she does with you. I'll speak to Sirius and Dumbledore about this, but I don't think we should tell anyone else until we know more. Remus glanced at the window and noticed the amount of sunlight. You should probably get moving, cub. You need to get your class list this morning, and I believe you have training with Sirius right after breakfast. Harry nodded and rose to his feet. Thanks, Moony, he said sincerely. I'll stop by after classes, okay? If you have time, Harry, Remus said with a smile. I remember my 6th year. Defense against the dark arts, transfiguration and charms focus heavily on nonverbal spells. It's going to be a lot of hard work in addition to Quidditch, training, sessions with Poppy, lessons with Dumbledore and the DA if you want to continue that. If you're too busy, I understand. Harry shook his head. No matter what he was involved in, nothing was going to stop him from spending time with his guardians. I'll see you after class, he said firmly, then bid farewell and left for the Great Hall. The hallways echoed with chatter from students strolling almost lethargically to breakfast. Harry kept his pace brisk, and his focus on his destination. He didn't want to notice the people that were whispering about him, and he certainly didn't want to sense what they were feeling. He reached the Great Hall in no time and saw that the tables were becoming rather crowded. It didn't take him long to find Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by the rest of the 6th years and Ginny. The ceiling of the Great Hall portrayed the nearly clear sky outside with only a few wispy clouds. Well, at least it's optimal training weather. As Harry made his way towards the Gryffindor table, Ron and Hermione looked instantly relieved at the sight of him and moved to make room. Harry sat between them and quickly noticed that all conversation around them had come to a halt. Where were you, Harry? Asked Ron with a hint of nervousness in his voice. We thought something happened. Harry looked at Ron for a moment before he realized why Ron was acting this way. The last time he hadn't been in his bed in the morning, he had run away from the wizarding world. I was talking to Remus, Harry said simply. With everything last night, I didn't get to check up on him. It was a partial lie, and he could see that Ron and Hermione knew it. Professor Mr. Lupin's here? Lavender Brown asked in surprise. Harry nodded. Madame Pomfrey has been overseeing his recovery, so it's easier for everyone if he recovers here rather than at home, he said frankly, but didn't say any more. Revealing more would mean revealing Remus' actual injury and how the injury happened. So when Mr. Lupin recovers, what'll happen to Mr. Black? Asked Dean. Harry shrugged. That was a very good question. What would Sirius do when Remus was well enough to advise students? Harry doubted that Sirius would willingly leave Hogwarts with the history Harry had, but he couldn't see Sirius sitting around here either, not with a war going on. What would that mean? Would Sirius be asked to go out on missions, facing life and death situations alone? Harry couldn't bring himself to think of the possibility of Sirius injured or dying somewhere. So this is what Sirius felt when I ran away. How did he survive? Well, I still can't believe Snape's the defense teacher, Ron said, changing the subject. So are we going to continue with the DA, Harry? Everyone looked at Harry eagerly. Truthfully, I'm not sure, Harry said as he started to pile food on his plate. I have to talk to the council to see if they want to continue. We do, Harry, Ginny interrupted. We talked about it yesterday on the train. Well, that answers that. Then I have to talk to Professor Dumbledore about finding a new supervisor since Remus isn't available, Harry said thoughtfully. His first thought was to ask Sirius who would be a perfect replacement. I also need to speak to Professor Snape. Why? Ron asked, completely bewildered. Because whether we like it or not, Professor Snape's the defense against the dark arts teacher, Hermione said matter-of-factly. This isn't like last year with Professor Umbridge. Professor Dumbledore trusts Professor Snape. There's also the fact that operating without Professor Snape's permission would make it look like we didn't trust his abilities as a teacher. That could be because we don't trust him, Ron muttered bitterly as he started stabbing his bacon with his fork. I don't care what you say, Hermione. I don't trust the greasy git. He doesn't like any of us. He's probably going to forbid the DA just in spite of us. Harry bit his lip to refrain from saying anything. He really didn't know what to think. Personally, He was afraid that Professor Snape would do exactly what Ron said. Snape had never hid his dislike of the DA, especially considering the fact that there were no Slytherins in the group. Even now, Harry didn't know if there were any Slytherins he could trust. He really didn't know any Slytherins other than Malfoy's followers. Gryffindors and Slytherins usually refrained from associating with each other on principle. It wasn't long before Professor McGonagall descended from the head table and made her way directly for the 6th-year Gryffindors. Remus had warned Harry about how scheduling worked for 6th-year students. OWL results needed to be confirmed before any student could be enrolled in any WT classes. Hermione was quickly cleared to continue with Defense Against the Dark Arts, Transfiguration, Charms, Arithmancy, Herbology, Ancient Runes, and Potions. Once she took her schedule, Hermione was gone, hurrying to Ancient Runes. Neville's schedule wasn't as easy since he had wanted to take Transfiguration but failed to score and exceeds expectations on his OWL. Professor McGonagall ended up convincing Neville that Charms was a better option. One by one, the Gryffindors discussed their schedules until Professor McGonagall approached Harry. "Well, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said with a smile as she consulted her notes. "I must say I was most pleased with your results. One of the highest scores in history of magic, impressive scores in Defense Against the Dark Arts and Charms, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Herbology, Transfiguration, Care of Magical Creatures, understandable, but why haven't you applied to continue with Potions?" "I needed an outstanding on my OWL, Professor," Harry said simply. Professor McGonagall nodded in understanding. "That was Professor Snape's requirement, Mr. Potter," she said with a slight smile. Professor Slughorn, on the other hand, exceeds expectations, scores and higher. With that in mind, should I sign you up for Potions?" Harry nodded, unable to keep the smile off of his face. "Very well, here is your schedule. Your godfather and Madame Pomfrey have already talked with me, so your sessions with them have already been allocated." She handed over the piece of parchment. "Oh, one more thing. So far 20 hopefuls have already put down their names for Quidditch tryouts. I suggest you schedule trials soon. You have quite a few positions to fill." Harry nodded and looked over his schedule. He had training with Sirius 3 times a week and lessons with Madame Pomfrey twice a week in addition to all of his classes. Today was certainly going to be busy. Once Ron had his schedule, they left the table for the Gryffindor Tower. Harry needed to grab his materials for the day before hurrying to the entrance hall to meet Sirius. After training, Harry had Defense Against the Dark Arts, followed by lunch, Care of Magical Creatures, and finally Potions. "Why are we walking so fast?" Ron asked as they reached the moving staircases. "We have a free period now." "I don't," Harry said as he handed over his schedule to Ron and hurried up the stairs with Ron following him. It was fairly difficult to maneuver around everyone who wasn't moving at Harry's pace or those who stopped to stare and whisper about him. Ron quickly caught up and handed Harry back his schedule. "Why are you taking Care of Magical Creatures?" he asked. "You can't tell me you actually enjoy that class." Harry rubbed his forehead as they reached the fat lady portrait and said the password. "Not now, Ron," he said as he entered and hurried up to his dorm, knowing that Ron was following him. Entering the room, Harry was relieved that no one else was there as he opened his trunk and started grabbing his supplies. Defense book, Care of Magical Creatures book, quill, ink, parchment, potions, supplies. "What it is, Harry?" Ron asked as he closed the door. "Did something happen?" Harry looked over his shoulder at Ron as he grabbed for his potions book and put it in his school bag. "Ron, my empathy started in Care of Magical Creatures class last year," he said as he closed his trunk and turned around. "Remember the Bowtruckle and the unicorn?" Ron nodded slowly. "I could sense their fear without even realizing what I was doing. If I can use this class to test this so I don't have any problems around people, who am I to pass it up? It also wouldn't hurt to know more about creatures since I want to be a healer." Ron raised his hands in defeat. "All right, I get the point," Ron said as he opened the door. "So, I'll see you in defense class." Harry nodded as he picked up his heavy school bag. "Just don't be late," he said as he glanced around while double-checking that all of his weapons, portkeys and invisibility cloak were in place. We wouldn't want to give Professor Snape a chance to take points away the first day here. Like he's ever needed a reason to take points from us, Ron said as he rolled his eyes in annoyance. Harry just shook his head and waved goodbye as he hurried out of the room. The journey to the entrance hall seemed to take longer than normal, with Harry trying to avoid the large clusters of students from the younger years who were hurrying to their own classes. There had been a few times Harry had to jump out of the way to avoid being run over by a group of second and third years who were running as fast as they could to avoid being late. By the time he ran into the entrance hall, Harry noticed that Sirius was waiting for him with a slightly nervous look on his face. He hated seeing that look. The last time he had seen Sirius act uncomfortable around him was when they had still practically been strangers just after Sirius was declared innocent. All Harry had really known was that Sirius had been willing to risk his soul in order to keep him safe and wanted to give him something he had never had: a family. Thinking back, Harry realized this was really the first fight he really had with Sirius. There had been an occasional disagreement, but nothing like this. Remus had always been there to ease the tension, or Sirius had banished the problem with a joke. Harry pushed away his thoughts as he approached his godfather. "Quidditch pitch?" he asked evenly. At Sirius' affirmative nod, Harry walked out of the castle, knowing that Sirius would be at his side in a moment once Sirius snapped out of his stupor. He was right. "Harry, wait," Sirius said as he hurried to Harry's side and grabbed Harry's arm to make him stop. Intense green met blue. Sirius let out a long breath as he ran a hand over his face. "Look, I'm sorry," he said sincerely. "I was a prat last night. I should have known it was a touchy topic. I tend to forget just how sheltered your life has been at times." Harry pulled his arm free and stared at Sirius, his eyes begging for Sirius to understand. "Do you know how hard it was for me to talk about that?" he asked desperately. "I took a chance confiding in you about something I didn't understand and you laughed at me. You laughed at me. How am I supposed to know about these things? When did I have the time to fancy a girl here or anywhere else? The only girls I really know are either close friends or family. You may think it's funny for me to be clueless, but I can't afford to be. I have to rely on this as a matter of defense. I can't do that if I don't know what I'm sensing." Sirius raised his hands in surrender. "You're right, Harry," he said calmly. "You're absolutely right. I'm sorry. Okay. I wasn't thinking last night. I know it's hard for you to talk to people about this stuff, and I know I don't help when I open my mouth without thinking. It's a flaw in my character that Mooney's been trying to correct for years." Harry let out a sigh as he rubbed the back of his neck. "I know you're sorry, Sirius, and I also know this is strange for everyone," he said as he looked out onto the grounds in the direction of the Quidditch pitch. "When I was working in the hospital, it took me a long time to figure out what was going on and to sort out what I was sensing. I was a mess, I'll admit it. It didn't take much to send me into a depression. Grief, guilt, loneliness, you name it. They're extremely common emotions in a hospital, and they always seem to bring my own feelings of what happened to Remus to the surface." Harry closed his eyes as he felt them stinging with tears. "Not now. Please, not now. There were so many times when I believed I had killed him, that I deserved whatever punishment Voldemort would throw at me." He let out a long breath before he softly said, "I believed that I deserved to be alone in the world." Before Harry knew Sirius had moved, he found himself pulled into a fierce embrace. "That's not true, Harry," he said firmly. "Please tell me you don't believe that." Harry pulled away and once again met Sirius' pleading eyes. "No, I know Voldemort was to blame, but I don't want to be in that state again," he said as he regained his composure. "I need to know what I'm sensing so I don't make the mistake of confusing my emotions with those of others again." Sirius nodded in understanding. "All right, I'll do what I can, and if I ever act like a prat again, I give you permission to hex me," he said, then smiled. "Come on, we should get some training on before your first class." Together they started walking to the Quidditch pitch, a comfortable silence now between them. There wasn't much else to say. Sirius had been forgiven, but the matter wouldn't be forgotten anytime soon. If the misunderstanding had taught Sirius anything, it was how difficult being an empath actually was for Harry. For nearly an hour, Sirius walked Harry through the process of actually casting nonverbal spells, since that was what they would be covering for the next month at least. They would slowly be working towards a full-fledged nonverbal duel once Harry had enough control of his spells. Both of them were aware of Professor Dumbledore's warning about Harry draining his reserves and would also be using this as a way to find Harry's limit. At first, Harry had been reluctant to actually try any nonverbal spells out of fear of tapping into his magical reserves. It took quite a bit of reassurance from Sirius before Harry was able to cast a few simple spells nonverbally. It really hadn't been anything different than how he had practiced before, except this time, Harry didn't force as much as he possibly could through his wand. To Harry, it seemed that the training session was over too soon and he was running back to the school for defense against the dark arts. Through hallways and up flights of stairs, Harry ran the route he knew so well by now. He had spent so much time in the defense classroom when Remus had been a teacher, and it had always been a safe haven when Sirius had taught last term. He really didn't know what to expect with Professor Snape occupying the room, but he was certain he wouldn't be willingly spending his free time there anymore. Entering the hallway, Harry saw the sixth years waiting outside the Gryffindor classroom and skidded to a halt to avoid crashing into Ron and Hermione. Ron nearly jumped back in surprise while Hermione was restricted from much movement by the armful of heavy books she was carrying. Harry waved, unable to form words until his breathing returned to more of a normal pace. "What did you do?" Ron asked with a grin. "Run around the lake before coming here." Harry shook his head and winced as he felt a pain in his left side. "Lost track of time," he said between breaths as he leaned against the wall and grabbed his left side. Slowly, the pain diminished and his breathing evened out slightly. "How was runes?" he asked Hermione. "We already have so much homework," Hermione said, nodded to the books in her hands. "I have to read these by Wednesday." The classroom door opened, ending all conversations. Professor Snape stepped out into the corridor and glanced over everyone before sneering slightly. "Inside," he said as he moved out of the way and watched as everyone obeyed. Not a word was said by anyone as they entered the room and sat down. No one wanted to be the first that Professor Snape singled out. Looking around the room, Harry noticed that the once cheerful room Sirius had occupied was now extremely gloomy. The curtains were drawn, blocking any sunlight. Candlelight filled the room, causing everyone's shadows to dance against the curtains. Strange pictures of people in pain, with horrific injuries or oddly placed body parts, were attached to the walls. Quite a few of them made Harry feel downright ill. Pulling his attention away, Harry quickly sat down beside Ron and tried to focus on anything but the pictures. As soon as everyone was seated, Professor Snape closed the door and moved to the face from behind his desk. His gaze suddenly shifted to Hermione. "Did I ask you to take out your books?" he asked snidely, causing Hermione to pale and drop her copy of Confronting the Faceless. "I think not. What I have to say requires your complete attention, if you all can manage that." No one moved as Snape glanced over the class. "You all have had 6 teachers in this subject so far, and only 2 have been what most would consider nearly competent. With such a dismal representation, I am quite surprised that so many of you have managed to actually earn an OWL in this subject, but stranger things have happened. Seeing all of you managing to keep up with this advanced coursework would be one of them." Harry bit his lip to keep himself from saying anything in defense of Sirius and Remus. "He has a role to play. Don't take it personal." Harry watched as Professor Snape slowly walked around the room. "He's always hated Sirius and Remus. He would never praise anything they've done. You know that. The dark arts," Professor Snape continued, "are a never-ending sea of possibilities. Your defenses must be as adaptable as the dark arts if you wish to survive. These pictures around the room give you a just representation of what happens to those suffering from the Cruciatus curse." He gestured towards a picture of a witch who appeared to be screaming in agony. "Feel the Dementor's key." He motioned towards a picture of a wizard who was lying hunched and empty-eyed, slumped against a wall. "Or goad the hostility of the Inferius." He waved at a picture of a bloody mass on the ground. "Inferius have been seen?" Parvati Patil asked fearfully. "He's really using them." Professor Snape looked at her for a long moment before he answered. "The Dark Lord has used them in the past, so it would be wise to assume he might use them again," he said coolly, then started walking towards his desk, his robes billowing behind him. Now, I believe it is safe to assume you all are complete novices in using nonverbal spells. Tell me, what is the advantage of using nonverbal spells? Hermione instantly raised her hand, although Snape took his time, looking at everyone except her until it seemed like he had no other choice. Miss Granger. Your adversary has no warning about what kind of magic you're about to perform, Hermione said instantly, which gives you a split-second advantage. Professor Snape clearly didn't look impressed. Not surprising, he said dismissively. An answer copied from the Standard Book of Spells, grade 6 but correct nonetheless. Those who progress to this stage gain the element of surprise. However, not all wizards can accomplish this. It is a question of focus, concentration, and mind power, which someone you tend to lack. Snape glanced at Harry for a split second before he looked at Neville. Divide into pairs. One partner attempt to jinx the other, who will attempt to repel the jinx, no speaking. Move. Everyone rose to their feet and moved to find an open space to practice. Harry paired up with Ron, who was having trouble trying to cast a jinx. Recalling his lesson with Sirius only moments ago, Harry concentrated on nothing around him, focusing on Ron and the jinx that was supposed to be fired at him any moment. He didn't even notice Professor Snape approaching until Snape stepped into his line of sight. Pitiful, Weasley, Professor Snape sneered. Just as I expected. It seems like I'll have to show you how it's done. Harry instantly snapped to the ready as Snape turned his wand on Harry. Before Harry actually realized what he was doing, he flicked his wand while thinking, Protega, sending the spell back at Snape, who flicked his wand, sending it back. Harry flicked his wand more forcefully, still thinking, Protega, 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 causing the spell to return to its caster at a faster speed. They continued this, back and forth like two beaters hitting a bludger between them. The spell kept picking up speed until Harry's mind screamed at him to move. Turning his body, Harry could feel the spell flying past him and into the wall, causing a small explosion. Not a word was said. Harry was staring at the hole in the wall in shock. What had he done? How had he pulled it off? Focus and determination. Slowly, Harry turned and looked nervously at Professor Snape, who was glaring at him coldly. Sorry, sir, he said at last. Snape sneered at him. It seems that you're not completely hopeless, Potter, he said, then turned to see the entire class watching. Get back to work. For Harry, class couldn't end soon enough. Professor Snape refused to even look at him for the remainder of the class. Harry didn't know if that was a good or bad thing. Realistically, he hadn't done anything wrong. He had defended himself nonverbally, just like Professor Snape wanted. Why then did he feel like he needed to apologize? Why did he feel like he screwed up? When class was finally over, Harry reluctantly told Ron and Hermione to go ahead. Better get this over with. Tentatively, Harry approached Professor Snape, who was standing in front of his desk with his back facing Harry. Excuse me, sir? Harry asked nervously. Professor Snape quickly turned around and glared. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, Harry desperately tried to calm himself, but his body just wouldn't listen. This was the first time he was alone with Professor Snape since his escape, and his mind seemed to be trapped back in the cell, remembering how helpless he had been. He let out a shaky breath as he opened his eyes and noticed Snape's glare had lessened somewhat. Sir, I just wanted to apologize for what happened, he said uncomfortably. I didn't mean. Yes, Potter, I'm aware it was not your intention to blow a hole in the wall, Snape interrupted impatiently. What do you want? Harry rubbed the back of his neck nervously and noticed Snape's gaze shifting to the scar on his neck for a brief moment before impatient black met anxious green. Well, sir, the council for the DA would like to keep the group going this year, and I was hoping we could do so, he said quickly, with your permission, sir. Snape stared at Harry, his face showing nothing except the impatient glare that seemed to be fixed on his face. And why would my permission matter? He asked coolly. You'll continue to have your little group whether I give my permission or not. I don't want to work against you, sir, Harry said sincerely. I won't deny that the DA will probably exist no matter what you say, since it was a recognized group by the staff last term. They just want to be prepared for what awaits them, sir. We're not going to be doing anything to undermine you or what you teach. Yet you are doing exactly that, Potter, Professor Snape spat as he unfolded his arms across his chest. I will not give you permission to teach your followers material that I am perfectly capable of teaching myself. However, if you feel it's absolutely necessary to give the dunderheads in your year a shred of hope that they can pass this class, I can't very well do anything about it since the headmaster is bound to allow your little group to proceed anyways. Harry bit back the frustration that was rising in him. Why did Snape have to turn everything into an insult? Thank you, sir, he said, then turned to leave. The sooner he could get away from Professor Snape the better. Potter, Professor Snape spat, causing Harry to stop in his tracks. You've cast a nonverbal spell before, haven't you? Suppressing a groan, Harry nodded. He knew it was pointless to lie because no one should have managed to accomplish what he had done in class. I really didn't have a choice, sir, he said truthfully. You really can't speak underwater when you're being attacked by Grindylows. It was either put everything I had into the spells or drown. Snape let out a snort, causing Harry to look over his shoulder and see the partially disgusted, partially thoughtful look on Snape's face. I suppose your anomaly helped too, Professor Snape said with a sneer. Harry inhaled deeply as his fists clenched in anger. I know I'm not normal. You don't need to rub it in. I wouldn't know, sir, Harry said through his teeth before he started walking towards the door. He could feel Professor Snape's eyes on his back and waited for the inevitable snap, but it never came. Reaching the doorway, Harry let out a long sigh as he forced himself to calm down. Why should he expect anything other than hatred from Professor Snape? Sir, Harry said softly as he glanced over his shoulder. Thanks for what you did, in there. Professor Snape's eyes narrowed as he scowled. I don't know what you're talking about, Potter, he said icily. Harry nodded in acceptance. He wasn't surprised that Snape was going to deny everything rather than accept the gratitude. Of course not, sir, he said evenly. My mistake. Without waiting for a retort, Harry walked out of the classroom. He closed his eyes and reached out to the gentle waves that were slowly diminishing. Regret and pain filled him, causing Harry to open his eyes in surprise. That had been the last thing he was expecting to sense. Pushing the revelation out of his mind, Harry hurried to the Great Hall to see Ron and Hermione fidgeting in their seats. He hurried over to them and sat down in the vacant spot between them, causing them both to jump in surprise. Harry instantly started piling food on his plate, knowing that he didn't have a lot of time before he needed to leave for care of magical creatures. He had just started to eat when he noticed that everyone was staring at him. What? Harry asked innocently. Don't be coy, Harry, Hermione scolded. What did Professor Snape say? Harry glanced around once again at everyone's eager faces before setting his fork down and letting out a frustrated breath. First days were not supposed to be this stressful. He wasn't too happy about it, but he said he wouldn't do anything to keep the DA from existing since Dumbledore encourages the group, Harry answered. We knew he wouldn't be as encouraging as Sirius was last term. All we can do now is to try to avoid any sort of confrontation that would aggravate him. Well, I suppose it could be worse, but Professor Snape does have a point, Hermione said matter-of-factly. Professor Dumbledore has the final say in everything. She looked thoughtful for a moment, then shrugged. It's a good thing you spoke to him, Harry. At least it shows that you aren't trying to cause problems. Harry looked at Hermione in disbelief. Since when do I try to cause problems? He asked, causing Ron to let out a snort. Harry glared at Ron before returning his attention to Hermione. Think about it. When have I ever intentionally tried to cause trouble? It's not my fault that life and death situations tend to find me. Hermione let out a frustrated sigh and buried her face in her hands. I'm trying to give you a compliment, Harry, she said in aggravation, then handed over a roll of parchment. A fourth year gave me that to give to you and started asking us about Quidditch tryouts. Sorry, Hermione, Harry said sincerely as he took the roll of parchment and placed it in his school bag. Whatever it was, he would read it later when he wasn't the center of attention. I guess listening to Professor Snape ridiculing Sirius, Remus and me has left me a little defensive. The tension was relieved and Harry was able to grab a few more bites before he had to hurry to care of magical creatures near Hagrid's hut. All of the sixth-year Gryffindors were surprised that Harry was actually taking the class and had guilty looks on their faces when they realized that Harry would most likely be the only student in the class. Harry really didn't mind. If anything, it was better this way since he didn't have to worry about anyone noticing anything. Walking across the grounds, Harry couldn't help feeling slightly awkward. There was silence instead of chatter. There were no sneering Slytherins and no joking Gryffindors. The absence of the Slytherins was a welcome change. He could certainly do without Malfoy's group making fun of Hagrid whenever they had a chance. Hagrid may not be the best teacher, but he certainly had a passion for his area of expertise, and that was what Harry needed to learn. He needed to know how to defend himself against any sort of creature Voldemort may use. Reaching Hagrid's hut, Harry was slightly surprised that Hagrid wasn't waiting for him. He tentatively reached out and could feel subtle waves of despair and remorse from the forest. His first instinct was to run to Hagrid's hut when he heard a rustling sound from the forest. With a flick of his wrist, Harry had his wand at the ready only to lower it a moment later when he saw Hagrid stumble out of the forest. The half-giant looked completely distraught. It was amazing what a difference a day could make. Last night, Hagrid looked his normal excited self, but now, Hagrid looked like he had just lost his best friend. Harry instantly put his wand away before hurrying to Hagrid's side. He didn't know what he could do to help. All he knew was the pain he was sensing from Hagrid was excruciating, and it was completely emotional. Hagrid was so caught up in his own pain that he didn't realize he wasn't alone until Harry rested a hand on Hagrid's large arm. Startled, Hagrid jumped back, only to realize who was there and instantly pull Harry into a fierce embrace. "I missed ye, Harry," Hagrid said shakily before loosening his hold and setting Harry back on the ground. "I'm sorry fair bein' late. I was checkin' on Aragog. I think he's dyin'. He's been ill fair so long and he's not gettin' any better. I just don't know what tear do if we've just been together fair so long." Quote. Harry's bit his lower lip uncertainly as Hagrid burst into tears. What was he supposed to say to that? His experience with Aragog had been anything but pleasant, but it was obvious how much Hagrid loved the Acromantula. Unable to think of anything else to do, Harry slowly pulled Hagrid towards the nearby hut. He didn't know how he managed to usher Hagrid to sit down and make a pot of tea with Fang, Hagrid's large hound, making a ruckus, but he was glad he did when Hagrid finally calmed down. For the remainder of the class time, Harry listened to Hagrid talk about Aragog, occasionally asking questions about Acromantula. Hagrid eventually moved past his sorrow and started explaining everything he knew about the dangerous creatures he loved so dearly. Running had become a pattern for the day. Once again, Harry was running late as he ran to the dungeons for potions. He had stayed with Hagrid through his break talking about the possible creatures they could discuss and meet this term. Hagrid had admitted that he was disappointed no one else was continuing with the course, but was glad for the time he could spend alone with Harry since it was such a rare occurrence nowadays. Harry had reached the potions classroom just as the final students were entering. The shocked look on Professor Slughorn's face was nearly comical as the newly appointed teacher quickly tried to move his large belly out of the way so Harry could skid into the room. He ignored the shocked looks from the 11 members of the class. There were 4 Slytherins, including Malfoy, along with 4 Ravenclaws and 1 Hufflepuff. Harry quickly moved towards the table Ron and Hermione were at with Ernie Macmillan. The 4 Slytherins had taken one table and the 4 Ravenclaws had taken another. Letting out a sigh of relief and ignoring everyone around him, Harry forced himself to relax as he noticed the vapors and odd smells that filled the dungeon. There were several large cauldrons with different bubbling substances inside. Harry was standing nearest to a gold-colored cauldron that was emitting some of the most intoxicating scents Harry had ever smelled. One moment he thought he could smell treacle tart, while another he could have sworn he smelt the woody smell of a broomstick handle, only to change a moment later to something that reminded him of Black Manor. He thought he could smell something else too, but he couldn't make out what it was. "Welcome to NEWT. Potions everyone," Professor Slughorn said joyfully as he walked towards the cauldrons. "Now, scales and potions kits out as well as your copies of advanced potion making." Harry instantly reached in his bag to pull out his supplies while Ron looked extremely nervous. It was then that Harry realized that Ron didn't have any supplies since he believed he wouldn't be able to take potions. Harry was about to say something when he noticed that he was missing something as well. His potions textbook wasn't in his bag. In its place was a book on antidotes he had asked Tonks to pick up. Groaning in annoyance, Harry raised hand and waited. Harry, Professor Slughorn said eagerly. What seems to be the problem? Sir, I'm sorry but I don't have my book with me, Harry said softly as he held up the book on antidotes. I grabbed the wrong one this morning. Oh, that's no problem. No problem at all, Professor Slughorn said with a large smile. I'm sure we have a few spares that could be used. Don't worry, my dear boy, I'll retrieve one for you right away. Sir, Harry said quickly before Slughorn could leave. Well, Ron doesn't have anything since he didn't think he would be able to take the class. Professor Slughorn looked at Ron for a moment before smiling. Not to worry, he said in the same excited tone. You can use ingredients from the store cupboard today. I believe Professor McGonagall mentioned something about a few students. I believe we can also lend you some scales. I'll grab a few books for you boys. Slughorn went directly to a corner cupboard and pulled out 2 worn copies of Advanced Potion Making by Libedius Borage. He handed the books over before grabbing a set of tarnished scales for Ron. Now that everyone's ready, Professor Slughorn continued at last as he walked towards the front of the class. As you can see, I've prepared a few potions for you to look at. These are potions you should be able to make after completing your NEWTs and should already know about them. Can anyone tell me what this one is? Slughorn gestured towards the cauldron nearest to the Slytherin table. Everyone moved slightly in order to see what looked like nothing other than plain water boiling in a cauldron like it would on a stove. It wasn't surprising that Hermione's hand was instantly in the air before anyone really got a chance to look or smell the substance. Slughorn also noticed and pointed at her. It's Veritaserum, sir, Hermione said quickly. A colorless and odorless potion that forces the drinker to tell the truth. Slughorn clapped his hands together happily. Very good, he said, then moved towards the cauldron nearest to the Ravenclaw table. The substance in that cauldron was the exact opposite of the previous potion. The slow bubbling, mud-like substance looked absolutely disgusting. Now, this one has received quite a bit of attention lately. Who can? Hermione quickly raised her hand once again. It's the Polyjuice potion, sir, she said. Slughorn smiled at her before moving to the next cauldron, clearly in his element. It was odd for Harry to see someone actually enjoying potions. The dreary dungeons had always mirrored Professor Snape's mood and attitude towards class. Outstanding! Professor Slughorn exclaimed happily. And this one? Hermione's hand was once again in the air. Yes, my dear. Amortentia, sir, Hermione said with a smile. It's the most powerful love potion in the world. The steam rises in characteristic spirals and supposedly smells differently to everyone according to what attracts them. Correct. Slughorn exclaimed with a large smile. It is also recognizable by its distinctive mother of pearl sheen. My, you do know your potions. What is your name, my dear? Hermione smiled shyly. Hermione Granger, sir, she said softly. Professor Slughorn appeared to be contemplating something for a moment before he moved on. Well, take a well-deserved 20 points for Gryffindor, Miss Granger, he said warmly. Now, Amortentia doesn't create love, nothing can. This potion merely causes a powerful infatuation or obsession. It is most likely the most powerful and dangerous potion in this room. Human emotions are dangerous to mess around with. Obsession can push people to do terrible things, but now, it's time for us to get to work. Ernie Macmillan, however, raised his hand in protest. But, sir, you haven't told us about the potion by your desk, he said, gesturing towards the small black cauldron that contained a gold substance that was splashing happily, like frogs leaping from one invisible rock to another. Professor Slughorn clapped happily as he turned and gestured towards the cauldron as if it were an item up for auction. Indeed, he said eagerly. This one, ladies and gentlemen, is called Felix Felicis. I trust that you know what this potion does, Miss Granger. It's basically liquid luck, Hermione said instantly. It makes you lucky for as long as the potion lasts in your system. Harry's eyes widened at the revelation. That was something he hadn't been expecting. Everyone else's complete attention was on Professor Slughorn. Harry made a mental note to research the potion when he had a chance. He would hate to see what would happen if Voldemort got his hands on the potion. Another 10 points for Gryffindor, my dear, Professor Slughorn said excitedly. Yes, Felix Felicis is extremely tricky to make and catastrophic if incorrectly brewed. When it's brewed correctly, you will find that all of your actions tend to create positive results. However, if taken in excess, the side effects are giddiness, recklessness, and extreme overconfidence. It's highly toxic in large quantities, which is why it is so rarely used. It can become rather addicting to have the opportunity to fix all your problems in the palm of your hand. Slughorn then looked at the class with a generous smile. This is what I am offering as a prize in this lesson. One tiny bottle of Felix Felicis, enough for approximately 12 hours of luck, although I must warn you that this substance is banned in organized competitions such as sporting events, examination, or elections. It must be used on an ordinary day, but you will quickly see how that day becomes extraordinary. Silence rang through the classroom as everyone eagerly awaited instructions. Slughorn seemed to enjoy the dramatic affect he was having on everyone. To win this prize, turn to page 10 of Advanced Potion Making, Professor Slughorn continued quickly. There is just over an hour left, which is plenty of time for you to attempt the draft of Living Death. I won't lie. This is a dreadfully complicated potion and I do not expect perfection. The best attempt, however, will win the bottle of Felix Felicis. Off you go. Everyone instantly hurried to gather their materials and begin. Loud clunks of scales and scraping of cauldrons echoed loudly were the only sounds made. No one dared to speak and break their concentration on the task. Everyone was working feverishly, causing Harry to shake his head and focus on his own task. He remembered one of his discussions with Remus about potions. Staying calm and collected is key, cub. Sometimes acting hastily can cause the simplest of mistakes, especially in potions. Harry was going to follow the advice as he flipped through the tattered book he had received from Slughorn. He was not going to hurry through this and mess it up. Harry quickly noticed that the pages in his books were covered with messy notes. He had to look extremely close to decipher the ingredients he would need, since the previous owner had made plenty of comments and even crossed a few things out. Ron quickly took off for the store cupboard, desperate to keep up with the rest of the class. Focus on your own task. Pulling out some valerian roots, Harry started chopping at a steady pace, determined to cut them evenly. He quickly fell into his own world as he slowly added ingredient after trying to decipher the messy annotations. After 10 minutes, the entire dungeon was full of bluish steam. Harry forced his eyes to remain on his own potion that resembled the smooth, black currant-colored liquid that was supposedly the ideal halfway stage. When it had become time to cut the Sophophorus bean to extract the juice, Harry checked and double-checked the instructions before noticing the alternative instruction from the previous owner. Crush with flat side of silver dagger, releases juices better than cutting. Realizing that the comment actually made sense, Harry pulled out his silver knife and crushed the bean with the flat side. Juice started rapidly to flow out of the little shriveled bean. Harry quickly poured it all into the cauldron and watched as the potion immediately turned to the shade of lilac that was described in the textbook. His attention instantly returned to the book, where it said he had to stir counterclockwise until the potion turned completely clear as water. However, the previous owner claimed that a clockwise stir should be added after every 7th counterclockwise stir. Harry was torn. Following the instructions for the bean had been one thing, but following a different stirring pattern was completely going against the instructions that everyone else had. Also, what if the previous owner was right again? Wouldn't it look suspicious if his potion came out perfect? Wouldn't people wonder how someone who had to work so hard under Professor Snape's tutelage suddenly became a remarkable brewer? No, it was too risky. Harry made a mental note to try the potion again while following the instructions of the previous owner, but not he would follow the instructions everyone else had. Malfoy's voice broke through the silence, pulling Harry out of his thoughts. Sir, I believe you knew Abraxas Malfoy, my grandfather, he said as Slughorn passed the Slytherin table. Why, yes, I did, Professor Slughorn said indifferently. It was rather sad to hear he died of dragon pox. He walked away before Malfoy could say anything more. Slowly, Harry stirred his potion counterclockwise. His potion remained the same lilac color, not the pale pink it should have turned. Harry forced himself to remain calm. He finally took the opportunity to glance at the cauldrons at his table. Hermione's was a darker shade of purple while Ron's looked absolutely nothing like it should. Ron looked beyond frustrated as he cursed repeatedly under his breath. Hermione also appeared to be frustrated, her hair now bushier from the fumes from her cauldron. Ernie's potion was navy blue, which caused Harry to raise his eyebrows in surprise. How had Ernie managed that one? Time's up, everyone. Professor Slughorn announced. Stop stirring and move away from your cauldrons. Everyone did as they were told and waited as Professor Slughorn moved slowly from table to table, glancing into cauldrons. He didn't say a word, only sniffing potions that remotely resembled what the book claimed to be an accurate potion. Slughorn finally reached Harry's table and smiled sympathetically at the mess in Ron's cauldron. He spared a quick glance at Ernie's before looking at Hermione's. He gave her an approving nod, then looked at Harry's. Surprise flashed on his face as he shifted his gaze from Harry's cauldron to Hermione's and back to Harry's. Finally, a smile broke on his face as he turned to face the rest of the class. Well now, Slughorn said excitedly. This is the closest competition I have seen in years. Gather around, everyone. He waited until the other two tables obeyed. Now, everyone take a look at Miss Granger's cauldron. See how smooth it is. The texture is perfect. He waited a moment as everyone looked at Hermione's concoction, even if the Slytherins did so reluctantly. Now, look at Harry's, he continued happily. See the difference. It is significantly lighter, the perfect shade of lilac. Can anyone tell me why? Everyone took their turn looking at Harry's potion before turning to Slughorn, awaiting an answer. Hermione was surprisingly silent. Slughorn clapped his hands once again, clearly enjoying himself. You see, sometimes it is the simplest details that make all the difference, he said knowingly. By extracting more juice from his Sophophorus bean, Harry not only has the correct color but the shelf life on the finished product would increase noticeably. Understand that brewing is not only following instructions in books. It also requires instinct and the ability to adapt. The instructions are more like guidelines, remember that. Slughorn shifted his gaze to Harry and smiled widely. Excellent work, Harry, he said excitedly. You've clearly inherited some of your mother's talent. She was rather gifted in potions, if I do say so myself. Slughorn reached in his pocket and pulled out the tiny bottle of golden liquid. Here you are. 1 bottle of Felix Felicis as promised. Harry was about to protest when he felt a hand on his left arm. Hermione was giving him an encouraging nod. Harry reluctantly accepted the bottle and slipped it into his inner pocket. It didn't feel right. Why should he receive the potion when Hermione had done nothing wrong in her own? Turning back to his own potion to start cleaning up, Harry was grateful he didn't follow the second instruction from the previous user. He didn't know if he would be able to look at Hermione if his potion had been any more correct than what it already was. When everyone was finally dismissed, Harry hurried out of the dungeon as fast as he could. He had seen the looks Professor Slughorn was giving him and didn't like it at all. He hadn't missed the fact that Slughorn was calling him by his first name even though they really didn't know each other. For Harry, it was the first sign that Slughorn wanted something from him and, whatever it was, Harry was certain he wasn't going to like it. Ron and Hermione finally caught up with him as he reached the entrance hall. Hermione quickly pulled Harry off to the side. Harry, it's all right, she said sincerely. Professor Slughorn made an excellent point. It's the little things that matter. I was so eager to finish the potion. I saw how careful you were with your ingredients. I'm really not surprised yours turned out better than mine. But it's still not fair, Harry said stubbornly, then realized there was only one way to relieve his guilt. How about we split it? Hermione smiled while Ron stared at Harry as if he had gone mad. It's all right, Harry, she said with a pat on the arm. We all know that you could use the luck more than I could. Who knows? Maybe it could help you if something were to happen. Harry nodded, understanding the point she was trying to make. If he were to be in danger, the potion could most likely end up saving his life. Rubbing the back of his neck, Harry glanced at the Great Hall before returning his gaze to his friends. Look, I'll meet up with you two later, he said. I think I'm going to have dinner with Remus and then I have to work on my homework with them. I'll be back before curfew. Say no more, Harry, Hermione said and grabbed Ron by the arm. We'll see you in the common room. Good luck with Professor Snape's homework. It's really complicated. Harry waved goodbye and hurried towards the Marauder quarters. He needed Remus' help. He needed to take a closer look at his borrowed potions book. He wasn't about to blindly trust anything written in a book without showing it to someone first. Remus wasn't an expert on potions, but he did have the patience to check something out if Harry had a question. There was also the fact that Harry trusted Remus not to run to Snape or Dumbledore unless it was absolutely necessary. After a quick look around to make sure no one was watching, Harry entered the quarters quietly, just in case Remus was sleeping. He quickly noticed that he shouldn't have worried. Remus was currently sitting on the sofa couch in front of the fireplace watching Sirius pace back and forth. From Remus' posture, Harry could tell he was desperately trying not to laugh at whatever dilemma Sirius currently had. You don't understand, Moony, Sirius said desperately. They're like vultures. They want to know everything. Why can't they let him have some peace? It wasn't this bad when we went to school here, was it? Well, we didn't have Harry's notoriety or the air of mystery that surrounds him, Remus answered seriously. He's a good kid, Sirius, and everyone knows that. He has morals that you certainly didn't have at his age. Sirius moved to object, but Remus held up a hand to silence him. You know I'm telling the truth. Harry also has worries that we certainly didn't have at his age. In many ways he's an adult in a teenager's body, while in other ways he's still a child. I'm actually glad Harry's finally standing up to you. It's about time he defends himself. Sirius let out a frustrated groan. You're never going to let that go, are you? He asked with a scowl at Remus. I make one mistake with Harry. And what do you call kidnapping Harry when he was a baby and when he was 13? Interrupted Remus. A misunderstanding. James nearly contacted the entire Auror department because he couldn't find his son that was being hunted by Voldemort. Then, when you decided to take him from the Dursleys, let's just be grateful Harry's condition hadn't been any worse or we would have lost him. Remus rubbed his tired eyes before running his hand down his face. Look, I'm not trying to make you out to be a bad parent. You just have a tendency to act rashly at times. We can't afford to do that with Harry anymore. If something like last night happens again, Harry may turn away from confiding in us. Do you want that to happen? Sirius seemed to lose his desire to argue as he collapsed in a nearby armchair. I'll try, Moony, he said softly. Harry could feel the sincerity in Sirius' words and decided to make his presence known. He knew Remus was just looking out for him, but the guilt coming off of Sirius was enough for Harry to put a stop to the discussion. That's all I can ask for, Harry said, causing Sirius and Remus to jump in surprise. I'm not interrupting anything, am I? How long have you been standing there? Sirius asked nervously. Harry shrugged as he sat down on the sofa couch next to Remus. Not long, but long enough to know you two are still talking about what happened last night, he said honestly. It's over with. We don't need to keep bringing it up. Actually, I sort of hope it's never brought up again. Remus wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders. All right, Cub, he said reassuringly. We won't talk about it anymore. He looked around and frowned at Harry. Where are Ron and Hermione? I thought Dumbledore said you should refrain from walking around alone. They're at dinner in the Great Hall, Harry said with a shrug. I wanted to eat dinner with you, so I told them I'd meet them later. At the glance Remus and Sirius shared, Harry tried to clarify himself. It's not like I can ask them to follow me around all the time. I have training, care of magical creatures, lessons with Madame Pomfrey and council meetings that they aren't involved in. I'm not wandering around the castle. I barely made it to the majority of my classes on time today. Sirius shook his head stubbornly. It's for your own safety, kiddo, he said firmly. I'll speak with Hagrid to meet you in the entrance hall for class, and as far as training goes, I'll do a better job of keeping an eye on the time so we can walk back together. I can also meet you in front of the Great Hall after dinner on the nights you're supposed to spend with us. Harry moved to protest. Harry, just trust me on this, all right? Harry reluctantly nodded, knowing it was pointless to argue. Sirius was only enforcing Dumbledore's request, and Harry knew that Dumbledore never suggested anything unless it was necessary. Harry would just have to live with it for now and work something out with Ron and Hermione so Sirius didn't have to walk with him everywhere. After all, Sirius did have a job to do regardless of how much he wanted to do it or not. Now that we're all on the same page, why don't you tell us what's on your mind, Cub? Remus said encouragingly. Or was it just an extremely long first day? Snapping out of his thoughts, Harry reached into his school bag and pulled the battered potions book. Well, I was hoping you could help me with this, he said as he handed the book over. He watched as Remus flipped through the book, quickly glancing over some of the scribbles written on some of the pages. Sirius curiously moved so he could get a better look at the contents of the book, but reading upside down made the task extremely difficult. Remus finally reached the back cover and stared at the bottom of it before he glanced at Harry. Well, this is interesting, he said with a smile. It looks like we have a mystery on our hands. Remus handed over the book for Harry to read what was scribbled from the previous owner. The first week of school had been one exhausting day after another. Harry had become so overwhelmed with his hectic schedule that Remus had taken up deciphering the notes left by the Half-Blood Prince during the day and explaining them to Harry at night after homework was completed. Some of the deviations had been so detailed that Harry had found it necessary to order a potions journal to write everything down. So far, Remus had found nothing wrong with the prince's notes other than a few spells that could be considered dark. Harry had made note of the spells, what they did and possible ways to counter them, so he knew what to do if they had been used against him. Potions class had been a struggle. Harry had been careful not to use too many of the prince's changes so he didn't draw too much attention to himself. There was also the problem of Professor Slughorn, who had a habit of signaling Harry out in class whether Harry deserved it or not. It was becoming a challenge avoiding the man, but Harry was determined not to be caught alone with him. According to Ginny and Neville, Slughorn had created a little group he liked to call the Slug Club, that consisted of people who had connections to important people. Members of the group included Cormac McLaggen, Marcus Belby, Blaise Zambini, in addition to Ginny and Neville. The moment Harry heard about the group, he knew he wanted nothing to do with it. That was exactly the time of attention he wanted to avoid no matter what. Harry had finally read the scroll Hermione had given him, only to realize it was a message from Professor Dumbledore, requesting his presence at 8 o'clock on Saturday evening for their first lesson. After showing the message to Sirius and Remus, Harry had told Neville and Ginny that he would talk to Dumbledore about the DA on Saturday and asked them to pass it on to the rest of the council. He didn't think the DA would start up for a few weeks yet, since all of the Quidditch teams needed to hold tryouts and everyone was still settling in. Speaking to Ron and Hermione about Dumbledore's request had been slightly awkward, but from that moment on they had done everything in their power to stay by Harry's side. Ron had become incredibly defensive, especially around people who were whispering and pointing at Harry. In a way, Harry was grateful for the punishment Sirius had given him. The evenings in the Marauder quarters quickly became the only place he could work on his schoolwork and even think in peace. Everyone wanted to know about Quidditch tryouts, the rumored Defense Association, and whether he was indeed the chosen one. The fourth-year Gryffindors were the worst of them, especially the girls. It had quickly become habit for the sixth-year Gryffindors to discreetly hex any fourth-year Gryffindor who appeared to be approaching Harry. The sixth-year boys thought it was hilarious, of course, claiming that Harry had his own stalkers now. Harry didn't find the situation so amusing. He just wanted to be left alone. Why couldn't anyone else see that? Harry had been extremely careful with his empathy through the week and had begun working on trying to sense only one person's emotions rather than everyone around him. So far it had been an all or nothing sort of ability, except when he had been standing almost next to the person. Harry desperately wanted to change that for a number of reasons, but the most important was to prevent himself from being distracted. Now that he understood what certain individuals were feeling, Harry wanted to avoid feeling that again at all costs. He didn't like people thinking that way about him, particularly for the wrong reasons. When 8 o'clock on Saturday night finally arrived, Harry flowed to Professor Dumbledore's office from the Marauder quarters, for his own safety. The mantra had become so redundant the past week that Harry was starting to think everyone was taking the keeping Harry safe mission too seriously. Aurors were still stationed at the school, the Slytherins were keeping their distance, and teachers were constantly patrolling the halls to stop any skirmish that may occur. Hogwarts had never been so protected, but it clearly wasn't enough for Harry Potter to walk the halls alone. Stumbling out of the fireplace and into the waiting arms of Professor Dumbledore, Harry was instantly surrounded by waves of relief and concern. He pulled himself upright and looked into the twinkling blue eyes and smiling face of the headmaster. Sorry, sir," Harry said in embarrassment. "I've never been able to flow anywhere without nearly falling over." "Quite all right, my boy," Professor Dumbledore said pleasantly. "None of us are perfect." He gestured for Harry to sit down in front of the desk. "There are just a few matters we should discuss before we start our lesson. Professor Snape has spoken to me about the continuation of the Defense Association. I must say I was pleased to hear that you are willing to work with Professor Snape. I would like to see the Defense Association continue and grow, if it were a possibility." Harry ran a hand through his hair as he sat down. He really didn't think he could handle it if the group was to get any bigger than it already was. Yes, a few students had graduated, but the majority of the group remained. I don't know if it is a possibility, sir," Harry said politely. "Bringing in new people would mean starting over, and that really isn't fair to those who took the risk to learn last year with Umbridge here. There would have to be two separate groups, and I don't know if I can handle it once Quidditch starts up. I barely have time to finish my schoolwork as it is, and I haven't even started my sessions with Madame Pomfrey yet." Professor Dumbledore sat down at his desk and looked at Harry thoughtfully. "I can understand your concerns, Harry," he said sincerely. "I can also understand that you would prefer to keep the Defense Association to people you trust. I cannot imagine how difficult it would be if your empathy were to act up and overwhelm you with those emotions that made you feel so uncomfortable." Harry winced at the comment. "About that, sir," he said uncomfortably. "I apologize for being out of line." Dumbledore raised his hand to silence Harry. "Your reaction was completely understandable," he said patiently. "No apology is necessary. I do hope that if the situation were to rise again, you would speak to someone. I am here for you, Harry, if you need me. This ability you have is a remarkable gift, but with any gift, there usually comes a price to pay. I believe we saw some of that when the students returned. You now have the means to know what those around you are feeling, the good and the bad. The problem with that is that not all emotions are meant to be known. Your friend, Ron, was jealous when you were entered in the Triwizard Tournament. Can you imagine actually sensing that from your best friend?" Harry rubbed his face wearily. "It's already happened," he admitted. "When I told them about this, I felt their fear. It turned out that Ron was afraid of what would happen if the Ministry found out about me. I've learned not to jump to conclusions when it comes to what I sense. Just because someone's feeling an emotion doesn't mean they're feeling it about me." A soft trill filled Harry's ears, causing him to turn his head and see Fawkes standing on his perch. Harry smiled and held out his arm. The phoenix let out a happy trill before taking flight and landing on the new perch. Soothing waves of protectiveness and compassion filled him. Fawkes let out a soft trill and nudged his head towards Dumbledore, reminding Harry that he was in the middle of a conversation. Harry nodded in understanding and laughed when Fawkes nudged him affectionately before taking off for his original perch. Returning his attention to Dumbledore, Harry was surprised to see an amused look on the headmaster's face. Sorry about that, sir," Harry said. Dumbledore smiled as he unfolded his long fingers. "Not a problem, my boy," he said pleasantly. "It still amazes me how close you and Fawkes are. I suppose being able to sense his emotions makes it easier to communicate." Harry shrugged his shoulders. "I really can't explain it," he said truthfully. "Maybe it has something to do with being able to sense Hogwarts. Ever since that night, I can understand what he's basically trying to say. He can be extremely stubborn when he wants to be, sir." "No offense." "None taken," Professor Dumbledore said with a laugh. "But we have gotten slightly off track. The other matter I wished to discuss with you is that I have spoken with the staff about you, magical fluctuations. They have been instructed to remove you from class and firecall Poppy immediately should you show any signs of duress." I will admit that I had to reveal more about your recovery than I would have liked to get my point across, but I believe your instructors now understand how difficult this has been for you. I have also requested that they refrain from discussing the topic with you. This will hopefully avoid any awkward conversations. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose and nodded. He was beginning to hate all of the complications and half-truths. It was a little unnerving that Professor Dumbledore was keeping this from the entire staff instead of confiding in Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape like he had in the past. This made Harry wonder whether Dumbledore was keeping this a secret because he felt it was for the best or because Sirius and Remus didn't want anyone knowing the truth. After a moment of silence, Professor Dumbledore cleared his throat and leaned forward. Now, the actual reason you are here, he said in a businesslike tone. I believe it is time you were given certain information concerning Lord Voldemort. I will warn you that much will be based on guesswork from memories, but I believe that I am currently on the right track. Dumbledore rose to his feet, walked around the desk and continued on to the cabinet beside the door. When he turned around, Harry saw a familiar shallow stone basin with odd markings around the rim of it. Dumbledore returned to his desk and placed the pensieve down on it. Professor Dumbledore turned to face Harry and smiled. I believe this will actually be your first time entering a pensieve, he said pleasantly. There's nothing to worry about, Harry. I will be with you every step of the way, and these memories won't be anything like the ones you have placed in here. We will be visiting one of Bob Ogden's memories. Bob Ogden worked for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Dumbledore pulled a crystal bottle that contained a swirling silvery white substance out of his pocket. I managed to convince him to confide these recollections to me before he died. If you would stand. Harry rose to his feet, still slightly apprehensive about actually entering a pensieve. Despite Dumbledore's reassurances, Harry still felt a little uneasy about jumping into someone else's memories. He watched as Dumbledore pulled out the stopper of the crystal bottle and tipped the silvery contents into the pensieve where they shimmered and swirled. Professor Dumbledore then looked at Harry with a reassuring and understanding smile. It is perfectly natural to fear the unknown, Harry, but I assure you this is just a memory, Professor Dumbledore said as he extended his hand. Harry nodded and took Dumbledore's hand. He didn't know why he was so nervous. He had witnessed quite a bit in the past few years, most of it he wanted to forget as quickly as possible. He even had his own pensieve that he would have to use in a similar fashion. But those would be my memories. Not someone else's. Harry stepped closer and watched as Professor Dumbledore lowered their joined hands to the pensieve. After a moment's hesitation, Dumbledore submerged their hands into the liquid and Harry quickly found his feet leaving the office floor. He was falling through spiraling darkness only to find himself on his feet in blinding sunlight a moment later with Professor Dumbledore beside him. Instincts took over. Harry quickly tensed as he looked around the country scenery. The country lane was surrounded by large, tangled hedgerows. The sky was bright and blue, no cloud anywhere within sight. Harry quickly spotted a short and plump man with large thick glasses standing 10 feet in front of them, reading a wooden signpost on the left-hand side of the road. The man had quite a strange attire on, signifying that he had no idea of how to dress like a muggle. Harry instinctively reached out for the waves of emotion around him but could only sense soft waves of concern and protectiveness coming off of Dumbledore. He could sense nothing from the man who didn't even notice they were there. Is something wrong, Harry? Professor Dumbledore asked softly. Harry looked at Dumbledore worriedly. I can't sense him, sir, he said just as quietly. Professor Dumbledore rested a hand on Harry's shoulder. That is to be expected, my boy, he said with a gentle smile. Remember, this is a memory. This is what Bob Ogden saw, not what he felt. At that moment Ogden started to walk down the lane. We must be going, Harry. We don't want to be left behind. Harry walked beside Dumbledore at a brisk pace. As they passed the sign, Harry noticed what was written on its two arms. The one pointing to where they were going read Little Hangleton, 1 mile, while the one pointing in the opposite direction said Great Hangleton, 5 miles. Harry's brow frowned in confusion. Why did that sound so familiar? Snapping out of his thoughts, Harry kept his attention on Ogden as they continued walking. When the lane curved to the left and fell down the sloping hillside, Harry's eyes widened at the view of the entire valley. There was the village of Little Hangleton that resided between two rather steep hills. There was a church and a graveyard that looked strangely familiar. There was also a large manor house across the valley that was completely surrounded by a well-gardened and tended green lawn. They followed Ogden down the slope for a short time before they turned off onto a narrow dirt path through a gap in the hedge. It was obvious that this track wasn't used often by the state it was in. It was extremely crooked and uneven with wilder hedgerows that made it nearly impossible to see anything. As they traveled downhill, Harry noticed a patch of trees that seemed to open up at the grove before coming to an abrupt halt behind Ogden, who stopped walking to pull out his wand. Harry almost flicked his wrist to pull out his own when he felt Dumbledore's hand once again on his shoulder, calming him. This is just a memory. It's not real. Trees surrounded them, blocking the cloudless sky. Looking around, Harry noticed a small house that was partially hidden among the trees. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. The walls were covered with moss and numerous tiles had fallen off the roof to make the rafters visible. Nettles surrounded the place, some reaching the windows that looked like they hadn't been cleaned in years. Harry was about to look at Dumbledore in confusion when one of the windows opened quickly, allowing a thin stream of smoke to leave the place. Ogden's entire demeanor had changed. He was now moving forward extremely cautiously. He slowly approached the front door, which had a dead snake nailed to it. There was a rustling and a crack from above before a man dressed in rags fell from the nearest tree, landing in a crouched position in front of Ogden. The man quickly jumped back in shock and stumbled, nearly losing his footing. "You're not welcome," the man in rags hissed, allowing everyone to see that several of his teeth were missing. His hair was filthy and matted with dirt, making it impossible to determine what color it originally had been. His eyes were strange, staring into opposite directions. He looked downright mad, to put it bluntly. Ogden quickly tried to straighten to make himself appear professional, but still looked frightened out of his mind. "Well, good morning," he said in a slightly shaky voice. "I'm here from the Ministry of Magic." "You're not welcome," the man in rags repeated. Ogden cleared his throat nervously. "I'm sorry," he said nervously. I don't understand you." Harry was about to question Dumbledore when he took in the dead snake on the door. Of course. The man was speaking Parseltongue. He had this problem before, especially in his second year at Hogwarts. Parseltongue didn't sound like anything other than English to him. Starting to feel incredibly uneasy about who he was actually watching, Harry looked on as Ogden tried to reason with the man in rags only to be attacked. Ogden fell to his knees with his hands over his nose as a yellowish substance began to squirt between his fingers. He watched as a short elderly man with very broad shoulders and overly long arms hurried out of the cottage shouting, "Morphin!" The elderly man's irritability quickly vanished into laughter when he caught sight of Ogden. Harry quickly learned that the elderly man's name was Mr. Gaunt and believed that Morphin was in the right to defend himself. From the sound of Mr. Gaunt's voice, the man had no love for Muggles or the Ministry. As Ogden pointed his wand at himself to stop the yellow pus from flowing, Mr. Gaunt ordered Morphin to get in the house, in Parseltongue. By then Harry had to admit that there was no denying that these people were descendants of Salazar Slytherin, which meant they were Voldemort's ancestors. When Morphin retreated into the house grudgingly, Mr. Gaunt turned his attention to Ogden, who was still cleaning the pus off of his clothes. "It's your son I'm here to see, Mr. Gaunt," Ogden said stiffly. "That was Morphin, wasn't it?" Mr. Gaunt stared at Ogden for a long moment before responding. "Yes, that was Morphin," he said coldly. "Are you a pure blood?" Ogden's eyes narrowed as he stared at Mr. Gaunt. "That has nothing to do with the situation," he replied, matching Mr. Gaunt's tone, making it quite clear that he indeed had some Muggle blood in him. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose as the bickering began between Ogden and Mr. Gaunt. It was clearly a defiant Slytherin versus a proud Hufflepuff sort of argument. Ogden was clearly trying to remain professional, which was becoming increasingly difficult with as Mr. Gaunt kept goading him. Although, Mr. Gaunt ended up giving in and invited Ogden into the house. The house was extremely small. There seemed to be only 3 tiny rooms, which made Harry feel extremely claustrophobic. Morphin was sitting near the fireplace in the living room, waiting as Mr. Gaunt and Ogden entered. The grubby armchair he sat in looked like it was on the verge of falling apart. Ogden kept his distance as he noticed the live adder Morphin was hissing at between his fingers. Harry could understand Ogden's hesitation. Morphin looked downright psychotic. Hissy, hissy, little snaky. Slither on the floor. You be good to Morphin, or he'll nail you to the door. Harry didn't need any more confirmation that Morphin was completely out of his mind. I can see insanity runs in the family. In Harry's experience, threatening a snake never had positive results. Of course, the snake was really too small to do anything about it. Hearing scuffling noise, Harry turned and saw a girl wearing a tattered gray dress that blended in completely with the dirty stone wall behind her. She was standing beside filthy black stove, obviously attempting to cook something. Her posture and the look on her face screamed submission, as if she knew this was the best life she could ever have. Ogden was also staring at the woman with a sympathetic look on his face, something that Mr. Gaunt noticed and let out an annoyed grunt. "My daughter, Merope," Gaunt said resentfully. "Good morning," Ogden said with a soft smile, but Merope didn't answer. She just looked at her father in fear before turning her attention back to the stove and the pots on the shelf behind her. Ogden cleared his throat and turned his attention to Gaunt. "Well, Mr. Gaunt," he said professionally, "to get straight to the point, we have reason to believe that your son, Morphin, performed magic in front of a muggle last night." A loud clang echoed throughout the room as Merope dropped one of the pots. Harry quickly turned to look at her and saw that she was nearly shaking in fear. Everyone else in the room was looking at her too, but Mr. Gaunt was anything but sympathetic. "Pick it up," Gaunt shouted at her. "That's it. Grub on the floor like some filthy muggle. What's your wand for, you useless sack of muck?" Harry felt a reassuring hand on his shoulder, reminding him that this was only a memory as Ogden stepped up in Merope's defense. "Mr. Gaunt, please," Ogden cried in a shocked voice. Merope dropped the pot again in shock of someone defending her before hesitantly pulling out her wand and quickly muttering a spell which made the pot fly across the room, hit the wall and split into two pieces. Morphin instantly started laughing madly while Mr. Gaunt shouted, "Mend it, you pointless lump, mend it." Merope staggered across the room, but before she could correct her mistake, Ogden did it for her. Mr. Gaunt stared furiously at Ogden for a long moment before he returned his attention to his daughter. "Lucky the nice man from the ministry's here, isn't it?" Gaunt spat. "Perhaps he'll take you off my hands. Perhaps he doesn't mind dirty squibs." Harry watched Merope pick up the pot and return it to its shelf. She was trembling slightly, not saying a word to anyone in the room. Ogden quickly brought the attention back to the matter he had come, but Mr. Gaunt would hear nothing of it. Apparently, Mr. Gaunt believed that Morphin had every right to do what he did. Ogden kept trying to convince Mr. Gaunt that Morphin had been in the wrong, breaking wizarding law and hand over a summons for a hearing, but that seemed to be the final straw for Mr. Gaunt, who showed Ogden an ugly, black-stoned ring on his middle finger. When Ogden didn't recognize the significance of the piece of jewelry, Gaunt hurried toward Merope and dragged her back to Ogden by the gold chain around her neck. Mr. Gaunt quickly revealed that they were the last of Salazar Slytherin's descendants and should be given more respect for that very reason. Ogden didn't agree. He was determined to hand over the summons for Morphin to appear at a hearing on the 14th of September for causing a muggle to erupt in highly painful hives, but before he could finish with his formal declaration, the sounds of voices and horses approaching outside brought everyone to a standstill. The voices ended up belonging to a group of muggles from the village that made no effort to hide their dislike of the Gaunts' home or its occupants. One of the men was named Tom, and he seemed to know the most, considering that his family owned most of the land on the other side of the valley. Tom then went on to declare that the son of the Gaunt family wasn't right in the head. Everyone outside seemed to have a good laugh at this. "Tom, I might be wrong, but has somebody nailed a snake to that door?" asked the girl Tom had been speaking to. She sounded like she was right outside and could care less if she sounded rude to anyone inside the house. Tom seemed to share her arrogance. "Good Lord, you're right," he said. "That'll be the son. I told you he's not right in the head. Don't look at it, Cecilia, darling." Everyone in the Gaunt house remained silent as they heard the horses clopping away. When the sounds became too distant to make out, Morphin broke out into laughter and turned to his sister. "Darling," he said in Parseltongue. "Darling," he called her. "He wouldn't have you anyway." Merope was as pale as milk as Mr. Gaunt and Morphin spoke to each other in Parseltongue. Evidently, Merope had a crush on Tom, something that Mr. Gaunt wasn't too pleased to hear. After all, the pure-blooded descendants of Salazar Slytherin were too good for any filthy, dirt-veined muggle. Mr. Gaunt cornered his daughter in a rage, calling her a blood traitor. When his hands went for her throat, Harry was relieved that Ogden stepped in, sending Mr. Gaunt flying backwards away from Merope. Mr. Gaunt reacted with a vengeance, jumping to his feet and rushing towards Ogden, a bloody knife in one hand and a wand that was already firing hexes in the other. Ogden did the only thing he could. He ran for his life. Dumbledore ushered Harry out of the house where they followed Ogden. Merope's screams echoed throughout the forest, making Harry aware that she was most likely paying for Ogden's defiance. Ogden continued running up the path to the main lane until he collided with a sleek chestnut horse ridden by a handsome and familiar-looking dark-haired man. The man and girl he was riding with on a gray horse burst out laughing at Ogden running away in terror. Harry couldn't help staring at the man on the horse. He knew that face. He had seen it before. Professor Dumbledore rested a hand on Harry's shoulder and squeezed. "That will do, Harry," he said before taking Harry by the elbow and pulled gently. A moment later, they were flying through darkness until they landed swiftly on their feet in Dumbledore's now partially lit office. Once Dumbledore released his arm, Harry moved back to the chair he had sat in before and collapsed in it. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees and staring at the floor. Mr. Gaunt had reminded Harry too much of Uncle Vernon, and Merope had reminded Harry too much of himself before Sirius had taken him away from that situation. It made Harry wonder what would have happened if Sirius hadn't entered his life. Would he still be like that? Would he still be living in fear like Merope had been? "I am afraid I must apologize, Harry," Professor Dumbledore said as he flicked his wand, lighting a few extra lamps. "I should have predicted your reaction to Marvolo's actions towards his daughter. I assure you that Merope survived." Ogden quickly apparated to the ministry and returned within 15 minutes with reinforcements. Morphin and Marvolo attempted to retaliate, but they were overpowered, removed from the cottage, convicted by the Wizengamot and sentenced to Azkaban. Morphin received 3 years and Marvolo received 6 months. Harry closed his eyes as he rubbed the back of his neck. He now knew why he recognized the man on the horse. If Mr. Gaunt was Marvolo, then that meant Merope was Voldemort's mother and the man on the horse was Tom Riddle Sr. He had just seen Voldemort's parents, uncle and grandfather. "I thought my family was messed up," Harry said softly. "Uncle Vernon never went that far. He never treated his own child that way, just me." Professor Dumbledore sat down behind his desk and leaned forward, staring at Harry over his half-moon spectacles. "In a way, I suppose Marvolo saw his daughter just as your uncle saw you," he said thoughtfully. "Both of you weren't what your guardian viewed as acceptable. You, Harry, were a wizard and Merope had very little magical talent, at least that was what Marvolo believed. In both instances, the guardians were wrong. There is no reason for an adult to strike a child." Harry nodded in understanding. He had been through this before, twice as a matter of fact. Once, after he had been rescued from Uncle Vernon, and again after the mess with Umbridge last year. Yes, he hated seeing people in the same situation he had been in, and he probably overreacted witnessing the memory, but that didn't mean he had reverted back to the scared kid he had once been. Dumbledore stared at Harry for a moment before he returned to the original topic. "Now, Marvolo and his children were the last of the Gaunts," he said casually, "a very ancient wizarding family that was known for their instability and violence that only grew through generations of marrying their own relatives. A lack of common sense in addition to a desire for the luxury left the family gold practically non-existent generations before Marvolo was born. As you saw, the Gaunts were left in poverty except for a few family heirlooms that were treasured just as much as sons and even more than daughters. I trust you also noticed Voldemort's father." Harry nodded. It sounded like he was rather proud of his status, he said carefully. "How did he ever end up married to Voldemort's mum?" Dumbledore unfolded his long fingers and sat back in his chair. "Merope Gaunt was infatuated with Tom Riddle Sr., Harry," he said with a slight smile. "Once Marvolo and Morphin were locked in Azkaban, she had the chance escape the cruelty she had lived through for so many years. She was finally able to be the witch she was meant to be and use any means she had to achieve her dreams, any magical means, that is. Which meant immoral means, of course. So she used some sort of spell or potion to confound him? Harry asked. Correct, Harry, Professor Dumbledore said with a nod. I believe she used a love potion since it would have been much easier to use discreetly. It is fairly easy to convince someone riding in the heat that a drink of water would be in their best interest. I shall let you know that it was only a few months after this memory that the village of Little Hangleton erupted in scandal when Tom Riddle ran off with Merope Gaunt. Marvolo was perhaps alarmed most of all when he came back from Azkaban only to find a farewell note. From that moment on, Marvolo never mentioned his daughter again. He died before Morphin was released from prison. So what happened? Harry asked in confusion. If Merope was giving Tom a love potion, why did he end up leaving her? Voldemort told me that his father abandoned his mother. He did, Dumbledore confirmed. Within a few months after their abrupt marriage, Tom Riddle returned to his parents' manor in Little Hangleton without Merope. Rumors filled the town that Tom claimed he had been hoodwinked and taken in. People believed that Merope had misled Tom, claiming that she was pregnant with his child, so he married her. Merope ended up having a child, but not until a year after they were married. Tom had left her while she was still pregnant. I believe that Merope was deeply in love with Tom and could no longer bear to keep him restrained by magical means. She chose to stop giving him the potion. We can only assume what she was thinking, but whatever hope she had that Tom would stay without the potion in his system was quickly destroyed. After he left her, he never bothered wondering what happened to her or his son. Leaving Voldemort to grow up in an orphanage when Merope died, Harry mumbled as he looked towards the window only to see darkness. He hadn't been aware so much time had passed. How could someone just abandon their own child? As you noticed, status was everything to Tom Riddle, Sr., Professor Dumbledore said solemnly. People who are raised in power and money tend to view themselves at a higher level than everyone else. You heard what Tom and his companion said outside the Gaunt residence. He had no compassion towards them and probably would not give them a second look if Morphin had not caused so much trouble terrorizing Muggles. Silence fell before Dumbledore rose to his feet. It is growing late, Harry. I believe your guardians are waiting for you. Yes, sir, Harry said as he stood. At the present time, Harry was too overwhelmed to ask any more questions. He had heard about the side effects of inbreeding from Sirius, who claimed that was the reason his relatives were completely out of their mind, except Tonks, of course. For some reason, despite how insane Sirius and Tonks acted, Sirius claimed they were the only sane people around with black blood. Both cousins agreed that Tonks' mother's sanity was debatable, although they were both smiling when they said this, so Harry doubted they were serious. Walking to the fireplace, Harry had to wonder why Dumbledore was doing this. What was the point learning about Voldemort's ancestors? Grabbing a pinch of flow powder, Harry was about to leave when he hesitated. Was there something that he was missing? Sir, I don't think I understand the point of this, Harry said softly as he stared into the flames. Knowing about Voldemort's past, witnessing the chain of events that lead to who he became. You are afraid you will start to sympathize with Lord Voldemort, Dumbledore concluded. Compassion is never wrong, Harry. These lessons are not meant to make your task more difficult. They are to give you the knowledge you need in order to succeed. Harry nodded and bid good night before leaving through the fireplace for the Marauder quarters. He knew there was a hidden meaning in Dumbledore's comment but was too tired to worry about it now. Maybe tomorrow after his session with Madame Pomfrey he would sit and wonder about the mystery that was Albus Dumbledore. It didn't take Harry long to realize that Madame Pomfrey was an excellent teacher. For their first lesson, Harry helped Madame Pomfrey rearrange the potion cabinet, which would have been extremely boring if it hadn't been made into a game. For nearly 3 hours they went over different potions, their properties and their contents in a way that held on to Harry's interest, the way they helped people. Harry had probably learned more about antidotes in that one session than he had in his 5 years of schooling. By the time they were finished, the potions cabinet was arranged neatly. Harry's journal had significantly more pages filled. With Harry's hectic schedule, Madame Pomfrey had decided to keep lessons to Sunday morning only, which was met with a mixed reaction from Harry. He knew he really didn't have any free time to spare, but he really enjoyed his time in the hospital wing with the hands-on learning that he loved. He had learned long ago that he was more of a practical learner than a theoretical learner from the training Sirius and Remus had given him. In light of Dumbledore's approval for the DA, Harry approached Sirius, who immediately agreed to be the group's supervisor. The council was in charge of alerting current members that the DA would be continuing, along with informing non-members that no new members were being accepted, since there would be no way to control the group with the amount of people who wanted to join. This left quite a few unhappy people, especially Cormac McLaggen, who tried to convince Harry, Ginny and Neville that he should be the exception to the rule. In the end, Harry had to resort to silencing and binding McLaggen to get the 7th year to stop talking so Harry could bluntly tell him that there were no exceptions. The council had to be fair to everyone. DA meetings would once again be held on Saturday evenings with council meetings on Wednesday evenings. The only change was that there would be no Sunday morning meetings since Harry was unavailable. After a quick meeting, the council had come to the conclusion that it would probably be smart for the DA to learn some basic self-defense moves, which meant that Harry and Sirius would be instructing most of the time. Spells would still be covered to keep everyone up to speed, but the Muggle side of defense would take up most of the meetings. Classes were as demanding as ever. Any free period was spent on homework and rereading textbooks to understand what was being covered in class. Remus was becoming a lifesaver in translating the complicated texts into common phrases, along with continuing to decipher the Half-Blood Prince's book. Sirius still focused completely on nonverbal spells, which was a great help in defense against the dark arts, charms and transfiguration. He didn't know how he would be surviving the classes without Sirius tutelage. Ironically, the easiest classes were care of magical creatures and herbology. Hagrid certainly made class interesting, even though he spent half of the time talking about Aragog. Herbology wasn't any easier than before, it was that the class hadn't changed. They still worked with plants, learning about their properties and uses in Wizarding Society. The plants were just a little more dangerous than before. Quidditch tryouts for the Gryffindor team were scheduled for the following Saturday at 9 o'clock in the morning. Harry had to reschedule his training with Sirius to start an hour earlier, although it became known quickly that Harry's mind was focusing on the tryouts. So many people had signed up for the team that Harry feared it would take all day. This would be his first test as captain, which Victor had told him was the most significant. A captain is only as strong as his teammates, Victor had said. Choose wisely, Harry. When the time for tryouts grew near, Sirius gave up on training and helped Harry set up the field, even casting a few charms to block the cool, misty drizzle from hitting anyone. Harry knew why the team was so popular this year. It had nothing to do with Quidditch. It was him. Hermione had warned him about this. Everyone wanted to be a part of something that involved Harry Potter. Since the DA was out of the question, Quidditch was the only option, and it was those people that Harry didn't want on the team. He wanted people who were serious about the game and who would work hard because they wanted to win. Ron and Hermione were the first to arrive, bringing news that Stanley Shunpike, conductor on the night bus, had been arrested on suspicion of Death Eater activity. Harry had been stunned. When Stan had helped him escape from Voldemort's clutches, the young man could hardly keep his wits about himself when he believed Harry had been a Death Eater. The thought of Stan actually being a Death Eater was preposterous. What was the Ministry thinking? Students began flocking to the Quidditch pitch, forcing Hermione and Sirius to take seats in the stands. The turnout was unbelievable. There were first years that couldn't contain their nerves to 7th years that enjoyed appearing intimidating to the rest. Taking in the sight, Harry instantly closed his eyes and reached out for the waves of emotions surrounding him. He could clearly sense nervousness, eagerness, embarrassment, along with a subtle hint of the same sensation that he felt the night of the welcoming feast, infatuation. Harry let out a frustrated sigh as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Why couldn't anyone see that he had a job to do? Good morning, Gryffindors, Harry said, addressing the group, and noticed that several younger students giggled softly. I must say I'm amazed that so many are willing to put in the long hours of strenuous training required to become a member of this team. The giggles stopped and several people shifted nervously on their feet. Gryffindor has won the last 2 Quidditch Cups, so we have quite a reputation to live up to. Anyone who feels that they can't give the dedication required to be a part of a winning team, I suggest you leave now. Harry wasn't surprised when several older girls walked towards the stands to join their friends. He ignored the whispers as he focused his gaze on the younger students who had giggled before. Anyone who is not a member of the Gryffindor house should also leave, Harry said firmly and watched as several groups of Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs quickly ran for the stands. This left a more manageable group to sort out. Harry asked them to separate into positions and begun testing flying capability. The first and second years were quickly dismissed since they could barely keep themselves on their brooms. Chasers were first. It didn't take Harry long to see who had talent and who didn't. Katie Bell was clearly the best, followed by Demelza Robbins, Ginny Weasley and, surprisingly, Dean Thomas. Harry asked the four of them to stay while dismissing the rest. A few people tried to complain, but with a flick of his wrist, Harry had his wand in hand which silenced everyone. No one wanted to anger the leader of the Defense Association. The beaters were next, but none of them had the instinctual ability that Fred and George had. He was slightly disappointed, but it could have been worse. In the end, he selected Jimmy Peaks, Richie Coote and Jack Sloper to join the Chasers. He then moved on to the Seekers. There weren't many and none of them were able to even spot the snitch. Frustrated, Harry turned to his already selected members and noticed that Ginny was focused on something near the Slytherin stands. Harry slowly looked and noticed the golden snitch. "Ginny, why don't you help them out?" Harry said with a smile and nearly laughed when Ginny's face turned bright red. He dismissed the Seeker prospects a few minutes later when Ginny had caught the snitch. Harry was suddenly glad he had decided to do tryouts this way. It would make everything so much easier. Keeper tryouts were last. There were now significantly more students in the stands than before, which made Harry nervous. Ron always had a problem with people watching him, but there was nothing Harry could do about it. He sent his 4 chasers out and gave each keeper had their turn to block 5 penalties. None of the keepers could save more than 2 goals each except for Cormac McLaggen, who saved 4 penalties, missing the last goal completely, which was a surprise but a welcomed one. At least Ron had a chance. When it was Ron's turn, Harry watched, trying to remain objective when he heard someone shout, "Good luck." He looked up in the stands and could hardly hide his surprise to see it had been Lavender Brown, not Hermione. Making a mental note to ask Ron later, Harry returned his attention to Ron, who took off. His nerves were in overdrive as he waited for Ron to block 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 penalties. Harry let out a long breath of relief, calming himself and making another mental note to have more faith in Ron. "Ron Weasley and Cormac McLaggen," Harry announced, surprising everyone. He ignored the whispers and waited for the 9 people selected to sit down in their section of the stands before joining them. "I suppose you all are wondering why I have selected more than the allowed amount of team members." At everyone's eager nods, Harry continued. "My reasoning is simple. Quidditch is a dangerous sport. People get hurt, frequently. This way, there is a reserve already trained to fill an empty spot. Dean, you're the reserve chaser. Ginny, you're the reserve seeker. Jack, you're the reserve beater. Cormac, you're the reserve keeper." "That's actually a rather brilliant idea, Harry," Katie Bell said approvingly, with several people agreeing with her. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry could see that Cormac wasn't happy and knew the 7th year had an ego that could be a problem. "One more thing," he said seriously. "This is a team. We work together, fulfilling our own duties, for a common goal. If you can't handle that, or the decisions I've made, I suggest you leave the team. We have a lot of work to do and it is essential that we do what's important for the team. I won't hesitate to remove anyone if I feel it's necessary. This season won't be any fun if we're at each other's throats. Any questions?" No one said a word. Harry noticed Katie and Ron smiling at him proudly. Any doubt in Harry's ability as captain was instantly banished away. "Good," Harry said with a nod. "Practices begin on Tuesday. I will give the list to Professor McGonagall and hopefully we'll have robes for everyone soon. Now, go enjoy yourselves." By the time the team was dismissed, the majority of the crowd had dispersed. Hermione rushed to Ron, congratulating him for making the team, congratulated Harry for a job well done. Ron was standing proudly, any evidence of previous nerves gone. I'm just glad I'm not the reserve, said Ron. Did you see McLaggen during his 5th shot? If I didn't know any better, I'd say he'd been confounded, but oh well. Hermione blushed fiercely, but Ron instantly started talking about his own saves in great detail the entire way back to the castle for dinner. Harry remained a step behind them and soon felt a reassuring hand on his left shoulder. Sirius moved so he was walking beside Harry and ruffled Harry's messy hair. You did well, kiddo, he said sincerely. Your dad would have been proud of you. Sirius glanced around quickly before wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulders and pulling him close. You sensed something, didn't you? Nodding, Harry leaned into the one-armed embrace. I really hate this, he admitted. This wouldn't happen to the captains for the other houses. Sirius let out a sigh. The price you pay for inheriting your father's looks and your mother's eyes, he said sympathetically, causing Harry to scowl at him. What? I'm just being honest. If you don't believe me, you could just ask a certain group of 4th-year girls. Harry's eyes narrowed as he pushed Sirius away. You're cruel, do you know that? He asked, then grinned. Maybe I should contact Rita Skeeter. Sirius' eyes widened as he paled drastically. It had certainly been a low blow. The Daily Prophet reporter had made no effort to hide her attraction towards Sirius last term, something that still gave Sirius nightmares. The only good thing that came out of the situation was that Rita refrained from writing half of the rubbish she could have about Harry in hope that Sirius would notice her. He did, just not in the way she had hoped. You're never going to let me live that down, are you? Sirius asked. It's not my fault. Exactly, Harry interrupted as he unfolded his arms across his chest. He knew Sirius was just teasing and knew better than to take the man seriously, but it didn't mean Harry had to like it. Turning the teasing back on Sirius was really the only way to stun him into silence. This time was no different. Sirius just stared at Harry for a moment before slapping his hand against his face and nodding to Harry's point. Together, they entered the castle where Harry joined Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table while Sirius sat at the head table. Looking at the row of teachers, Harry noticed that Dumbledore's chair was empty just like it had been for nearly a week. Nothing had been announced, although Harry doubted anything would be. Children of well-known Death Eaters still attended Hogwarts, and revealing any sort of weakness on Dumbledore's part would surely make its way back to Voldemort. It was probably best to maintain the no news is good news mentality. After all, Sirius and Remus would tell him if something were wrong. Or Sirius would pull me out and take me home. Harry wasn't going to fool himself into thinking that everything was normal whether it was inside the walls of Hogwarts or out. These were dangerous times, and it wouldn't take much for the Board of Governors to pass a motion to close Hogwarts until the war was over. Harry subconsciously ran his thumb over the Phoenix ring on his right hand. He was currently wearing so many precautions, but what about everyone else? What did they have to keep them safe? As lunch drew to a close, Harry left with Ron and Hermione for a long afternoon of schoolwork in the library. They hurried to the doors to beat the rush, only to be blocked by a smiling Professor Slughorn. Harry suppressed a groan as he bit his cheek to stop from making a sarcastic comment. Slughorn was almost as bad as the 4th-year girls. They only cared about the boy who lived, not Harry. Just the man I wanted to see. Professor Slughorn exclaimed happily. Harry, I was hoping that you could join me for a spot of supper in my rooms tonight. There'll be quite a few rising stars there. McLaggen and Zabini have already agreed to come along with Melinda Bobbin. She owns a large chain of apothecaries, and I also hope Miss Granger would also join us. Oh, I'm dreadfully sorry, sir, Harry said apologetically, even if he felt anything but apologetic. He was suddenly glad that he had a busy schedule. The DA meets on Saturday nights and we really can't reschedule. Besides, I'm not allowed to go to any functions without approval from Sirius and Remus. They're extremely protective with everything that's happened lately. Slughorn's smile fell instantly and his entire stature transformed from one of pride to one of defeat. Oh, that is too bad, he said sincerely. I had been counting on you, Harry. You would have made the evening most interesting. Slughorn forced a smile on his face as he patted Harry on the shoulder. Not to worry, my dear boy. I'll speak to your guardian. I'm sure he'll see that these events are nothing to worry about. I might even invite him to join us. After all, there isn't anyone around that doesn't know the story of Sirius Black. He left quickly before anything else could be said. Harry ran a hand through his hair as he let out a frustrated sigh. He never thought he would reach the day when he missed Professor Snape teaching potions, but the day had come. He hated how Professor Slughorn liked to surround himself with people of influence to increase his self-worth. He hated that Professor Slughorn saw him as nothing more than a trophy to parade around. Slughorn was exactly like Scrimgeour. Neither of them cared what Harry wanted as long as they got what they wanted. Harry, Ron and Hermione were the first to arrive at the Room of Requirement that night, followed closely by the Council. The floor was covered with a cushiony surface to prevent anyone from getting hurt. Punching bags were hanging from the ceiling in all four corners with shelves of boxing materials nearby. There were cabinets of supplies including foam-like protectors that could be attached to someone's chest, arms and legs. Harry doubted they would need those tonight. Very few people in the DA knew anything about Muggle defense. As the rest of the DA arrived, Harry noticed that everyone was dressed in casual clothes, eager to begin learning an ounce of what Harry could do. Ginny and Neville had also been cornered by Slughorn and had been relieved that they had a reason to miss it. Ron had been rather quiet ever since Slughorn had signaled out Harry and Hermione, scowling whenever Slughorn was mentioned. The jealousy was pouring off Ron so strongly that Harry couldn't ignore it no matter how hard he tried. Sirius was the last to arrive with a grin on his face, but he wasn't alone. Following him into the Room of Requirement was a smiling, purple-haired Tonks, who hurried to Harry and pulled him into a bone-crushing embrace. "Oh," she exclaimed in excitement as she pulled away and smiled at Harry. "Someone's putting on some muscle. Trying to impress some lucky girl, little one." "Tonks!" Harry cried in embarrassment as several people snickered. He looked at Sirius for help and saw that his godfather was trying extremely hard not to laugh. Tonks winked at Harry and ruffled his hair. "Just teasing, Harry," she said good-naturedly, then pulled out her wand and twirled it between her fingers. Sirius cleared his throat and moved to the center of the room. "All right, let's begin," he said firmly as everyone turned to face him. "What you will be learning is an opportunity to improve your dueling. We'll start off tonight with a demonstration. Now, I know all of you are aware of Harry's style of dueling. It's extremely physical, nothing like what you would learn in the classroom. Harry, Tonks, please join me." Harry could already see where this was going as he walked with Tonks to the center of the room. Tonks wasn't a physical dueler, at least not in the same aspect Harry was. She relied heavily on spells and apparition, falling back on physical defense if there was no other option. She was representing the typical witch or wizard who believed that magic was the more civilized method of fighting, including the Ministry and the Board of Governors. "For those of you who don't know Tonks," Sirius continued, "she's my cousin and a trained Auror who has agreed to a friendly duel with Harry. Everyone please back up to the walls so I can cast a few protective charms." Everyone quickly moved and waited as Sirius waved his wand a few times. "There," he said proudly. "Now, Harry and Tonks, take your positions." Harry and Tonks took 10 paces each away from each other, then turned so they were standing face to face. "Wands at the ready," Sirius instructed. With a flick of the wrist, Harry had his wand in hand as he bent his knees and repositioned his feet so he was ready to move at a moment's notice. "This is for fun, you two," Sirius warned. "Tonks, don't use anything too embarrassing, and Harry, don't do anything that will require a visit to Poppy. Begin." With a flick of her wand, Tonks sent the first spell quickly towards Harry, who was instantly focusing on the protection charm as he flicked his wand and turned to avoid another 2 spells that were fired at him. Harry quickly fell into a rhythm. Every one of his senses was on alert as he dodged, twisted, flipped and blocked Tonks' spells. He had managed to hit her with a tickling charm, and Tonks had managed to successfully trip him, which would have been disastrous for Harry if he hadn't reacted quickly by flipping to his feet and dodging the oncoming spells. Harry was slowly decreasing the distance between them, which meant his reactions had to be quicker and more precise. Sweat was rolling down his forehead, stinging his eyes, but he couldn't take the time to brush it away. The break in concentration would be enough to cost him the duel. Block. 1 step closer. Twist. 1 step back. Drop to 1 knee. One large step forward while turning and casting a jelly legs jinx. Block. One step to the right. Leg locker curse. Two steps closer. Just a little bit more. Jump and twist to the left. Disarming spell. One step closer. This is my chance. Jumping up. Harry turned as he brought his leg up just as Tonks fired a disarming spell. Harry's wand went flying as his foot knocked Tonks' wand out of her hand. He reached out for his wand and felt it in his hand a moment later. Landing firmly on the ground, Harry put Tonks in a body bind before she even knew he had his wand. Silence filled the room as Harry stood with his wand still pointing at Tonks. "Well done, Harry," Sirius exclaimed happily, then looked directly at Tonks as he flicked his wand and freed her. "Looks like I win." Tonks rolled her eyes in annoyance as she picked up her wand. "Yes, Sirius," she said grudgingly. "You win the bet. Can you act any more childish?" Sirius thought about it for a moment as he tapped his finger against his lips. "Yes, I can," he said seriously, then pointed his wand at her. "Shall we see how childish I can be?" Tonks raised her hands in surrender. Sirius nodded and turned his attention to the students. "Now, I know what Harry was doing looked intimidating, and I don't expect any of you to reach that level anytime soon. Harry has been training for 3 years and he's still learning. We will just be covering the basics." Harry could feel the disappointment coursing through the room, which surprised him. What were these people suspecting? Did they really believe learning to physically defend yourself was as simple as learning a single spell? They've really never seen me train, so they don't know how much time I've put into it. They've only seen the results. "All right, now for the fun," Sirius said cheerfully. "Everyone find an open spot with plenty of room around you." He turned to Harry and Tonks and frowned. "You two can take a breather. You look like you could use it, especially you, Harry. You've had an extremely long day." Harry gave Sirius a mock salute before following Tonks to the far side of the room where a comfortable sofa couch appeared. Tonks immediately hooked her arm around Harry's and pulled him down with her, causing Harry to nearly fall to the floor. Once they were seated comfortably, Tonks nudged Harry playfully before asking, "So how've you been, Harry?" "Sirius told me about Quidditch tryouts, training and the extra lessons on top of your classes. It sounds pretty demanding if you ask me." Shrugging, Harry watched as Sirius started covering defensive stances. "I knew this year would be hard," he said truthfully. "I would probably be lost if it weren't for Sirius and Remus. Their punishment has actually turned into a blessing. It's the people who make it difficult." Tonks grinned. "People'll do that to you," she said candidly. "They can be self-absorbed gits who don't bother caring who they hurt on their way to fame and fortune." Harry stared at her with a raised eyebrow. That had been the last thing he had been expecting to hear from Tonks of all people. She was always so optimistic about every situation she found herself in. "Speaking from experience?" Harry asked casually. Tonks looked at Harry for a long moment before shrugging her shoulders. "In my line of work you meet a lot of people and not all of them are the type you would bring home," she said honestly, then gave Harry a half smile. "But I guess that isn't saying much because most people would say that about me, and Sirius, and Remus. Wow. You really have one messed up family." Harry grinned. "And I wouldn't have it any other way," he said truthfully. The DA meeting was all the members could talk about the following morning. Sirius had covered quite a bit of material and told them that it was up to them how fast they progressed. Members were already scheduling meetings throughout the week to practice. Sirius' tactic of making learning fun had certainly paid off by demonstrating how the simplest of skills could save one's life. Unfortunately, Ron had been Sirius' assistant and was nursing a few faint bruises because of it. The meeting had concluded with a review of what was covered last year, which Harry and the council had taken over for Sirius to prepare everyone for next week, where they would begin covering new material. 6th and 7th years would be covering nonverbal spells, while 5th years and younger would be concentrating on Patroni and other spells that they hadn't learned yet. Since the majority of the council was in their 6th or 7th year, Sirius volunteered to help Ginny and Luna instruct the handful of students who were still struggling with their Patroni. All of the excitement ended up causing quite a stir among non-members, especially when non-members discovered what the DA was covering. The most persistent was Cormac McLaggen, who once again was doing everything in his power to convince Harry that he deserved special consideration, which really irked Harry. McLaggen was everything Harry didn't want to be, grasping onto fame and actually believing that he deserved special treatment because of who his relatives knew. McLaggen actually enjoyed Slughorn's parties and had the audacity to ask Harry not to schedule Quidditch practice during any of the parties. Harry, of course, informed McLaggen that Quidditch was a responsibility that came before any parties or other recreational events, and if he didn't like it, he was welcome to quit the team. McLaggen left Harry alone after that, but he didn't quit the team. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about that. McLaggen was a good player, but his personality left little to be desired. It really wasn't a surprise that McLaggen and Slughorn got along so well. They were really two of a kind. Harry wasn't surprised when he was asked to stay after in defense against the dark arts. With all of the hassle, Harry had expected to be cornered by a teacher. He was just surprised that Professor Snape had been elected to do it. Perhaps it was because Professor Snape was the defense teacher, or perhaps it was because Professor McGonagall was too busy covering for a missing Professor Dumbledore. Harry wasn't sure. All he knew was that this was probably going to be an extremely trying conversation. Professor Snape stood in front of his desk, sneering at Harry like he always did. After the discussion they had 2 weeks ago, Snape had gone out of his way to avoid Harry completely. "There appears to be a problem with your little group, Potter," Snape said coolly. "Several students have voiced their dislike for not being allowed to join, although I can't imagine why." Harry seriously doubted that. Snape was well aware that Harry hated the entire "boy who lived to be the chosen one" nonsense. "I can, and I'm sure you can too," Harry said honestly. "Tell me something, Professor. There are other groups here. People can do exactly what we did and make their own group. Why do they have to join mine?" Snape glowered at Harry before snorting. "Because it's yours," he said in disgust. "Everyone wants to be around the chosen one." "Exactly, sir," Harry said softly. He hated how Professor Snape could make any title bestowed upon him sound like an insult. It wasn't like he had asked for it. He never had. Sometimes Harry wondered if Snape had him mixed up with McLaggen. "The people you're talking about don't care of the risk everyone in the group took last year by joining a group that was going against Umbridge's teachings. The DA believed in me when everyone else was questioning my sanity. They didn't pester me for information on what happened with Umbridge or that night at the Ministry. They are who I trust. They see me for who I really am." Harry couldn't believe he was revealing so much to Professor Snape of all people. Maybe it was all of the frustration finally getting the better of him. Maybe it was because even though Snape was a greasy git and had too much hatred for James Potter, he still kept an eye on Harry in his own snarky, sarcastic and reluctant way. Snape was still Snape. There was really no other way to explain it, and Harry really didn't know if he wanted to. "And what is that?" Professor Snape asked, although it was clear that he could really care less. "A human being," Harry said evenly and turned to leave. There was nothing else to say. Both of them knew this was more of a formality than anything. Harry wasn't going to give in, and Professor Snape didn't care either way. Walking towards the door, Harry fought the urge to reach out to see what Snape was feeling. He had done it before and been shocked, but reading the emotions of someone like Snape was like reading someone else's mind. It was so tempting but so wrong. Harry was nearly at the door when he was suddenly overwhelmed by waves of concern, urgency and fear forcing him to his knees. Panic coursed through him as he tried to think of some way to block it all out, but that had been something he had never been able to do. The fear was increasing until he could feel nothing else, only to be gone a moment later and be replaced by a strong sensation of protectiveness. Someone was in danger. Someone was in pain. Someone needed him. "My child, the leader, needs you." Harry knew that voice. He had heard the strange echoing voice before during times of great need, only this time it wasn't his own need. It was someone else's. Slowly, Harry rose to his feet. He didn't know where he was going as he turned and stumbled towards Professor Snape's office, which had the nearest fireplace. It was almost like someone else was controlling his body, urging him to move despite the pulsating emotions surrounding him. With each step, his stride grew more stable until he was able to rush into Professor Snape's office, grabbed a pinch of flow powder, threw it into the fireplace, and shouted, "Headmaster's office, acid pops." With a roar, the fire turned emerald green and grew in height before Harry stepped into the flames and instantly felt like he was being beeped down a large drain. He was spinning and spinning but barely aware of it. He didn't really feel anything until the spinning stopped and he stumbled into Professor Dumbledore's office. The sensation of being controlled vanished as Harry hurried around the desk to see Professor Dumbledore on his knees and holding his right hand that looked almost black in extreme agony. Acting on instinct, Harry hurried to help in any way he could but ran into some sort of barrier which sent him flying into the nearest bookcase. He landed on the floor with a thud, his back and head screaming as the bookcase fell over on him. His mind was a clouded mess. He thought he heard voices but they were too distorted to make out. Groaning in pain, Harry tried to regain his senses and pull himself out from underneath the bookcase. Professor Dumbledore needed help. He needed to get to Professor Dumbledore. The bookcase was extremely heavy, making any sort of movement extremely difficult. With a flick of the wrist, Harry had his wand in hand, made the smallest swish and flick with it while thinking, Wingardium Leviosa. The bookcase slowly lifted in the air, allowing Harry to carefully pull himself out while continuing to point his wand at the bookcase. His back flared in pain with every movement and his head was throbbing. It seemed to take forever before he had moved far enough to release the bookcase, which fell to the ground with a crack. Shaking away the confusion in his mind, Harry instantly looked to where Professor Dumbledore had been and saw that Professor Snape had followed him and was now helping an exhausted Dumbledore, who was clearly still in an immense amount of pain, sit down in a nearby sofa couch. As quickly as possible, Harry shakily pulled himself to his feet and staggered over to Dumbledore and Snape, the latter of the two sneering as Harry fell to his knees in front of Dumbledore. "Leave, Potter!" Professor Snape snapped. Harry shot Snape a glare before he raised his wand and cast the spell Madame Pomfrey had showed him to check a patient's condition. The news wasn't good. Without sparing Professor Snape a glance, Harry hurried to the fireplace and fire-called the hospital wing, hoping against hope that Madame Pomfrey was nearby. She was. A moment later, Madame Pomfrey's head appeared in the middle of the flames. "Mr. Potter!" Madame Pomfrey cried in surprise. "What's wrong?" "Something's happened to Professor Dumbledore," Harry said quickly. "I need you bring a strong pain-relieving potion, a calming draft, a restorative draft, some soothing salve, and anything you have to regenerate tissue." "Has anyone else been injured?" Pomfrey asked urgently. "Nothing that requires immediate attention," Harry said evasively. His own injuries were the farthest thing from his mind at the moment. Madame Pomfrey stared at Harry for a brief second before nodded. "Very well," she said, but didn't take her eyes off of Harry. "I'll be there soon. Try to make him as comfortable as possible without aggravating the injuries." Without waiting for a reply, her head vanished with a small pop. Harry hurried back to Professor Dumbledore's side, ignoring the surprised look on Professor Snape's face. Professor Dumbledore was awake but clearly unaware of what was happening around him. Slowly, Harry coaxed Dumbledore to lie down and grabbed a nearby footstool to place Dumbledore's injured hand on for Madame Pomfrey to examine. Everything he had learned from Madame Pomfrey and his time at the hospital was influencing him now. It was the only way he could keep himself from panicking. The fireplace roared to life as Madame Pomfrey entered the room and hurried over to Harry's side. She took one look at Dumbledore's hand before looking directly at Professor Snape. "I trust you removed whatever object caused this," she said as she set her bag of potions down and pulled out her wand. "Pull out the pain reliever, Mr. Potter." Harry did as he was told, moving out of Madame Pomfrey's way in the process. He reached in her bag and pulled out a correct potion, removed the cork and handed it over. He did the same for every potion she asked for, watching as she continuously waved her wand over Professor Dumbledore's injured hand. Professor Snape was completely silent the entire time with an impartial look on his face. Harry once again fought the urge to reach out and find out what Snape was feeling out of fear that he would be overwhelmed by the pain Professor Dumbledore had to be in. Madame Pomfrey finally lowered her wand and let out a long, tired breath. "I'm afraid there isn't much else I can do," she said wearily. "This is dark magic at its worst. I suppose we should be grateful that it is only your hand, Headmaster. If it had gone any further." Harry quickly looked up to see Professor Dumbledore looked tiredly at Madame Pomfrey. His gaze shifted to the blackened hand that was now resting on Dumbledore's chest. It looked dead, as if it had been stuck in an actual fire for hours. Harry bit his lower lip nervously. Could he possibly do something when potions and salves failed? He tentatively reached for the blackened hand only to have Madame Pomfrey grab it and help Harry to his feet. "Excuse us please," Madame Pomfrey said and pulled Harry towards the fireplace. "Mr. Potter, I know you want help the headmaster, but I can't let you attempt something of this magnitude. Dark magic is completely different from silver poisoning. You could very well kill yourself for even attempting such a task. Do you understand?" Harry reluctantly nodded. As much as he hated to admit it, he knew Madame Pomfrey was right. Dark magic was different from silver poisoning and muggle illnesses or injuries. Until he learned more about his abilities and his limits, he was too risky to try to heal such an injury blindly. He had to stop jumping into situations without thinking. Like I just did. If Professor Snape hadn't followed me. After Madame Pomfrey took a look at Harry's back, he was given a few potions for his aches and bruising before he had been dismissed with a warning to not speak of what happened to anyone. To say that Harry had felt hurt was an understatement. He understood that Professor Dumbledore needed rest, but to be dismissed without any sort of explanation or gratitude, not that he had been expecting any, left Harry feeling incredibly empty, something he hadn't felt in a very long time. The rest of the day passed in a blur. Harry didn't tell anyone what happened. He really didn't say much at all. He was too caught up in his own thoughts to really pay attention to anything. There had been nothing else he could have done to help Professor Dumbledore. He would have only been in the way. As far as an explanation went, what right did he have to demand answers? Since when did Dumbledore tell him everything that was going on? He never has, and it's wrong to think he ever will. The problem was logic didn't do anything to dampen any of the worry or fear that came every time Harry remembered seeing Professor Dumbledore so helpless. If it could happen to Dumbledore. Over the next few weeks, it was almost like nothing had happened. Professor Snape was his normal snarky self, Madame Pomfrey never mentioned what happened, and Professor Dumbledore was rarely seen. In fact, he had only been seen a few times. His injured hand looked as black as ever. Harry avoided Professor Dumbledore's gaze and tried to ignore the fact that he could feel Dumbledore watching him. He figured that Dumbledore had questions too, especially concerning how Harry had known Dumbledore had been in danger. Luckily, Harry didn't have much time to worry about it all. The never-ending classes, Quidditch, training, healing sessions, and DA meetings meant very little time to do anything other than schoolwork. There was Quidditch practice 3 nights a week, leaving everyone on the team extremely sore and exhausted. The 6th and 7th year council members were still working hard to master nonverbal spells in addition to Muggle defense so they could help Sirius and Harry out during meetings. Ginny and Luna had also tried casting spells without saying the words, but neither of them had much luck, so they focused on Patroni. Training under Sirius had moved up a notch since Harry was slowly getting the hang of casting simple spells without an extreme amount of effort. Madame Pomfrey had also increased the difficulty by teaching Harry how to handle patients magically. By the end of each week, Harry was so mentally and physically exhausted he couldn't bring himself to care what was going on with Dumbledore, Voldemort, or the Ministry. Remus was slowly making progress, and by the time October arrived he was able to venture to the library and back to the Marauder quarters without feeling any sort of tiredness. This allowed Remus to expand his research for the Order along with the endless search to discover who the Half-Blood Prince was and searching for any information about empaths, especially after learning how Hogwarts had overwhelmed Harry, again. Harry hadn't gone into detail about what happened, but he had told them the basics since he had vowed never to hide anything from them again. He owed them that much. To Harry's greatest relief, Professor Slughorn had only cornered him once to ask about the potions book Harry had borrowed. Harry really had no choice but to reveal that he had lent the book to Remus, who had been helping Harry with the subject. Professor Slughorn had clearly been surprised to hear one of his top students was actually someone being tutored, but he covered it up by commending Harry for having the initiative to ask for help. It seemed that Harry could do no wrong when it came to Professor Slughorn, which was something that annoyed him immensely. As the second week of October drew to a close, the arrival of the first Hogsmeade weekend gave the majority of the student a reason to cheer. With all of the security restrictions, everyone was eager to get away from it all, everyone except Harry, who was still grounded. He would be spending the day with Sirius and Remus, catching up on his schoolwork and finishing up any final preparations for the DA meeting that evening. Truthfully, Harry was grateful for the excuse to stay back. Although he could use the break from the security, he wasn't exactly eager to go out where there were bound to be people staring and whispering. It had finally begun to calm down at Hogwarts. Why would he put himself through it again? When the morning arrived, Harry was up early for training with Sirius, only to have it relocated to the room of requirement because of the horrible weather outside. They spent 2 hours on ways to recognize nonverbal spells in order to defend oneself properly, then retreated to the Marauder quarters for an early lunch with Remus. Remus had been waiting for them with a rolled-up piece of parchment for Harry with a familiar slanted writing on it. His next lesson with Professor Dumbledore was scheduled for Monday evening, which was met with mixed reactions. Harry knew he needed to continue these lessons, but he wasn't sure if he could handle sitting across from Dumbledore, acting like nothing had happened. But that's what Dumbledore wants. After a quick lunch, Harry dived into his Transfiguration homework, periodically asking for an explanation when he reached something he didn't understand. It was quite entertaining to see Remus fall into teacher mode, with Sirius silently mimicking him behind Remus' back. It was a challenge like no other to refrain from laughing, something that Remus picked up on and ended up jinxing Sirius to have a rather familiar-looking, long, crooked nose. That was the start of the strangest duel Harry had ever seen. By the time they called a truce, Sirius looked like a mixture of Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall, which was bound to give Harry nightmares for quite some time. Remus didn't fare any better and was currently looking like a female version of Lockhart, another sight that was guaranteed to give Harry nightmares. There were just some things you should never actually witness, and that duel had been one of them. Once everything had been righted, Harry was able to put the finishing touches on his essay before joining Sirius and Remus for a walk through the halls. The hallways were rather empty, which was actually surprising considering the decreasing weather conditions. It was now raining sleet and the bitter wind didn't look inviting either. Harry had to wonder how Ron and Hermione were faring at Hogsmeade. He could imagine them in the Three Broomsticks sipping butterbeers as they bickered about differences in opinion, or maybe they were talking about Lavender Brown's new interest in Ron, or perhaps not. Whenever Lavender had made her giggling presence known, Hermione suddenly became extremely quiet and ill-tempered. They were near the library when Harry was once again overwhelmed by a familiar sense of fear and panic, causing him to stumble. Once again, Harry felt that someone was in danger, someone was in intense pain, someone needed him. Dizziness forced Harry to reach out for something to hold on to. He bit back the urge to fight against the intense emotions since it hadn't worked in the past, even though he wanted nothing more than the pain to end. My child. Danger. Help. Fellow lion. Village. There was a flash of flames as Fawkes appeared, causing Harry, Sirius and Remus to jump back in surprise. Fawkes let out a quick trill before he flew over to Harry's shoulder and landed. Harry suddenly had a strange feeling of déjà vu. It was clear that Fawkes was supposed to take him to whomever needed him, but the last few times Fawkes had taken Harry anywhere by fire travel had ended up with disastrous results. Harry, what's going on? Sirius demanded. Harry rubbed his forehead before meeting Sirius' gaze. A Gryffindor's in trouble at Hogsmeade, he said wearily. He had a feeling that Sirius wasn't going to like this at all. Hogwarts wants Fawkes to take me to them, to help them. Absolutely not. Sirius protested as he grabbed hold of Harry's arms. You're not going anywhere. Remus grabbed Sirius by the arm and pulled him away. Sirius, calm down, he said forcefully and waited until Sirius looked at him angrily. If someone, especially a child, is in trouble and we can do something to help, then we will. Go with Harry. I'll notify Poppy and Minerva. Remus then turned to Harry as Sirius moved to Harry's side and grabbed his arm. Be careful, cub. Listen to Sirius. Before Harry could respond, his vision was blocked by flames. As the flames vanished, Harry was instantly hit by intense icy wind and sleet. Sirius quickly pulled out his wand and with a wave, a barrier formed above them, allowing them to see Katie Bell hovering in the air, screaming. Her arms were outstretched in an extremely unnatural position. The pain from her screams were all the incentive Harry needed to refrain from reaching out to the emotions around him. Ron, Hermione and another girl were also there, trying to grab Katie by her ankle to pull her down, alerting Harry and Sirius that they needed to act fast. Harry quickly pulled out his wand and pointed it at Katie as they rushed towards the Gryffindors. Liberacorpus. The nonverbal spell worked. Katie fell just as Sirius pushed the 3 Gryffindors out of the way to catch her. Katie was thrashing and screaming in Sirius' arms as Harry knelt beside them and performed the diagnosis spell. The high amount of dark magic in her system was startling. Harry quickly turned to Ron and Hermione. What did this to her? He asked urgently. Ron, Hermione and the Gryffindor girl pointed at the ripped package on the ground only a few paces away. Harry hurried over to it and crouched down. There was an ornate opal necklace poking out of the paper. A rush of familiarity hit Harry, but he ignored it. Now wasn't the time to worry about where he might have seen it before. Looking around, Harry saw Katie's scarf on the ground, picked it up and wrapped it around the object. He then hurried back to Sirius, who was still trying to hold on to Katie, and called for Fawkes. The phoenix let out a trill as he landed on Harry's shoulder again. Sirius quickly looked up at the 3 shocked Gryffindors. Hurry back to the castle, he ordered. Professor McGonagall will be waiting for you. Do not speak to anyone else, do you understand? The 3 Gryffindors nodded as Harry, Sirius and Katie vanish in a tower of flames only to reappear a moment later in the hospital wing in front of a waiting Madame Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall and Remus. Chaos quickly broke out as Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall tried to get answers that no one knew while Sirius and Remus held Katie in place on a bed. Harry handed over the necklace wrapped in Katie's scarf to Professor McGonagall before he began retrieving whatever potion Madame Pomfrey asked for. Professor McGonagall was the first to leave in order to meet up with the 3 witnesses, followed by Remus, who took the necklace to Professor Snape. Harry didn't know how long they tried method after method to cure Katie. All he knew was one moment the hospital wing was filled with natural light and the next Madame Pomfrey was lighting the lanterns. Professor Snape had even come in and tried a few things when Madame Pomfrey ran out of options. Katie had finally stopped screaming and her thrashing had lessened significantly, but it was obvious she still wasn't in the right frame of mind. It seemed hopeless that Katie would ever be completely healed again. Glancing at his watch, Harry noticed that the DA meeting was supposed to be starting soon and groaned. He really wasn't looking forward to the sea of endless questions that were bound to come. Everyone was going to want to know how Katie was and what happened to her. Madame Pomfrey had informed Harry about healer, patient privilege, which meant Harry was forbidden to talk about anyone he tended to. However, that didn't mean people would care about the rule. The students at Hogwarts had a knack for being nosy. All it took was a shared glance and Sirius left the hospital wing to inform the DA that the meeting would be cancelled unless the council wanted to instruct the meeting. Both Harry and Sirius were too exhausted to do much of anything. Collapsing in a chair at Katie's bedside, Harry stared at his classmate, his teammate, his friend. Once again he had been ordered not to attempt in healing someone because dark magic was involved. How was he supposed to know his limits if he was never allowed to try? How was he supposed to learn how to control it? The mouthwatering smell of roasted chicken pulled Harry out of his thoughts just in time to see Remus approach with a tray of food. Harry rubbed his face tiredly as Remus sat down on a nearby bed and motioned for Harry to join him. You look like you could use a well-earned break, Remus said as he handed the tray over. I talked with Professor McGonagall. Apparently, Katie was acting strange after a trip to the bathroom in the 3 broomsticks with the package in her hands. Katie told her friend, Leanne, that the package was a surprise for someone here and she had to deliver it. Naturally, Leanne found this suspicious and tried to argue with Katie. They fought over the package, causing it to rip open, exposing some of Katie's skin to the necklace. Harry thought for a moment before he let out a sigh. So someone, most likely female, put Katie under the Imperious curse to bring a dark artifact to school, he concluded as he picked up his knife and fork. How did they expect her to get past Filch and his secrecy sensors? A very good question, Remus said with a tired smile. Whoever gave that necklace to Katie either wasn't aware of the new security or hadn't thought their plan through. Or needed a distraction, Harry offered and was instantly hit with a suspicious look from Remus. One of the guys I worked with in the hospital, JJ, did anything he could to make the job fun. There was one time he broke into a doctor's office, stole their stethoscope, and tried to see how many girls would let him listen to their heart, but in order to do so, he needed to create a distraction to get the doctor out of his office. It caused quite a bit of trouble, and JJ ended up getting suspended for 2 days, but he said it was worth it. Remus grinned and ruffled Harry's hair. That sounds like something serious, or your father would have tried when they were your age, he said, then eyed Harry critically. I trust you had nothing to do with that little adventure. Harry shook his head as he swallowed a piece of chicken. He pulled that a few days after I started working, he said truthfully. JJ claimed that I had a lot more to lose if I was caught, but I think that was his excuse because he realized I didn't want anything to do with it. JJ was like that. He always used euphemisms. If he was suffering from a hangover, he claimed that he was experiencing the aftereffects of a memorable night. If he was caught for pulling a prank, JJ claimed that it was all a learning experience for future reference. Life with JJ around was never boring, I'll tell you that. Remus smiled as he rested a hand on Harry's shoulder and squeezed. You miss them, don't you? He said softly. It was more of a statement than a question, but Harry felt the need to answer anyways. JJ and Dr. Rollins made that month more bearable, he said truthfully. I'm glad I met them and saw the Muggle perspective of things. They are no different from us and certainly don't deserve any of the havoc Voldemort creates. Harry looked over at Katie and let out a sigh. So many people have been hurt and killed because of him. I just don't understand how Voldemort can enjoy this. Remus wrapped an arm around Harry and pulled him close. Hate is a very strong motivator, cub, he said softly. For those who feel the need to prey on the weak to make themselves feel powerful, well, I suppose the deaths of people who are viewed as unimportant rarely matter. Remus tilted his head so it was resting on top of Harry's. Voldemort doesn't care, Harry. I doubt he's ever cared for anyone other than himself in his entire life, and that is what makes him so dangerous. Harry's shoulders slumped forward as he continued eating. It made sense if you thought about it. Voldemort never cared about anything except his quest for power. Harry couldn't imagine what that must be like. He was the exact opposite. He cared about everything, no matter how much he tried not to. What could have happened that would cause someone not to care? So how are you doing? Remus asked, breaking the silence. Seeing a friend like this can't be easy. Harry shrugged his shoulders. He really didn't want to begin a long discussion, which he already knew what the conclusion would be, but he had a feeling that Remus wouldn't let the subject go unless they talked about it. I just wish I could have done more, Harry said softly. I know I could have done more, but Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let me. She wouldn't let me try. I know, Harry, Remus said sincerely. I know this must be hard for you, but unless you know exactly what you're doing, you could be in the same state she's in. Do you want that? Are you willing to take that risk? I know you're frustrated, but you need to start small, like you did at the hospital. If you want to keep this a secret, we need to be discreet. We can't have a repeat of what happened when you healed me, all right? Harry nodded and grudgingly returned to eating his dinner. He understood why Madame Pomfrey, Sirius and Remus didn't want him trying to heal Professor Dumbledore and Katie Bell. That didn't mean he had to like it. Katie Bell was indeed moved to St. Mungo's the following morning. Harry had spent the night in the Marauder quarters, which meant everyone had sought him out at breakfast. Everyone wanted to know what happened to Katie, where he had found a phoenix, and how he had been able to stay in the hospital wing when everyone else would have been kicked out. Harry didn't say a word and eventually had to leave the Great Hall for a moment of peace. As a result, Harry spent the majority of the day in partial solitude. He had his session with Madame Pomfrey, in which they spent with Remus going over his research on natural healers, followed by Harry trying to access the ability with Remus as the test subject. It had taken Harry nearly half of an hour to finally feel the flash of warmth that always came before the healing began. Once the healing started, Harry had to concentrate on Remus, headache and tiredness only. It had been extremely difficult and tiring since Harry had never had any sort of control before. He had no idea whether it was working or not and had to pull away after a quarter of an hour when he felt like he was going to pass out. He ended up being partially successful, but it was clear that controlling and focusing the ability was certainly going to take a while. After the exhausting session, Harry and Remus retreated to the Marauder quarters where Sirius, Ron and Hermione were waiting for them. Ron and Hermione had kept the conversations to Quidditch and schoolwork, which had been a welcome surprise. Katie had only been brought up when Ron expressed concern of Dean being an adequate replacement. Both of them knew Katie had been their strongest chaser and also tended to act as an assistant captain at times to help Harry out. Without Katie, Harry would have to rely on Ron, who really wasn't up to the challenge of additional pressure. The only laugh Harry really had was when Hermione informed him that Slughorn's next party was scheduled for Monday night, which Harry would luckily have to miss due to his lessons with Dumbledore. Once again he had avoided being paraded around like a trophy by a stroke of luck. Hermione had tried to convince Harry that the parties were actually quite interesting, but stopped when she noticed the jealous looks on Ron's face. As a result, Ron had been extremely quiet for the rest of the day. When Monday night arrived, Harry had begun to wonder whether turning down Slughorn's invitation had been a mistake. What was he supposed to say to Dumbledore? How could he just act as if nothing had happened? It had been easy when Dumbledore had been away, but during the lesson Harry would be in that room, sitting across from the man Hogwarts had feared was in mortal peril. He had understood Dumbledore's need for privacy and had been ready to obey it until the incident with Katie Bell. Once again, Hogwarts had called on Harry to save someone who had been in mortal peril, reminding Harry how close Dumbledore had been to being shipped off to St. Mungo's, just like Katie had been. Harry couldn't bring himself to think about it. It was 8 o'clock exactly when Harry entered Professor Dumbledore's office through the fireplace, only to see Dumbledore waiting for him, looking extremely tired. It was a struggle for Harry not to stare at the blackened hand as he bit back the urge to ask the questions that had been in his mind for weeks. It's none of my business. I haven't told him everything about my life, so I can't expect him to tell me everything about his. Good evening, Harry, Professor Dumbledore said pleasantly as he motioned for Harry to take a seat. It appears we have quite a bit to discuss tonight. Harry took his usual seat in front of the desk and noticed the pensieve was already out on the desk, casting spots of light on the ceiling. He fought to push away the anticipation and nervousness that was currently making his stomach twist into knots. Just because Dumbledore wanted to talk didn't mean he wanted to talk about that. Professor Dumbledore sat down behind his desk and looked at Harry for a moment before he let out a long breath. I owe you an apology, Harry, and my gratitude, he said sincerely. I apologize for not speaking to you sooner about what happened. If it hadn't been for you and Severus, my injury could have proved fatal. I made an old man's mistake in believing I was prepared for the consequences of my actions. I assure you, I will tell you more when the time is right, since this does relate to what we are doing. Harry stole a glance at the blackened hand before returning his gaze to Professor Dumbledore's face. Is there anything that can be done, sir? He asked curiously. It looks painful. I'm afraid not, my boy, Professor Dumbledore said in a serious tone. Dark magic has a tendency of leaving something behind that cannot be removed, although not all remnants are visible. I believe you witnessed that with Katie Bell. She is also fortunate you acted as quickly as you did. I have spoken to your guardians about this, so I am aware that Hogwarts informed you of these events, not your empathy. I am pleased that Hogwarts trusts you so, and I am grateful for what your connection with her has done, but I cannot help feeling worried about this. Your guardians and Professor Snape have told me that you were completely overpowered. I realize Hogwarts most likely wanted to grab your attention, but I fear the consequences if this were to continue. Harry didn't know what to say. He could understand that Dumbledore was concerned, but what was he supposed to do about it? Hogwarts was an enchanted castle. He was lucky he had the connection he had with her. It wasn't like he could sit down with her and have a pleasant conversation over tea to discuss more feasible ways to warn someone. I really don't know what you expect me to do, sir, Harry said honestly. Hogwarts connects with me when she wants to. The lighting flickered as Harry was instantly surrounded by gentle waves of protectiveness and guilt. He bit back a smile, silently assuring Hogwarts not to worry about it. They would find a happy medium together. I think you hurt her feelings, sir, Harry said candidly. Professor Dumbledore winced slightly. My apologies, he said, then smiled. Is she speaking to you now? Harry shook his head. I can feel her, he said, then decided to change the topic. He really didn't want to continue talking about something he really couldn't explain. His connection to Hogwarts was strange, but he wouldn't trade it for anything. Sir, does Professor Snape know about everything? He hasn't said anything. With some persuasion, Professor Snape does not believe that the episode was anything other than a magical fluctuation, Professor Dumbledore said pleasantly. He may suspect something is afoot, but Severus knows to remain silent until any suspicions are confirmed. Dumbledore leaned forward in his chair with an intense look in his eyes. However, he was rather irritated that your training with Poppy had been kept a secret. Poppy has never taken a student under her wing unless they have displayed extraordinary ability. Severus knows this, so I urge you to be cautious if you insist on keeping your ability a secret. Harry suddenly had a strange feeling that there had been more to the statement than what was voiced. I'm being cautious, sir, he said firmly, but sometimes caution has to be thrown to the wind to help those in need. I put myself at risk, but I wouldn't do it any differently if the price had been Katie's sanity and your life. Professor Dumbledore smiled proudly and nodded. Well said, Harry, he said pleasantly. Very well said. You are right. Risks sometimes need to be taken, but repetitious behavior can lead to assumptions and conclusions that normally wouldn't be reached. All I am saying, Harry, is to be mindful that you are being watched. If you keep appearing where dark activity is, someone may be asking questions which you would rather not answer. I understand, sir, Harry said, and he meant it. He would try to be careful in the future. The last thing he needed was the Ministry on his back. Excellent, Professor Dumbledore said pleasantly as he pulled out 2 vials, poured the contents into the pensieve, and began swirling the basin between his hands. Now, on with the lesson. As I am sure you remember, we concluded last time with Tom Riddle, Sr. abandoning Merope and his unborn child in London and returning to his family home in Little Hangleton. Harry opened his mouth to comment. Before you ask, Harry, I know Merope was in London because Caractacus Burke told me. He owns the shop that came into possession of a certain necklace. Harry watched as Dumbledore gave the pensieve a slight shake, then saw a little old man raise from the silvery mass, revolving slowly. The figure was completely silver and solid, with a patch of hair that covered his eyes. Yes, we acquired it in a curious circumstances, the figure said. It was brought in by a young witch just before Christmas, many years ago now. She said she needed the gold badly. Well, that much was obvious. Covered in rags and pretty far along, going to have a baby, see. She said the locket had been Slytherin's. Well, we hear that sort of story all the time. Oh, this was Merlin's, this was his favorite teapot, but when I looked at it, it had his mark all right, and a few simple spells were enough to tell me the truth. Of course, that made it near enough priceless. She didn't seem to have any idea how much it was worth. Happy to get 10 galleons for it. Best bargain we ever made. Dumbledore gave the pensieve another shake and the figure sank back into the swirling silvery mass. Harry stared at the pensieve in surprise before slowly shifting his gaze to Professor Dumbledore. Depression can make the wisest of the wise agree to anything, Harry, Dumbledore said with a sad smile. Caractacus Burke was not known for his kindness. Slytherin's locket was all she had, and after the loss of her husband, I believe Merope turned away from her magical heritage. After all, being a witch had cost her the love of her life. She refused to raise her wand again, even to save her own life. Harry knew the revelation was coming since he had already known Voldemort's mother had died giving birth, but it was still a shock to hear that Merope wasn't willing to live for her son. She couldn't bring herself to deal with the constant reminder of what she could have had, he said softly. Dumbledore stared at Harry in surprise. You see a lot when you work at a hospital. Dumbledore nodded at the comment. I suppose you do, he said solemnly. And I suppose feeling their despair does strengthen one's understanding quite a bit. A moment of silence fell upon the room before Dumbledore cleared his throat and stood. I believe we should begin, Harry. If you would, we shall enter one of my memories this time. Harry rose to his feet and approached the pensieve. After a moment's hesitation, Harry reached in and instantly found himself falling through darkness only to find his feet hit a firm ground a few breaths later. Opening his eyes, Harry saw Professor Dumbledore was already at his side and they were standing on a busy conventional London street. He quickly noticed a younger version of Professor Dumbledore crossing the road in front of a horse-drawn milk cart. This Dumbledore's hair and beard, although still extremely long, were auburn and was wearing hideous plum velvet suit that made Dumbledore stick out like a sore thumb. Harry bit back the urge to comment as they followed the younger Dumbledore through a set of iron gates and past an empty courtyard towards a bleak building that was surrounded by high railings. The younger Dumbledore continued on, walked up the steps to reach the front door and knocked once. They waited for a long moment before the door opened to reveal a scruffy girl wearing an apron. "Good afternoon," the younger Dumbledore said pleasantly. "I have an appointment with Mrs. Cole, who, I believe, is the matron here." The girl stared with wide eyes at Dumbledore, appearing to be in a state of shock from his appearance. "Oh," she said uncomfortably. Just a moment, Mrs. Cole." A distant voice shouted something and they were allowed to enter. They entered a hallway that was tiled in black and white. Harry took the chance to look around and noticed that even though the place looked clean, it was clearly run down. As the door closed behind them, a skinny, frazzled-looking woman hurried towards them. She looked extremely overworked, talking over her shoulder to another helper. Once she was finished, Mrs. Cole took a good look and Dumbledore with a similar look on her face as the girl who had opened the door. Greetings were traded and they were led into a small room that appeared to be a combination of a sitting room and an office. It was as run down as the hallway with tattered furniture. Mrs. Cole invited for the younger Dumbledore to take a seat, then sat down behind her desk, still looking at him strangely. The younger Dumbledore appeared to take no offense to the stares. "I am here, as I told you in my letter, to discuss Tom Riddle and arrangements for his future," he said pleasantly. That got Mrs. Cole's attention. "Are you family?" she asked. Dumbledore shook his head. "No, I am a teacher," he said. "I have come to offer Tom a place at my school." Harry watched as the younger Dumbledore explained about Hogwarts to the suspicious woman. He was surprised when he saw Dumbledore using magic to convince her and couldn't refrain from stealing a glance at the older Dumbledore, who kept his eyes on the scene in front of him. Harry's shock increased when he saw a bottle of gin and 2 glasses appear on the desk. He was well aware that people tended to reveal too much when they were drunk, but was it wise to do that to someone who was in charge of a large group of children? Mrs. Cole eagerly told the younger Dumbledore how Tom Riddle came to reside in the orphanage, Merope's arrival, Tom's birth, Tom's naming and Merope's death. She then revealed that Tom was rather odd, and after Dumbledore clarified that Tom wouldn't be turned away from Hogwarts, revealed that Tom scares the other children. Apparently, there had been a few incidents that involved students Tom had conflicts with, but Tom hadn't been caught in the act, so it was impossible to punish him for it. She had mentioned an incident with a boy's rabbit along with another concerning 2 students in a cave that made Harry shudder. Voldemort had been cruel even before he entered the wizarding world. Harry was snapped out of his thoughts when he noticed Mrs. Cole and the younger Dumbledore rising from their seats. He followed them out of the office and up the stone stairs, not listening to the orders and reprimands Mrs. Cole was saying to the helpers and children she passed. Why was Dumbledore still determined to bring Tom Riddle into the wizarding world when it was clear that he was trouble? It's not his decision to choose who's admitted and who isn't. He's just a teacher. He has no choice. The orphans were all dressed the same, in grayish tunics. They all appeared to be well cared for, but none of them looked extremely happy. Turning off the second landing, they stopped outside the first door of a long corridor. Harry forced himself to focus on the present as Mrs. Cole knocked twice, entered and introduced the younger Dumbledore, although it was clear that the large amount of gin she had consumed had affected her more than he had originally thought. She could speak an entire sentence without stuttering. Harry entered the room with the 2 Dumbledores and saw a boy sitting on top of bed, covered with gray blankets with a book in his hands. The room was small and bare. Other than the bed, there was only a wardrobe that appeared to be ready to fall apart at any moment and a wooden chair. Harry turned his attention towards the boy and quickly noticed that Tom Riddle looked exactly like his father. There was no sign of the Gounce in him. The dark-haired boy stared at the eccentric-looking Dumbledore with narrowed eyes. Harry could instantly tell this was going to be an enlightening conversation. At first glance, Tom Riddle didn't seem to be the type of person who would be polite to strangers. He was the type of kid Harry had always avoided when he had been younger. "How do you do, Tom?" the younger Dumbledore said as he walked forward and held out his hand. Riddle hesitated for a moment before taking the hand and shaking it. Dumbledore pulled up the wooden chair to the bed and sat down. I am Professor Dumbledore. Riddle stared at Dumbledore suspiciously. Professor? He asked. Is that like? Doctor? What are you here for? Did she get you in to have a look at me? Riddle gestured at the door, referring to Mrs. Cole who had left. Professor Dumbledore smiled. Any normal person would have thought Dumbledore was finding this humorous, but Harry noticed that the smile didn't reach Dumbledore's eyes. No, Dumbledore said pleasantly. Riddle didn't believe him. I don't believe you, he said strongly. She wants me looked at, doesn't she? Tell the truth. Harry's eyes widened at the demand. Here was an 11-year-old child who was treating a grown man like someone inferior to him. Harry was suddenly reminded of his cousin, Dudley, who had always demanded for food, birthday presents, and silence for his television shows. Dudley's parents always catered to his needs. Did everyone do the same here for Tom? No, not the adults, but maybe the children. The younger Dumbledore didn't seem fazed by the order, smiling pleasantly until Riddle calmed down but still had a guarded look on his face. Who are you? Riddle asked. Dumbledore still didn't appear to be fazed by Riddle's attitude. I have told you, he said in the same pleasant tone. My name is Professor Dumbledore and I work at a school called Hogwarts. I have come to offer you a place at my school, your new school, if you would like to come. Harry looked on as Riddle once again jumped to the conclusion that Dumbledore was from a mental institution. Dumbledore tried to calm Riddle down, then begun to inform Riddle what type of school Hogwarts really was. The change in Riddle's demeanor was astonishing. He was no longer defensive, only excited. He revealed that he could make things happen if he wanted them to. He could control animals, make things move, and make bad things happen to people. The last face made Harry cringe. It was nerve-wracking to hear a child be so excited about hurting people. What was even more shocking was how Riddle categorized himself. I knew I was different, Riddle whispered. I knew I was special. Always. I knew there was something. For the first time, the smile on Dumbledore's face vanished. Well, you were quite right, he said as he watched Riddle carefully. You are a wizard. Riddle immediately grew defensive again, demanding for Dumbledore to prove it. Harry had thought Dumbledore would refuse, but Dumbledore ended up pulling out his wand, pointing it at the wardrobe, and gave the wand a casual flick. The wardrobe burst into flames, startling Riddle, who jumped to his feet. The flames vanished quickly, revealing an undamaged wardrobe. Riddle quickly asked where he could get his own wand, but Dumbledore sidestepped the question for the moment by declaring that something was trying to get out of the wardrobe. As if on cue, a soft rattling could be heard from inside the wardrobe. Dumbledore took charge, instructing Riddle to take the rattling object out of the wardrobe. Riddle pulled out a shaking box and admitted that there were items inside that didn't belong to him. After removing the lid and tipping the contents onto the bed, Harry was shocked to see a collection of small unimportant items. There was a yo-yo, a silver thimble, and a tarnished mouth organ, to name a few. Once the items were out of the box, everything went still. Silence fell over the room for a moment. You will return them to their owners with your apologies, Dumbledore said calmly as he put his wand away. I shall know whether it has been done. And be warned. Thieving is not tolerated at Hogwarts. Riddle didn't show any sign guilt or seem to think anything of the warning. For some reason, Harry had the feeling that Riddle was going to do what he wanted no matter what Dumbledore said. Dumbledore gave Riddle another warning concerning the way Riddle was using his magic. Riddle didn't seem to be worried about this warning either, even when Dumbledore brought up expulsion and punishment by the Ministry. If Harry didn't know what Riddle would become, he would assume Riddle was just excited. But Harry knew. He knew that it was more likely that Riddle didn't care. He would do anything to get what he wanted, and there was nothing Dumbledore would say to change that. Therefore, it wasn't a surprise when they discussed school supplies that Riddle declared that he could pick them up on his own. He simply took the offered money from Dumbledore and asked for directions to Diagon Alley. When the topic came up about the leaky cauldron and the barman, Harry again wasn't surprised when Tom displayed annoyance at the revelation that someone had the same first name as him. It was clear that Tom Riddle wanted to stand out in a crowd, even at 11 years old. The questioning then turned to Riddle's parentage. Harry was shocked to hear Riddle assuming his father was a wizard because his mother wouldn't have died if she had been a witch. It was almost like he thought less of his mother because of something that every human faces. The questioning quickly turned to the train ride before Riddle decided to reveal one last thing: he could speak to snakes. It was clear Riddle had been trying to impress Dumbledore, but if anything, the younger Dumbledore seemed to be more guarded than before. As they bid farewell, Harry felt a hand on his arm a moment before he was soaring weightlessly through darkness, then landing squaring in Dumbledore's office. Harry's mind was on overload. He didn't know what to think or if he even wanted to think. It didn't make any sense. The more he learned about Voldemort, the more confused he was. The orphanage didn't seem to be that horrible of a place to grow up, so what had happened to make Voldemort hate Muggles and Muggle-borns so much? Harry, please sit down, Professor Dumbledore said gently. That was the last thing he wanted to do. Still dazed, Harry moved towards the fireplace. I think I should go, sir, he said softly. Harry didn't want to talk about this. He didn't know what there was to talk about yet. He needed time to sort everything out, to come up with the questions that he was bound to have. He needed to talk to Sirius and Remus first. He needed someone else to tell him that he had every right to be as revolted as he was. Dumbledore rested a hand on Harry's shoulder. We need to talk about this, Harry, he said. Please tell me what has you so upset. Harry's shoulders slumped as he stared into the flames. Subtle waves of concern brushed against him. Dumbledore's concern. Where should I start? He was cruel, Harry said softly. How could someone so young be so cruel? Even Dudley wasn't that bad. He enjoyed hurting people. He used his abilities to cause pain and suffering. Dumbledore let out a sigh and gently pulled Harry closer. Riddle was a bully, Harry, he said as he wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders. He didn't have people in his life like your aunt and uncle who made you fear your abilities. He was able to experiment, to adapt his abilities to do what he wanted. He had already viewed himself as someone above the rest of the children. I noticed this. That was why I kept my eye upon him. His instincts for cruelty, secrecy and domination made me extremely uneasy. Harry rubbed his forehead subconsciously. He wanted to be different, he said more to himself than anything. Voldemort had always said we were alike, but I'm nothing like him. You two have familiar backgrounds, Harry, Professor Dumbledore said as he ushered Harry towards the nearest chair. Both of you are orphans and can speak to serpents, but the similarities end there. Voldemort realizes that now. That is why he has stopped trying to recruit you. You do not have the desire for power like he has. You are not willing to cause pain to get what you want. When Harry didn't say anything, Dumbledore continued. There are a few items I need to draw your attention to before we part for the evening. I trust you remember when I mentioned that another shared his first name, Tom. Harry nodded. Even at the age of 11, Riddle wanted to be separate from everyone else, Dumbledore continued. As you are aware of, he dropped his name within a few years and created the identity of Lord Voldemort to hide behind. Also, I am sure you noticed that Tom Riddle depended on no one but himself, which included having no friends. He preferred to trust no one but himself, and the adult Voldemort is very much the same. Voldemort has never had a friend and has never wanted one. Lastly, Voldemort liked to collect trophies, items from his victims as souvenirs. I know it may seem unimportant now, but it will be extremely important later. Harry nodded again. At the current moment, he probably would have agreed to sell his own kidney if it meant he would be able to leave. Very well, Dumbledore said and extended his good hand towards Harry, who took it and was helped to his feet. I believe it is time for bed. If you have any questions, Harry, please come and see me. If you cannot find me, send a message with Fox. He has a knack for finding what is missing. Yes, sir, Harry said before approaching the fireplace again, grabbing a pinch of flow powder and vanishing in an explosion of green flames. Nothing was said in the office for a very long time after that. Once again Harry had left Dumbledore and the portraits completely speechless. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.